of me. XOXO. Gossip Girl.
They say in life there are two sides to every story. But on the Upper East, we always have three. There's his, hers, but the most important is always mine.
Hi guys, it's
Lauren Daisy.
Welcome back to my channel. So today, don't look at this yet. I have to film this intro like midway through talking about season 5, so there's some spoilers up here. Because I had a whole audio thing, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, today is going to be part 3, the final part of the Gossip Girl saga, which I cannot believe this is it. Like, once I post this, it's done. That is so crazy to me, because by the time I'm posting this, I think we will have hit the 10-month mark that I've been working on this project. So it's been quite a long time, quite a big chunk of my life. One of my best friends, Miranda, and I, we rewatched Gossip Girl over lockdown, and I wanted to make a video about it then. So I, as we watched it, just made like little notes on things that were happening, and then those notes became the script, which then became obviously the video and what you are watching now. And that was ages ago. So it's gonna be weird to not have it anymore. But hopefully, you guys will have loved it, and I love it. I'm already proud of it. Just literally my most favorite thing I've ever made. So thank you for watching part 1 and part 2, and now coming all the way back for part 3, the final part. Part 3, seasons 5 and 6, and then we're going to go quite in depth on the finale, and we're also going to do kind of like my final thoughts, a kind of conclusion of sorts. And yeah, thank you for kind of coming on this journey with me. I feel like this will be the longest one, despite season 6 only having 10 episodes, which is less than all the other seasons. I feel like this is probably going to be the longest video of them all. But thank you for watching it if you do watch the whole thing. Well, let's just get straight into it. Season 5 aired from September 26th, 2011 to May 14th, 2012. Just as a little recap, this is where we kind of left off at the end of season 4. So, Serena is in LA. She is working on a film adaptation of her favourite book, The Beautiful and the Damned. Chuck and Nate are on kind of like a boys' summer holiday to God knows where. Dan and Eric have gone to the Hamptons for the summer. Vanessa has moved to Barcelona. She is not returning for this season, and she posted Dan's manuscript for a book called Inside that he didn't want to publish, but she sent it to a publisher anyway. So we'll kind of see the effects of that. Georgina is back. She has a boyfriend that, you know, she looks after Milo with. We don't really know what her intentions are. Blair is in Monaco with Louis, who she is now engaged to. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the gist of where our 5 main characters are at. Everyone, I think, is single except for Blair. Chuck is single, Serena is single, Dan is single, and Nate is also single. And obviously Blair is engaged. So at the start of season 5, we see Chuck, Nate, and Serena are all together in LA. She is working on the film, but her new boss, this guy Marshall, is an absolute arse. And Chuck and Nate are just partying, and we see the gang receive invitations to Blair's wedding. We also get a little bit of a tiny update on Jenny. We don't see her, but we get told, I think it's through Rufus or Dan, that Jenny got into St. Martin's, I think it's called, which is a fashion school. So that's really cool. Chuck's new kind of like mantra in life is the key to happiness is saying yes to everything. So he like does a stunt on Serena's film set. This girl asks him on a motorbike date or something, and he says yes. So he goes and he absolutely wipes out on this bike, but he insists that he's fine and it doesn't hurt or anything. But later we see him in the mirror. He pulls up his shirt and the whole of his side is bruised from the crash. Like, it looks like he's got bruised ribs, you know, all these scuffs and everything, and he pushes them and they don't hurt. So that's where Chuck's at. Blair is planning her wedding. She wants peonies, but Sophie is basically fighting back on everything that she wants, trying to make it into the kind of wedding that Sophie wants for Louis. Blair is annoyed at Louis for not really defending her and having her back on wedding stuff. Dan is talking to Jeremiah, I think it is, the writer. We've seen him a couple times now, who's like Dan's kind of mentor, not really. But anyway, he tells him that there's this anonymous book going round and it reminds him of Dan's writing. And Dan obviously sees it and realizes that the book is his book, and he's real stressed. So Dan goes to Louis and asks him, look, can you kill this story? Like, can you get rid of this book somehow with your influence? Because it's about Blair and I don't want it to come out. And Louis's like, yeah, sure. Nate is taking a page out of Chuck's book and saying yes to everything. So he meets this woman who you will come to know as Diana Payne, who is cougar menace of the century. And she's like, oh, is this your place? And he says yes, and then this is this, and he says yes, and they end up having sex and whatever. New addition to the board, Diana Payne, and she has a pink line to Nate. Who doesn't? And then we see that she gets a phone call from someone, and she says to them, oh, I wasn't expecting to meet Nate until I got to New York. So there's something more going on here. Blair goes to the loft to Dan to tell him that she's going to call off her engagement. She basically says that she can't be with someone who doesn't stand by her and stand up for her, and Louis refuses to basically stand up to anyone for her, particularly his mother. Once she breaks off the engagement, she'll need to get away, so she asks Dan to take her to the Hamptons. And obviously, because Dan is in love with Blair, he agrees to this plan. He's like, yeah, we'll do it. And then Louis shows up, and Dan admits that Louis was gone for the day because he was trying to kill this story and protect Blair. So Blair's pissed. She's like, you were going to let me call off my engagement? Like, you were going to let me walk away from everything? Like, when you knew that Louis was trying to protect me from something and was standing up for me. Like, so she's angry and she's confused. She doesn't understand why Dan did this, even though it's obvious. It's because he loves her.
Come here. Too close. Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
Chuck, Serena, and Nate, they all have this hug and they decide to go back to New York, and leave their LA travels behind them. But when Serena goes to pack up her desk, Jane offers her a permanent position with her. So Blair goes to do the photos for Vogue, and Louis goes against his mother and lets Blair hold the peonies that she wants to hold, so that's quite nice. And when she's being fitted for her dress, the seamstress is like, how far along are you? And Blair's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And she's like, I'm guessing about 6 weeks. And she's like, I'm not pregnant. But the seamstress is like, you are going to start showing before the wedding. So, your dress is going to have to be changed and fitted to fit the bump. And she's like, oh, shit. So we see Ivy again. She's working in a coffee shop in LA. She's just moved there with her boyfriend. And she sees Serena come in, and she's like, oh shit. So she takes off her apron and she pretends not to work there. And Serena's like, oh my god, let's leave, we'll go and catch up. And she's like, okay. And as she's leaving, her boss is like yelling after her. She's like, Ivy, where are you going? And Charlie's like, oh, why is she calling me Ivy? That's so weird, like I don't know her. And so they leave together. This is Ivy's boyfriend. His name is Max, I believe. So it turns out that Dorota actually is pregnant. So Blair attends her doctor's appointment with her, and she keeps asking loads of questions to the doctor and stuff, and Dorota realises that Blair is pregnant too. We meet Louis' sister. I don't think we've met her before this. But anyway, so she shows up. So this is the other lady in this picture down here, Beatrice. So they're walking down the street, talking stuff about the rules, and she suggests that they get food from a food truck, and Blair's kind of pregnancy nausea kicks in, and she's like, I need to leave to go to the restroom. So Beatrice is starting to get a little bit suspicious. Beatrice has dodgy vibes from the moment she's on screen. You can just feel that there's some plotting going on with this one. Beatrice then asks Dorota if Blair has a drug problem. Dorota obviously insists that she doesn't. She's like, Blair is too much of a control freak to use mind-altering substances. Then she asks if Blair is bulimic. And Dorota says yes, that she was before, but she's not now. which I love Dorota, but that seems a bit of an odd thing to share. I don't think that was really her place to share that. That's obviously quite personal to Blair. So that's a bit of a weird thing. But also weird that Beatrice is like, she's obviously up to something because she's trying to find out why Blair keeps like leaving. And obviously we know that she's leaving like to be sick because she's pregnant, but she's real snooping around, this Beatrice character, right? So Beatrice goes to Louis and tells him that Blair's bulimic. Total dick behaviour from Beatrice. Like, literally goes to him as if it's like, not like showing off, but like something to be like, oh, look at this. Look at what I found out about your future wife. Something to be like ashamed of. Like, you know, Blair, she had an eating disorder and she struggled with that and she's overcome that. It shouldn't be something to like shame her with. It was a struggle and it was a hard time for her. So it just rubs me. Obviously it's supposed to rub you the wrong way because Beatrice is supposed to be like a kind of villain. But I don't know. It's very much in poor taste. We see a lot of shitty comments thrown around with these lot, but this one's, it's just plain nasty. Talking about someone's health struggles as a way to try and put your brother off of marrying them. Anyway, rant over. Louise basically like, oh yeah, no, I know. He's like, we talked about it. She had, you know, an issue as a teenager, but she's fine now. Then there's this holiday or something that the Grimaldis celebrate. They're doing a big feast for it, right? Beatrice has specifically had the celebration moved to New York so that Blair can attend and she can, like, expose her for being bulimic. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's actually so fucked. Beatrice is actually one of the most evil people in this show, I think. Back to Dan. Dan is on a mission to find out who is publishing his book. He wants to know the company. He wants to know if he can go there and try and stop it. He asks Serena for help, but she says that it's more of a job for Chuck. She's like, I don't really know anyone in that kind of world. So Dan's like, right, okay, I'm gonna have to ask Chuck for help. Dan goes to try and find Chuck, and when he does, he finds him being beaten up, like in some back alley. So Dan like goes over to him and like breaks up the fight and stuff, and Chuck's like, what are you doing? And he's like, helping you? And Chuck's like, oh no, I was paying these guys to beat me up. And Dan's like, run that past me one more time? Dan's obviously concerned about this. So he goes to Nate and tells him what happened. Nate's like, okay, I'm going to call the doctor and have him come over and check, you know, Chuck's bruises and check that he's actually okay. So the doctor comes and he says that Chuck has fractured ribs. And the doctor takes Nate aside and he's like, okay, so be honest with me. Is this man taking drugs? If he's taking enough drugs that he can't feel this level of pain, then like he's in trouble. So then we go back to Dan and Chuck, and Dan's telling Chuck, he's like, look, if you're trying to hurt yourself to get Blair's attention, it's not worth it. Especially because she's over you and you weren't even the last person she kissed before marrying Louis. It was me. And Chuck can't help himself and he lets it slip. He's like, actually, no, I was the last person to kiss Blair before she went to marry Louis. So Dan's a bit like, eh? So Ivy lies to Max and tells him that she's going to an audition. But in reality, she meets Serena because she still has some checks left from CC, so she can like still kind of fake that she's rich, basically. And Serena tells her, she's like, I've got this permanent job, so I'm staying in LA permanently. We should live together. And obviously, Ivy, who lives with her boyfriend Max and is part of this whole lie, is like, oh my God, I can't do this. But she also doesn't want to blow her cover. So she's like, okay. So they go to this viewing and it's obviously clear that Ivy is skeptical. Like, she does not want to get this apartment. But Serena like insists. She's like, no, this one's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And it was a nice apartment, to be fair. And she's like, oh shit, I forgot my checkbook. Can you, Ivy, put down the like deposit and first month's rent or whatever, and I'll just pay you back like my half later. So Ivy uses the checkbook from Cece to cover the deposit and obviously doesn't want to look like she can't afford it. But then when they leave, Ivy calls the realtor to ask for the check back. She's like, look, we've decided we don't want it. Can I please have that check back? And the realtor's like, I tried to cash it, but it was invalid, so I gave it back to Serena. In a panic, Ivy goes back to Max and basically tells her that she wants to move to Portland with him because he has some idea of like opening a restaurant in Portland or something. And she was like, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. Let's move to Portland. Let's go. Serena finds her and she's like, oh, like the check bounced. Like it must be because Carol's cut you off. Like, I'm so sorry. We'll talk to Cece and we'll make sure that you get your money. And don't worry, Cece knows what Carol's like, so she won't tell her anything. So obviously Serena's just trying to help out her cousin. But to Ivy, she now has this opportunity where she's like, I could kind of live this Upper East Side life with Serena and get the trust fund money and Carol won't find out. So that's pretty a tempting offer, right? Ivy is such a dick to Max. After he literally quit his job, so he had this chef job in LA, he quits the job to move to Portland with her, as she just asked him to. She then is like, you know, I realised what makes me unhappy in LA isn't LA, it's you. So she breaks up with him after this man just quit his job and was willing to move away with her. She breaks up with him and is like, I never meant to hurt you, but you have to move on. And, you know, after all that LA drama, after all that, she's broken up with Max, she's putting a deposit down, all this shit. It doesn't even matter because the movie that Jane wants Serena to work on is in New York anyway. So forget LA, we're moving back to New York. So Ivy is going to come and live with Serena in New York, okay? I feel like that was a long, convoluted way to get there, but we're there now. Let's go back to Nate. So Nate is coming out of his house in New York and Diana sees him and she says that she's running, or she's going to start running a new newspaper, and it's called The Spectator. To me, The Spectator has the same vibes as, like, Inside. Like, when you hear the name The Spectator, you're just like, oh, all the story that comes along with this. Like, at least the stuff that comes along with the Inside book is, like, entertaining. But The Spectator, so dull. Like, I love Nate. And this is the thing. Whenever I rag on Nate, it's not because I don't love him. I do. Nate's great, but the storylines they give him are just so poor. But let's get into it nonetheless. So, for some reason, Nate is desperate to get back into Diana's pants. God knows why. But he is. So he says to Diana, I will get you an interview with Anne, with my mother, you know, for The Spectator. And she's basically like, oh, okay. And then they, like, hook up again. And Diana offers him a job at The Spectator. So, over at the feast event thing, Beatrice is basically force-feeding Blair. Like, she is trying to get her to eat. And, you know, in front of Louis and this priest guy. And she's, like, justifies it to Louis. She's like, I'm trying to save Blair. Like, I'm trying to help her. And it's just utter bullshit. Like, it's so fucked. And then Dan shows up to talk to Blair about Chuck and the whole situation that's going on with him. And she's like, look, will you just guard the door, please? Like, in the loo. She's like, will you just watch the door, please? And then she goes, obviously, to be sick with her pregnancy sickness. And she insists, you know, whatever Chuck is doing, it has nothing to do with me. Like, I promise you. It has nothing to do with me. And Dan, you know, obviously hears her being sick and worries that she is bulimic again and, you know, refuses to let her leave the bathroom until she agrees to get help. And Blair is like, I'm not, okay? I'll just tell you, I'm pregnant. And so she tells Dan that she's pregnant. And Beatrice overhears this and she's like, oh my God, please don't tell Louis yet. Like, I don't want him to know yet. Like, please just keep it a secret. And Beatrice agrees. She's like, okay, fine. And Dan agrees, okay, we won't tell anybody. And Dan leaves to go and find Chuck, and he finds him being beaten up again. And he's like, bro, what is this about? And Chuck's like, okay, here's the deal. I just want to feel something. He's like, I don't feel anything when I see Blair with Louis. Like, she's the love of my life, and she's with someone else. Why don't I feel anything? Or when I crash my motorcycle, I don't feel anything. Like, I just feel numb all the time. Dan's like, if you're going to keep doing this, like, you're going to end up dead. And he's like, is being dead worse than being like nothing? Like, he's kind of, at this point, he's kind of like, I don't really have anything to lose. Like, I have no feelings. I have no anything anymore. It's actually really sad. And so Dan, bless him, he tries to help him. He wants to be one of the lads. He's always wanted to be one of the lads. So they're kind of forming this little friendship. Dan does some research and he thinks that Chuck has, let me read it, thinks that he has conversion disorder. They don't really explain it properly in the show too much. Like, they don't really say what it is. So I'm just going to give you the gist of what I did by Googling it myself. It's when your body converts emotional and psychological stress into a physical response. It causes people to have blindness, paralysis, or other nervous system issues that can't be explained through medical evaluation. They're basically saying that losing Blair caused Chuck so much emotional distress that his body has become numb to anything because it doesn't know how to deal with that pain. Is that not like the saddest thing you've ever heard? I don't know where they kind of got this idea, but that's what's happening. That's what's happening with Chuck at the minute. Bless his soul. His body is literally does not know how to function with the idea of not ending up with Blair Waldorf. Anyway, yeah, they're forming this little friendship, and Dan says to Chuck, he's like, I really need your help to get this book binned. I need to get it shelved. Like, I really can't have this come out, not with Blair and her wedding, and obviously he knows about the pregnancy, but he doesn't say anything. And Chuck's like, you know what, fine, I'll help you. So it turns out Beatrice's plan was to show Sophie that Blair is bulimic, so that she would disapprove of her again and choose Beatrice to take over the throne instead of Louis. Is that not so fucked? Is that not so fucked? Like, I'm not going to dwell on it too much because I feel like I've made my point quite clear that I think this is fucked, but this is just, she's just vile, isn't she? Anyway, and the priest, I feel like I should have had a picture of the priest because he does come up quite a bit, but I didn't even think to be honest. So just know that there's a priest here. And I've forgotten his name as well, so we're just going to call it, if I say the priest, I mean this guy. And the priest is in on it too, and he and Beatrice like make out, so we know that they're a thing. And Beatrice tells the priest, she's like, Sophie's going to be so happy to hear about her grandchild. So she's obviously not keeping that a secret. Blair goes to see Dan at the loft, and he's, chatting with her, and he's saying, you do have options this early on, which, yes, you always have options. I'm not going to get into it because I know it's a big debate at the minute, but women should always have options. They should always have choices. Everyone in the world should have the choice of what to do with their own body, and that's it. You don't even need to say any more than that. Like, your body should be your choice, your decision, what you want to do with it, and nobody should ever shame you for making that choice or make you feel like you can't make that choice or take that choice away from you. It's fucking sick and disgusting, I think, personally. Like I said, that's it. That's all I'm going to say on it. But pro-choice, always. Yeah. And obviously, Dan is pro-choice, okay? Be like Dan. Anyway, let's move on. So, Dan says to Blair, you do have options. And she says, I understand that I do, but personally, this baby was conceived out of love, no matter who the dad is, and I'm going to keep it. So she obviously decides to keep the baby. And Dan says, is there any chance, that it is Chuck's? And she says, it can't be Chuck's. We only slept together that one time, and she slept with Louis hundreds of times. But Dan says, you still should really find out just for the baby's sake. And she's like, what if I lose everything? And he's like, you'll still have me. Blair and Dan have such a cute friendship. Like, their friendship is so pure and it's so sweet, and they're just so kind to each other. And I really wish that the writers hadn't ruined it by getting Dan to fall for her. Like, I think if they'd kept it platonic and this cute, you know, friendship, I think that just would have been so much better. And just been just a far better story. But anyway, this is where we are. Ivy is stressed. She's like, Carol's gonna find out about this shit. Oh my god. You know, she's gonna find out that I'm back in New York, and Serena's like, it's fine. It's fine. And Blair is like, you know, you're more than welcome to stay here at the Waldorfs with us, because that's obviously where Serena lives. So then Carol calls Lily to say that she received a copy of this dodgy check that obviously Ivy gave over. So she's coming to New York to figure out what happened. And Lily tells Serena, she's like, look, when Carol comes, I'm not going to lie to her about Ivy, Charlie. She's like, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to tell her that she's not here when she is. So then when Ivy finds out that Carol's coming to New York, she rings Max again and is like, I've made a terrible, terrible mistake. Like, you know, like, I'm going to come to Portland and be with you. So Serena is like, no, you should please stay. And Ivy's like, look, I'm just going to go. Like, Carol obviously doesn't want me here. So she's like, okay, well, will you take the tickets, you know, that we were going to go to this fashion show together, we just return them. So when she goes to return them, they give her a dress that Serena organised for her to have, you know, to wear to the show and all this stuff. So she's like, you know what, I'll stay just for this fashion show and then I'm going to dip. So Dan is on a mission to make Chuck feel something again. So he gets him a dog. He gets him this dog called Monkey, and it's adorable, wholesome vibes. It's one of my favourite things. It's so cute. Dan then goes to Noah Shapiro, another author mentor that we've seen before, and because it turns out that Noah Shapiro's publisher are the same people that are publishing Inside. And Noah basically says to him, he's like, just leave it. He's like, I'm sure Inside isn't going to be a hit anyway. I wouldn't worry about it. Just let him publish it and it'll just go away. So it's kind of a tricky one because obviously Dan was writing about all his friends, which is kind of shitty, like fully like putting all their secrets and like all their, you know, how he feels about them and all their stuff into a book is kind of shitty. But at the same time, like, you know, he is a writer. Like, that's how he expresses his emotions and how he deals with things. So I understand why he kind of wrote the book. And had Vanessa not published it, like, he probably wouldn't have published it. Like, he didn't want it published. And he tried, bless him, really hard to get the book back. Like, he tried to stop it. So, yeah. I guess it is his fault for writing it, but to be fair, he wasn't trying to put it out into the world, like, for everyone to read and everyone to see. So, I don't blame Dan too much. Obviously, the big get here from the writers is for you to blame Vanessa. And I think it's a tricky one. I guess she did. There's two kind of arguments. I guess you could say she did it for Dan, because she felt like he was maybe too scared to publish it and that he really should because it's good. And, you know, she did it as kind of like a last effort to be a good friend to him. Or you could say because she was leaving, you know, she wanted to kind of expose everybody and it was kind of to get back at everybody. I guess it depends which side of the coin you land on, really. And honestly, I don't really know myself. So let me know what you think. So Diana is being as icky as ever. This woman boils my blood. But you know what? She kind of does and she doesn't. I mean, she does, but she kind of is a little bit of a queen. You'll see. So, yeah. So basically, Diana is being as icky as ever. Nate, bless him, is just trying to do his job and is trying to do well at this spectator job she's given him. But all she wants him for is sex, basically. She's not even giving him any work to do. He says, look, I don't want to have sex with you with everyone in the office. Like, that's awkward, like, while everyone's here. So she just fires all of them. She goes out there and she fires every single one of them so that she can sleep with Nate in privacy. Unreal. Nate is like, look, if you only hired me for sex, then I'm going to go and get another internship. Like, I don't want to deal with this. She's like, you know what? Fine. I want you to go and interview people at the Jenny Packham show this evening, which is also the one that Ivy is going to, okay? Keep that in mind. Blair's paternity test results are in. She gets the letter, and Dorota and Dan want her to open them, but she keeps putting it off and she doesn't want to open the letter, right? Dan goes over to support her opening them and she insists, look, I just want to do my Hello Magazine interview and then I will open the results afterwards, okay? I promise. He then is shocked. Daniel is shocked because he gets a text, well, he gets a blast from Gossip Girl saying that Gossip Girl knows who wrote this mystery Upper East Side tell-all book. So despite Noah saying, oh, it's probably going to be shit and not a hit, Gossip Girl knows about it, and it's a tell-all of the Upper East Side. Like, everyone is going to want to read this book. Blair's doing a Hello magazine interview, and during it, they tell her that Louis said he is nowhere near ready to be a father at this point in his life. So she's a bit like, oh, shit. Dan goes back to Noah to try and find out, like, more information, I guess. I don't really know. Anyway, when he gets there, Noah's gone. And then his agent, Alessandra, she tells Dan, she's like, oh yeah, Noah's, he's gone. He's publishing a new book called Inside. After her interview, Blair says, I'm going to go to the Jenny Packham fashion show, and she rips up the paternity letter. Meanwhile, Dan goes to Chuck, to basically confide in him about the book. And Chuck says to him, he's like, look, either own up that the book is yours or let it go and let Noah have the book. If you really don't want your name attached to it, just let it go. Also, there's a little side plot where Rufus has been sneaking around meeting Lily's lawyer to try and get her ankle monitor taken off early, as a surprise for her. But to be honest, she got off easy with the fucking ankle monitor anyway. She should have been in jail. So it's sweet from Rufus because Rufus is a sweetie, but I don't really care. If you're watching Love Island 2020, oh my god, I fucking love Love Island. But you know what I love more than Love Island? I love Ekin-Su and Davide. They need to win it. By the time this video comes out, Love Island 2020 will be long gone. But if this is in the future and they haven't won it, I'm going to be so upset. And I'm glad I'm living in a moment now where I'm happy and I don't know that tragedy yet. But I think they're going to win it. And I hope they do. They're so freaking cute. I love them. There's big drama at this Jenny Packham fashion show, so let's get straight into it. So Diana tells Nate to ask this guy at the party about Mykonos. And when he interviews him, basically him asking about it confirmed to his wife that he was cheating on him. So it all kicked off big time. And it turns out, that's exactly what Diana wanted. And she was filming the whole thing. And Nate's a bit I don't know about journalism, to ruin people's lives. He's having a bit of a moral crisis, as we know. He's our good boy. At the party, Ivy confides in Blair and she's like, look, Carol has some things that she can hold over my head, if I don't go. And Blair's like, well, surely you also have things that you can hold over her head. It's your life. Do whatever you want, basically. Oh, also, I've got it in my notes that Blair looks amazing in the dress that she's wearing, so love that for her as well. So Lily and Rufus show up to the event because he manages to get her ankle thing off early, so they show up together. And he tells her, he's like, don't worry about people are saying, it doesn't matter. And it's so cute because Rufus is so, confident at these events now. It's such good character development from him because in the beginning, he was so awkward, didn't know how to talk to people at these things. Obviously did the opera for dummies when he went to his first big event. So it's so cute that now he's just yeah, no big deal, Lily, come to the event with me. Carol also shows up and she, Lily and Rufus are to Ivy, they're what are you doing here? I didn't realise you were still here, what's happening? So meanwhile, Dan found the letter, right? So Dorota, she pieced it back together and she's like, Blair won't read this letter. So Dan's like, right, I'm taking the letter, I'm going to the fashion show, and we're opening this letter. So he goes, and they have this whole ass argument about it. He's like, take it. She's like, take it back. He's like, it's yours. And she's like, no, I don't want it. Great dynamic. A comedy duo, these two, honestly. So then we also find out that Diana had everyone turn in their phones at the start of the party. The spectators like hosting this party or whatever. Made it seem like, we don't want pictures of the fashion to get out or whatever. But actually she did it so that she could have the inside scoop on anything. Any drama that happened, she could take the pictures and she could own all of it to give to the spectator, right? And then Nate, his moral compass is not working at the minute because he's like, well, if you have all these phones, like, and you want drama, why don't you just look at them? Nathaniel Archibald. Why don't you just invade people's privacy? For your newspaper, just go for it. Nate's all good guy, moral high ground, and all this stuff, but then he does shady shit like this. And he does turn a blind eye to shady shit quite a lot. So maybe he's not the golden boy. To be fair, no one is. Aside from Dorota and Cyrus. They're the only people that do no wrong in this show, I feel like. He does take Dan and Blair's phones out of the pile, though. So I guess his conscience is still working part-time because he knows not to throw his friends under the bus. But these complete strangers, sure, have all their secrets. So then they keep Ivy's phone because they're like, who's Ivy? Like, we don't know any Ivy that's here. So Diana keeps it because she's like, I want to figure out who this mystery girl is. And Carol threatens Ivy. She's like, you can't stay here. Like, you're not one of them. And so Ivy does a full-on Uno reverse card. And she's like, what are you going to tell them? She's like, are you going to tell them that you hired an actress to come here and pretend to be your daughter to all these people and trick all your family members so that you could get her trust fund? Is that really what you're going to tell them? And Carol's like, shit, you're right. She's like, God damn it, you've got me on this one. She got her nicely on that one. Blair goes to the Empire to tell Chuck that she's pregnant. And the baby is Louise. But she says, there was a part of me that really wanted it to be yours. No, not again. Not again. Can you imagine if the baby was his? Such a good story. It would be such a good story. Also, like, she came to see him earlier in the episode and she thought that he'd gotten rid of Monkey. Like, she thought that he was just like, get rid of this dog. But actually, he'd just gotten him, like, done. Like, he'd just taken him, like, he was just off at the vet, like, being done. Leighton's acting is so, so good. Like, she's so good because you can see it. Like, you can feel Blair's change of emotion when she realises that Chuck actually is keeping Monkey and he's not getting rid of him. She's starting to see that he is becoming, like, he is a better person. And, like, that maybe had, she, like, had it been his, that he maybe would have wanted it. Like, obviously, a dog is different to a baby. Like, he wants a dog, he might not want to be a dad, but I think that realization and that sadness of, like, oh, maybe, like, if it was his, like, then we could have been a family and it could, like, all this stuff, like, you almost can see it all on Leighton's face, or, like, Blair's face. It's just, the acting is 10 out of 10. Anyway, and then when she leaves, Chuck cries. Which basically means that finding out that Blair is going to have a baby with someone else hurt him so much that it made him, like, overcome his conversion disorder. I don't even care. Okay, I know he's a shitty character, but that's fucking sad. And it gets me every time, okay? And Monkey comes over to comfort him. Nobody speak to me for like 7 business days. So then Dan goes to the inside celebration dinner to basically be like, no, I didn't write this book, I wrote it. And it turns out that was the whole plan. It was all a ruse by Noah to get Dan to own up to writing the book. Also, Dan gets a note from A. Like, it's from Alessandra. I can't remember what it's about. But it literally says, like, A. And I was like, oh my God, what a crossover. So then Lily invites Ivy to come and live with them. And Ivy tells Carol, she's like, look, I'll get Cece to reinstate your access to the trust fund. You'll have access to the trust fund. I'll have access to the trust fund and get to have a family, deal. And Carol's kind of like, you know what, you're on your own now. I've got my money. do whatever you like. So Blair tells Louis about the pregnancy and he's really, really happy, which is cute. And he says, you know, he's like, it was basically just a media thing. Like, I only told Hello that I wasn't ready to be a father so that when you got interviewed, you wouldn't be bombarded with questions being like, oh, Louis said he wants to be a dad. Are you guys trying? When are you going to, like, and all this stuff. He was just doing it, like, to protect her from that. So then Blair looks at the letter all weird, and she hides it. I don't know if it's explained, like, later on why she, like, looks at the letter all weird. I kind of took it to mean that, like, if he saw the letter, then he would know that she wasn't sure if he was the dad or not. So then he would know that she had slept with someone else, like, recently-ish, you know, during their relationship. So I think that's what you're supposed to think. You can also kind of take it as, like, oh, maybe she, like, lied. Like, maybe it actually is Chuck's. I've seen that theory online a lot. Like, oh, maybe she looked at the letter weird because it actually is Chuck's, but I feel like she would have just said, like, it would have just made more sense, like, for her to just say. So I think it's more of a, she doesn't want him to see the letter because then he'll know that she wasn't sure about who was the dad, which I don't know why she doesn't just throw it away, but whatever. Dan gets a copy of his book, but he tells Alessandra that no one will be coming to the launch party for it because he hasn't actually told anybody yet that he has written this book about all of them, because that's not going to go down well. So Nate and Diana, they're at the office and they're going through all the dirt that they got from people's phones. And they're looking at this Ivy phone and they're like, who's she got? Like, none of her contacts are saved or anything like that. But Nate recognizes one of the numbers in her phone. And so he goes to Serena and he's like, do you know an Ivy? Because your number is in her phone. So Ivy, like, hears this and she panics and she's like, oh shit. Ivy, like, runs in and she's like, oh, I was at the party. Like, I might remember her if you show me, the phone, if you show me a picture, something like that. Like, I might be able to point her out to you. So he takes her to the Spectator office. Diana comes in and she's absolutely fuming and she's like, how could you bring her here? Like, get her out, basically. You need to get rid of her. And as Ivy's leaving, she steals the phone, which was so freaking obvious. Like, how do you think she's going to get away with that shit? But Diana then calls the phone, and obviously Ivy fucking answers it. And so Diana figures out, obviously, that it's her, and they meet up, and Ivy tells her everything. She just tells her the whole story. And Ivy's like, you know what? I'm willing to protect you if you'll let me. But I want to give you a job at the Spectator. You're my little person on the inside now, okay? On the street, Blair bumps into Chuck. So cute. He's walking Monkey, and they have a little bit of chat, and Monkey barks. And Blair, like, stumbles, and Chuck catches her. It's just so cute. It's a cute moment, but then someone takes a picture and puts it onto Gossip Girl, which obviously doesn't look great. It turns out that they were walking to the Vanderwoodsons for a meeting that Dan has requested they all be at. So he gives Blair, Chuck, Nate, Serena, Lily, and Rufus each a copy of his new book inside. He says, it's based around your lives. I wanted to give you the chance to read it before it comes out, basically. But he's publishing it no matter what. Remember this. Like, he's not really doing it for their opinion on the book, just more so they're aware of what's gonna come out. And Serena is, like, kind of makes a joke, and she's obviously convinced that she will be, not hero, but, like, she'll be, like, the big love interest of Dan's book. You know, and she'll be all nice in it and portrayed really nicely, and kind of pokes fun at the fact that Blair will be like a villain, which obviously, as we know, is not the case. Nate realizes that Dan made him gay in the book, and he's like, you know, do I have game? And Dan's like, definitely. And he's like, you know what? I'm cool with that then. Love that. An LGBT ally in Nate Archibald. Blair tells Louis that she isn't going to read it, you know, that Dan probably wrote awful things about her in that book because they, you know, weren't friends for a long time, especially during high school. So she says she has no interest in reading it. And then he asks her about the whole Gossip Girl blast with Chuck, and she's like, oh, I promise it was innocent. We were just on our way to this meeting that Dan called. But Louis getting a bit like, okay, how many times am I going to believe this? even though it is true, to be fair. But it looks bad. Serena is actually excelling at her job with Jane. She's doing really well. She even managed to get Daniel Day-Lewis to read one of their scripts, which really impressed Jane. And then a guy in her office is reading inside. And he's like, I kind of wish... Oh wait, so if the guy's reading it, then the book must be out. So maybe it's just like a launch, like party, like maybe the book got released that day and he was just giving them all copies. Anyway, doesn't really matter, they all have a copy of the book. But yeah, so a guy in her office is reading it and he's like, oh, I wish I knew who wrote inside so that I could know like who it was about. She just fully admits that she dated him. She's like, oh, I dated the author. And so the guy is like, oh, so you must be Sabrina then. He's like, oh, so it seems like what the author wrote about you was pretty accurate because you seem to get everything very easily. And Serena's like, oh, well, I'm sure that Sabrina matures throughout the book as Dan gets to know her better, as, Dan got to know me better and knew that I wasn't that shallow kind of girl that he thought I was. He's like, I don't know about that because I'm not really far from the end of the book and Sabrina hasn't changed. So Serena's a bit like, how has he written about me in this book? Like, she's real confused. And then she gets a call from Daniel Day-Lewis's like agent, I think, basically saying that he isn't gonna take the job that he said he would because of Serena's portrayal in Dan's book. So he's literally cost her like a big client for her like job. So she's big pissed. Also, Dan kills Chuck. Can you imagine if I just left it there? And also Dan kills Chuck. Moving on. Dan kills Chuck in the book. At the end of the book, he dies. And Chuck isn't fussed. He's like, sure, whatever, doesn't matter to me. And then Nate is also he's not going to read the book. Nate doesn't read, bless him. But Chuck tells him, he's like, oh, were you not, bothered that Dan combined your character and Eric's character into one character? And Nate was a bit like, oh, like, I wasn't good enough to have, like, my own character? Like, that's a bit weird. And Louis lies to Blair and says that his family can't make it to this event thing. And she's like, oh, well, why don't we do something else? And he kind of blows her off and he's like, no, like, you know what? You should go to Dan's book release party because I'm sure he'd love to see you there. But when he leaves, she's kind of confused. She's like, what? And she figures out that he was lying about the family. He's like, his family are fine. Like, why is he being real cold? And Dorota's like, I saw him reading inside Dan's book and he didn't look happy. So Blair decides that she's going to read the book for herself to basically see what Louis read. And she's big mad. She's big mad. We're going to Dan's book launch party. So, Chuck shows up and Alessandra, tells him how sad Chuck's character is. And how sad it is that he was hanging for so long before anyone found him. Which is dark. Like, that is dark. So basically what Dan had written about Chuck is that he obviously ended his life, and because he'd isolated no one and he didn't really have anyone that cared about him, it took like ages for someone to actually find him, like find his body. Like, how sad is that? Can you imagine if someone wrote that about you? Like, I know it's like, oh, Dan's like, it's a work of fiction, but obviously it's based like around their lives and kind of how he sees them fundamentally, I suppose. Nate doesn't show up. It's like, me and Dan are supposed to be best friends, and I wasn't even prevalent enough in his life to have my own character, so he's pissed he doesn't show up. Blair is also angry because he wrote that on the night that they had their kiss, if you rewind, to when they were like, should we try and see if there's something there, and they kissed, Dan writes in his book that kiss led to them having sex. Obviously, when we know they didn't have sex. And she's like, look, there's just friendship here. Like, that is it. There's just friendship. And now I don't even think there's friendship here after what you've done. And now Louis is angry at Blair because he thinks that she slept with Dan and obviously didn't say anything. He's like, well, it must be true that you slept with Dan because why else would Dan ask me to kill this story if it wasn't true? So Blair's just like, you've literally fucked me over. We're friends and you've written this and now it's blown up my whole relationship. So Serena comes and she's also angry because of how she was portrayed in the book. She's portrayed as shallow and selfish, that she chooses flirting with guys over family events, and that she could basically lose her job because of what Dan wrote about her. So outside of the party, Chuck tells Louis that it would be a huge mistake to leave Blair and to lose her. He says he has a chance to have love in his life with Blair, unlike Chuck, who doesn't have the chance to have love in his life. Like, look at me. At the end of the book, I die alone, okay? So don't lose Blair over this. Like, you have the chance to be loved by her, so you should take it. So Serena is angry at Dan, and she says she just doesn't understand why he portrayed her the way that he did, because he made her into someone that she felt like she could be proud of, and all he's done is remember the terrible things that she did. And he's like, well, you did do those things. And she's like, it's not about the things that I did, it's about the way that you wrote about them. He basically tries to leave to find Blair, and Serena tries to stop him. She's like, well, I'm not done talking to you. And he's like, look, if you can't see the difference between what I did to Blair and what I did to you, then maybe your portrayal in the book is more accurate than you think it is. Which is like, oh shit. Which is he's kind of right. Like, obviously he's almost blown up Blair's marriage here. And yes, Serena got in trouble at work, but it's not on that same level. I don't know. I guess I kind of see both sides. Like, I understand why Serena's upset, because Dan was like, for a long time, he was the love of her life. And for him to write about her like that is kind of unnecessary, because he did love her, and they're obviously in a good-ish place now. I mean, they're not best friends, but they don't have any, like, hard feelings, it doesn't seem like. So for him to then make her kind of this shallow, selfish person in his book, like, that is gonna sting. So I do understand why she was upset, and I do think it was kind of uncalled for by Dan. But I think definitely with Blair, the repercussions are far worse. And obviously Serena should understand that and should want to be there for her friend rather than jumping straight to, oh, look what you did to me. So yeah, that was Dan's book launch. Not really the event I think he was hoping for, but probably the event that he expected to happen. You can't write about, because no one really comes off well. Do you know what I mean? Like, poor Chuck dies alone. Serena is portrayed as, yes, selfish and shallow. Blair, I mean, she's portrayed nicely, but the backlash that it has by saying that he slept with her when he actually didn't is not good. And poor Nate isn't even his own character. He set himself up. Like, he really did. But I wish so badly that Inside was real. How good would that have been? I think that would have been absolute genius marketing. Obviously, it would have been kind of long, but at this point, Gossip Girl had so much money, they could have paid someone to ghostwrite, or not even ghostwrite, but just someone to write a book called Inside. Or yeah, ghostwrite it, but release it as, like, Inside by Dan Humphrey. Like, would that not have been so good? Roll with me for a second, we're sidestepping. But, like, can you imagine if at the time when this season launched, right, at the exact same time, the same, like, day that, say, this episode came out of the launch party, they released a book. Like, Dan Humphrey released a book. So, like, someone ghostwrote it or whatever, or wrote it under the, what is it, like, pseudonym, I think? When you write something under a different name, of Dan Humphrey. So they release it, it's by Dan Humphrey, or Daniel Humphrey, or whatever it was that he releases it as. And it's called Inside. It has the same cover. Art, it looks exactly the same as the one that they have in the show. The character names are the same. Dylan Hunter, Sabrina, Claire, you know, all that stuff is all the same. Tell me that would not be so good. Like, and yeah, it comes out at the same time, and then you could read Inside. Like, that would be so cool. Like, and then when everyone's angry in the show and all this stuff, you kind of understand it more because you would be able to read it. Like, you obviously get told why they're angry about the things they're angry about, but you never get to read any of Inside. Like, you never get to actually experience the way that these characters were written about and why they feel like it was harsh, or, you know, all that stuff. You obviously realise that he loves Blair because he writes about her so in such a good light, but you don't actually get to see it. Like, you don't get to read how he wrote about her, which I think would have been so cool. They should have done that. Like, they should have released Inside as an actual book. You as a Gossip Girl fan could have read it and been invested in it and been like, oh my god, like, feel like you're kind of like in the show and you get why everyone's so upset because you also get to read Inside. Wow. That would have been such a good idea. I should honestly be like on someone's PR or marketing team, because it's one of my favourite things is to come up with like stuff like this. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll write Inside. I'll do it. I'll take one for the team. Then the next day, Blair tells Serena that she's pregnant, and Serena is really excited for her, and, you know, she's there for her, anything that she needs, which is really sweet. And these two, they have a lot of ups and downs, but when they're on the ups, they are so cute. So then Louise shows up, and Blair basically gives him this ultimatum. She's like, look, either you trust me or you don't. And, you know, if you don't trust me, then you have to let me go. Basically, he's like, I could never let you go. Obviously, I'll trust you, you know, all this stuff. And the thing is, like, they literally make Louis out to be the nicest guy. Like, he's this Prince of Monaco, he's, you know, kind and forgiving, seems to really care about Blair, but he is just not someone you can root for. I don't know if anyone else gets this. Like, even when I was watching Gossip Girl for the very first time, before what you're going to see, basically, I didn't like him. Like, even when I watched Gossip Girl for the very first time and we first met Louis and all these stories were happening and he was being, you know, nice to Blair and everything, like, I just could never like him. And I don't know if that was, like, intentional. I don't know if there's meant to be, like, something off about him and you're just not really supposed to like him because obviously you're supposed to root for Chuck. But he doesn't really give you any reason to not like him. But he's still so unlikable. Does anyone else get that? Like, when you first watched Gossip Girl for the very first time and you saw Louis, like, and this whole storyline start to play out, was there ever a time where you liked him? Like, there must be Louis and Blair shippers out there. Obviously, well, you'll see. But in the early days, like, were there people that were like, this is the man for her? So then her and Louis, you know, they're all cuddly and they hug, but you can kind of tell that he's still not 100% happy, like, with what's happened. And also Serena is threatened by Jane, her boss, like the movie boss lady, basically saying that because of the book and her losing that Daniel Day-Lewis job, that the only way that she is going to keep her job, she's like, I'm going to fire you, but you can keep your job if you manage to get me the movie rights to the Inside book, okay? This is how much of a hit Dan's book is. Like, they already want to make it into a movie. And so she's like, Serena, you have to get the rights. And Serena's like, I literally just, like, basically cut all ties with Dan and told him that he was awful. Now, shit. So then Chuck goes to Lily and he kind of confides in her about the fact that he's always on his own. And, you know, she says to him, there are people that care very deeply for you if you will let them. So she's basically saying, you know, there are people that love you. If you, like, add it up, compared to, like, Carter Bazin, like, Chuck's got a lot of people that love him. You know, he's got Serena. He obviously doesn't have Blair in a relationship way, but still in a friendship way. He has Nate. Nate loves him to death. Dan is trying to be his friend. He has Lily and Rufu, I suppose, to a certain extent. Eric always loved him. I thought that was a cute dynamic in the early season that they never brought back, really. They don't interact really after that. So, yeah. I feel like she's basically just saying, like, you just have to let people in because they can't care about you and be there for you if you don't actually let them. But then Rufus, Rufu, he goes to Dan and he's really disappointed with his portrayal in the book. He's not angry like everyone else. He's just disappointed, and that is even worse. If Rufu was disappointed in me, I'd actually cry. But anyway, he goes to him and he's basically like, I never expected you to be, what is it? I never expected you to be a hero, but I never expected to end up the fool. So in Dan's book, he portrays Rufus as a has-been. He portrays him as a has-been, a trophy husband. I just think it's so shitty. Like, out of everyone, I feel like this one honestly stings the most, because all we ever see in Rufus and Dan's dynamic is how much he loves Dan. And he always has. Like, and he gave up so much to raise Dan, because obviously he had Dan, I think, kind of young-ish, which kind of like, you know, he stopped touring and he stopped doing all his Linkin Hawk stuff when he had Dan. And he has always loved him and always stuck up for him and tried to do the best for him. So for Dan to then write about him like that in his book is honestly such a slap in the face. I think it was so cruel. And then ultimately Dan is left all alone, like his character Dylan Hunter is at the end of Inside. They kind of tell us, well, Dan says that at the end of his book, he's left all alone. Like, he's like, I come out the worst, one of the worst of anybody, like, because I say all these things and then I end up alone, or, you know, and all this stuff. But that doesn't really help. I don't think that really helped Rufus. So yeah, Rufus leaves and then Dan's left all on his ones. He's basically severed his ties with everyone that he's ever cared about. They never mention Jenny though. Rufus never mentions Jenny's portrayal in the book. No one ever says if Jenny's even in the book. I assume that she is. And Vanessa, either of them, they never get a mention about whether they're in the book or how they're portrayed in the book if they are in it. Just adding to the disrespect. So then Eleanor and Cyrus are all excited for the baby, which is all cute. And Sophie, Louise's mum, is actually excited as well. But Serena, she is still mad at Blair for not telling her about Dan. So then Dan goes to the Empire and he brings a collar for Monkey that gives to Chuck. How freaking cute is that? But Nate leaves when he sees Dan because he's still all pissy and mad about the book. Which I get. Like, he's like, you know, we're supposed to be like real good friends and I'm not even a proper character. But the way the proper characters were shown in this book, I'd be grateful that I was just a side character in this shit show. Then later when Chuck's walking in the park with Monkey, he bumps into this psychologist lady, and he gets her number. And then later on, he basically, like, tries to seduce her, but it doesn't work. She's like, look, do you want help or not? And he's like, not really. But he's, for some reason, on this mission to sleep with this psychologist. So he goes to Nate, because Nate knows how to speak old lady, and which is bare facts. Like, in Catherine, Diana, they're not old, but, like, they are. Like, Diana's, like, what, 30s? 40? Like, are they supposed to be, like, late 30s or something, these two? Like, when she and Nate got together, Nate was only, like, 17. And then, obviously, he's, like, I think 19 or 20 now in this other season, in season 5. But, like, I feel like it's still a little bit weird. It's still a little bit weird. And Nate's like, well, just pretend to be interested in what she's interested in and it'll work. So then in return, Nate's like, can you give me some advice on crossing the line to succeed? And Chuck's like, look, if this is about Diana, he's like, spend more time with Ivy. Well, obviously they call her Charlie. At this point, I'm just gonna say this now. When I talk about, I don't know if I explained this already, but when I say Ivy, I do mean Ivy, but like nobody knows that she's Ivy. So if I say like, oh, Chuck spoke about Ivy to Nate, in their world, they're still calling her Charlie. But I feel like that is confusing because we obviously know that she's Ivy now. So I'm gonna call her Ivy. But everybody else, when they are referring to her, they are talking about Charlie Rhodes. But yeah, so he says to spend more time with Ivy, which will cross a line with Diana, and, you know, maybe she'll commit to you more, or some shit will become official, or I don't really know what his game is. I don't know why he likes Diana. So anyway, Chuck goes back to the psychologist, and she basically reads him to filth, and the man is shook. She's basically like, you know, you act like a child because you never really had a proper childhood. You have a long way to go before you can have a happy and normal life. Fucking brutal. And he's just kind of like, okay. Help me then. Then Diana and Nate are about to launch The Spectator, like have this big launch for it. But Gossip Girl sends out this blast basically saying that a competitor of hers stole phones from the Jenny Packham party in order to get, you know, drama on everyone. So they are like, right, okay, we're going to put the launch on hold because we don't want people to know that it was us that did that, even though it's going to be so obvious. But yeah, Diana thinks that it was Ivy that leaked the story to Gossip Girl. And she also asks Nate to get her an interview or like a story with Blair, because obviously she's now going to be like the Princess of Monaco. So then when they're back at the Vanderwoodsons, Ivy, I can't remember how she finds out. I think she like overhears, or Eric mentioned something or something like that, about there being these dossiers on Serena, Lily, and Eric, the ones that Bart made. If we time travel back to, I think, season 1, when they all found those folders that had all their life secrets in, basically. So she finds out about these, and she wants to see them. So she convinces Rufus and Lily to go to dinner at the Waldorfs, so she can basically get the apartment to herself. Ivy calls Nate over and asks him to help her get into the safe, and he does because he knows Chuck's password for the safe. And once they're in there, they start reading the files again with the messy morals, Nathaniel. So they start reading the files, and then Nate, part-time conscious, clocks in, and he's like, you know what, this is wrong. We shouldn't be reading these. We shouldn't be using them for any kind of, you know, story or anything. And also, like, he's a bit surprised. He's like, this is your family. Like, Ivy, he's like, this is your family, so why do you want to, like, read all this stuff about them? Like, he finds it a little bit weird, and she's like, you know what, no, you're right. We shouldn't do this. Like, she obviously doesn't care because they're not our actual family, but she's like, oh, yeah, like, she doesn't want to look bad. So she says to Nate, you know what, you're right, I'll put them back in the safe. But she doesn't. So Diana goes to Nate and is like, you know what, I found a good enough story on my own, like, you don't need to go snooping for me anymore. And we find out that Ivy gave Diana the files. She gave her all the files, but she looks through them and she's like, you know what, there's not really any stories here. She's like, everything in these files is already on Gossip Girl. So it's a bit pointless, basically. So she gives her the files and is like, just take them back. But she slyly takes something from Bart's files, and keeps it, and then gives the files back. And it turns out to be a photo of a girl who looks like her, and she burns it. So we've got some kind of weird connection here, we don't know what yet, between Bart and Diana. So then back to the Grimaldis. So Beatrice is basically trying to convince Sophie that Blair won't hold up family traditions. She's like, you know, she's not going to protect our family traditions. It's a whole thing. Blair wants the baby to be born in New York in the same hospital that she was born in, but they want the baby to be born in Monaco. And just kind of like other things, you know, they're like, oh, the baby's going to be born in Monaco and go to school in Switzerland. That's what we always do. And Blair's just kind of like, I feel like I don't have any say in my own kid's life, so she's just starting to get pissed off with everyone. So she goes to Serena, but, you know, Serena kind of brushes her off.
Quit. Your boss is a bitch. Let's go get lunch.
So then afterwards, she feels like Serena doesn't really care about her anymore. So, you know, she calls Louis and she's like, I'm ready to move to Monaco. Do you know what I mean? She's not got Chuck anymore. Her and Dan have cut ties since he wrote about her like that in his book. she didn't really speak to Nate anymore, and now Serena, who's supposed to be her best friend, did this awful thing to her, and they're kind of on the mend, but also not really. And it seems like, you know, Serena doesn't care. So she's kind of like, you know, you're supposed to be my family now, so let's go. So Louis is like, you know, I don't want you to feel like you have to give in to the pressure that they're kind of putting on you. And Blair's like, you know what, no, I want to do it for me, so tell Sophie to get the Grimaldi birthing suite ready for me in Monaco. So then at the Waldorfs, Beatrice is introduced to Diana, right? And these two, what a match made in heaven. So Beatrice says to Diana, she's like, to be honest with you, I thought that once he married Blair, he would be out the picture. But now it's, you know, she thought maybe, I don't know, like they would shun him for marrying her, and she would get the throne, or maybe, you know, Blair wouldn't want to move, so then he would move to New York, thus she still gets the throne. Kind of like that. She was like, you know, I thought this would solve all my issues. And Diana's like, how about I can still get you what you want if you offer me, the spectator, the whole story on this little royal feud that you have going. So Beatrice is like, yeah, go on then, I'll give you the exclusive if you can help me. Sophie has written out a contract for Blair to sign, and this is just utter lunacy. So she's like, you have to sign this contract before you can marry Louis. And it says that she can't be in New York for more than 48 hours at a time. And if she does, then she basically loses custody of her baby to their family. Is that not crazy? There's more rules. I think there's other ones. I can't remember what they are now. But basically, if she breaks any of them, she loses custody of her child. Her own child. She will lose custody of her child to the Grimaldis. Is that not the most batshit thing you've ever heard? Utterly crazy. So yeah. And Cyrus is like, you can't sign this. Like, this is crazy. Because obviously he's a lawyer. So he's reading through this contract and he's like, are you sure you want to sign this shit? Like, this is crazy. And Sophie says, you know, she didn't originally have the clause in there about losing custody, but then Beatrice suggested it, and so she decided to keep it in there. They say, they're like, if you don't sign this contract, then you'll be shunned, basically. She was like, we won't accept you, we won't accept your child into our family, like, you will be out. And Louise like, well, that's actually my child too, so you can't not acknowledge them. You can't not acknowledge her as well, which we'll have a Roman Reigns shout out. And they're just kind of like, they're at this weird standstill where Blair either has to choose for her baby and her husband to be shunned from the royal family, literally like Harry and Meghan style, or she does sign the contract so they can be royalty, but if she doesn't follow one of these rules, she will lose custody of her child. Like, what kind of choice is that to make? For me, the choice seems clear. It's the shunning. Personally, I would rather not be at risk of losing custody of my child. That's just me personally. So yeah, he's basically like, you can't do this. So Sophie's like, fine. She's like, you guys are making a huge mistake. And then Eleanor and Blair have this real sweet moment where she tells her that she thinks she's going to be an amazing mother.
A wonderful mother. Thank you for saying that.
So Serena comes home and she apologizes to Blair and she's like, I'm sorry that I was so rude. You know, when you were the star of Dan's book, it really hurt me. And, you know, Blair's like, it's all fiction. Like, don't worry about it. Like, it's absolutely fine. So Serena basically just admits that she was jealous. Which, can you imagine? Like, at the beginning of this show being like, Dan's going to write a book at the end and the star of it is going to be Blair Waldorf. Not. And Serena van der Woodsen is basically going to be kind of like the villain of this book. Like, really? So then the next day, Serena invites Dan to breakfast, basically pretending to forgive him so that she can get the rights to his book, the movie rights for her boss, Jane. Yeah, so Dan goes to speak to her and he says, you know, I would love to give Serena the rights to my book. That would be something I would really like to do. And Alessandra's kind of against it. She's like, you know, we've already got some pretty heavy hitters lining up wanting the rights to this book. She's like, even Harvey Weinstein, which huge yikes. Gossip Girl is showing its age there. So then when Serena goes back to the office, Jane is big pissed because she finds out that Dan and Harvey are already in talks to make the Inside movie. So Serena's like, okay, don't even worry about it. And then posts online that Dan has given the rights of the book to her company. Like, it's already a done deal. So then Dan goes and he's pissed at Jane. He's like, why did you make Serena leak this? Like, you know, I wanted to give her the rights anyway, I was trying to, but then this whole thing happened. And Jane's like, I would never leak this. Like, she's like, fake leaking is for absolute amateurs. And Serena's like, I'm the absolute amateur. She's like, I did it. I leaked it. So Dan's like, well, you scared everyone away now, like, for the movie. And it's like, the book is fiction. He's like, it's based on lots of things. Like, I don't want you holding this grudge against me for it. And I feel like with Dan, the whole Inside thing, I kind of flip-flop between sympathizing with Dan and really not sympathizing with Dan. But in this case, I do kind of understand. Like, he didn't have to be so obvious with the names, like Sabrina, like, are you kidding? But at the same time, you know, it is fiction. Like, he openly admits that it's fiction. Obviously, when you read it, some of the things in there obviously didn't happen. And he makes up the endings, obviously, like, because Chuck's alive. Maybe he's not alive and well, but he's alive. And, you know, Nate is obviously half a character. Like, it's not... I feel like everyone treats it like it's an autobiography when it's a work of fiction, like, inspired by true events or whatever they say. So, yeah. I get why she's upset, but I also get Dan's frustration in, like, to you guys, like, it obviously seems like it comes from all these very serious places. I feel like Dan kind of sees it more as maybe, like, caricatures of them, you know, like the real, just most awful points of them, or the most, like, thing that comes to the surface maybe sometimes, or the worst thing he's thought about them, you know, those are the things that make good characters. Like, he wasn't going to have 2 stars of his book. He wasn't going to have it be, I dated this girl and I loved her and then it kind of fizzled out and got weird. Like, what kind of story is that for a book? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I feel like it wouldn't really have made for much of a story for him to tell it exactly how it happened. So I feel like, yeah, I can kind of see both sides on it. And Serena kind of throws a bit of a wild card out there, and she says to Dan, she's like, you are, like, the love of my life, and I just thought that I was yours too.
But you were the love of my life, Dan. I don't know, I guess I just thought I was yours too. Which
is quite bold, considering the fact that we haven't seen these two together for, like, well, maybe it hasn't been that long, actually. Like, since the beginning of, no, the finale of season 4? Like, yeah, the beginning of season 4, I guess. We saw them kind of reignite it a little bit. We see them a couple times throughout the show, but, like, in terms of actually full-on dating committed, they haven't dated since season 1. So I thought this came a little bit out of left field, I'm not gonna lie. But that's her reason for being upset. So I do get it. I feel like that would really sting. So then later, Dan basically calls Serena and he's like, I want to give you the rights to the movie. He's like, you know, you inspired this book in the first place and I trust you to do right by the book when it comes to the movie. But he says his only condition is that he wants to write the screenplay. He doesn't want someone else to write it. So she's like, great, fabulous, done deal. So then Chuck leaves a message for the psychologist lady. Her name's Dr. Barnes. And he, you know, says that she was right about him, that he needs help. And he's now in a place where he feels like he's ready to get help. and he wants to do better and be better. So then back to Blair. She apologizes to Louis for making him choose between her and his mother. And, you know, he replies that she is his only family now, which is like, whoa, fucking hell. So then Blair goes to have a bath, and we realise that Louis has found her paternity test results. He's found the letter. So he calls Dr. Barnes. I feel like I should have had a picture of her. And says to her, like, you know, we have a problem. Like, I have a problem, I need to discuss it with you. Nate and Diana are having sex again. Ew. He says he wants them to make their official debut at the Spectator launch party, right? And Diana's basically pieing him off. She, for whatever reason, doesn't want to make their relationship public. So then Diana goes to Serena and asks her if she wants to write a column for The Spectator. And Serena's like, you know, from my experience with Gossip Girl, like, I would never want to write about someone, like, in that way. Because I have been written about, you know, in, I guess Gossip Girl's technically kind of like a tabloid kind of thing. And she was basically like, I don't want to do that to somebody else, right? So then Nate and Ivy are tasked with handing out these VIP invites to the Spectator party, right? And Ivy, I can't remember why, but she's like, I need to do something else. So she gives Nate the rest of her invitations that she was told to give out, right? And in this pile is a guy called Keith. And Nate goes to him to deliver it, and it turns out that Diana has been dating this Keith guy, right, for months. And so Nate is fuming. He's big pissed because he's like, well, this is obviously why you didn't want to be official, because you're already official with somebody else who's actually like her age and would be an appropriate fit for her. Just saying. Nate. So then Chuck's seeing the therapist, Dr. Barnes. He's actually trying to, you know, better himself and give this therapy thing a go. But it turns out that Louis is paying her. So he's paying her to kind of provoke Chuck, get him to think about kind of the awful things in his life, the things that he's done, and kind of turn him back into that monster. Or, like, turn him back into a monster and, like, push him over the edge, basically. She's, like, basically trying to be like, look how awful your life is. Like, the only good things that you have, you've, like, gotten rid of. Like, I want you to, like, basically trying to provoke him to go back to, like, his old ways. Because that way, if, you know, Chuck becomes, like, evil Chuck again, Louis knows that he's not going to lose Blair to evil Chuck, but he could potentially lose Blair to good guy Chuck. Does that make sense? Anyway, I'm sure you're following along. So, yeah. So anyway, like, Dr. Barnes is fully baiting him. She's like, you know, need to let your anger out. She's like, you need to let your anger out and accept the fact that you didn't let Blair go, you lost her to somebody else. Because obviously in Chuck's mind, he accepted the fact that Louis was better for her than him and let her go, and, like, you know, they kind of parted ways in a way that was like, we still love each other, but we're just not right for each other. Rather than, like, oh, like, this guy stole her from you. Like, all this bullshit, like. But anyway, this is what Dr. Barnes is saying to Chuck, right? So he has to think about it. And then he goes back to her office later and he gives her the engagement ring that he was going to give to Blair. And he's like, oh, you can just, like, give it to charity or something. My actual heart. That bloody engagement ring is just full of so much emotion. That bloody, oh my God. Anyway. And when he does this, Dr. Barnes is like, oh, I can't do this shit anymore. Like, she's like all of us. She's like, this is too freaking emotional. So she messages Louis and she says, I'm done. She's like, I'm out. I can't do this anymore. Then Louis ambushes Dr. Barnes at the park, right? And he's like, demands to know basically why she, you know, backed out. And she's like, you know what, I'm trying to be a good psychologist or therapist or whatever it is, and I cannot watch this man who is trying to be a better person. I can't deteriorate his progress and try and take him down, basically. So, which is a fucking shitty thing to do, Louis. So she gives Louis the money back that he was like bribing her with and is like, I'm done. So Chuck sees this and he's kind of like, what's happening here? So he calls Dr. Barnes to basically be like, oh, like we should have a session later. Oh, and also he meets Diana. I don't remember at what point he does, but he meets her and he's like, you look familiar to me. And she's like, no, I'm not. No, we've never met before. But it's real sus. Like, he's kind of like, I feel like we've met before. And she's like, definitely not. Meanwhile, while all this shit's going down, Blair is doing tryouts for her bridesmaids. So Serena is the maid of honor, obviously, I'm pretty sure. But she needs to fill the spaces for her bridesmaids. So Penelope and Ivy are amongst the candidates, right? So she basically sends them on all these hilarious tryout activities that they have to do. And the final activity is, the final task is that they have to get a kiss from Nathaniel Archibald, which I feel like is weird. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if this was like a Dan and Nate thing and it was like, oh, the winner has to get a kiss like from Ivy, it would be a bit more like, well, what the fuck is this? Like, that's gross and weird. But because like it's Blair and it's Nate, like, it's like chill. But like, I don't know, I still find it a bit weird. Like, not that Nate probably would care, but I don't know. I find it a bit of an odd task, but whatever. We'll yeah. A bit of a double standard, or like it's the roles were reversed thing. I don't know. It doesn't sit right with me, but we'll move on. So that's why Ivy couldn't deliver those invitations, right? Keith, yeah, that's why she couldn't deliver them, because she went to the bridesmaids tryouts instead. So Diana is big pissed. She's big pissed at Ivy. She's like, you sent Nate there and now he knows about Keith and you've ruined my whole thing. So Ivy's like, well, I was trying not to be a Waldorf bridesmaid. And Diana's like, fabulous. She's like, the way that you can make it up to me, because you've royally fucked things with Nate, is to become a bridesmaid and be my like person on the inside, right? So she says, you have to win this bridesmaids thing, okay? Or I'm gonna tell everyone your secret. So Ivy messages Nate and she says, oh, you should take me to the spectator party to make whatever girl you're trying to make jealous. And she doesn't know that girl is Diana, right? But that's like, she's like, right, if he takes me to this party, I can kiss him and that'll be my in to finally get the spot as the bridesmaid. Meanwhile, back to Dan and Serena. So Dan is angry at Jane for how the movie's going. She wants to make all these really weird changes. They talk about maybe making it a musical. She says that Dylan Hunter isn't relatable enough, and they need a more relatable outsider, which kind of misses the point of the whole outsider thing altogether. She's like, he's not like, I think she says something about him not being likable, or like, yeah, he's not relatable. People don't connect with him. And Dan's kind of like, that's the whole point. Like, you're not supposed to like him because ultimately he becomes just like the people that he is criticizing in the book. You're not supposed to like him and he's not supposed to be relatable. He's just supposed to be an outsider. Like, it's they have this whole back and forth, right? So he's like, I don't want her like ruining inside. And Serena was obviously like, I promise it'll be fine. But ultimately, she doesn't have a lot of control. It's kind of like when she was the publicist, like with Casey, like she gets given these jobs, but she doesn't really have any weight behind her. Like, it's not like she has a degree. And not that you need a degree to do well, but it's not like she either had a degree or she didn't have a degree, but she, became a runner and then worked her way up kind of through the food chain, or, has all this knowledge about film, or, it's not like if Vanessa was to get this job. Serena doesn't have a history or a background in film, and she kind of promised Dan that she would be able to look after his book for him. But at the end of the day, she doesn't have any kind of authority in this place. Jane basically wants to replace him as the writer, and Serena promises him, she's like, look, let her replace you as the writer, let someone else take over the writing, but I promise that I'll protect it and get it done how you want it. But she's making these promises that she can't really keep. But for some reason, Dan believes that she can, and she also believes that she can. So it's a bit of a dumb storyline, to be honest with you. It was never going to work. But anyway, so Jane is gassed that Dan has quit, because that's been her whole plan this week. She was saying all this stuff about the musical and all that to try and get him to quit, so then another writer that she has chosen can take over and make it more into the movie that she wants to make it into, okay? And she wants to make Dylan Hunter the villain of the book. Serena realizes she's messed this whole thing up. Like, she's really done a number. She basically begs Jane to not make Dylan the villain of the book and of the movie. And she's like, he's caring and all this stuff. Like, she puts up this proper big fight about his character, and Jane fires her. Yeah. Jane fires her. So I don't really know what she thought was going to happen there. Obviously, the name Serena van der Woodsen holds quite a bit of socialite power, but not really in any kind of other industry that she literally has no business being in, to be honest. Like, I don't really understand what she was doing anyway. Like, she was just making calls and kind of like arranging things. I don't know how she thought she would be able to control an entire movie. Bless her heart. She had good intentions, though. Well, a little bit, kind of. Not really. So anyway, then Serena confides in Diana for some reason. I don't remember why. And Diana's like, I'll fix it. And then Jane calls Dan and tells him that the movie is dead. She's like, it's dead in the water. If you want to know why, ask Serena. We're at the Spectator launch party, okay? So Ivy, at the party, she kind of slyly gets all the other girls disqualified from the tryouts. Until it's just her and Penelope left. Blair's impressed, like she sees this and she's impressed. Then, as Diana is kind of giving her big, speech about the launch and everything, Ivy kisses Nate. So Blair, declares her the winner of the tryouts. She is going to be her last bridesmaid. So then Chuck makes a whole scene about what Louis was doing to him, basically, with this therapist, and Blair's fuming. She's like, you are changing into Chuck. She's like, why would you do this, Louis? So then he reveals that he found the paternity test and realised, obviously, she needed to know who was the father of her baby in order to choose who she was going to be with. That's what he's thinking, right? And that had it been Chuck's, she would be with Chuck right now and not with Louis. While all this is going on, Dan confronts Serena about the movie. He basically accuses her of killing the movie because of her character in it. And she says that wasn't what happened. She was trying to protect him, and that Jane was trying to ruin inside, and she basically lost her job to fix it. So then Ivy and Nate are flirting, and when Diana comes over, and she reveals, she's like, Ivy was just using you to become Blair's bridesmaid. And she's like, oh, and that he was just using you to make me jealous. Kind of ruining any sort of relationship that these two were building, because they realised that each of them was just using the other person for their own personal gain, which I guess technically kind of cancels them out. Diana, she nipped that in the bud. No budding relationship here, but they did kiss, so they do get a pink line. I feel like we haven't put up a piece of string in ages. I feel like I wouldn't have said it about them before, obviously, because Chuck had his sweet moment where he kind of was like, oh, Louis loves you, to Blair. So he was happy to let her go with him. Whereas I feel like now that he knows that Louis was paying that therapist, I feel like that constitutes making them enemies. I feel like this whole me defending Vanessa thing is going to be a real hot take, but I don't care. Oh no. That was karma. That was karma for saying I liked Vanessa. Little recap, new lines. We have Chuck to Louis, enemies, and we have Ivy to Nate, having kissed. I feel like Nate's got so much bloody string, he barely even stays up anymore. So then Diana, she gets real weirdly like possessive over Nate. It's literally like what fucking Catherine, or whatever her name was, did. Like, it's just weird. But yeah, she gets real possessive over him, and she posts this article on The Spectator about them being official, like basically publicly being like, this man is mine, and threatens Ivy and says, if you like try and get too close to him again, I will expose your secret to everybody. Meanwhile, Serena, obviously because she's lost this job now, and all this stuff, she decides to take Diana up on her offer, because I think Diana helped her like kill the movie, and so in like, I don't know if it was in exchange or just because now Serena doesn't have a job, but she is going to start writing that column for The Spectator, and it's called S by S. So yeah, so Dr. Barnes and Chuck, you know, chatting and whatever about this whole Louis plan, and she says, you know, look, his whole plan was obviously to get you to turn back into this monster because he was threatened by you. And he thought that if Blair could be reminded of why she left Chuck and the horrible kind of like the horrible person that he is, then she wouldn't go back to him. She would stay with Louis. But Dr. Barnes is like, you know, I think you really can change, and you have been making really good progress, and I don't want this to kind of set that back. And Dr. Barnes gives him back the engagement ring, right? So he goes to Blair's and he basically apologizes for everything. He goes there, you know, he says, I'm sorry I didn't tell you I loved you when I knew I did. I'm sorry I gave up on us when you never did. And he gives this whole really sweet, really emotional speech about how he's sorry. He's not really there looking for anything. Like, he's not trying to win her back from Louis or break up their family or their marriage or anything like that. He just kind of goes to let her know that he is genuinely sorry for the things that he did, and he is genuinely trying to be a better person. And it's so sweet.
You're always there for the people you love, even when they don't deserve it.
You know that's never gonna change.
It's okay if it has to.
And then afterwards, when he leaves, he goes to the Harry Winston store and he leaves the engagement ring that he bought for Blair on the doorstep. My heart, I actually can't. This scene makes me so sad. So that was quite the evening. So moving on from that. So then Nate is all down in the dumps because even though they're like technically official online or whatever, him and Diana are basically just still all sex. They don't really have any kind of emotional connection, yada, yada, yada. You know, they never leave her place. They never go anywhere. They don't go on dates or anything like that. So then Chuck says to Nate, he's like, look, just try and make her a bit jealous, flirt with Ivy a little bit, you know, just do a little bit, just try and make her jealous. So Nate does. He kind of tries to flirt with Ivy. But obviously Ivy has been threatened by Diana, so she is not having it. She does not entertain it in the slightest. So then we see Diana, and she's on the phone, and she's talking about some plan she has to take down Gossip Girl while, you know, still keeping Nate and Serena at The Spectator. That's her big plan, right? And she goes to Ivy and she threatens her, basically. She's like, I will tell everyone your secret unless you start a feud between Gossip Girl and Serena. Because I guess that way, you know, it'll be Serena's column with The Spectator versus Gossip Girl, or something like that, kind of like to create like buzz for it, I guess, sort of thing. So then Serena is on her way to The Spectator and she bumps into Max. Ivy's ex-boyfriend, the one that we met in LA, the chef, right? She bumps into him. He says, I'm looking for my ex-girlfriend, Ivy Dickens. So he calls her Ivy Dickens. And obviously Serena is like, I don't know anyone called that. Serena's like, I'll take you to your job interview. It's kind of like a sorry that, you know, we couldn't find who you're looking for, but I'll still kind of like keep you company. Whatever. So these two are kind of in a little flirty exchange. And Diana takes a picture. So she sees them outside the front of the Spectator and she takes a picture and sends it to Ivy. Nate is like basically kind of like following Ivy around a little bit, and Ivy's like, look, if you like don't want me to get fired, please stop talking to me. But when they're out on the street together, Max, Ivy sees Max, right? And so she kisses Nate to like hide from him, because he's about to walk past. So Ivy kisses Nate as kind of like a distraction, like, oh, they're just a couple, like it's not me, kind of thing. So obviously Nate is bare confused. He's like, you literally told me to leave you alone and now you're kissing me? When Diana sees this kiss on Gossip Girl, obviously she is big pissed. And Ivy's like, no, you don't understand. She's like, it was just because Max was there and I didn't want him to see me, because if he sees me, he could expose my story and all this stuff, right? So Diana's like, do you know what? You're going to go on a date with Nate and prove that you have no interest in him. Whatever, anyway. Yeah, whatever. So that's her great plan. So that's them for the minute. I'm sick of talking about them. Let's talk about somebody else. So let's talk about Dan. So Dan is on a book tour for Inside, but Rufus gets a call saying that he didn't show up for his, like, one of his tour dates, and he hasn't checked in to go to the next one either. So obviously, you know, Rufus is worried about him. So Lily and Rufus are now on the hunt to find him and find out where he went. So then later, Rufus comes back to the loft and he finds Dan there, who's kind of like hiding out there. And, you know, Dan says less and less people were coming to, you know, the signings and to whatever on this book tour, and that his book is a failure. And Rufus kind of says to him, he's like, you know, it just takes one person to connect with your art and to share it. You know, you don't need this whole room full of people or whatever. Like, if your book genuinely matters to someone, even if it's just one person, then it is still successful. And Rufus, him and the advice, I love Rufus. He's so sweet. He's so sweet. And he gives the best advice, and I love him. So after that speech, Dan's like, you know what, Dad, you're right. I'm going to go back on my book tour. But he lies and he stays at the loft. Still. Let's talk about Blair and Chuck, because they're obviously the best characters in this show. There's no point pretending that anyone else is as good as them. Blair is basically convinced that Chuck is pretending to be a better person. That he's pretending to be pure gold in order to make Blair second guess her decision to marry Louis. Right? She thinks it's all a scheme, it's all a game. So she's kind of determined to expose him for faking it. Bless him. He's just come back from a charity event and she's like on his back about being fake and that he's not a nice person, really, and all this stuff. Then Chuck rescues a duck at the park and Blair accuses him of staging it. And then she tries to sabotage him by dressing up. Her and Dorota go dress up in disguise to, I think, this restaurant. And she basically sabotages the food or something, or like sabotages the service, hoping that he's going to like yell at the waiters. And obviously he doesn't. So her attempts to kind of expose him just keep failing. And it just makes you love them even more. Like, honestly, they're so good together. In a romantic sense, in a comedy sense, in a like dramatic sense, in a sweet sense, just everything. They're dynamic, the way that they have banter, the way that like they just work together. It's so good. So Chuck is sponsoring this No More Sleep, like masked benefit thing. It's kind of like I don't really know what it is. It's like a art exhibit game, murder mystery, something or other. And it's like a masquerade thing. Anyway, Serena is bringing Max, and Blair is going, despite promising Serena that she wouldn't meddle with Chuck, she's still going. But Serena also did promise Blair that she would stop making the blog, and she didn't. I mean, they just constantly don't follow each other's advice, basically, is the gist. So Diana's basically trying to sabotage this whole thing, right? So when Max shows up, she tells him that Serena's already inside and she's in a gold dress, when in reality, it is Ivy that is in the gold dress, okay? And then when Serena shows up, Diana tells her that Max hasn't showed up yet, even though he's already inside. So then Diana tells Nate that Ivy is using him to make her boyfriend jealous. And Serena, bless her heart, she's sitting all alone, thinking that Max hasn't showed up when he's already there. And someone takes a photo of her, right? So Diana's orchestrated this whole thing. It's kind of genius. Like a little bit. Like I feel bad for Serena. Don't really feel bad for Ivy, to be fair. But she's thought this out well. I'll give it to her. Meanwhile, Blair corners Chuck and basically attempts to seduce him, and, you know, he resists. But she does, like, the nape of the neck, like, technique. That's, like, their thing. And he kisses her, and she slaps him. And, you know, saying that she knew that he couldn't change, that he would never change. And she's now certain why she chose Louis. Honestly, this whole thing is really shitty, I think. Like, I am always Team Blair. Me and my boyfriend, when we watch Gossip Girl together, he loves Blair as well. And whenever Blair does anything, like, whenever she wins at a game, whenever she, you know, does anything, like, she's happy or she's just living her best life, we're always like, woo, Blair, woo, because we love Blair. And I have always loved her. She's always been my favourite Gossip Girl character since forever. But in this moment, I was not Team Blair. I just thought the whole thing was so shitty. And Blair's done quite a few shitty things, to be fair. Like, I'm not saying she's a perfect character. But this whole thing just felt so unnecessarily cruel to me. You know, like, it just seems so heartless when Chuck obviously still loves her, to try to trick him, you know, try to force him into admitting that he's not trying to be a better person, trying to catch him, you know, out, things like that. Like, it just felt unnecessary, okay? It just felt unprovoked and it felt cruel. So then back to Diana's little plot of mysteries. Diana sends Ivy over to kiss Nate, to basically prove there's no connection there or whatever she's trying to do. Well, she's not really. This is the thing, right? So, anyway. So, yeah. So, Diana is basically saying to Ivy, oh, you need to prove you guys don't have a connection by going over and kissing Nate. But the person she sends her over to is Max. So she kisses Max and Nate sees. Meanwhile, Gossip Girl posts the picture of Serena sitting alone. Diana says, oh, do you want to start writing your column again? Because she basically, so Blair asked her to quit and she didn't really, but she kind of did. And then, you know, I'm just going to explain this whole Diana thing at the end. Just keep working with me. I'll summarise it at the end. So then Ivy asks Max to come back to her, but he's pissed that she basically ran out on him and lied. So he is like, I'm going to go and find Serena. So then Ivy is pissed at Diana for getting her to kiss Max. And Diana's like, well, you know, Max is probably going to expose you anyway soon, so I don't need you anymore. And fires her. So then Blair's all happy that she proved that Chuck couldn't change. And Chuck sends a thank you message to Dorota, who was the one that, like, brought her there, I think, or something. Chuck tells Nate, he's like, I only kissed Blair so that she could believe that I hadn't changed and that she could move on. Like, he wasn't breaking his, you know, good guy thing. He did it, even that he did in a good guy way. He did it so that Blair could basically have the thing that she needed to move on and be with Louis. She's 2. So then Ivy goes to Serena and she's like, look, this whole thing is too much. I'm quitting Diana's. Like, I just want to leave. I've had enough. And Serena's like, no, like, you should stay. Don't let Gossip Girl bully you. Like, bless her heart. Serena is so nice to Ivy. Like, she's so kind to her. And Ivy's literally just playing her. This is the downfall of being a Sunshine Barbie. Like, she's so cute and she's so sweet. Most of the time, I know there's a lot of Serena haters out there. But she is genuinely really sweet with Ivy and, like, wants to help her out as her cousin. And it's all fake. Like, it's all based on lies. Diana and Nate make up. Ew, whatever. Then Serena calls Diana and says because Gossip Girl humiliated Ivy, she wants to take her down, basically, right? So she, you know, agrees to do the column. And then it turns out that the person that Diana has been plotting with, the one she's been on the phone with, is Nate's grandfather, William Vanderbilt. Oh yes. Oh yes. He's back. And he's meddling yet again. And then after the party, Max reads about Ivy, well, as Charlie, right, on Gossip Girl. So he knows that she's now, like, obviously pretending to be somebody else. So yeah, let's just summarize the whole Diana plot because I feel like that all got a bit confusing for a second. So she obviously knew Serena was coming with Max. So she got Serena to be stood up by getting Max to go in and kiss Ivy, so that Serena would be posted about on Gossip Girl and it would create a feud with Gossip Girl, right? So she got what she wanted there. Tick, Serena's doing the column again, and there's a feud between Serena and Gossip Girl, right? Because Gossip Girl humiliated Ivy. So check. She got Max to bump into Ivy to see her and to realise who she was, so that he would basically be able to expose her. So Ivy's out the picture. Tick. Then she got Nate to watch as she sent Ivy over to kiss Max, so that Nate would realise that she was just using him again to make her boyfriend jealous, and therefore Nate would ditch Ivy and would go back to Diana, so she has Nate where she wants him. Tick. Basically, Diana managed to orchestrate this whole thing and get everything that she wanted and also benefit the spectator at the same time. If that is not a hustle, I don't know what is. And honestly, I respect it. Okay? Like, the way that she bamboozled and fooled all of these people all at the same time and in a kind of domino effect, so they all took each other out, and that she really didn't have to do anything but orchestrate it, tell me that is not just so good. She's obviously a villain. Like, we're not supposed to like her, but I can still respect it. I can still respect it big time. We're moving on now to Blair's bridal shower, okay? Serena's planning it, and Blair's really excited because obviously she knows that Serena knows her better than anyone, so she's gonna plan the perfect shower for her, right? Louis comes back and he's groveling. He tells her that he thinks her friends don't have her best interests at heart. Shut the fuck up, Louis. And he thinks that she should distance herself from them. And so Blair's like angry. She's like, why are you trying to isolate me from all my friends for? Like, that's weird. So to throw Blair off from like this amazing bridal shower, right, the minions tell her that Serena's throwing her a terrible shower, which she obviously isn't. But then, you know, this whole thing with Louis, and she's starting to question stuff and do her friends really have her best interest at heart, all that shenanigan. It turns out that William's whole plan was to create the spectator, right? In order to put Nate in charge of it, to make him a star. Like, this whole thing has been for Nate, this whole thing. And he says he's ready for Diana to put Nate in charge, you know, to finalise the plan. But she's getting a bit power hungry with it and she doesn't want to give up the spectator just yet. But William's like, this was the plan, and if you don't put him in charge, I will fire you. So then Diana goes to Nate and lies to him and says that the board threatened to fire her if she doesn't get more hits than Gossip Girl, right? So Nate calls Eric Haven't seen Eric for a while, missed you babes, to help him take Gossip Girl down. What Eric and Nate have done, okay, is they have created a website that shows exactly who has sent in each Gossip Girl tip. So it has all the tips, and then it has exactly which person sent them, like who's trying to expose their friends, who's trying to put dirt out on people, who took the pictures, everything. So he tells Serena about it, and Serena's like, you cannot post that shit. She's like, are you crazy? She's like, you cannot post a website that exposes everyone that posts to Gossip Girl because all of our friends are going to be on there. Like, you can't do that. Diana obviously wants to release the site. She's like, this will be perfect. If we release it, everyone will be too scared to send tips into Gossip Girl, and then it'll be shut down. Like, she won't be able to run a website anymore because no one will be sending in tips. It's perfect. But Nate tells her no. He tells her not to, because obviously man's part-time conscience has clocked back in, and he's decided it would be wrong to do that. Also, side note, Nate has never sent a tip to Gossip Girl. Not one time. Diana's like looking through the list of everybody. Obviously, you've got your classic repeat offenders. You've got Chuck, you've got Blair, Serena, Georgette. Everyone is on there, basically. But except for Nate. Nate has never sent a single Gossip Girl blast. Bless him, what a cutie. But also not, because sometimes it's a bit shady. Anyway, we're moving on. Can't remember what happened. Something happened, and Louis was looking at Serena's laptop for something. I can't remember. She's like, oh, just look on here, or something, I think. Or maybe he just looks at it anyway. No, she definitely knows that he was on it, so she was letting him look at something, I can't remember. And he's on her laptop, and he finds the Gossip Girl website. He finds it, the one with the tips, and who sent them. So he uploads the website, right? He uploads the website. They're going to the bridal shower, and Blair's like, apparently they've been saying that the bridal shower is a nightmare, like it's not what I would have wanted, maybe you're right, maybe my friends don't really know me and don't really care about me, right? But then when she shows up, it's perfect, because of course it is, because Serena planned it. And Serena's like, I may be the maid of honor, but the real honor is knowing you, B. What did I tell you, when these two besties, what does Gossip Girl say? Nobody does besties like Blair and Serena. They are so cute. I absolutely love them. So anyway, at the baby shower, the minions, they show Serena, obviously, this Gossip Girl website. So she's big pissed at Nate, right? Because she thinks he did it. But then Nate is pissed at Diana because he thinks that she's the one that uploaded the website, right? Oh, and also Diana tells William that she actually does really care about Nate. But I don't really care. So at this point, Ivy just wants to leave New York. She just wants to go. But Carol says, no, babes, you are there now. You're in it for the long haul, because if you leave New York, Cece will take away the trust fund. She'll cut it off, right? And Carol wants that cash dollar. So then Max goes to the Vanderwoodsons, right? And he bumps into Lily and is like, I am looking for Ivy Dickens, but I think people here call her Charlie. And he shows her a photo of Ivy. So she's very much confused. Ivy kind of explains it away by saying that Carol didn't want her to have the burden of being a Rhodes and all the kind of stuff that comes along with that. Who would even care in Florida? I don't know. So she made her go under the name Ivy Dickens to like protect her identity or some shit, as if they're in like the witness protection program. And Lily and Max, they both seem to buy it. So then Ivy says to him, like, she's like, look, I want to prove my love to you, right? I want to prove that I love you by giving you $50,000. She'll give him $50,000. To basically open your own restaurant in Portland. I believe in you and I want you to follow your dreams. And in a couple months, once it's all set up and ready, she will move to Portland with him. Okay, so that's the plan. But it's never that easy. So Lily shows Max a picture, or like a family picture, and in it is Carol. And she's obviously like, oh yeah, like Charlie's mom, Carol. And Max is like, in his head, he's like, that is not her mum. It's like, I've met her mum. That is not her mum. She's lying again. And he goes through a box of their old things and he finds a program for a production of Alice in Wonderland that Ivy did. And it turns out, who else starred in that production? The real Charlie Rhodes, the real Charlotte Rhodes, right? So Carol's real daughter performed in a play with Ivy, and that's how Carol met Ivy. So Max threatens to tell everyone the truth, and, you know, Ivy's like, look, I will still give you the money that you wanted. And at Blair's bridal shower, she won, like, some ring, like some Tiffany ring in this game they were playing. So she gives him the ring, and she's like, look, here's a down payment. You know, I will give you whatever money you want as long as I get to, like, keep my family, basically. As long as I get to be staying in this charade, you can have the money. Let's go back to Dan. We haven't spoken about him for a while. So Dan goes to hang out with Chuck. What an odd duo. You know, as they're the only two who aren't invited to Blair's bridal shower. And they eat food, and they smoke weed, and they watch The Matrix together. Cute bros. And, you know, Chuck tells Dan that he wrote a book about being an outsider, but he doesn't have to be an outsider if he doesn't want to. He's now written this book. He can have lots of money from the sales. If he doesn't want to be an outsider anymore, he can be on the inside. He can be friends with them. He can have the money and all that kind of stuff. And then Chuck, I don't know, he like goes to the loo or something, I don't remember. But when he comes back, Dan is gone. And he realizes that Dan, who is drunk, has left to go to the bridal shower.
I wouldn't expect you to understand what I'm saying. Who the hell are you people anyway?
So Chuck goes to the bridal shower to find Dan and to stop him from doing anything stupid. And Louis is obviously all threatened by Chuck being there. It's all kicking off, basically. So the minions are mad at Blair for the tips that she sent into Gossip Girl over the years about them. So then Blair accuses Serena of being the one who posted the website. And Serena's like, the only people that have seen this website are me, Diana, Nate, and Louis. So it must have been Diana that posted it, right? But Blair, you can see it in her eyes, she's working it out. She's like, Louis was the one who posted this. She figures it out. She's like, I think I know who did it. Diana and William are chatting, and Diana basically threatens William and is like, I care about Nate, I will fight for him, and I will fight for the Spectator. Nate comes in and he demands to know what's going on. He's like, why are you two chatting? This is very strange. So Diana lies. She says that she wanted William to invest in the Spectator. She also takes the fall for uploading the website. She admits that she did it, even though obviously we know she didn't, that Louis did it. And William says, I will invest in the Spectator if you resign. And she agrees to resign. Later, Nate is venting to William and he's like, I don't understand why Diana would betray me like this, you know, and lie to me and yada, yada, yada. He, you know, says that now that he's investing in the Spectator, he is making Nate the editor-in-chief. Which, I can't, look, I get it. Okay, I get that, you know, we're supposed to suspend reality a little bit when we watch this TV show, and it would be boring for us to watch Nate, like, go to journalism school or whatever. But he barely went to Columbia. Like, he went to Columbia, like, he was the first one to go to Columbia, like, he was really excited to get in and stuff. We never see him doing anything there. We don't know what he studied. We just know that he plays lacrosse for the Columbia team while he studies there. But he's never graduated. No one ever graduates from college. Serena obviously took a year off from Columbia. She never goes back. Blair, it's never explained because she obviously left NYU to go to Columbia. And Chuck obviously never went. Dan also never graduates from NYU. He was real serious about it and like all this stuff, and then it's just basically never mentioned again, which is fine to some extent, I suppose, but yeah, just a little bit weird. I guess we're supposed to expect, like, oh, that now that Dan's a best-selling author, he doesn't need his degree anymore. Now that Blair's going to be a princess, she doesn't need her degree anymore. Serena, God knows why, she didn't follow through with it. And Nate obviously gets offered editor-in-chief. But it's pure nepotism, which is fine because they show, obviously, that William just puts him as editor-in-chief. But in reality, like, he can obviously give him this job, like, whatever. But can Nate actually do this job? Like, they never say that in the show. Like, he obviously does, you'll see, obviously, as we go on. But he offers him this job and Nate starts doing this job, but with no knowledge of how to do this job. Like, I'm sure the editor-in-chief of a newspaper, or at least a, like, news website or whatever it is that the Spectator is a big job. Like, people would work for years and years and years and work their way up a very tall ladder to become the editor-in-chief of a magazine. And obviously it makes sense with the Upper East Side world that Nate just gets given that job. But I still don't believe that he can actually do it. I'm sorry, babes. I'm sorry. You know I love me some Nate Archibald. But at the same time, this just doesn't really make sense. So then later on the phone, William and Diana are talking, and she says that she only fell on the sword to protect her secret. And William's like, yeah, babe, I know. And she says, if anyone finds out about my secret, then everyone's also going to find out what you've been hiding. So these two both have big secrets on the horizon, apparently, that they're both kind of threatening each other with. We don't know what those are yet. I don't think. Unless it's just that he just doesn't want Nate to know that, like, he obviously built the Spectator for him. Maybe that's his secret. I actually can't remember, but we'll find out together. Back at the bridal shower from hell, Dan confronts Blair, about why he wasn't invited, and Chuck takes him outside. He's like, you're going to embarrass yourself, and basically kicks him out. They're sitting together on the side of the road, and this is when Chuck realizes that Dan is in love with Blair. They have this wholesome kind of moment, a bit of a bromance is forming. I quite enjoy their dynamic. And Chuck's like, well, at least you're not outside on your own anymore. I'm right out here with you.
You're really going to make me sit here on the stairs with you? I told you to get some ass, not make one of yourself.
So then Max goes to find Serena and asks her for a second chance, and she says yes. He then messages Ivy and tells her that he's going to be staying for longer, and he wants £500,000 now instead of 50,000. £500,000. I can't even fathom that kind of money. Back at the bridal party's over now. But Blair confronts Louis about posting the website. And he says he did it to prove to her that her friends are toxic. And, she says, you could have shown me at home, but you didn't. You wanted to ruin my baby shower by posting it. You could have done that privately. You could have sat me down and been like, look, I've seen this. These are the people. Are you sure that these people are your friends? But no, he wanted to create a spectacle out of it and embarrass her. And I'm glad that she literally, saw straight through it and was like, no, don't try and bullshit me right now. He says he knows that she saw Chuck at that masquerade party thing. And she's like, well, I know that your sister Beatrice was the one who sent a tip to Gossip Girl about my paternity test, because I can see it right here. So they're having a bit of a tit for tat, you want to call my friends toxic, well, look at what your sister did to me, kind of thing. She says that she thinks the problem with them isn't caused by their friends or their family, it's actually a problem with their relationship. And she wants time to think about it before they actually commit to each other. So then Blair and Serena have this heart-to-heart, it's real sweet, where Blair basically admits that she didn't really think it was Serena. She knew deep down that she didn't post it, she just didn't want Louis to be the one that did. And she thinks that Louis is kind of self-destructing. She also asked Serena to promise that she won't tell anyone that it was Louis that posted the Gossip Girl website. The more I talk about Louis, the more I feel like he should have gotten a bigger picture. One of these ones, but oh well. I don't like him enough for him to have a big picture. So then Serena mentions Chuck, and Blair's all annoyed, and she's like, I can't believe that he tried to crash my bridal shower. And Serena's like, no, that's not what Chuck was doing. Chuck came here to stop Dan from ruining your bridal shower. Like, Chuck was trying to do a nice thing for you. Chuck is back at the Empire, and he's putting Dan down on the couch. Like, Dan's, like, passed out drunk, so he's putting him down on the couch, and he puts a blanket over him. Don't get me started, don't get me going again. And Blair shows up and obviously sees, and she realizes, and she says to him, she's like, you've been good this whole time, haven't you? Not lying about it like I thought. Which is such a sad moment. Like, you can tell she just still loves him, genuinely is becoming a better person, and she's not there for that, I think is sad. Cece's having a party in her honor. Who cares? Not me. Max and Serena are getting close, and she's being a cutie as always. I don't want to hear anything about it. Because I love Serena. I say it with my chest. So then Ivy goes to meet Max and is like, I also literally again, she's being played again by these two. But anyway, so Max goes to meet Ivy, and Ivy, she says, look, I can't give you all that money. Like, that is so much money. And Max is basically like, well, I'm dating Serena now, so if you don't give me the money, I will tell her everything. And because he said they're dating, like officially he said they're dating, they get a pink line. The amount of pink lines on this board. So then Ivy confides in Carol about Max's blackmail, right? And Carol's like, look, for that kind of money, you're going to need Cece's signature on it, right? But you can get it. Also, how freaking crazy is that? Like, it's not a matter of, oh my God, we don't have that kind of money to pay to him. It's having to access that kind of money. Like, it's not like, oh, like, we just don't have that kind of money to give. It's, we have the money to give, but you're going to have to get Cece's signature before we can give it to him. And still be fine. That is so crazy to me. The amount of money that these people have is actually wild. Because, like, this isn't Lily's trust fund, right? Or Carol's trust fund. This is a cousin. So here's Cece, and she's got big, big money, right? So obviously Serena, Eric, Charlie, each all have a trust fund, as well as Lily and Carol each having, well, I guess Carol accesses someone, so it doesn't really count, but Lily has her own trust fund, right? Like, this is so much money. Like, it is actually so much money. It's like when Eric was fully just prepared to write Damien a $100,000 check, or now when Ivy can literally give Max $500,000. That's $500,000, like, in her account, and they'll be fine. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously Carol is in it for the money, like, and Ivy giving away this much money to a stranger, Carol is fine with, which must mean that there's still so much money left in that account for it to still be worth it for Carol. The mind boggles. Like, obviously these people are rich, but, like, it is just next level. Like, I feel like until I was older and really started, like, actually thinking about this stuff, like, not just in plot lines, but in actually looking at the numbers, like, $500,000. Like, these people have so much money. Like, it is actually crazy. So Ivy convinces Serena to cancel her date with Max, to pick up the cake for Cece's wedding, but Max does a full-on Uno reverse card when she rings and says about the cake, and he brings her a cake that he's baked himself for the party. I literally hate talking about this storyline. Like, it's so boring. Like, honestly, at this point in the show, I feel like the good storyline is the Blair and Chuck ones. I just can't really be bothered with the rest. Carol shows up for Cece's birthday party, right? And her and Lily are arguing about how she made Charlie pretend to be Ivy, which obviously is a lie, but whatever. So they're arguing about that. And because Lily's like, why would you want to protect Charlie from us? Like, and all this stuff, but whatever. And Serena overhears this, right? And she's obviously connecting the dots because she's like, Ivy. And Nate asked her if she knew a girl called Ivy with the phone. Obviously, Max was looking for Ivy. So she connects this whole thing together. So then Ivy sees Cece kind of like fall over or like stumble or something. And she finds pills in her bag, right? And Cece tells her that she will get her the money that she needs, right? The $500,000. So Cece is going to get Ivy the money, and Ivy's just found out that Cece is sick. Anyway, so then Ivy goes to Carol, and she's like, you should really be nicer to Cece because she's getting older and like all this stuff. And Carol gives 0 fucks. She literally does not care. She's like, okay, where's my money? So then Max shows up, and Ivy wants him to leave. So then Serena is demanding to know what's going on. She's like, someone please give me some answers. And everyone is arguing, and then Cece faints. It's all happening. So yeah, everyone is arguing, everyone is bickering. Cece faints, everyone's like, oh my god, Cece. Max tells everyone, he's trying to tell everyone the truth basically. And Ivy just throws a curveball out there. She's like, look, Max has a compromising tape of me. So she's literally accusing Max of having a sex tape of her that he's threatening to release, and that's why he wants all this money from her, right? And basically the whole family believes Ivy. They don't believe Max saying that she's faking it. They believe Ivy, and they tell him that he needs to get out or they're going to call the police. So then later, Ivy tells Cece, she's like, look, you should really tell your family that you're not well. And she's like, no, basically. She doesn't want to. Also, I've put that Serena's hair looks amazing and that Rufus is slaying a look. So good for them. So then Carol tells Ivy, she's like, look, Max is gone now, so you can leave. Like, you can just dip whenever you want. But Ivy's like, I don't care about the money. She's like, you can have the money. I don't care about the money. I'm here because I want a family. I never had one. So I literally just hit myself in the nose. I want family. I don't care about the money. And Carol's like, well, to be fair, if they found out what I'd done, like, hiding Charlotte from them, then they would hate me. So this works well for both of us. You get to have your little family life you've always wanted, and I get my money, and yeah, it all works out pretty peachy for these two. So then Max tells Ivy that he won't stop until he gets justice, right? And she's basically like, lol, good luck with that, babes, and hangs up the phone. We're going to sum up this little Dan side plot for a minute. Dan has an account online, right? A fake account that he uses to argue with people about Inside when they critique it or are negative about it, right? And there is a full-on hate page, right, dedicated to Dan. I don't run it, I promise. So it turns out that the hate account that he's been arguing with online, called I Hate Humphrey, is actually Alessandra, his agent, right? And she says that she did it to create buzz for the book because the sales have been slowing. So then they team up together. I don't have a picture for her. They team up together to like keep like going back and forth or whatever. And Katy Perry, they say like, oh my god, Katy Perry retweeted us to her 9 million followers, which I don't know how many followers Katy Perry has on Twitter now, but she was like the most followed person on Twitter for a while, wasn't she? And then it was like Barack Obama, I think. 9 million followers is like a lot still, I feel like. Like for things like Twitter and Instagram, I guess with Instagram you obviously do have like Kylie Jenner and those that have like 100 million or whatever. But 9 million, especially for like back in 2012 or whatever this was on Twitter, like that's pretty good going. So they were gassed. So back to Blair. Woo Blair woo. So she says to Dorota that she still loves Louis, but she just kind of wishes he would go back to who he was when they first started dating. And Dorota makes this joke about how it seems like Chuck and Louis are like in Freaky Friday, like they've swapped bodies or something. Blair goes to Chuck and she asks him how he became good so that she can do the same thing to Louis. So she goes to his therapy appointment with him. He says he let go of Blair you know, the therapist, she asks how, and he admits that he returned the engagement ring to the Harry Winston store. And Blair is obviously, you know, hurt by this, and she leaves. It's honestly so sad. I get that it's like plot and whatever, like the slow burn with these two obviously is a huge part of their relationship, but sometimes it does get to the point where it's like there's almost too much slow burn now. Like, I've had enough. So then Chuck shows up to her cake testing. So cute. And she, you know, he's like, I only let you go because I thought that you would be happy. You know, like it wasn't, I didn't do it out of like to be malicious or anything or to hurt you. I did it because I thought that would make you happy. She's basically saying that she thought all this time that Chuck was the bad one, but now that they've broken up, he's now becoming good, and now that she's with Louis, now he's becoming dark like how Chuck was, so she's like, maybe it wasn't him, maybe it was me. Chuck tells Blair that she was the lightest and best thing to ever come into his life, that he only turned dark and desperate because he thought he'd lose her. These two, Chuck telling Blair that she's literally the most amazing and light and bright thing in his life is honestly so... can you imagine if someone said that to you? I'd be a bowl of soup.
I only want you to be happy. I'm just sorry you couldn't be with me.
And then, like, the cake tasting person comes over. They're like, oh, this must be the groom. And he's like, oh, no, I'm not the groom. When the cake tasting lady mistakes him for the groom, my heart can't take it. Because he should be the groom. Then Nate and Chuck are chatting later. And he's like, oh, you're still in love with her, aren't you? And he's like, I can't imagine a day that I won't be. Chuck says to Nate, he's like, even though I am becoming the man that she wanted, like the man that I should have always been for her, it's too late now. Like, she is having this baby with Louis. She obviously loves him and wants to be with him. You know, I've kind of missed my shot, but I will love her forever.
Still love her, huh? Can't imagine the day I won't.
Nate is basically having this little speech at the Spectator, and he's saying about how he's going to run things differently to Diana. Like, he's not going to do her snaky kind of way of doing things, right? But then this girl comes in, or like, you know, one of the interns or whatever they are. And she comes in and she's like, I have a story about Maureen Vanderbilt. I forgot she didn't have a picture. Tripp's wife, we remember Tripp, we remember him well. Scumbag. Anyway, so his wife, Maureen, is having an affair, right? That's the story. Nate speaks to Tripp and asks him about it, and he basically claims that he knows nothing about the affair when Nate asks. He tells him, you know, that you can run the story, fuck her, run the story. But then Nate tells William that he isn't going to post the story, right? Because Nate thinks that this whole thing is a lie. He thinks that Maureen is lying to make Tripp look like a victim and look better in the public eye, because of obviously all this stuff that's happened. So he doesn't buy it for a second. But then he ultimately ends up running the story, and he posts saying that the Spectator will never be swayed by money, political gain, or family ties. And William says that he basically respects him for doing it, because Nate doesn't want to be seen that, like, oh, this is a story about my family, I'm not going to post it to try and protect them. I think it's a couple of days later or whatever. Nate is reading about Blair in the paper, and he asks, you know, Chuck if the wedding is really off. There's like it's basically like a news article about how maybe the royal wedding is off and all this stuff. Which is so crazy that like, Blair's like a full-on celebrity now. Like that she's with Louis, like she's literally in newspapers, magazines, all that kind of stuff. And Chuck says that because Louis is the father of baby Blair. Well, yeah, kind of. Chuck says that because Louis is the father of Blair's baby, that she won't walk away from him, basically, and she won't leave that behind. Meanwhile, Dorota is convinced that Chuck is the reason why Blair isn't fully committing to Louis and isn't sure about if she wants to marry him or not, but Blair insists that it's nothing to do with Chuck. A little Dan and Serena moment. So Dan and Serena, they apologise to each other, you know, for all of the inside drama, all the things with the book and the movie and everything like that. She says that Nate went from being half a character in a novel to running the Spectator, and that Chuck went from dying alone to being in therapy. So, you know, maybe the book did more good than harm. They actually make really cute friends. Like, when they're just chatting, they're just having a little friendly banter, like, it's actually really cute. And then Rufus is talking to Dan later on, and he tells him, he's like, look, you need to tell Blair how you feel, so that you can move on from this and kind of just move forward. Because she's getting married. Like, but you just have to tell her so you can get it off your chest and just leave it. So then William is sending Nate to this, like, Camp Allen thing. I have no idea what it is. Maybe I'll Google it and put something here. But anyway, so then Nate is talking to Trip about it, and Trip tells him that it was supposed to be him going to Camp Allen, but he doesn't want to see William right now, so he turned it down, and then Nate was like next in line. And Nate's like, why don't you want to see William? And he says that William is the one that was behind the fake affair story with Maureen, okay? And we've seen him do shit like this before. We've also seen Maureen do shit like this before, so let's not get too hasty. When Nate confronts William, he admits it. He's like, yeah, I was behind it. And he also just confesses that he is the reason why Nate is even at The Spectator, which was a huge secret 2 episodes ago. Like, this big thing that Diana was holding over him, you know, he didn't want Nate to know, and then he fully just offers it up, that he got him this job, right? But, you know, whatever. Who cares now, apparently. So then he tells Nate that he wants Nate to be the head of the family, you know, like now, not Trip. You know, like all these years he's kind of been like gearing Trip up, making sure that he could step up to represent the family, but now he wants Nate to do that, take on that role instead. And he lets it slip. He's like, oh yeah, Trip was actually pretty upset that I invited you to Camp Allen and not him. So not only has Nate found out that William was lying to him, but Trip also lied to him and was never invited to Camp Allen. Nate wasn't the second choice, and Nate was the first choice. Max is still around, God knows why, and he's on a mission to get somebody to believe him about Ivy. He goes to Nate, but Ivy says, you know, Serena already told him about the sex tape thing, so he doesn't believe him either. So then Nate goes to Ivy and it's like, just so you know, Max tried to sell me this story about you, and she's like, oh shit. But he also like mentions about William, you know, he's just having a bit of a vent, bless him. All Nate has ever wanted is someone to talk to. And she says to him, she's like, you know, it doesn't matter how you got this job, okay? The point is that you have it now, and what you are going to do with the platform, and, you know, what you kind of want to make of it. William then tells Trip that Nate is coming with him to Camp Allen or whatever that thing is. I think that's what they're talking about. And basically, like, pies him off. So then Max, I don't even know how these two, I think maybe he overheard or some shit. I don't know. But then Max goes to Trip and he's like, I think that we can help each other out here, okay? I think there could be a mutual thing. So poor Blair, bless her heart, she's being hounded by the paparazzi, like absolutely hounded. And one even managed to get into her house and try and take pictures of her. So she goes to Dan's loft because she's like, no one would ever come to Brooklyn looking for me. And Dan asks her if Chuck is the reason, you know, that she isn't sure. And Blair admits that he's right. She has to choose between Chuck and Louis, and she just can't. But, you know, when she says, oh, and Louis is obviously the father of my baby, she kind of, like, realises, she's like, that is, you know, that's my only option, isn't it? But Dan, he's like, not necessarily. And she says, she's like, you don't think it would matter to him that my baby has, you know, is Louise? Like, he would still be with me, even though this child is somebody else's. And Dan, bless his heart, he's like, it wouldn't matter to me. Like, oh. Dan is so sweet, like, bless his heart. This unrequited love that he has for Blair and this care he has for Blair, I think is really sweet. And I did really enjoy it. I enjoyed their friendship, and I think this is cute, and he is very sweet with her. But I think, I just do think it's unnecessary as we move forward. You'll see. Yeah, I don't ship them together, but he is a sweetheart, And, you know, he's really sweet with her and he's so in love with her. And it is really cute. I can't deny that. So Serena is reminiscing. She's doing a bit of Gossip Girl archive time. And she's looking at old blasts of her and Dan. And, you know, kind of remembering how in love they were. You know, when obviously we see them in the first season. But then she sees a blast that Blair is at Dan's place. Blair calls Chuck and she asks him if he could love another man's child. And he says he can't make the decision for her. Like, because obviously if he says yes, then that kind of makes up her mind a little bit, I guess is kind of what he's saying. Whereas, like, he wants her to choose him because she wants to choose him, not because she knows that he would like, say yes. If that makes sense? I don't really know. I think that's what I'm trying to say. I think you get what I'm trying to say. Also, I think this might be the 100th episode of Gossip Girl. I'm not 100% sure. 100% sure. But I think this is the 100th episode. So, yay. Love that for Gossip Girl. I love a 100 episode. They always pull shit out of the bag for a 100th episode. Super cute, super fun. This is also when the mayor of New York announced that, I think it's July 26th or something. No, January 26th, I think it is like International Gossip, well, not International Gossip Girl Day, but it's Gossip Girl Day in New York, which is so cute. I want to be in New York when it's Gossip Girl Day. Happy 100th episodes, which also means that we are only 21 episodes away from the finale. Well, actually 20 episodes, because episode 121 is the finale, I suppose. So yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. She asks him what the right choice is, and he says, you know, marrying the father of your child can't be a mistake. He's basically trying to preserve their, you know, family and stuff, despite obviously he wants to say yes, he wants to say be with me. But bless him, in his new act to be a better person, he is being the better person. Or what he thinks, he's doing what he thinks is the right thing. So then Serena calls Dan and she tells him, she's like, please don't tell Blair how you feel about her. Like, this is not the right time. Dan says, stay out of it, Serena. Basically. Lily goes to Chuck and she basically says that she's worried about him as Blair's wedding is approaching. And they just have the sweetest dynamic. Like, I honestly feel like she's a better mum to him than she is to Serena or Eric this whole time. And they just have such a cute dynamic. And even as I kind of sour with Lily as the seasons go, she does always pull it back for me a little bit with how she treats Chuck, because they are cute. She says, I'm always here for you. I'm sorry to inform you that my love for you is unconditional. Is that not so cute? That's all Chuck has ever wanted, is for someone to love him unconditionally. Anyway, all he's ever wanted as a parent. I'm not going to get into it. So then Serena, and I know I've said I love Serena, I've defended her many a time, but she does just stick her nose in everybody's business. So she tells Louis that Blair is at Dan's. Which side of the coin do you fall on? Do you see it as Serena trying to help her best friend make the right decision, you know, sending who should be the love of her life to her to stop her from making a mistake? Or do you see it as she doesn't want Dan and Blair to be together? She wants Dan to herself, so she sends Louis there. Louis will be with Blair, Dan will be free, Serena can be with Dan. Depends how you want to see it. But at the loft, Blair tells Dan that she's choosing Louis, and they hug. And he asks her, he's like, you know, what do you actually want? And she's like, I want to be happy, but I don't really know how to do that anymore, which is so sad. Like, sometimes Blair, bless her heart, she's so sad because, like, she just wants to do what obviously she thinks is the right decision for her baby, which is marry Louis, but she doesn't know how to be happy anymore. She's not really happy in this. You know, she doesn't know if she would be truly happy with Chuck, I guess, because of their past. Like, she just wants to be happy. Like, and it's so sad to think that she doesn't know how she can possibly do that. And Dan says he knows what will make her happy. And the way that it's written is so good. I'll talk about it afterwards, but the way that they did it is pulls on my heartstrings. So he says he knows what will make her happy, right? So anyway, Louis and Chuck both show up at the loft. Chuck finds the spare key and they go inside, and Dan and Blair are both gone, so they're not there. Lily has thrown this huge party for Ivy. It's kind of like I think it's supposed to be like a debut into like their society kind of thing. Kind of like what Cotillion is for, I think, but obviously she didn't have Cotillion. So it's kind of like a little redo of that. It's like a big party in kind of her honour, I guess, sort of thing. So then at this party, Dan brings Blair there, and he brings her into this like candlelit room, this little secret candlelit room, and he promises her, he's like, the paparazzi will not find you, just wait here. So then Max also shows up at this party, and Nate tells him to stay away from Ivy, and then Nate goes to warn Ivy that he has showed up, and Ivy panics big time. As Serena, Nate, and Ivy are kind of watching, they see Dan bring Chuck to Blair. It's so freaking sweet. And Nate thinks it's so cute that he's like bringing them together, and so do I. This scene, my heart. Like, it's so sweet because obviously they kind of lead you to believe that Dan is going to be like, I'm the one that can make you happy, bring her to this candlelit room or whatever, and like confess his love for her. But he doesn't. And he keeps it to himself because he knows that Chuck is the one that Blair really wants and is the one that will really make him happy. Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. So then Nate says that he hopes the paparazzi don't find out that Blair's here or it could ruin everything. And Ivy obviously hears this and she's like, perfect. She doesn't give a shit about them. She wants this party to be over so that she can save herself, okay? So she sends in a tip to Gossip Girl about Blair being at her party. So in the room, obviously Dan's dipped. And Chuck tells Blair that he didn't want to be selfish. He thought it would be selfish to ask her to choose him. And he wants them to be together. Of course he does. But he just didn't want to try and sway her. You know, he wanted her to choose on her own. He didn't want to... he didn't want to be selfish. Do something to benefit himself when he obviously knew that Blair was in a very emotional and vulnerable position and making a very big life choice. Here we go. It's so sweet, and Chuck basically says to her, he's like, I want to be with you and I want to raise your baby. I will love your baby as much as I love you. It does not matter to me that I'm not the dad, anything like that. And they decide to be together, and it's one of the best scenes in this whole show. But then they find out that the paparazzi are there, and Blair's like, right, I have to go because I don't want Louis to see a picture of us together before I have the chance to tell him my decision, you know, in person. So Chuck's like, okay, totally fine. We'll go, we'll sneak out the back, we'll get out of here. Thus ensues, honestly, I think maybe not the most shocked I've ever been that is coming, but it's in my top 3, I would say, like when my jaw actually dropped. And this moment and kind of like what ensues after it is so emotional. I cried so much. She cried so much. So let's just get into it, and I will try not to cry again. So Nate tells them that he has a car waiting for him downstairs, and Blair's like, I have a car waiting for me too. Perfect. So they go down together, and the cars are side by side, and Chuck and Blair get into the limo that has a puddle underneath the car, and Nate gets into the other one. Okay, remember this tragedy. Well, not tragedy, because we love Nate too, but it's just, the whole thing is a series of unfortunate events. So then Serena apologises to Dan for being so harsh before, and Dan admits, he's like, you know, I was so in love with her and consumed by it that I couldn't see that Chuck was the one who was genuinely going to make her happy. And once I, you know, was able to see that, I was able to kind of put my feelings obviously aside and do the right thing, and Serena says that she thinks it was an amazing thing for him to do for them. So then Max comes over and he says that he came into some money of his own, and so he's going to leave town, and Ivy is stuck there forever now. Like, he hopes she's happy, basically. Stuck in this life forever. Live your life, be happy. I have my money now from someone else. Keep that in mind. So I'm going to go. So she's like... So then Nate is in the car behind Chuck and Blair, and the paparazzi are just going absolutely nuts. Like, they're on bikes, they're trying to get pictures next to the car, they're racing beside the car, and Chuck and Blair are having just the sweetest moment. Like, with the tension of all the paparazzi around the car and everything, but it's just them two in the car together.
No, we don't need to go anywhere. We can raise this baby right in here.
confess their love for each other, are just so in it, so want to be together, and it's so sweet. They're so in love. So then in the other car, Nate calls his grandfather, he calls William, to say that he's coming to Westchester, I think to that Camp Allen thing, whatever they were supposed to do together. So he's like, yeah, I'm gonna come to Westchester. And the driver of the car is like, this car doesn't go to Westchester, this car is going to the Upper East Side. And that's the moment that Nate realises he's in the wrong car. So Nate is in Blair's car with her driver that was meant to take them to the Upper East Side, and Chuck and Blair are in Nate's car that was supposed to take him to Westchester. And then the paparazzi in front of them are going out of control, and Nate sees Chuck and Blair's car crash right in front of him. My hair's just not doing it today, okay? So we're just gonna ignore it. We're just gonna ignore it. We're gonna put it past us, okay? Shh, wrong show. So close to the end, guys. So close to the end. And I'm just gonna be sad when I actually don't have this to film anymore, but I'm also gonna be a little bit happy because it's a lot. It's a lot. So where we left off is honestly one of the saddest moments I've ever seen in this show. So yeah, so they're in the car, and because of the paparazzi, kind of like just surrounding them and everything, Chuck and Blair's limo crashes. So then I'm pretty sure that was the mid-season finale of season 5? No. Surely not already. Yeah, that might be the mid-season finale of season 5. And then we open at the next episode with everyone's at the hospital, and everyone's worried about Chuck and Blair. Because Gossip Girl posted about Chuck and Blair being at Ivy's party was why the paparazzi came after them. So because of that, Serena wants to take Gossip Girl down, right? She says, I've had enough. I've had enough of it. We're getting rid of her, okay? So Serena wants to take down Gossip Girl for basically what they did to Chuck and Blair, and Nate says that they can use the Spectator and the kind of weight behind it to do it and to take her down for good, right? So I think Gossip Girl puts out a post basically after she finds out that Chuck and Blair ended up in the hospital, saying that she's done, she's not going to make any more posts, okay? I'm pretty sure is what happens. So Gossip Girl's on standby, but Nate and Serena, they want to take her out anyway. So then Ivy goes up to Rufus and she confesses basically. She's like, I'm the one that sent the blast, I'm a fraud, she's going to come clean about the whole thing. And she calls Carol and says, I've had enough. She's like, I want to leave. And she basically runs away. She just dips. She doesn't say bye to anyone. She just goes. Meanwhile, Jack Menace calls Diana. And it's like, there's been an accident. We need to talk. And then Lily comes out at the hospital. Everyone stood there, and she says that Blair is awake and she's responsive. But she doesn't say anything about Chuck yet. Then with the next episode after this, the first one back into the second half of season 5, we get a mix of flashbacks and current day. In present day, we see Chuck, so he's fine. Chuck's all good. This is the second time. This is the second time that they made me think that this man had died. So he's fine. And he meets Louis in the rain, basically. And, he says that Blair isn't speaking to him, and that he's really sorry that they lost the baby. Blair losing her baby is one of the saddest plot points in this show, because you're kind of starting to see her become excited about being a mum, and how that was going to kind of grow her character, and she was going to have this little family that she was really excited about. So I do think that is definitely up there as one of the saddest ones. But yeah, so in the car crash, Blair survived, but she did lose her baby as a result of the crash. So then we see like flashbacks. So we see Chuck and Blair being brought in on stretchers, and you know, and Blair's awake, but Chuck is like bleeding really heavily and he passes out. So obviously it was pretty touch and go there for a minute. And then back in the present day, we see Blair's being real harsh to Chuck. He doesn't understand what changed after the incident, because obviously, as we saw them, they were going to be together, you know, like as we left it, they were going to be together. They, you know, were going to raise this baby together and have their own little family. And cut to now, obviously after the accident, she's lost the baby, but she still doesn't want anything to do with Chuck. And he just says he doesn't understand. He wanted to be there for her, you know, after losing the baby, but she's completely iced him out. And Louise says that, you know, Blair, she keeps going out, and she keeps going out without Dorota, so she doesn't take her, she just goes by herself, and he has no idea where she's going. And in the car, we see in the car she's telling Chuck that she can't wait to spend the rest of her life with him, and all this stuff. So we're getting quite the opposite views here. So Chuck goes to Dan's, all sneaky, to basically see if that's where Blair's been hiding out. And also Dan says that he's been given a contract for a new book, but he doesn't have an idea for one. And Chuck's kind of like, it's not really what I was here for. And Chuck says to him, he's like, look, Louis wants to hire a PI to follow Blair around to find out where she's going. But Chuck wants a Dan to do it instead, basically. He wants her to just see what she's been doing, where she's been going. And Dan refuses. He's like, no, I'm not going to do that. And Chuck's kind of like, why not? You can tell he's like hiding something, basically. So he just caves and he's like, okay, fine, I'll do it, basically. Just stop asking me questions. So Chuck's like, great, and leaves. And then, you know, once he's gone, Blair comes out. So she was there. And she gives Dan a hug and she says that, you know, Chuck can never know the truth about why I can't see him. Is it because she's having an affair with Dan? Is it what's going on here? What could have changed so drastically, basically, in between the accident and now? Also, we get a cute little Jenny update. Where is she? Cutie pie. She's in London. She's in London. I don't know if it's like a year abroad kind of thing, or if she was there fashion week, something like that. She's like living in London doing fashion. And also her and Eric came back and spent Christmas with everyone in New York. So it's cute. It's cute to see that, like, even though we don't get to see it, she's in a better place than when obviously she left and all that stuff happened. Also, Eric, I don't know if I mentioned this, but he is really phased out in this season as well. Like, he's never fully written out, like as in how Jenny is and how Vanessa is, but we just like hardly ever see him really, like just occasionally, and in season 6 I think we literally don't even really see him for like all of season 6 pretty much. So Dan takes Blair to her dress fitting and she cries when she tries on the dress, and it's really sad. It's a Vera Wang dress that was designed for her, but obviously it was designed to cater for the fact that she was going to have a baby bump, you know, and she says that the dress kind of reminds her of everything that she lost. So Dan goes over to Vera Wang and he asks her if Blair can have a different dress made for her, and it's really sweet. Like, their friendship is really genuinely so sweet. And it's one of my favourite things in the show. I know that, like, as we go on, you know, I rag on Dan and Blair's little duo a little bit. But as friends, I think it was really sweet. And it is one of my favourite parts of the show. I think it's written really well. I think their dynamic works really well. And it's just a really sweet example of friendship because he is so there for her. And she goes through a lot. You know, with the baby and everything. So I just think it's sweet that he's there for her through these kind of moments that maybe people wouldn't expect to be so hard. You'd think like, oh, you know, like she's getting married, that's still so exciting. And she's getting to try on her dress and it's by Vera Wang. But then there's that flip side of that where it is like, this dress was designed for a scenario that she doesn't have anymore, which I think is really sad. And I guess also in this point you learn that she's still getting married to Louis as well, because she's obviously at the dress fitting. So then someone sees them at this dress fitting and tells Chuck about it. So then Dan kind of says to Blair, he's like, look, I don't know how much longer I can keep this secret, like, and she's like, you have to keep it. She's like, you have to keep it forever. You have to promise me. And he's like, you know what, I'm with you. I won't say a word. So then we see her and Dan, they go into another building, somewhere else, and Chuck sees, because he's been following them. And as he calls someone and he's on the phone, and he walks across the road and he almost gets hit by a taxi, which, remember that, it'll come back. But yeah, so he's walking across the street and he almost gets hit by a taxi, but he's fine. While kind of all this is happening, Nate is hosting a New Year's Eve party for The Spectator, and he gets this text, right? And it's from someone anonymous saying that the paparazzi weren't the ones that caused Chuck and Blair's accident. And he gets this text, and when Nate has a think about it, he's actually like, you know what? I don't know if the paparazzi actually did get close enough to cause Chuck and Blair's limo to swerve off of the road. And to try and figure out a little bit more info, he invites the driver of the limo to the New Year's Eve party. So we find out that after Chuck and Blair's accident, Gossip Girl actually shut down out of respect for, the kind of tragedy that happened. So, because Gossip Girl is down, right, no one has anywhere to send their tips. So they've been sending them to Serena and her S by S column, kind of in the hopes that she's going to take over where Gossip Girl left off. And Nate's like, you should post these. It could be good for The Spectator. But Serena's like, no. She's like, that's not what my column is about. I don't want to just become who Gossip Girl is, because that's who we're trying to take down. So then Chuck comes to Serena and Louis and tells them that he thinks Blair and Dan are having an affair. And Serena's not happy about it. She's like, what are you talking about? But she lets them go through the tips that she's been getting to basically see if anyone has spotted them together, if anyone sent anything in, anything like that. So Louis asks Blair to come to Nate's Spectator party with him, and Chuck says to Serena, he's like, look, there's pictures of them together, and Serena's like, I think they're just friends. I genuinely think they're just friends, and they've just been hanging out because she's been having a tough time. But Chuck's not buying it. So then Nate is doing a kind of best and worsts list for the party, kind of a best dressed, or I don't know, whatever. And Louis' whole ploy by inviting Blair there, which I don't think Chuck or and no one knows that he's doing this, by the way. His plan is to get her there, and then he snuck into Nate's office and he changed one of the slides, and he put in a picture of Dan and Blair, and it's under the category of most secret affair. We then get a kind of big flashback to explain why Blair turned her back on Chuck. This whole flashback is, honestly, I cry every time that it's on. It's so heartbreaking, the acting, and you just feel the emotions so deeply. It's just so sad, but it's so impactful. It's something that so many women go through, but nobody really talks about, and obviously it's quite a big debate, even though it shouldn't be a debate in the States at the minute. I said it previously, women should have the right to choose. I don't care. I don't want any reasons. I don't give a shit. Women should be allowed to choose whatever they want to do with their body. Anyone should. But with that, this is something that is actually more common than people think, and is so just a whole layer of emotions, of grief, of sadness, of loss. And it happens a lot. And to see it represented in TV, I think is important. even though it is so sad. So then Blair asks Serena how Chuck's doing, and she says, you know, she's kind of vague about it. She says that he lost a lot of blood, and, you know, he hasn't woken up yet, so it's not looking good. And basically, Chuck's body it rejected the blood transfusion. So he's basically dying without it, and he needs another one. And they need to somehow get more of his blood type to try to do another one and save his life. So Blair goes to the chapel and she prays for Chuck not to die. And she, you know, prays, she's like, for God to let him live, and that if he does live, that she vows to marry Louis. And I think she maybe thinks that that's what she should do, that was the right choice. And if she honours the commitment that she made, that, yeah, Chuck will get to live.
Please, God. You have my baby. You can't take Chuck too.
Honestly, I cry every time when she says, you know, and she says that you already have my baby, you can't take Chuck away from me as well. It's just heartbreaking. Like, it's honestly so sad, but also one of the most powerful, impactful scenes in the entire show. So basically, once she's done praying, this nurse comes in and says that Chuck is asking for her, and he's awake, and she's just can't believe it. You know, and she goes into his room and she tells him that just because they can't be together doesn't mean she won't love him. Don't, because I actually go right now. Like, oh my God. The writers did a number on me with this one. So that is the reason why Blair and Chuck can't be together in Blair's eyes. That's the reason why she has shut him out, is because she's trying to keep him alive, basically. So then in like the current day, I think we're done with the flashbacks now. So yeah, we're back to the current day, and Serena tells Blair, she's like, look, you don't need to hold on to this promise that you made to God. I think everything will be okay. And Blair says that she went to church that morning. So that's where we saw her go. She went to church that morning to basically ask the priest if she can have Chuck back. And then she saw him from the window almost get hit by the taxi. I told you to remember that one. So yeah, bless her heart. So yeah, she went in and she was like, is there any way that I can be with Chuck, that I can, you know, kind of take back my promise almost? And then that's when she almost sees him get hit by that taxi. And she's like, okay, no, I can't. Because if I even ask, if I even wonder if I can be with him, the man's going to die. So she tells Serena that she has to stay with Louis, you know, and she says that she'll lose everything before she loses Chuck again. My heart, like, why can't these two just be happy? Like, it is cruel. Like, watching this show is cruel. Then back at the Spectator, before the party, Nate's assistant saw Louis on Nate's laptop, and they managed to get the picture taken down before it goes up in front of everybody. Serena basically falls on the sword, and she says that she and Dan are together, but they didn't want to tell anybody yet. You know, they're trying to keep it a secret, and that, like, Blair's been helping them keep it a secret. So obviously Chuck has no idea what's going on, neither does Louis. So they think, obviously, Blair's been keeping secrets, but Serena knows. She knows why Blair isn't going near Chuck, and it's not because she's having an affair with Dan. And obviously Dan knows as well. So together they're like, right, we will pretend to be a fake couple so that nobody suspects that Blair is having an affair, right? Because obviously she doesn't want to tell anyone the truth about why she's doing what she's doing, why she's acting the way that she is. So then after this whole reveal, Chuck is still pissed because that Dan and Serena won't tell him why Blair won't speak to him. And he thinks that Dan knows why Blair won't speak to him and just won't tell him. And so he's big pissed. Also at the party, Nate is talking to the driver, and the driver says that he felt like his brakes didn't have any pressure in them. It was really weird, like when he was driving the car. Serena kisses Dan, Blair kisses Louis, and Chuck sees them kissing and he's sad. And Yeah. So Serena says to Nate, she's like, look, you keep badgering me. I'll look through the blasts, but I'll only post things if I can use something positive. Like if I can get something positive out of them or paint it in a positive light. I'm not going to use them to take people down. And Nate's like, sure, whatever. So Lily and Rufus are worried about Ivy because obviously she kind of said that she was the one that called she sent the blast to Gossip Girl and then she just left and no one ever heard from her again. So they called Andrew Tyler, classic PI. I feel like at this point the man should have had a picture, but whatever. They just want to see if she's okay. And Tyler says to them, he's like, Ivy never left New York. Well, Charlie never left New York. She's still here. I found her. She is enrolled at Juilliard, which, I mean, I feel like everyone knows this, but it's like a real professional, I think it's like a uni for performing arts and drama, stuff like that. But it's a real prestigious school. Very hard to get in unless you're Troy Bolton. So they go to Juilliard to basically make sure that she's all right. They just want to speak to her. And they see this blonde girl there and Lily calls after her. And when she turns around, it's not Ivy. Looking for Charlotte Rhodes. Do you know her? And she says, yeah, that's me. But people call me Lola. And Lily and Rufus are like, we must have made a mistake. Like, there must be two Charlotte Rhodes, and Andrew Tyler found this Charlotte Rhodes. She's not our Charlotte Rhodes, right? And then they go and do New Year's karaoke together. Is that not so cute? And then we see that Lola has a picture of her and Carol in her wallet. So she is the real Charlotte Rhodes. The one that is at Juilliard, she's the real Charlotte Rhodes. So we need a new picture. So this is the real Charlotte Rhodes here. So we've got a yellow line between her and Carol because obviously mother-daughter. And therefore, you know, that means that she's also related to Serena, Eric, Lily, and Cece. But I can't bother to put yellow lines for all of them, so just deal with just the one. The one is fine, I think. Yeah, so now we've been introduced to the real Charlie. So then Blair goes to the Empire to see Chuck, and he's basically like, I want to know why. He's like, I can't, you know, she's like, just move on and be happy. And he's like, I literally can't until I know why we can't be together. Which, to be fair, is fairs. Like, he went into that car crash thinking that they were going to spend the rest of their lives together. He was going to raise her baby and everything. And then he's come out of it, and she doesn't want anything to do with him and is now marrying Louis. Like, he must be like, what the fuck? But anyway, it says, like, that he won't stop, basically, until he finds out why she cut him out. And she says, just remember, because we can't be together doesn't mean I won't love you, which is exactly what she said at the hospital. And then Chuck has, like, a little flashback and remembers her saying it at the hospital, which is just so sad.
I just came to tell you what a wonderful person you've become.
Well, don't leave me.
And so then when Blair gets back home, Louis asks her if she's having cold feet, and she says no. And Chuck is alone at the Empire with Monkey. Nate is back on his Sherlock Holmes business, and he finds an invoice that basically he makes him realise that Blair got into his car on the night of the accident. So the car that was sabotaged was actually intended for him. So the person that sent him the anonymous text before, he texts them back, and he's like, can we help each other? I want to find out more about this, right? And Nate's like, look, I want your help, but I don't want to have to do anything bad in order to get it. Like, we can do like a fair exchange, but I'm not gonna like do any kind of shady shit. Like I said, sometimes Nate's thinking correctly, sometimes he loses his way, but that's okay. He's pretty. Yeah, so then he finds a picture of Max. Remember Max? Because I'd forgotten that he existed. From the night of the crash with a envelope full of cash. So he's thinking, okay, maybe Max is in on this, but he's like, why would Max want to hurt me? But then maybe like he was jealous because Max is like Ivy's boyfriend. Like, he's kind of like, what is the deal here? So Beatrice, the sister, and Blair are like friends now. Like, well, Blair thinks they're friends anyway. She tells her that Serena, you know, has planned like this elegant bachelor party for her and she's really excited about it. But then Blair goes to her like priest that she sees, right, that she's been going to see for ages. Father Smith, I think he's called, or Smythe or something like that. And she basically says to him, so here's the deal. The guy in my dreams, like the guy that I want to be with, is not the man that I'm about to marry. And she's in a little confession booth, right, that she goes to. And she's like, he's not the one I want to marry, and all this stuff. And she asks him if he would be the priest at their wedding. Not the priest from Monaco. So the Grimaldis, they have their own priest. He's called Cavalier. I think his name's Cavalier, like priest, Father Cavalier, I think he's called. And she's basically like, I don't really want him. He's the same. I'm pretty sure he's the guy. Yeah, he's the guy that Beatrice was kissing, right? That guy. And Blair says that she doesn't want him. She wants to have her own priest, right? But then we see that in the other, like in the confession box, where obviously the priest sits, it's the Father Cavalier. It's the other priest. It's not her priest. So he has just heard her basically confessing that she loves, well, she doesn't, I don't think she mentions Chuck, so I guess it could be Chuck or Dan, but I guess Chuck's a more obvious choice. Yeah, that she wants to be with him and doesn't really want to marry Louis. So Beatrice, I should have given him a picture. So Beatrice and Cavalier, their plan is to get Blair really drunk at her bachelorette party. And then to bring Chuck in and get them alone together so that they, you know, and then they can catch them in the act or whatever and be able to throw this whole royal wedding thing out the window and just get it in the bin. And because then that way, obviously, like we've heard about, Beatrice will then be able to take the throne, she'll get what she wants, and yada, yada, yada. If we cast our minds a little bit back, Serena and Nate are supposed to be working together to take down Gossip Girl, right? So because he's working with Gossip Girl, he's like, oh shit, like I can't post this, you know, outing campaign, like while I'm trying to get help from her. So, Serena wants to post her column about it, her S by S column, and Nate says, you know, just wait a little bit, you know, it's something to do with marketing, there's just been a bit of a delay. But then later, Serena goes into his office and she sees in his emails that he has an email from Gossip Girl, and he's like, and she's like, oh shit, so this is why you've delayed my column. So then she posts the column anyway. I feel like it's a common theme with Serena to just take matters into her own hands, and whenever she does this, she never makes a good decision. Like, she never assumes, oh, maybe there's more to the story, or maybe I should open this. Well, she shouldn't really open his email and read his emails, but even so, like, do you know what I mean? Like, maybe I should, like, look into this a bit more before I jump to conclusions and potentially ruin a plan or a scheme, because when is there not a plan or a scheme going on with these people? Do you know what I mean? Nate basically finds out that she did this, obviously, and he's fuming. He's big pissed. So he fires her. And Serena basically calls him a liar and a traitor and all this stuff. And because of the email that she saw, the one from Gossip Girl. And Nate's like, I am in contact with Gossip Girl because she is going to give me proof that Trip was the one that tampered with that car. Or, like, paid someone to sabotage the car, right? And as you're watching this, you're like, obviously, she's going to think, of course. And she's like, Trip would never do that. Like, I'm going to go and tell him that you're planning for him to take the fall for this and all this stuff, right? And then Nate's assistant films the whole thing and sends it to Gossip Girl, right? So she's filmed this whole fight and this whole her being fired and everything, and sends it for Gossip Girl to send a blast out, right? So then Serena goes to Trip and tells him, and, like, he's big pissed about this, right? So now the two of them are plotting together against Nate. And you're like, Serena, this man left you for dead, like, 2 seasons ago. Not even that, maybe, like, 1 season ago. Like, what are you doing, babes? Just hold on. So he says that he thinks that Maureen is behind this. Now, I'm not Maureen's biggest fan, let that be known, but the way that he uses and abuses this woman time and time again as his scapegoat, as like all this stuff, like, because to be honest, she was a little bit evil, like she was. Like, there's no denying. But also, Serena did, like, try and sleep with her husband. Well, basically, like, did kind of take her husband from her. And when she schemed the first time, which is the only time that she actually, like, meddled with Tripp, to be fair, was the time with the guy that in jumping into the harbour. It was, like, to try and better his career. So, like, yeah, I think she's shady. But Tripp is the true shady boots here. Let that be known, okay? He is the real, just, this man is in the top 5 on my hit list. So then, it turns out, it's all fine. And we love Serena again, because the whole thing was a plot, basically, right? So, their fight was staged, the assistant purposely sent it to Gossip Girl and all that stuff, like knowing that it would get out and that Tripp would see it and would buy into Serena trying to sabotage Nate. So then Nate and William come in and they're like, Uno reverse card, Tripp. So then Tripp's like, right, here's what happened. I paid Max to drain the brake fluid in the car that Nate was supposed to get into. But then Max took the money and left. So Max... I don't believe extortion is right. I think he was a bit screwed over by Ivy, to be fair. And was pulled into this weird world where he then got played by Diana as well. But he made his bag, you know what I mean? And he got it off of Tripp, who's a scumbag anyway, so kind of respect it a little bit. And he actually didn't, like, have a part... Well, I guess he did have a part to play in the accident. Like, he knew that it was going to happen and didn't tell anybody. So actually, that is shady boots. So... No, I still don't like Max. But he's not as far up on my hit list as Tripp is. So, yeah. So then Max runs off with the money. So then Tripp does it himself. Congressman, I think. Congressman? Or something? He has like a something, I don't remember what he was running for. But congressman, we're just going to say, because I don't understand American politics. Tripp Vanderbilt purposefully, like, drains the brake fluid from Nate's car and does it himself. I just wanted you to be a bit banged up because I was jealous. Like, the man could have literally died. Like, Chuck almost died. Like, if he didn't have that blood transfusion, he would have died. And Blair literally lost her child. And he's like, I did it because I was jealous of Nate. Like, getting all the attention from Granddaddy. Are you fucking serious? The men in this show, sometimes they just push my blood boils. So then Sabrina is obviously big pissed. And she's like, you got away with basically leaving me to die before in the car crash, right? She's like, you're not going to get away with it this time. So they've got him, basically. And, you know, Nate also is angry at William. He blames him too. He's like, you know, if you hadn't pitted us against each other for all these years, like, this intense, like, weird underlying rivalry wouldn't have built up. And, like, maybe Tripp wouldn't have done this. So he's like, I basically don't want anything to do with you either, babes. And William's like, do you really think you can make it on your own? Like, without my money backing the Spectator? And Nate's like, yeah. He's like, I already have investors lined up. Like, I'm going to be just fine. So then Beatrice is back on her sabotaging ways. And she plans a traditional American bachelorette party for Blair. And she doesn't tell Serena about it. Basically, she doesn't tell her the plans have changed or anything. So Serena has no idea what's going on. So then they play this game about who knows Blair best. And each time that one of them gets a question right, Blair has to take a shot. So what Beatrice has done is she's rigged it. And she's given all the girls the answers to the questions so that Blair has to just keep taking shots. Side note, drunk Blair is such a cutie. This is one of my favourite scenes. Like, even though obviously it's not good, obviously, like what is happening to her, she's being sabotaged, but she's just such a sweetie, and you kind of just get to see her have fun, like, which we haven't done for quite a while with all this Louise stuff and like the baby and everything. So it's just really sweet. Like, I kind of wish we'd gotten to see more of that side a bit more. Just like the kind of fun and carefree Blair. So then Cavalier, the priest man, asks Chuck to come and meet him, like, where Blair's bachelorette party is. So anyway, so Chuck gets there as Blair's coming out, and this other, like, drunk woman, I think it is, or I don't know if she was, like, if Beatrice was in on it and, like, paid her to do this. I literally can't remember. I'd have to watch it again. But a girl puts a joint in Blair's mouth, right? So then Blair gets arrested for drugs. And because Dan, I don't know why Dan's there, but Dan's there, and he sees Chuck there, so he assumes this is all Chuck's doing, and Chuck's like, nothing to do with it, babe. And Blair is like, no. She's like, this was definitely Beatrice, 100%. And Dan's like, no, it was definitely Chuck, 100%. And then Beatrice says to Blair, she's like, look, I bought everyone's phones off of them. Like, everyone that's outside this bar right now bought all their phones, so no pictures of you are going to get out. Cavalier, the priest man, right? He goes to Sophie, the mum, and he says, Beatrice is trying to sabotage the wedding. Still, she hasn't stopped. She's just playing nice. She's still trying to sabotage the wedding. You should send her to Africa. But, which is, like, true, that she is still trying to, like, scheme through the wedding, obviously. But, obviously, we know that he is in on it too. So what he's trying to do is get rid of Beatrice so then he can just do the scheme, like, solo by himself. But I don't really know why that benefits him, like, because if the wedding is ruined, then, like, it's not like he's going to marry Louis and, like, get the throne. I thought the whole idea was that Beatrice would get the throne and then he would marry her and then he would be part of the Grimaldi family. So I don't really know what he's up to. I don't really remember if it gets explained either. So Dan's publishers, they want a sequel for Inside, and they basically say that him dating Serena is really good, like, for press and for everything, and for this sequel. But Dan's kind of like, because obviously they're not really dating, and Dan's like, I kind of want to write my own story. Like, I don't want it to just be about everyone else, like, all the time. So he tells Serena, he's like, look, I want to break up, like, we need to end this fake relationship because it's kind of getting in the way of my book. And Serena's like, says she'd never want to get in the way of his book, and they agree to end things. And then Dan says, he's like, oh, that article you posted earlier, right? It mentioned Dan and stuff, and he was like, you know, the article was really, really good for being about something that's fake, like, you know, your feelings to me and all this stuff. He's like, wow, you did such a good job, like. And Serena's basically about to tell him that the reason the article is good is because that's how she actually feels. Like, she does still have feelings for Dan, but she doesn't get the chance to because then Chuck shows up and interrupts them. So he basically says that he loves Blair and he's not going to give up on her. Meanwhile, Blair is reading Louise' vows and she's like, wow, he really, like, saw into my soul. Like, this is the confirmation I need before the wedding that he actually is a good match for me. Remember that, okay? Make a mental note about the vows. So Blair says to Serena, she's like, look, you don't have to fake date Dan anymore. Like, it's totally fine. You guys can end it. It's no biggie. So Serena goes to Dan and lies. She says that Blair wants them to still keep dating just until the wedding. You know, and he's like, you know what, for Blair, that's fine. She basically just wants to keep it up because in order to keep up appearances and make it seem like they're dating, they go to lunch together and they go to the movies. So it's her way of still being able to hang out with him and be close with him, because obviously she still loves him. And then it turns out the vows, remember the vows? Dan wrote them. Dan wrote the vows, not Louis. Dan wrote Louis' vows for him, which is just like, oh, Fucking hell. And then Cavalia goes to Chuck and is like, we need to team up. Like, let's ruin this wedding. I'm pretty sure that Blair's wedding is the 100th episode. Is it? I think Blair's wedding is the 100th episode. So that's exciting. I love a 100th episode. They're always good. So Dan, so it's Blair's wedding day, right? Dan tells Rufus that he is content with letting Blair go. You know, he doesn't feel the need to be with her anymore. Like, it's okay that she's moved on and she's going to marry Louis, and that Louis even asked him to be in the wedding party, you know, so he's all good. So Cavalia's plan is he's going to drug Blair's priest, the Father Smith guy, right, so that he can then take his place. And when he says, does anyone object, Chuck will say that he objects, and he will tell everyone that Blair said that he loved him. Blair said that she loved him last week, right? Shambles at the wedding. So that's Cavalia's plan. Sophie tells Louis, in a very gross exchange, that because of the accident, the press now love Blair because they basically feel sorry for her and everything. And Blair basically is like good for him now in terms of business and press, whereas before she wasn't, because we had that whole thing where Sophie didn't approve of her. But now that the press loves her, it's great for Louis and it's a great advantage, right? But Louis insists like their relationship isn't business. It's literally just because he loves her. Also, how fucking vile is that? Like, to act as if the accident was a good thing when Blair literally lost her baby. But literally your son lost his baby. How are you going to stand there and say to him that that accident was a good thing? Like, because now it means that Blair's like popular in the press. I think he would much rather have his child than the press having a positive outlook on the woman that he loves. Like, who fucking cares? Very odd behaviour. So Eleanor tells Cyrus that she feels like something is missing. She can't put her finger on it, but like all day she has just felt like she's forgetting something for this wedding. And Cyrus is like, no. He's like, it's perfect. There's nothing to worry about. So Georgina is also back. She's back again, and she wants to ruin Blair's wedding also. So it turns out that Chuck sabotaged Cavalia because obviously he doesn't want to hurt Blair. So he sabotages him and gives him food poisoning so that he can't make it to the wedding and sabotage it, right? But then Georgina ruins the whole thing. So she goes to Cavalia and she gives him medicine to make him better, to completely counteract Chuck trying to stop him, right? Georgina's like, you're going about this the wrong way. You should be going after Blair. You should be going after Louis.
Bless us, Father. I have a feeling we're about to sin.
She's an icon. Like, she does shitty things, but she's an icon. Like, she's not a Trip. Do you know what I mean? Like, Trip is not likable in the slightest. And I don't know. Like, she does do dodgy things. I can't deny. But, like, she's like a love to hate kind of character. I don't feel that about Trip. I just hate him completely through and through. And guess who's working the Waldorf Grimaldi wedding? None other than Charlotte Rhodes, the real Charlotte Rhodes, right? And she's basically like, I think she's a cater waiter for like the same company that Dan was, this cater waiter company that everyone and their mum seems to work for. So she's working the wedding and she meets Nate, and Nate, you can tell, has the hots, as he does for everyone. And she's basically like, oh, you don't remember me? And it turns out that she's worked spectator parties before, so it's big awkward because it's basically Nate looking like he doesn't care about anyone that works for him, basically, and he's just like throwing money around, and they're not off to the best start. Dan and Nate decide that they're going to try and stop Chuck from doing anything stupid, whereas bless his heart, he's trying to not get this wedding sabotaged. So that's what they're off doing, and Serena and Blair are chatting, and Blair basically figures out that Serena still loves Dan, which how has nobody else figured it out? Like, it's so obvious. But anyway, so yeah, Blair figures out that Serena still loves Dan, and she says to her, she's like, you shouldn't let the fear of what he's going to say or how he's going to respond stop you from telling him. Like, even if It's a good life lesson. Like, even if you think it might not work out or whatever, like, you just have to take these opportunities and just go for these things, because you never know. Like, the worst case scenario is they don't feel the same way, and then you can just have that closure and you can move on. Best case scenario, they do feel that way, and then you get to be with them, you know? Like, it's all good. Also, Blair looks so beautiful. Like, she looks so, so gorgeous in this whole wedding get-up. She and Eleanor have this real sweet moment, and Blair's basically, like, panicking about this whole thing. And Eleanor's like, you know, when I got married to Harold, I was really nervous. But when I got married to Cyrus, cutie pie, she said that she wasn't nervous at all. She was just happy. She was just calm. So I think she's like, I don't think this is the one. I don't think Blair wants to go through with this. And Eleanor can see it. So Georgina shows up and she's dressed like a priest. And it is giving hijinks. It's giving shenanigans. It's giving icon. Okay? I love this woman. So she shows up, right? And then Rufus sees her and he's like, oh, this is fuck this. He's like, no way. What is she up to? And basically her plan is to seduce Louis and have it filmed, and then that will break up the wedding. And then, one of my favourite scenes. It's so cute. It's only a little one, but it just makes my heart so warm. So Eleanor goes to the Empire and Chuck's like, what are you doing here? And she's like, you know, all day I've been having this feeling that I've forgotten something and I realise that it's you. So you come into this thing or what? Not me actually about to tear up. Like, that is so cute. Like, he was what was missing. Oh.
Can I have something to drink? Of course, sparkling or still. Scotch.
It's literally like in Pretty Little Liars, right? How Ashley just always had a soft spot for Caleb. And you could just tell. Like, she was always like, Caleb is the one. And that is what you get with Eleanor and Chuck. Like, she knows. She's like, and Dorota knows. Everyone knows that this is who she's supposed to be with. Okay? It was you. My heart.
All day long, I have had this feeling that I had forgotten something, and then I realized what it was. You.
Eleanor brings Chuck to see Blair at the church at the wedding.
Find someone who loves you too.
I have. She's standing right in front of me.
One of the best written couples I've ever seen. This scene makes me cry every time because they love each other so much, and she loves him so much and wants to be with him but can't because of this pact that she's made. My heart can't take it. It is just so sweet, and like him saying it should be us up there. Yes, it should. It should. I compose myself. Right. So anyway, it turns out that Georgina was recording this whole thing, and she gives the recording to Chuck. And then Lily and Rufus have her escorted out. So Serena comes back in and she tells Blair, she's like, I'm fully prepared to make a run for it with you. I feel like every gal has had this conversation with their gals. It's like, if anything goes south, you just tell me, I'm there, I'll be driving the car. And Blair's like, you know what, I've made my peace with my decision. She'll grow into loving Louis, and that she has faith that he'll never hurt her. So she's like, all in all, it's not a bad deal. So as Serena's walking out, Chuck tells her, like, that he's leaving. He's like, right, I've tried. And Serena's like, you know what, fuck it. She's like, I'm gonna tell you. I need to tell you a secret. So then meanwhile, Harold's there. He's making a rare appearance. Harold is like to Cyrus, he's like, Blair needs you for an emergency. So Cyrus is like up in arms, bless his heart. He's like, right, let's go. And oh my god, no, because like this bit makes me cry as well because it's so freaking cute. Look at me. Oh, she tells Cyrus that one father is not enough. And she asks him to walk her down the aisle with Harold. Look at me. Literal tears. Is that not like the cutest shit? Especially because she's so against him in the beginning and he is just, stop it. When I tell you about those 100 episodes, they always get me. So they walk down the aisle together. Blair looks gorgeous, of course she does. And then the priest says, you know, if anyone has any objections, they need to say it now. And Chuck is at the back of the hall, and everyone, well, not everyone, but everyone that we know, Serena, you know, all that, basically they have like a little glance at him to be like, are you going to say something? And he doesn't. He stays silent. He doesn't say anything. But then Gossip Girl sends out the video of Blair declaring her love for Chuck in her wedding dress. So everyone knows it's from like literally just moments ago. And everybody watches it. Can you imagine a wedding where everybody suddenly gets out their phones and looks at a text? Like, in what world?
Of course I love you, Chuck. I love you more and more every day. If it's even possible to love someone that much.
So Blair's obviously like so embarrassed and she runs off. She runs away and she's angry at Chuck, and Chuck insists that it wasn't him. He didn't do it. And, you know, he tells her, he's like, look, I know about the pact with God. He's like, you can break it. And she's like, no. She's like, no, I can't break it, and all this stuff. So then Blair tells Louise, she's like, look, I still choose you. I know how bad this looks and everything. And he's like, he goes to talk to Sophie, right? He goes to talk to his mum about this whole thing. And we don't see that. So remember that, right? They've had a conversation. So Georgina says that she didn't send it, but anyone could have sent it, right? So that opens up the pool of suspects big time. And so they begin the, you know, wedding again, and Blair apologizes to everyone, and they go through with it, and they get married, which at the time, like when I was watching it for the first time, I was like, I can't believe I'm actually seeing this shit with my own eyes. Like, the fact that this is actually going ahead, like, how are we going to come back from this? How are we going to be reunited after this? Anyway. So then at the reception, Blair and, I was going to say Blair and Chuck. Blair and Louis are like cutting their cake and everything, like they seem really happy, yada yada yada. So then Dan talks to Nate as if he's sure that Chuck sent the video, right? Like he's basically talking about it like it's facts. And Serena comes over to talk to Dan. So then Nate goes to make amends with Lola. We've got Ivy and we've got Lola. There is no Charlie anymore. I think it's because that would be kind of confusing, like in terms of credits and all this stuff. Serena apologizes for lying so that they could keep fake dating. And when he asks, you know, why did you do that? She professes her love for him. And it's actually really sweet. And the thing is, the annoying thing is I do like these two together. And I think there was just more times when it like worked. Maybe I'll like elaborate more towards the end because I don't like, obviously I'm not really doing like spoilers, like we're doing it as we go. But, or maybe I'll make a video about it, but they had such cute moments and so many times where it was like, if they get together and stay together now, like it is going to work.
I love you, Dan Humphrey. Always have, always will.
And it's just so cute. Like season 1 them was so, so sweet. And I loved them together in season 1. So then, buckle in, people. So Blair and Louis have their first dance together as a married couple, and we get the biggest 180, okay? This is probably like in my top 5 most shocking moments of this show. Definitely in the top 10, but I think probably in the top 5, if not in maybe the top 3. I don't know. Like, I just was not really expecting. Like, obviously, it kind of makes sense because Beatrice is pure evil and so is Sophie. But, like, Louis is always presented as, like, he's against that. And he truly does love Blair and, like, obviously puts up with all this shit. Like, so it makes sense that he would get to a breaking point. But as they are dancing their first dance as a married couple was not when I thought that this revelation was going to come out. And I was like, welcome to the biggest 180 we have seen thus far. Like, I don't think there is anything, like, there's maybe moments that are more shocking. I killed a man. Like, I don't want to say iconic, but like that scene, 10 out of 10 for drama. But in terms of like someone literally like their actual character, like doing such a like plot twist and such a like turn, I think this is the craziest one. Like, it is mad. So, yeah, he goes pure evil. And he's like, our marriage is all for show. He's like, after obviously the conversation that he had with Sophie, or maybe even before that, I don't really know, with the whole video of her confessing her love and then him talking to Sophie, pure evil. And he's like, our wedding, our marriage, everything is for show. Everything is a lie. He says, like, with everyone watching him, he had no choice but to accept her apology at the time. This is my, like kids version of Mango Loco. I'm just like, it would have just been too embarrassing not to, right? But after the wedding, there is nothing between them but a contract. Literally, that is it. He's like, you know, you better put on the show of your life until I decide that I'm done with you. It is fucking brutal. I understand, obviously, that he's, like, big pissed because she's obviously in love with Chuck. Like, so it's not a nice situation to be in. But, like, poor Blair, bless her heart. Like, you can't help but feel for her. This is pure evil. And so she's, like, confused. And she's like, well, what about what you said in the vows? And he's like, I didn't write them. He's probably like, damn, wrote the vows, like, I don't care. So then the dance finishes and she, like, you know, big smile and walks away to make a phone call. And she's on the phone, she's like, I've made a huge, like, horrible mistake and I need your help. So then Chuck shows up and he tells Serena that he's there to apologise to Blair for everything. So then we see Blair running away from the wedding, right? And as she gets in the car, who's the getaway driver? Do. Of course not. It's Dan Humphrey, ladies and gentlemen. There were some good contenders here, but it is Dan Humphrey. And then we see, at the end of the episode, we see someone typing out a Gossip Girl blast, and they're typey, and they zoom out, and who's writing the Gossip Girl blast? Who is manning the Gossip Girl website? None other than Georgina Sparks herself. Yes, people. Just when you think Georgina can't be more iconic than she already is, add Gossip Girl to the fucking resume. So no one can find Blair anywhere, and then Chuck gets a call to say that she's at the Empire, right? And so Chuck, Serena, and Nate, they ask Lola, they're like, look, can you please, in your, like, catering truck, can you give us a ride so that we can go and find Blair, right? And Louis tells Sophie, he's like, look, I couldn't wait, and I told Blair our plan, basically. It was before he was supposed to. In their scheme, he wasn't supposed to let her in on the fact that he hates her yet. So then they get to the Empire, and Georgina's there, and she's like, look, Blair's left, but you'll need my help to find her again. Blair thinks that she can get a divorce from Louis through the Dominican Republic. I don't really remember exactly why. I think it's because in the Dominican Republic she can get a divorce without Louis, like without the consent or like sign off or anything of the husband. You can just get divorced, right? So she's like, this is where I need to go. So Dan takes her to the airport. Again, they make such good friends. Such good friends. And bless her, she's in her wedding dress at the airport. And, you know, she's like, I hope no one will recognize me. And Dan's like, you're literally the new Princess of Monaco in your wedding dress, like at the airport. Are you kidding? So Dan sends her into this tourist shop to find something to wear, and she comes back out and she's got this like I Heart New York t-shirt on and this hoodie, and she just looks she looks hilarious and adorable. The whole airport scene is just hilarious. Dan's a terrible liar. Blair's in her I Heart New York jumper. She's also tries to use a newspaper with a picture of herself as ID because she doesn't have a passport. Like all this stuff. A comedy duo.
I'm hoping that you will allow me to prove my identity with this.
So then Serena rings Dan to be like, do you know where Blair is? And he lies and he says he doesn't. And Georgina's like, wow, that's an obvious lie. But Serena believes him. She's like, no, I trust Dan, like, and not you. Even though Georgina's right. And so then Serena has Blair's phone, right? and Louis texts it demanding that she comes back. So Serena's a bit like, this is a little bit aggressive. Meanwhile, Georgina goes to interrogate Dorota and find out if she knows where she's going, where she is, anything like that. So then Dan is speaking to Rufu on the phone, and obviously, who's one of the biggest gossips in this show? Dan. Who's also one of the biggest gossips in this show? Rufu. Absolute nightmare. So he tells Rufu, he's like, here's the plan, right? The Dominican Republic and all this stuff. And Rufus is just like, oh my God, what has my son gotten himself into? And he's like, don't you have to keep Sophie distracted long enough for us to get Blair out of the country? And he's a bit hesitant, but he agrees. Also, I've written down that Rufus is looking very fine right now. It's giving Dilf. Love that for him. What a guy. So Sophie comes and she accuses Eleanor of knowing where Blair is. And Eleanor's like, I didn't even know that Blair was missing. I thought that she was with Louis on their way to their honeymoon. So what are you talking about? Rufus is trying to stall them. Nobody is buying it. Sophie basically threatens Eleanor. And she's like, if we can't find Blair, you'll have to pay the dowry. And Eleanor's like, we got rid of the dowry in the contract. And Sophie's like, it's in the prenup. So if like something happens, it can be reinstated, this dowry. So I don't really know completely, but I think a dowry is like the amount of money, or it's like money that a bride brings to the marriage, right? Brings like to the groom. And as we go, you will learn they never say how much this dowry is, but it is a seemingly crazy amount, okay? So she's threatening Eleanor. She's like, you're going to have to pay it. Like, you're basically going to have to give us, I think it's basically like you're going to have to give us, like, basically everything that Blair brings to the marriage, which is, like, her assets, right? So I think it's basically, like, all the money they have. Or, like, at least, like, what something is worth. Like, maybe, like, what Eleanor Waldorf designs is worth. Or it's, like, something like that. Like, it is a lot of money that she is basically threatening Eleanor is going to have to pay. So then Louis goes on the news and he declares Blair as missing and asking people to contact if they see her. So then everyone at the airport starts taking pictures of her, like her cover is blown. So Serena and Chuck go to Blair's place and they find out that Georgina locked Dorota in a closet in Blair's closet until she told her where Blair was. But she says to Chuck and Serena that she gave her the wrong address. That is not where Blair is. She's like, Blair needs her passport to escape. She's like, I don't know what has happened, but she needs her passport. So Chuck and Serena are like, right, we will take the passport to her. And obviously Georgina cannot be outsmarted so easily. So she waited for them to leave and then followed their car. Dan takes Blair to this hotel room to basically hide out until they can get the passport and they can get on the flight, right? And they're arguing and he asks her, you know, you really should be more appreciative of what I've done for you, considering, you know, like this fucking shit show. And then Chuck and Serena show up and Serena and Blair are both mad at Dan for not telling Serena about what happened. And Dan's like, but you told me not to tell anybody. And Blair and Serena are like, Serena is not just anyone. You could have told her. And he's just like, well, fucking hell, like, cut me some slack. Like, I've never been a getaway driver before. So then Dan leaves, like, angry, like, he's off. And he leaves the door open, and then Georgina's there, and she takes a picture of the three of them in this hotel room. So then Serena drops her bag, and Georgina's camera falls out of it. So it looks like Serena was the one that leaked the video of Blair confessing her love for Chuck. So back at the Vanderwoodsons' apartment, Eleanor's saying, like, the worst part of this whole thing is just not knowing if Blair's okay. Like, I'm just worried about her. So Rufus caves, because of course he did. And he's like, she's with Dan at the airport. He just lets it go completely. Serena confesses to sending the video. She basically says that she did it for Chuck and Blair so that they could be together. But Blair's like, that wasn't your choice to make. And then Serena starts having a go. And she's like, well, you running away with Dan when you knew I loved him hurts too. And lying about it. What? Firstly, Blair wasn't trying to lie. Dan was the one who lied. She made it very clear 5 seconds ago that she would have wanted you to know about this plan. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, how are you going to compare Blair asking Dan for help to escape the country so that she can get a divorce from her now evil husband? How are you comparing that, like, to, oh, Blair ran off with Dan and lied about it? Unreal. Sometimes, like, Jesus Christ. So then Sophie shows up, because obviously she knows the whole thing. She says to Blair, she's like, this dowry is high enough that Eleanor would have to sell her whole company. Like, do you really want to ruin your mother's life, basically? And Chuck is like, I'll pay it. He literally, this man, I tell you, he is like, I'll pay the dowry. And Blair's like, no. She's like, you cannot give this kind of money. And she says, you know, when and if we end up together, it has to be as equals. So she doesn't want to be indebted to Chuck. She doesn't want to feel like he kind of like bought her back from Louis. So she refuses. She says, no, you can't pay it. So then Serena confronts Dan and she's angry at him for lying. And he says, look, I did everything to protect her. And Serena's like, no, you fucking didn't. She's like, if you really wanted to protect her, you would have told us what was going on so that we could have helped her. What you wanted was to be her knight in shining armor and to fix everything for her. And honestly, Serena is speaking facts. I don't even care if it comes from like a crazy, jealous, bitter place. That is 100% the truth. 100% the truth. And then he's like, you know, are you really just upset because you told me how you felt and I didn't say anything back? Then she's like, you know what, through all of this and like the way you're speaking to me now, like you've just given me an answer. You obviously don't feel the same way. You're in love with Blair. So bless her heart. Like, I do find Serena annoying sometimes, but then Dan is more annoying. And so Team Serena, always and forever. It's a fucking boring story. So Lola and Nate. So Lola goes to the Vanderwoodsons to deliver flowers from the wedding because Rufus thought it would be a nice idea for each of the parents to like have flowers from the wedding, like, because they were so beautiful and all this stuff. So anyway, she comes and delivers them. Lily is obviously like, oh my god, like, Lola, hi. And Lola ends up telling Lily about Nate and like that whole thing. Lily's like, Nate is lovely. She's like, he's a lovely, lovely guy. And Lola's like, yeah, I think so too, but he just doesn't really seem that interested in me. So then Lily calls Nate and is like, this is where Lola is, like, come and get a second chance, basically. So then Nate comes over and Lola admits to Nate that she's basically been lying to her mum, Carol, but obviously they don't know that yet, about working for this like K-Weight thing and being able to pay for college and all this stuff, right? Which is so dodgy, isn't it? Like, because you think about it, like, she's literally working as a waiter trying to fund her course at Juilliard. Meanwhile, her mum has been scamming everyone and is getting money. Like, she is getting enough money easily through that trust fund to pay for her to go to Juilliard, but she's not. Like, the cheek. And Nate's basically like, look, I'm the president of family issues, so don't even worry about it. And she says, you know, I like kind of like hearing about your whole world, but I'm not really sure I want to be in it. Like, I don't want to be in that Upper East Side drama. So then Blair goes to Dan and says that she knows that he wrote the vows, and that she does care about him. And she says, I know what I have to do. I just need to know that you'll be there for me. And he says he'll always be there for her. And Eleanor stands up for Blair and she's like, I don't care what I have to sell. She's like, the Waldorfs do not give in to threats. Like, this is not going to happen. But Blair is like, no, like, I won't let them ruin our whole family and everything that you've built. Like, we're not doing that shit. She's like, I only have to stay with him for a year until I think the dowry is like wavered or like the prenup is like null and void or something like that. Basically, she has to stay with him for a year. So then she and Louis are like kissing in front of paparazzi and stuff, pretending to be all happy. So Georgina is talking to Philip, and I don't know if I've mentioned Philip yet, but he's her boyfriend, the one that helps her like look after Milo and everything, right? So she says to him that the photo she took at the hotel is like irrelevant now because obviously Blair's reunited with Louis and all that stuff. He's like, well, you know who sent that video in to the church? And Georgina's like, yeah, I do, but I'm saving it. I have something else planned for how I'm going to use that information, right, and leak it. And so she says that she took over Gossip Girl, right? So she's not the OG Gossip Girl. She's not like Gossip Girl, true and true. She has just taken over because if you remember when Chuck and Blair had their accident, she decided to shut down Gossip Girl. She was like, Gossip Girl was like, you know, I'm just gonna take a break. Like this isn't good for me. This isn't worth it. And that is when Georgina started taking over. So once Gossip Girl rebooted again, that was Georgina. Then back at the Empire, Chuck sees a picture of Blair and Louis kissing, and he's kind of obviously sad, and he's like, why did she choose him? And you know, Serena tells him, you know, you really shouldn't have sent in that video. And so then Chuck's like, how's that now? He's like, I didn't send in the video. And she's like, what are you talking about? She's like, the only reason I took the fall for sending the video, so Serena didn't send the video and Chuck didn't send the video. So the only reason I took the fall for sending the video was because I thought you did it. And like, you know, if Blair thought that you did it, like, you can never be together. So I took the fall so that Blair wouldn't be angry at you and that you could be a couple. And he's like, what? He's like, no, I didn't send the video. So then we see Dan watching on, like, all jealous as Blair and Louis, they leave together to, I think, go on their honeymoon or whatever they're doing. So it's kind of hinting that he was the one who sent the video, which... fucking Dan, honestly. I'm not going to get into it. So my disdain for Dan, it grows. So Louis has gone back to Monaco. He's dipped, right? But he's left this girl called Estee, I think it is, to basically watch Blair's every move. So she's kind of like a royal babysitter for her. She watches her, you know, social calendar. She reads her emails. She makes sure that she's in bed on time. Like, serious shit. And Rufus says to Dan, he's like, look, it's time for you to move on from Blair now. Like, really, that is enough. And she's, you know, married now. Like, you can't do this shit. And Dan's like, no, we're just really good friends. I've heard this one before. So then Serena tells Blair that she didn't actually send in the video. And she also forgives her for using Dan as her getaway driver, and they make up and they're all good. So then Serena writes a column for Valentine's Day, basically saying that she's only had bad Valentine's Days since her one with Dan. Like, since then, they've all been shit. So then Dan offers, he's like, oh, Blair, do you want to, like, watch movies together for Valentine's Day? Kind of soften the blow of, like, the whole wedding scenario. And she's like, no, like, all good, and turns him down. And it's because she has a plan to get Serena and Dan back. So Blair and Serena both get stood up at the same time. It's literally like Parent Trap vibes. It's like, where is it where they both get stood up at the same time? Oh, Friends. When, like, Phoebe and Joey set up Ross and Rachel, so they both get stood up and then, like, will rekindle or whatever. And so that's what happens, and Dorota and Blair are sitting in the same restaurant, like, in disguises, like, watching. But they both figure out it was all a setup. Like, she even hired an old couple to tell them that they made a cute couple. Like, she went to lengths. It was so good. Serena's like, look, Dan doesn't have any feelings for me, so, like, it's a lost cause. And it's just kind of sad, like, because I feel like these two romantically, they pair so much better. Like, these two pair well as friends, but these two, like, they are good together when things are working. You know what? We need an orange line between these two, actually. I mean, to be fair, I guess in theory, everyone else is now also enemies with Louis, but that would be too much string. Blair's trying to set up Dan and Serena. Meanwhile, it's obviously Valentine's Day, and because Georgina is obviously acting as Gossip Girl, she kind of forces Nate into throwing a Halloween party. She's got, like, little minions in his office and stuff, I think, and basically He's like, I'm not throwing a Valentine's Day party, like, leave me alone. But then Gossip Girl posts that he is. So he's like, for fuck's sake. But then he rings Lola and asks her out for Valentine's Day, but she says she's too busy catering. So he's like, right, I'm going to throw this Halloween party. Why do I keep saying it's a Halloween party? I am going to throw this Valentine's Day party because it means that I can hire Lola's catering company to do the catering, and then, you know, it'll be all hunky-dory. So this is so fucking annoying, right? I told you this video was cursed. Have I not told you this video is cursed? I don't know if I've mentioned it in this video so far, but this video is cursed, okay? This whole project is cursed. From Audacity failing me, to OBS failing me, to Vegas Pro failing me, to my laptop breaking and had to send it away for like 3 weeks. It is just one thing after another with this fucking video, okay? And now I've come back to my family home to resume it. I can't find the pointer. It's a tragedy. And I don't really know what's the better option. So first option is this. So first option, we have this little guy. But I feel as though he may be a bit large. And then my other option is a fucking straw. And like, you can't even see. Like, you can't even really see what I'm pointing at with this thing. So anyway, it's a tragedy. I think I'm gonna have to go with the straw. But just know that I'm not happy about it, okay? Just know that I'm not happy about it. He calls up Lola's catering company to request her, right? And he finds out from her manager that she refuses to do spectator parties. She's put it on her file, she won't do any kind of spectator party. So then he's like having a little moan about it to Chuck, right? And Chuck's like, I'll throw the party, I don't care. This man has so much money, it's next level. So he's like, you can throw the party here at the Empire, and I will call the catering company. She will, obviously Lola will come because she doesn't think it's a spectator party, she thinks it's a Chuck Bass party. Which, if she knows anything about, like, Nate and the Upper East Side, she would still not, like, do this party because obviously Nate's gonna be there, but whatever. And Nate's like, this is a fabulous idea. So that's what they do, right? Nate is always down so freaking bad. Like, this man does not know how to like someone in a normal capacity. If we just do like a brief recap, we had Serena, who he was so in love with that he cheated on his current girlfriend and then just loved her forever, and a whole year went by, and then as soon as she came back, tried to tell her he loved her again, even told Jenny that he loved Serena, thinking that she was Serena, because he was so down bad he couldn't even stop to actually look and make sure it was the right bloody person. Then, like, his whole thing with Vanessa, and then fucking Juliet, and Catherine, Brie. I just tell you, he just cannot. Like, it's... Anyway, if he likes someone, all logic and all kind of sense goes out the window with this man. The little sense that this man has dwindles down to a measly nothing when he has the hots for somebody, right? So anyway, he's desperate to get her to cater this party, which, by the way, is a high school themed party. So everyone who's invited to the party went to Constance and St. Jude's, I think is the theme, and everyone has to dress in their old school uniforms, which was so cute and so nostalgic, and I absolutely loved it, because for me, the first 2 seasons are probably my favourite seasons. I kind of love all of Gossip Girl, which is a bit of a rarity. Like, Pretty Little Liars is one of my favourite shows of all time. It's a toss-up between that and Gossip Girl, and I cannot stand, like, the last 2 seasons. They're just not for me, and that's a whole nother rant for a whole nother video. But, like, that's one of my favourite shows, and even then, I'm not too keen on the last 2 seasons, right? But with this show, I like every season. There are things about specific seasons that I don't like. Obviously, that's only natural. But, like, the show as a whole, I really enjoy it. There are some slow bits or some bits where I'm like, I feel like I would have written that differently. But all in all, I think it kind of keeps its quality throughout the seasons, which I don't know if that's kind of a hot take. Maybe it is a hot take. I don't know. Anyway, so seeing everyone dressed up in their high school uniforms I thought was so cute because it was just so season 1 vibes. Nate is now hosting this party. Pretty much the entire thing is orchestrated by Georgina, because if you remember, Georgina is acting as Gossip Girl for the minute. She's controlling the site. And the whole party is a way for her to expose Blair, right? So she has got eyes and minions all over the place. Nate's assistant, Blair's luggage man at the hotel where she lives, and like a guy that bumped into Chuck on the street. I don't really remember what that was about, but some guy bumped into him on the street and then was like to Georgina, like, oh, this is happening and he's going here. So she's orchestrating this entire thing. Then Ivy's back. But she's like, I'm only here for a few hours, you know, like, I just have a few errands to run, right, to Rufus. She's like, I'm not going anywhere, I'm not seeing anybody. But then Georgina bumps into her and she's like, I want the gossip. She's like, you better spill some tea right now or I'm going to expose who you are. Because remember, she's posing as Charlie Rhodes. I'm going to expose it to everybody. So she's like, oh shit. So Ivy's like, look, I don't even live here anymore. I don't really have any secrets, but I did overhear that Blair and Louis signed a prenup for their marriage. And Georgina's like, you know what? I can work with that. You're free to go. Philippe, who is Georgina's boyfriend at the time, he's not really relevant. But anyway, he does some snooping sometimes. But he and Georgina managed to find out. They managed to find the prenup. I don't know if it's like public record, because I don't really know legal mumbo jumbo, but you know, when you go through the courts and stuff like that, like most of that is usually public record, right? So I think maybe that's how they found it. I'm not really sure. But anyway, they find out that this prenup is so much that it could bankrupt the Waldorfs. Remember? If we cast our minds back to when Blair originally got married to Louis, they said, if you try and like run or whatever, then the dowry will kick in and it's enough to bankrupt the Waldorfs. Eleanor would have to sell Waldorf Designs and all that. So that is why obviously Blair is still married to Louis, as we already know. But now Georgina also knows this. Gossip Girl, aka Georgina, tells Dan that he needs to bring Blair to this Valentine's Day party. And if he doesn't, then she will tell everybody that he was the one that sent the video of Blair confessing her love to Chuck at the wedding. She will reveal that Dan was the one who sent that video in. So he like goes to Blair and lies to her, saying, you know, I did feel a spark with Serena when you like forced us to have lunch this morning. You know, come with me to the party, right? And he says to Blair, he's like, you know, don't worry about Louis and everything because Chuck's not even going to be there. He's at the Empire, but Chuck's not going to be there. It's fine. So Blair's like, you know what, fine, I'll come for 5 minutes, and you two can chat and everything, and then, you know, whatever. I've also made a note here that I love Blair's dress. But then, obviously, they get there, and Chuck actually is there. But the whole party is such a vibe. It's such a vibe. Everyone's in their school uniforms. They're playing, I think it's called, like, I got it from my mama. I feel like it sounds weird when I say mama. Like, mama. Anyway, by will.i.am, which, fun fact, is a song that they played in the first season when Serena and Blair fight that like during a hockey match thing. Anyway, so it's super fun vibes. So Lola obviously realizes that Nate was behind this whole thing, and she's actually impressed. She thinks it's cute. And she, you know, kind of gives him a chance. Rufus tells Ivy, he's like, look, you should go and see Lily because, you know, she was really worried about you because she'd like disappeared. You should go and see her before you leave. So she goes to the Empire to see Lily, And then there's this whole bloody party going on, and she's like, I did not want anyone to see me. But Dan drags her in and insists she comes in with him. And there she sees Serena, and Serena is like, where have you been? Loca. And she says after the accident, because it happened, you know, as they were leaving her party, she felt really guilty. Then Lola sees Ivy. She sees her there and she goes over and she recognizes her because they went to the same acting class together. So she says, hi, you know, don't you remember me? We went to, you know, acting class. And Lola admits to Ivy that she's lying to her mum, Carol, about going to Juilliard because she would never have let her go. So she lies and tells her she goes to some other school or something. And Ivy's basically like, oh my God, I cannot talk to you. I cannot do this right now. This is too weird. So after Ivy runs away, Nate comes over and says to Lola, you know Charlie. And Lola's like, what are you talking about? That's Ivy Dickens. Nate, bless his soul, is so confused. He says, oh no, Ivy Dickens is just the name that her mum forced her to go by. But really, her real name is Charlie Rhodes. And obviously, Lola is so confused. She's like, I'm Charlie Rhodes. And Nate says, yeah, she's a friend of mine's cousin. And so she is adding up the dots. She's like, what on earth? This girl has stolen my identity, right? But she doesn't say anything. She keeps this little nugget of information to herself. Meanwhile, shit is hitting the fan. Blair and Dan are chatting and, you know, he's just making all this bullshit up, basically. And Blair's like, you shouldn't be worried. She's like, don't be worried about Serena or, you know, if it's going to work because you're wonderful. He says, if you're that guy with Serena, how could she not love you? And Gossip Girl texts Dan and tells him to kiss Blair, but he refuses to. When he texts back, he hears the he hears the ding. So he's looking around and finds Georgina and says, look, I will tell everybody that you're Gossip Girl if you tell anybody that I released the video. So now he's got leverage. He's got it one up. And Blair comes in and she's like, what is happening? Serena's here. Because poor Serena wasn't even going to come to this party. Serena was going to sit at home and watch Valentine's Day movies and have chocolates and have a grand old time. But Blair insisted that she come to this party because Dan had feelings for her. And forced her to come to this party, and all she's done so far is talk to Ivy. And so Blair's like, well, what's happening, Dan? Do you really want to get back with Serena or don't you? She's confused. And she asks him, what would make you happy? She says, you know, all I want is for you to be happy. So what would make you happy, Dan? And then Dan kisses Blair, which we all knew, okay? Anyone with eyes can tell that he's been in love with Blair like this whole season. So he obviously wants Blair and that would make him happy. So yeah, he kisses Blair. Georgina takes a picture of them kissing and Serena also sees them kissing. Serena gets a lot of hate, okay? She gets a lot of hate, and it's understandable. She can be very selfish, she can be very annoying sometimes, but sometimes this gal gets the shitty end of the stick, because what the fuck? Like, she was going to sit at home and just eat chocolates on Valentine's Day. She's had to pretend that she wanted to pretend she was dating Dan, but, you know, she's had to, for the past few months or so, she's pretending to date the guy that she actually does want to date, and then wrote this whole, you know, column about Valentine's Day and how she feels about him, and is in love with him still, and can't be with him because he's obviously not interested. Blair's trying to force them together. She knows it's a lost cause, tells Blair that it's a lost cause, but Blair won't give it up. She's going to just sit at home, watch her movies, have a good time, have a good single Galentine's Day. But then Blair forces her to go to this fucking party dressed up in her old school uniform to get back together with Dan, who actually doesn't want to get back together with her. So now she's been given false hope by Blair, who says, yeah, Dan says he wants to be with you. And then when she's riding on the false hope that is Dorina getting back together, she sees the best friend and the love of her life kissing and hiding it from her. I feel like I could make a whole video on why the Dare relationship bugs me so bad, because it just messes up so much other stuff. Like, it's not just these two, like, it's also the friendship between these two and the relationship between these two and these two, and it makes everything fucking weird. So Blair insists to Serena that Dan kissed her. Like, Dan kissed me, it wasn't my fault, and Serena says she's just sick of them always fighting over everything. It's just like when they're in high school. Meanwhile, Georgina tells Dan about the prenup and is basically taunting him with it, saying, even though you now know that Blair likes you back, because she did kiss him back, she did, there's fuck all you can do about it, because if Blair used to hate you for being poor, then she's definitely going to hate you for making her poor as well, by putting this dowry into action and bankrupting her whole fucking family. So Dan's like, this man feels like he cannot catch a break. But you know what? I don't even feel bad for him. I never feel bad for Humphrey, ever. Throwback to my first video where I literally said no one likes to play the victim more than this man right here. Blair is stuck in a loveless marriage with this evil man where if she leaves him to actually be happy, her whole family will be bankrupted. Serena has just had, found out that the love of her life is in love with her best friend, and that her best friend also likes the love of her life. There's all kinds of other shit going on. Chuck can't be with the love of his life. Nate's fine, I guess. Do you know what I mean? Like, there is all this other shit going on, but Humphrey is the victim. No. So Georgina goes downstairs and shows the picture of Dan and Blair kissing to Chuck. And Chuck then takes it upon himself to seduce Dan's agent, Alessandra. I think we've talked about her a few times. And he's pretending to be interested in her work and asking her what it's like to work with Dan. He's obviously, the cogs are turning. He's got some kind of evil plan forming. On Blair's way out, Dan catches her and Blair says, I didn't tell you about the prenup because I was trying to protect my family, but Louis and I are strictly business. There's no feelings there. Dan says, this is great, we can be together, you like me back. But Blair says, no, we can never be together because I would never hurt Serena like that. Then back at the Waldorfs, when she does get home, her and Serena aren't talking, which, pick a day of the week when these two are talking and they aren't talking. And Estee, her minder, remember, she's like, Louis sent someone to watch over her. Estee sees this picture of Louis and Blair and she covers Blair's face. Now we know that Estee has feelings for Louis. These trousers are kind of giving me like I've joined some kind of yoga cult or something, like Naomi in 90210 in season 4 or whatever. It's kind of giving me those kind of vibes. Lola's doing some Googling and finds a Facebook profile that says Charlie Rhodes, but with a picture of Ivy, and sends her a friend request, right? To kind of be like, I'm on to you. Meanwhile, Ivy goes back to the Hamptons, and it's revealed that while she's been away, she's been staying there at Cece's house with her, looking after her, because Cece is really sick and doesn't have much time left. I remember way back when they were taking those modern royalty pictures and Cece collapsed and they had their whole kind of bonding moment about it. Yeah. So Cece has only told Ivy that she's sick. Nobody else knows that she's not doing well. Dan's writing a new book and Alessandra tells Chuck that he's handing it in today. Chuck orchestrates this whole plan. He asks Alessandra out on a date, afterwards pretends to be interested. But really what he does is he intercepts the delivery. So Dan has sent off a paper copy transcript of his book, and then he obviously has a digital copy on his laptop. Chuck sees Dan at the loft, sees Dan at the apartment. What's happening? Dan tells Rufus about the kiss and that, they like each other, but they can't be together because of the prenup. But being friends is just too hard, so they're actually not speaking to each other at the minute. Chuck then invites, I said that weird, Chuck then invites Dan over to the apartment. Says he wants to because they were kind of friends for a little bit there, Says he wants to reconcile their friendship, which is utter bullshit, but Dan buys it. He goes to the apartment, and Nate and Lola are there, so he starts chatting to them. And while Dan's distracted, Chuck goes into his briefcase. He doesn't have a briefcase. It's like a man bag. It's like a satchel. Chuck goes into his little satchel and takes his laptop out and deletes the digital copy of Dan's book. While this is happening, and Dan, Nate, and Lola are chatting, Lola says that she's actually performing inside. She's performing it as a play, and she's playing Blair, or Claire, and invites Dan to come and watch. So he's obviously gassed. He's like, oh my God, that's so cool. Then Lola asks Nate if she can borrow his phone and uses it to call Charlie because she knows he's got her contact in there. And she's like, I know what you're up to. And Ivy says, look, I didn't mean to hurt anybody. And Lola's like, I'm going to call the police on you, okay? Then Lola gives her phone back to Nate, and because he's not a dumbass, he looked at who she called and saw that she'd called Ivy and says, you could have just asked. Nate's like, Nate is so sweet. Like, he's not judgy. He's not playing any kind of games with anyone really ever. So he's like, you could have just asked me. If you'd just asked me for Charlie's number, I would have given it to you. But anyway. And she says that she's sorry she lied and asks him to come to lunch with her so she can actually explain what's going on. After that phone call, Ivy calls Carol and tells her everything. She says, Lola knows, she's on to us. The whole ruse, the jig is up. And Carol is obviously shook by this. Ivy is planning to dip. She's planning to just leave. But then Cece's nurse says, look, it's getting bad. So Ivy says, look, you're going to have to take Cece to the hospital and make sure that you call Lily and call Carol because they need to know now. Like, she can't die and them not know that she was even sick. Meanwhile, at the Waldorfs, Serena and Blair are bickering over breakfast and making snide comments at each other. So Dorota locks them in and says that she's not letting them out until they make up. Blair keeps insisting to Serena that she and Dan are just friends. And her plan is to force Serena to spend the day with her and Dan to prove that they're just friends, right? But she's obviously like, I don't need to see that shit. So Blair's like, fine, I'm going to spend the day with Dan because we're just friends and I'll prove to you that I don't like him. So she goes to the play version of Inside to spend the day with Dan. Dan also thinks this is a terrible idea, which it is, by the way. And she takes like a selfie of them together and sends it to Serena. To prove that they're just friends. And Lily's there and she's like, is this not weird for you? And Serena says, actually, it's kind of Blair's way of making things better. Don't even worry about it. So, more meddling from Chuck. Chuck has paid, I think he just paid the delivery person, whatever you call it, messenger, who is supposed to deliver Dan's book to Alessandra to actually deliver it to Chuck first. And then Chuck changes it. So he swaps out Dan's actual book for a fake one. Then to make sure that it gets sent off to the editors and the publishing company, Chuck goes and seduces Alessandra and says, Dan's book is great, he always writes great books and whatever. Dan's writing is always great, just send it off. And so she sleeps with Chuck and just sends off Dan's manuscript without even reading it. Then later, Alessandra gets a call to say that Dan's book is plagiarized. He's copied the whole thing from somebody else. And Chuck's like, lol, see ya. He's like, my work is done here. Serena, bless her heart, decides she's going to go to the play to make up with Blair. But when she gets there, Lola, who's playing Claire, and the guy who's playing Dan, Blair doesn't like how she's being played. So Lola is playing Claire and asks Dan, what kind of kiss was this that Claire and Dylan shared? And Dan's explaining it, but then Blair's like, no, the kiss was nothing. The kiss meant nothing. And she says, I'll prove it to you, and kisses Dan again. And Serena sees again. It's just ridiculous. And Blair tries to explain to her. She's like, no, it wasn't what it looks like. And Serena says, just stop lying to me. Then she gets a call from Lily to say that Cece is sick. So there's bigger things going on here. Dan tells Blair that they can't be friends anymore because he wants to be more than that. And he just can't be just her friend anymore. But then he gets a call from Alessandra saying your whole book was plagiarized. Dan obviously insists that it's not. And because it wasn't, his original book obviously wasn't. So then he goes to get the original draft from his laptop and it's gone because Chuck deleted it at the hotel earlier. He then notices the scarf that Alessandra is wearing and is like, this is Chuck. This has got Chuck written all over it, and connects the dots. Alessandra says, look, I'll try and buy you time so that you can rewrite the book. Rewrite the whole book. And, oh God, literally just as I said, I don't sympathise with this man. This is still rough. I get that Chuck is angry, but at the end of the day, I mean, they're kind of friends, but not really. Dan doesn't really have any kind of loyalties to Chuck. So he just fell in love with Blair, but that's not really connected this way. It's connected this way because Blair, Chuck thinks that Blair still loves him, but it's not connected this way. So he does it out of spite, and I don't care for this whole thing as much as the next person, but ruining his livelihood, like the book, like an actual book, like he wrote a whole entire book and now it's gone. And you're also trying to take him down by making it seem like he plagiarizes. That is rough. That is hardcore. And I mean, I can't lie, I respect it, but still. Ivy is still trying to leave. She's still trying to dip. But Cece sees her, she's leaving, and asks her to come to the hospital with her. So now at the hospital, we have Ivy pretending to be Charlie. Lily, Serena, Eric, Rufus, and William, maybe? I can't remember. That all think that Ivy is Charlie. We also have Carol, who knows the truth, and we have Lola. The whole family is here at the hospital, okay? The whole family. So then, while everyone's at the hospital, the nurse says that Ivy has been obviously taking care of Cece for all these months. So everyone's like pissed. They're like, why didn't you say anything? And Carol is obviously even bigger pissed because she's like, you a literal stranger. Ivy says her own grandmother died of cancer, so she just wanted to help, but Carol's not having a bar of it. When Lola shows up, everyone's like, who is this? And Lola says, I'm the real Charlie Rhodes, and Ivy just caves. She explains the whole scheme, and everybody is like, what the fuck is going on in the House of Commons? So everyone's huge pissed, and they tell Ivy to leave, which honestly is kind of sad because Ivy's been looking after Cece for all this time, and Cece was the one who said that she didn't want them to know. And I guess Ivy could have still told them anyway, but I don't know. I feel bad for her because she doesn't get to actually be there, like when she's on her deathbed. And Serena says to Lola, I'd love to have a relationship with you, get to know you, but Lola's like, fuck that. She says, no. And she goes and stays with Nate. Because Lola left the performance, Blair steps in and she realizes, because the thing is with Inside, she didn't actually read the whole thing. She just read the part where they said, like, Dan said that they had sex when they didn't. So she hasn't read the whole book. And because they're acting the book out, she's actually hearing what Dan wrote about her for the first time. And she hears that he went to this poetry thing, that she did. It always confuses me because it's like, when did this poetry thing even happen? But she went to this poetry thing and read out poetry or submitted a poetry or something. And even her mum didn't come, even Eleanor didn't go. But Dan went, and she never knew that he went. And in that moment, she realizes that Dan loves her for her. He doesn't love her in a crush, in just a silly crush way or in a superficial way. He genuinely cares about her and takes an interest in the things that she likes.
Remember when you won that essay competition and your mother was too busy to even show up to watch you get your award? Who came?
Dan came to that?
Dan goes to confront Chuck about the book, and the man has no shame. He's like, yeah, that was me. That was all me. And Dan actually has an interesting spin on it. He's like, oh, you wouldn't have gone to these lengths, right, to sabotage me and all this stuff if you didn't think that I had a chance with Blair. Because when Chuck thought of there's no way that Dan is going to get Blair, he wouldn't do anything about it. Like, he would just let it, like, run its course, knowing that he was the one that Blair would pick. But this time around, he's insecure. He feels that Dan potentially, you know, could be the better man, and he could lose Blair to him. So, because, like, with Louis and stuff, it was always about Blair being happy, and he didn't feel like he was losing her. He felt like he was letting her go, because ultimately he knew that she still wanted to be with him, like, deep down, you know. Whereas, like, with Dan, he's a bit of a dark horse. He's kind of come out of the woodwork, and he cares about Blair in a way that we don't. I mean, we know that Chuck cares about Blair, but the way that Dan cares about her is different. And I think in this moment, like, Chuck knows this as well, and that's why he's so adamant about trying to sabotage Dan. So then Blair finds Dan and reveals that she does have feelings for him. This is at the hospital, like, while Cece's literally keeling over. She says, you know, she does have feelings for him, but it's not right, and they can't do that to Serena. So Blair goes to find Serena and obviously comes over for Cece and tells her that she does have feelings for Dan. She's actually honest. And Serena says that she appreciates her actually just being honest and not trying to hide it from her. But she says that she values her friendship with Serena far more than any kind of relationship that she could have with Dan. Serena, honestly, bless her heart, because this is rough. Like, I gotta tell you, I don't know if I could do this. She tells Blair, even though it's going to be hard for her, she's not going to get in the way of her and Dan being together. Like, she gives her the green light, basically. I don't think I could do that shit. Like, is that just me being, like, petty ass? But, like, to literally, this man is the love of your life, okay? You know, we see them in season 1 and just, and then, like, we've gone through so much with them, you know, the will they, won't they, the she's always loved him, you know, the great love of her life. And then to give her best friend in the whole world the green light to date him. Sorry, I tell you, people say Serena's selfish, but she's a bigger person than me, because I could never. I could never. Blair tells Chuck, you know, there's no point in trying to punish Dan for me liking him, because it'll just push us closer together. Like, there's no point. So then it's actually revealed that Chuck kept a copy of Dan's manuscript, so he sends Alessandra the real copy, and everything's okay. But then Gossip Girl sends Chuck proof that Dan was the one that sent the video into Gossip Girl. So he's like, what the fuck? He's like, what is this man doing? Like, he ruined her whole wedding. He ruined her whole wedding. And you know what? Serena was so right. Like, I feel like I've already gone on a rant about this, but Serena was so right. Like, in that moment, Dan wanted to be her knight in shining armor. He wanted to ruin her wedding. She would have to flee, because I don't believe that he did it so that they could be together, because he's had his whole Chuck and Blair moment. Do you know what I mean? When he arranged for them to be together while Blair was still pregnant, that was his little saviour moment, and he's like, no, not anymore. He's in it for himself. And I think he sent that video in to destroy Blair's wedding so that he could then, swoop in and be her knight in shining armor. And Serena clocked it. And Dan, like, made it seem like she was all selfish for saying that, when in reality, it was exactly what happened. And now, who looks like the good guy? Dan. But I tell you, Dan tells Blair that, like, Chuck sent the real proposal in, because Blair just has this way of making Chuck be a better person. Like, she just has this kind of sway over him. Blair says, you know, I'll see you tomorrow, and she gives him a kiss goodbye. So it's happening, people. Dare is happening. And Serena sees this, again, bless her heart, because Blair's decided to stay and, you know, like, be with her for the CC stuff. And so Serena sees them kiss again, and she's obviously hurt by it. I think deep down, Serena hoped that Blair wouldn't go through with it, that she would be able to give her blessing and be the good friend, but then Blair would ultimately decide not to go through with it, so that it wouldn't, you know, she would have given her blessing, but that it wouldn't really matter because Blair still wouldn't do it. But obviously she does. So then Cece dies. R.I.P. I feel like I've shaded her quite a lot in this video. But she dies and everyone's there. And Rufus is there. I'm gonna make a whole video about Lily and Rufus. Rufus is there, you know, everyone is there with them, except for Ivy, because they've kicked her out. And honestly, I think that is so freaking sad. She's been looking after her for months. For months, she's been looking after her. And they all shun her and she doesn't even get to say goodbye to her at the final hurdle. Unreal. So then Ivy goes and she calls Georgina. Because if you remember, she still has her number from like ages ago when Georgina first gave it to her. So Nate and Lola are all lovey-dovey. Oh my god, wait, they don't have a pink line. Serena asks Nate if, you know, he can kind of get Lola to like her, basically. She says she wants to get to know her, but Lola's not having a bar of it, so can he please, you know, try to mend a bridge. Then Chuck also confides in Nate about Dan and Blair and all this stuff, and Nate's like, well, I wouldn't worry about it because they can't be together for a year anyway. Meanwhile, the next day, or however long it is afterwards, Cyrus, the icon that he is, love this man, he thinks he's found a loophole in Blair's marriage contract because some of it was done in Monaco, but they actually got married in New York. Therefore, she can get an annulment and the prenup would be void. So then Serena tells Chuck about the loophole, and Chuck's like, oh shit, like Dan, and then it's all gonna be, because these two are like, this is their worst nightmare, right? Okay. Do you know what? It's everyone's. Actually, no, it's not. You know, I'm interested to know, like, people's opinions, because I see a lot of Dare love sometimes. Sometimes I do. I see it. I see it more often than I thought I would have seen it. Because I feel like as the tides are changing and as the times are progressing, we're getting further away from Chair and closer to Dare. Okay? And this is interesting to me because I remember at the time when I watched the show, I was a Chair diehard. Okay? I was a Chair diehard, as many people were. And I think a lot of people still are. And at the time, you know, once I'd first finished watching it and I was looking online at everything, I was looking at, you know, everything I could find about it. I feel like Dare was very much taboo. It was a taboo place to be. Similarly to just liking Dan Humphrey. And, you know, Dan was getting a lot of hate. Chuck was getting a lot of love. And then now, I feel like we're kind of moving towards a world where people like Chuck less. I wouldn't say more people like Dan. I think Chair's still probably the biggest ship on this entire show. But I think Dare is becoming more popular because people are starting to more so think that Chair is toxic and that Chuck is still, you know, I think we're getting to a point now where these kind of older shows are really starting to show their age more and more, which is only natural, you know, as society kind of moves forward. But it's kind of like Pretty Little Liars, because at the time, Ezra was huge. Ari and Ezra, everyone knows about Ari and Ezra. They were huge. People loved them. I loved them. Don't tell anybody. And they were like they were a big, big ship. To the point that I'd say they were the third most popular ship, because I think Spoby is definitely up there, Caleb is definitely up there, being that Spencer and Hannah are the two most popular characters in the show. But I would actually put Ari and Ezra below them, and then like Emily and Paige, Emily and Allison. Ari and Ezra had such a huge following back in the day. And I think it was because Ian and Lucy had such good chemistry, and also Lucy didn't look the age that Ari is supposed to be, and there's so many factors that go into it. But obviously now, when you look back and you go and watch these shows, you think more about the age gap, and as you watch it as someone who is older, like at the time when I first watched Pretty Little Liars, I was only like 14, and so you don't really understand the true issue behind Ari and Ezra. You just like them because they're cute, and, you know, the show wants you to be so invested in them that it's hard to not be invested in them. So then when you watch it and you're older, you know, like I'm like 22. Yeah. I'm 22 now. So I'm the age actually, oh my God, yeah. I think I'm the age Ezra's supposed to be in season 1, right? Or is he supposed to be like 23 or 24? Maybe he's supposed to be 24. No, because, here we go again. Also, thank you to, this is a side note, but thank you to everyone in my part 1 video that commented, like, teaching me about the American, like, college system and all that stuff. Like, I literally found it so interesting. I thought it was so good. But anyway, I'm calling those people back. Because over here in the UK, if you go to uni, you usually go for 3 years. Sometimes you go for 4. And then if you're doing like doctorates, I don't know, like doctor degrees, medical field things, then you'll go for longer. It's like, I think the longest is like 7 years or something. Don't quote me on that. Do not quote me on that. But that's, you know, it could be in uni for a long time over here. But on average, it's 3 years. So unless you have like a year abroad, and then it'll usually be 4. But anyway, standard degree, you are there for 3 years. And so if you go straight from school, so when I left sixth form, I would have just turned 18 that summer. So going into uni, you are 18 or like 19, depending on when your birthday is. So going into uni, had I just gone straight to uni, I would have been 18. By the time that I'd finished uni, I would have been at 21. I think is right. But anyway, I took a gap year and then I ditched it and I didn't go. But this isn't about me. So the youngest Ezra can be over here is 21. And Arya at the time is 16, right? Now, if this is not the same as in America, like, because I don't really know how it works over there, like, when do you guys finish uni? How old is Ezra supposed to be? Like, I'm 22. Ezra's 21 to 24, whatever he is. I cannot imagine in my most horrific nightmares being attracted to someone that is 16 years old. That is the biggest ick in the entire fucking world to me. Like, I honestly think I would date someone who is like a year younger than me. I don't think I could go younger than that. Like 21. I don't think I could go younger than 21. At 22. Like, so this is what I mean. I feel like as that audience, that core audience of Pretty Little Liars, as we get older, you look back and it is icky. It was always icky, but I think, especially with social media as well, you know, more people are kind of talking about shows and you see these things, and sometimes you just need to see someone else say it to actually reflect on it. I feel like this is a whole rant. But going back to my earlier point, I feel like that's where we're getting with Gossip Girl as well. Chuck is obviously awful in the first season. Well, in the first episode, he's very much made out to be an antagonist, which I think it's hard because obviously what he did is awful. And they don't really bring it up again aside from when he apologizes to Jenny. And it's unforgivable. But I always, with the pilots, I always take them with a little bit of like over-exaggeration. They don't really know the characters too yet. They're trying to get the show picked up. You know, they want clear villains, they want clear heroes, that kind of thing. Whereas as the show progresses and the characters develop more, you have less of that clear villain, clear, you know, they all kind of meld, right? So I think as you progress with the show, Chuck kind of has his like redemption arc and everything. But I think people are less accepting of that redemption arc now. I think now you get a lot more people that think that Cher is toxic, people that think that Chuck doesn't deserve any kind of happy ending, doesn't deserve to be with Blair, and so on. Whereas Dan, be it all his faults, he doesn't try to sell anybody for a hotel. And you do get those sweet moments where it seems like they genuinely just have a lot of mutual interests and genuine love for each other that doesn't stem from fighting. And so I think Dare has a lot more supporters these days. And also, Dan Humphrey is getting a weird redemption. And not because anything is different. Like, the show is still the show. Dan Humphrey is still Dan Humphrey. But I genuinely believe that Penn Badgley has single-handedly resurrected Dan Humphrey. Because Penn, I love Penn, and I adore that man. I genuinely do. And I loved him in John Tucker Must Die. I loved him in, in Gossip Girl, and then fast forward, what comes out? You, okay? You comes out, and the Penn Badgley obsession grows exponentially. People are truly seeing how good of an actor this guy is, and also that he is attractive. And I feel like before you had Nate and Chuck, they were the Gossip Girl guys. And Dan was less so. He was kind of annoying and people didn't really like him as much as the other two. Whereas now I feel like we're getting to more of an equal playing field, because when people re-watch Gossip Girl now, they have a different view on Dan because they love Penn more. And there'll obviously be people that have always loved Dan and people that have always loved Penn. Shout out to my best friend Miranda, who's been a Humphrey gal since day one. But I do think that Penn's increased popularity has now also increased Dan's popularity. And when they watch it, people, because they like him, maybe see Dan differently and see him in a more positive light and things that he does. They're more forgiving of those, right? And therefore, because Dan is more popular, he now seems like a more popular fit for Blair. Dare is becoming more popular, whereas Chuck has... his popularity, I would say, has decreased with time, especially considering the fact that the actor's popularity has also decreased with time. Whereas here we have an actor whose popularity has hugely increased. And you see edits of him and you see all this kind of stuff that you weren't really seeing before with just Dan Humphrey. Whereas Chuck had so many edits, all this stuff, right? I don't really know where I was going with this. I feel like I've gone on a very convoluted rant. But do you understand what I've said? I hope you do. Back to the actual plot of this show. Georgina is complaining to Philip about how Gossip Girl is just so long. Like, it's all she does all day, every day. And so she leaves him in charge of it while she goes to Cece's wake to crash it and get a bit of drama. Oh, also, Nate's got a swollen lip. Apparently he got it doing lacrosse. So he's still going to Columbia while all this is happening. He's still going to Columbia. We assume Blair has dropped out of NYU because she was going to be a princess. Dan, he's a big writer now, so maybe he also dropped out of NYU. Serena, no mention of her going to Columbia. Oh no, Blair was at Columbia. I assume, yeah, she dropped out of Columbia because she's now a princess. No mention of Serena going to any kind of class at Columbia since the whole... Oh no, because Juliet got her kicked out of Columbia, didn't she? But then, like, Lily fought to get her back in. So I don't know what happened there. So, like, I feel like they wanted that college plot line for, like, seasons 3 and 4, right? They really wanted that college plot line, and now it's all fallen away. Now that they don't need it anymore, there's just no explanation of what happens to any of these people. But Nate still goes to Columbia, apparently, while he's running The Spectator. So, Georgina brings Ivy to the wake with her, and obviously the whole Rhodes, Vanderwoodson family is pissed that Ivy is there and don't think she should be there. And also, Cece has planned this Irish wake for herself, which is so not Cece at all, but she's planned this Irish wake, and Rufus's face when he sees this is absolutely hilarious. The whole thing is so good. And Lily's taking shots. It's a fun time. And this is the last time that I truly enjoy Lily's character, which pains me to say. A little foreshadowing of where we're going for you there.
There's whiskey and stew and mother.
So, Chuck says to Gossip Girl, he sends in a tip and says, look, it's time to tell the world that Dan was the one that sent in this video. Philip, who doesn't really know what he's doing, takes a, like, screenshot or, like, copies, whatever. He copies the whole email, not just, like the evidence that Dan was the one that sent it in. He copies the whole thing. So like an absolute fool, Philip posts the whole email. I could not believe it, honestly. I don't know how she left him in charge of this. Like, come on, Georgina. She's one of the smartest people in this show. So not only does now everyone know that Dan sent the video in, but they also know that Chuck knew and wanted Gossip Girl to expose Dan. Nate also brings Lola to the wake, even though she like brings her to see Serena, and then accidentally it's the wake. Poor Nate, bless him, because now Lola's mad at him and he had no idea, because Serena like tricked him into bringing her or something, and then her and Carol have this huge fight. I don't really care for it. I don't. Then Blair goes to Chuck and is like, why would you lie about Dan? And Chuck's like, ask him yourself. He's got this little, like, eating his strawberry, all sassy.
You tell that to your boyfriend over there. Or even better, ask him the truth.
And Blair asks Dan if it's true. He admits that it is true. She forgives him after all this shit. She forgives him because she's like, look, a fight between us is exactly what Chuck wants, so we won't give him what he wants. But he ruined her entire wedding day. Like, he set this whole thing into motion, because I think at that point, Louis genuinely would have tried to make things work with Blair and was still kind of holding on to that hope. But that video sent her into this huge, horrendous spiral. Oh, and also Georgina's taken Dan's phone. That just hit me in the eye. I still can't find my pointer, so I've got this straw. And I hope you can see the things that I'm pointing at with it. This is going to get confusing though, because I have orange string. Oh, hold on. How's this? With the blue? Is that better? I feel like you still can't see shit. Fuck's sake, man. How about this chopstick? Will that do? You literally can't even see it. Okay, I feel like this one isn't as bad. I don't know, maybe it is. Oh, okay. Ah, this is a disaster. So Estee, like Blair's like a minder lady, who only shows up at really weird times. She tells Blair, look, I know about your little Cyrus plan, your little loophole plan. And she says that plan will not work, but I will help you, right? Because remember Estee, I should have had a picture for her. She's in love with Louis, right? Also, someone pointed out, oh my god, I literally just remembered this. Someone pointed out to me in the comments of my first video that I didn't put a love line between Miss Carr and Dan. And that was literally 3 fucking seasons ago. And I didn't put a line between them. Throwing it back to season 2, Miss Carr and Dan had sex. I can't believe I literally forgot to do that. So thank you to whoever it was that commented and to remind me of that, because I literally didn't even notice. Estee says, she's like, look, I want to be with Louis, okay? But I wasn't allowed to because they saw me as like a commoner. But, you know, now that he's had this PR nightmare with you, they'll probably be quite happy to have me. Blair agrees. She's like, I want Louis to be happy, you know. I'm more than happy to let you have him, and then he can actually be genuinely happy, and, you know, we can all move on with our lives. So here's how the plan works. Okay. Louis will do this press conference and say that Blair was only ever after his title and his royalty. Then they will build Estee up, you know, as the one that truly loved him the whole time, you know, make her into this perfect bride, and then they'll live happily ever after. Meanwhile, Blair will have to have a, like, what's it called? She has to agree to, like, a permanent gag order, right? So she cannot say anything about Louis ever again. Like, publicly, she cannot speak about him ever. Not Page 6, not Gossip Girl, never again. And Blair's like, yeah, that's fine. I just want to be free. I don't care. So then Georgina overhears this little plan and goes to Chuck and says, you know, Blair's going to be free soon, unless there is a scandal in the news, and then this whole deal will fall apart, right? So, what I suggest you do is that you go and she gives him Dan's phone, and she says, you know, you take Dan's phone, send the picture that I have of the kiss of Dan and Blair from the Valentine's Day party, to Gossip Girl. Gossip Girl will obviously post it because Georgina's running it, so obviously she's going to post it. And then, thus, the deal between Estee and Blair will fall apart, and Blair will still be trapped, therefore she will not be able to date Dan. Meanwhile, Serena's desperately trying to befriend Lola, even though Lola's not having a fucking bar of it. And Lily and Carol are fighting, and Lola's like, why would I want to be a part of this shit show, basically. And then, as Lola's on her way out, she bumps into Ivy and Georgina. And Georgina says to the both of them, she's like, look, a scandal this big, a story this big, an elaborate faking of identity, that is not just for money, right? That is not just to gain access to Cece's estate. There's got to be more to this. And what you need to do is you need to find somebody who's like connected enough, but still on the outskirts, right? So they're not afraid to tell you the truth. So I guess who's back? William is back, and he can fucking do one. I hate this guy. But anyway, they look at him and they're like, he's on the outskirts, right? But he's still on the in at the same time. He's in enough to have the knowledge, but he's on the outskirts enough to maybe let some secrets slip. So that's their target. So Nate comes over and he tells Ivy to leave. He's like, you need to get out of here. And Lola's like, no. She's like, we are working together here. This is a little crime-fighting duo of Charlies. So then Lola tries to ask William, you know, what do you know about all this? And Carol shuts that down. She is like, do not. Okay? She's like, do not speak to him. So we're at the will reading. So this is still obviously the funeral, same day. They go into this separate room, Lily's like office or some shit. And they are doing the reading of Cece's will. And William is like, I don't really know what it is. I can't remember what it's called. I think I'll mention it again later. He's like is it adjudicator or like not a beneficiary, because that's like people that get the money. But he's like her trustee or some shit of the will. Like she basically, he reads the will, he's like signs off on the will or something like that. I can't remember. Maybe I'll put the word here if I can remember it. So anyway, that's Will, right? Big Will at the top. And he is reading the will. And, you know, Serena, Lily and Carol, they're all like, Ivy shouldn't be here, okay? Like, she needs to leave. And, you know, William insists that she wanted her there. You know, Cece wanted her there, so she's staying for the reading of the will. And, you know, you gotta respect that, basically. Tough shit. Also, like, it's just... like, Carol is the real fucking con artist here, okay? Are we forgetting that? Carol is the one that hired Ivy. Carol is the one that hid her daughter from them. Carol is the one that took Cece's money that was meant for Lola. Like, she's a full-on con artist, and what, we're just brushing it under the rug because she's blood and Ivy's not? Like, who was there looking after Cece in her final moments? Not Carol. Not Carol. Anyway, back to Blair, because I'm sick of talking about these people. Back to Blair. Dorota runs in and she is panicked, okay? She is losing her mind. She's like, Blair, the Grimaldis, they want their money, okay? She's like, they want their money. They're demanding the money, you know, the dowry, right? The money that's going to bankrupt the Waldorfs. And Blair's like, no. She says, Dorota, it's fine. I've got a whole deal with Estee. You know, says the whole plan to her, right? But Dorota is like, maybe Sophie down here, Louis' mum, saw the blast about yours and Dan's kiss. And Blair's like, what? She's like, what blast? What kiss? And she looks on Gossip Girl and sees her and Dan kissing and that it was sent in by Dan, right? So Georgina goes over. I love Georgina, okay? I love this woman. She is just such a fucking icon. She goes... She's such a bloody menace. So she goes over to Dan and basically explains the whole thing. She says, this is what I did. I've blown your whole life up. And Dan is obviously upset because he says, well, Blair's gonna think I did this. And Georgina's like, that's the point. basically. So Blair comes over to be like, what the fuck have you done? And Dan says, you know, it's all Georgina. She's Gossip Girl. She took over Gossip Girl after the accident. She set me up. And Georgina's like, yeah. She just fucking owns it. She says, yeah, it was me. I did it. So then Chuck comes over and he says to Dan, you know, how does it feel to lose the person you love to a setup? Because Dan basically made him lose Blair because he sent in the video. So now this is just a little bit of a Uno reverse card from Chuck sending in the picture of Dan, you know. And this whole love triangle, I just can't be doing with it. Like, it's almost as annoying as the Serena Nate Dan love triangle, but I feel like this one's a bit more iconic because it's like season 1, you know, like it stems from season 1 and I love season 1, whereas this love triangle I just can't be doing with it. I really can't. Blair runs to Estee and says, can I fix the deal, right? Is there anything I can do to salvage this? And Estee reveals there was no deal. There was never a deal. It was all a setup with Georgina to make Blair think that she had a way out. You know, and then I guess she would... I don't really know. Like, I think she would be with Dan or something, and she would have to end up paying the dowry anyway, but it worked out because Georgina got Chuck to do her dirty work anyway. Dan tells Chuck, congratulations for bankrupting the Waldorfs, and Chuck says, you didn't leave me any choice. I lost Blair because you made me into the villain, and I had to do what I had to do. So Chuck says to Blair, you know, Dan has been doing this whole thing. He's been orchestrating everything. Since the accident, he's been trying to make me into the villain and make you fall in love with him and keep us apart. And Dan admits, you know, you're right, he's right, I'm gonna go. Chuck says now Dan's out the way, this is all done, Louis out the way, we can finally be together. And Blair says that she will always love him, but she's not in love with him anymore. Which, oh man. Which I know, he did a shitty thing, he's always doing shitty things. Back to this shit show of a family, William reads the will, and he reveals that the majority of Cece's estate has been left to Ivy. Okay? Gagged. The Vanderwoodsons are gagged. And now, let me highlight something for you. He says Ivy Dickens. He does not say Charlie Rhodes, he says it's been left to Ivy Dickens. And they're just, these two are fucking ridiculous. So Carol and Lily, you know, Carol and Lily are fuming. They said they're going to call the police. All this ridiculousness. You know, she won't get away with this. Which, what do you mean? Like, Lily, okay, I'm getting heated. Lily, fair enough. You don't want a stranger stealing your mother's money, right? Just as an instant reaction, okay? As a snap reaction, that's fine. But Carol, you want to stand here on your bloody high horse and say, you can't steal this money from us. You were the one stealing money from Cece that was supposed to be going to Lola. Ivy says, look, all I ever did was care for Cece and be there for her. That was it. I did not con her. She obviously knew who I was because she left the money to Ivy Dickens. She did not leave the money to Charlie Rhodes, you know, still thinking that this was all a con. No, she knew exactly what was going on and still left the money to Ivy because Ivy is the only one that actually cared about her. You know, after Cece fainted, she still persisted and tried to figure out what was going on with her. She was there till the end, staying with her in the Hamptons, genuinely looking after her, genuinely caring about her. Where were you people, okay? Lily and her mum have always had this shitty relationship. They have one nice moment, okay? Pretty much just one nice moment in this entire show. And now she thinks, like, and don't even get me started on this one, okay? Don't even get me started on you, Carol. And Ivy says, everything that you need, all the proof that you need is in the fact that she called me Ivy, she did not call me Charlie. She knew all of their secrets and she still chose her. Lola leaves and Serena runs after her, you know, tries to get her to stay. And Lola says, you know what? The only person that I feel bad for here is Ivy. She's the only person I feel bad for. I have no interest in being part of this twisted family. And leaves with Nate, which honestly is the best choice. Stay with the twisted Vanderwoodsons or leave with the golden boy? It's hardly rocket science. Meanwhile, Carol tells William, she says, you need to fix this. She says, you need to fix this. Because I want my big payday that I was promised. See, she didn't even care. She does not care about Sushi. She cares about the money. And if he doesn't fix this, she will reveal that he, William Vanderwoodson, father of Serena and Eric, ex-husband of Lily Rhodes, is the true father of Charlotte Rhodes. Yep. So, while literally not long after, okay, because I don't think Lola is like around the same age as Serena, maybe a couple years younger, I think. I think at this point, season 5, everyone's like 21. So I think Lola's about 19 or 20. So it was not that long after they had Serena that he had an affair with her sister. And so Lola is not Serena's cousin. She is her half sister. Well, and also cousin. Ew. Anyway. So now we need a related line between Lola and William Vanderwoodson. And you know my rule, I don't do pink lines or anything for people that slept together prior to the show starting. These two are not together now, therefore they don't get a pink line. But they did obviously have an affair years and years back. I'm not going to bother, like, putting lines between Charlie and Serena. Like, it is just going to get too complicated. But yeah, there's a line, obviously you know they're related because there's a line from Serena to William, which now goes to Charlie, and also from Lily, from Serena to Lily to Carol to Charlie. So that's how everyone is linked. So yeah, William is the real dad. So Georgina was right about there's more to this story than just money. And just guess, okay? Guess who hears this whole thing, this whole huge Vanderwoodson secret? Georgina. Because of course she does. Of course she does. So Georgina goes to Blair and says, look, with something that I have from being Gossip Girl, I can make this whole Grimaldi thing go away. But in return, you will owe me one favour. And Blair's like, oof. Owing a favour to Georgina. Fucking hell. But she's in dire time. So she says yes. And Georgina goes to Monaco to sort this whole thing out. But because she's going to Monaco, she can't possibly be Gossip Girl anymore. So she gives the Gossip Girl laptop with the login and everything to Philip, the boyfriend, and says, please post this for me. It's like my time to pass it along. And who does she address it to? She addresses it to Serena Vanderwoodson. I love. Anyway, we'll get into that. Lily and Chuck are talking in the midst of me not liking Lily really anymore. This whole thing with Ivy, we're going to obviously get into it, but it just sours me on her character so much. And it's such a shame because she's one of my favourites from the beginning. And yeah, we'll get into that. But one thing that I still can't deny that I do like, even when I start to not like Lily, is her relationship with Chuck. It's just so sweet. So Lily and Chuck are chatting, and he says that Blair walked away from him today, and he thinks that she's changing, you know, and that even though he didn't die in the car accident, sometimes he feels like he did, which is so sad. Anyway, and he jokes, you know, thanks to St. Waldorf for saving me because Blair prayed that he would live and he lived, yada yada yada. And Lily reveals that Jack, okay, evil Uncle Jack was the one that saved Chuck's life because he flew over and gave blood for Chuck's blood transfusion. I think the first batch of blood got rejected or something, or they couldn't find someone with his blood type, and Chuck and Jack came, donated blood, and saved Chuck's life. So he's like, whoa, this man hates me, but he saved my life? Like, okay. Nate and Lola are all cutesy. I can't lie, I don't really care for it, to be honest with you. She's not my favourite out of his love interests, but in a weird way, Nate has so many bloody lines. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Is that 11 lines? This is no judgment from me. Live your life. But out of that 11, it's still slim pickings for like who were actually good matches for him. And she gets a call from William saying that he does want to help her, which is interesting. And then Ivy kicks Lily and Rufus out of the apartment because she now owns it. She owns the Vanderwoodson apartment and she wants to live there and doesn't want them living there. And honestly, it's a power move. It is a power move. I don't really know in general how people feel about Ivy. It's not something I've ever really looked into, like on Reddit and stuff. It's usually people saying they don't like Serena, they think she's selfish, or people saying, you know, they don't like Chuck, or they love Blair, or, you know, I see quite a few. I feel like I have people hate Jenny, people hate Vanessa. I feel like I have quite a good grasp on generally the audience view of the main kind of characters, but not Ivy. So I'm kind of interested. Let me know in the comments. Did you like her? Did you not like her? Because I'm not gonna lie, we'll get into it. She loses me a little bit towards the end, but here in this particular battle with the Vanderwoodsons, I'm Team Ivy. I can't lie, I am. Blair goes to the Humphrey loft to see Dan and tells him, I told Chuck he doesn't have my heart anymore. I realised it belongs to someone else. And they kiss. I'm not a huge Dare fan. I know quite a lot of people are, which is fine. I totally get why you are. But for me, I much preferred them as friends. And I loved them as friends. I thought they were so funny. They had such a good dynamic. And that just kind of falls off once it becomes a relationship. And the way that it hurts Serena, the way that it hurts Chuck, the way that it kind of fractures everything, I just don't think it was worth it. So, now it's like the next day or a few weeks from now. This whole drama has subsided with Chuck and Blair. With Blair and Dan. So Blair and Dan are like official now. They're actually giving things a go. And Blair shows up into the loft in lingerie, ready to have sex with Dan. But Rufus and Lily are there. Bless her. And William's there too. It's all very odd. And it turns out they're having this meeting about the will. And William says, look, the will is fine. Like, I can't lie to you. She was saying when she wrote it. So it's going to be really hard to overturn it because there is nothing wrong with it. She used Ivy's name, her full birth name, and she was in her right mind when she wrote it. So it's not really a lot I can do. Ivy then calls Lola, saying Lily and Serena have been slandering her basically in The Spectator. They said that her dad's fatal overdose sparked her life of crime, which is so fucked. Like, how fucked is that? Like, all she I'm not gonna go over it too many times, but all she did was help Cece in her final year or 6 months or however long it was, and now they're putting in The Spectator and this big newspaper that her dad's overdosed when she was a kid, and I'm pretty sure she found him, he died from a drug overdose and she actually was the one that found him, I think is the story. And they're using that to say that this sparked her life of being a con artist, when really losing her dad and her grandma, all that stuff, all it ever made her want was a family, not all the money. She said numerous times she does not care about the money. She didn't cash the check that Lily gave to her to buy her away, I just think it's sad. Lola has this weird change of heart, and she says that she doesn't know if Ivy's a criminal or not. So she should probably stop calling her, which is weird because like last episode they were ready to team up, so I don't really know what happened there. Serena asks Lola, will you please make a statement for my story for the Spectator about Ivy? And Lola says no. She's like, I don't feel comfortable doing that, which, yes, this whole take down hate piece is ridiculous. Carol tells William, if you can't get this will overturned, you're going to have to pay me yourself, or I will tell Lily the truth. And William says, you know, Lily's never going to forgive you if you tell her this. And Carol gives zero shits. She does not care. She's in it for the money and the money alone. We're going to leave that whole thing alone for a minute. We're going to talk about Chuck. And I'm going to summarize this whole little story arc right now. Chuck wants to thank Jack for donating his blood, saving his life. So he says he's going to donate to or create or fund or something like that a hospital wing in Jack's honour and name it after him. Oh, also, Nate has an investor lined up for The Spectator who loves Serena's S by S column. Like, Nate, throughout this whole thing with The Spectator, since Nate's in charge of it, he kind of has trouble funding it and like keeping it afloat. So he's found this big investor who wants to invest and he loves Serena's column. That's another side note that's also like a kind of B plot that's running alongside all of this. So they're doing a story on the hospital wing and Chuck. So this is really interesting. I didn't know this. I assume that it's true. If it's not true, then oh, maybe it's not actually true. I'm gonna have to fact check it, but I thought it was interesting if it is true. So Chuck finds out that Jack went to a UK boarding school, okay? And anyone who was in Europe for 3 months or more between, I think it's 1980 to 1996, you are prohibited from donating blood in the United States. So Chuck's like, how could he have donated the blood to save me when he isn't allowed to? Like, he is literally prohibited from giving blood in the US. And he asked Jack about this, and Jack says, oh yeah, they asked me about it, but I just lied. He said, I just lied so that I could save your life. And Chuck says, okay. He's a bit suspect, but he's like, okay. So then Chuck goes to the hospital to get the records of his blood transfusion and his hospital records, right? But the receptionist is like, oh, your records are gone. Like, his medical records have just disappeared from this hospital. The night of that accident, there is nothing to be found. And Chuck's like, okay. He said, I can't remember what he says, but he says something about Jack donating blood, and the nurse seems confused. She kind of seems like she doesn't know what he's talking about. So now he's even more suspicious. So while he then distracts her and goes onto her computer and sees that Jack's blood has hepatitis C. I tell you, this man, full of surprises. He has hepatitis C, which means that he really cannot donate blood. And that makes him an unfit donor. So not only is he an unfit donor because he was in Europe, but also his blood in general is just, it's a no-go zone. And that is on file. So there is no way that they would have let him donate blood to Chuck. So now Chuck is thinking, who the hell saved my life if it wasn't Jack? And so then later at the at the hospital wing, he brings Jack in and says, you know, I just thought, what better way to honour what you did for me than have a blood drive, and people can donate blood to the hospital, you know, it'd be such a good cause. And he has this little boy with him who he says has leukemia, and he's like, right, Jack, you know, we're going to donate blood, you know, it's going to be great. And so when this nurse comes over to take Jack's blood, Jack obviously refuses to give blood because he knows that he actually can't give blood. And so Chuck catches it, this whole thing. He catches him red-handed, and it turns out that the kid with leukemia was just an actor that Chuck paid to get Jack to confess. You know, Chuck says, I know about the hepatitis C, bro. What were you playing at? And since Chuck knows that he does not have hepatitis C, that means that Jack did not give him his blood.
Hey, Jack. Don't touch me. Tell your agent the check's in the mail. You played me with a fake kid? The kid's real, he's just not sick, but you are.
I don't know what it is about this scene, but it's just one of my favourite ones in the show. I just think it's so funny. In like the early seasons, Chuck and Jack's dynamic is full on like evil. Like Jack is evil, but once he comes back past like season 4, I just find him entertaining. I can't lie, I just find him entertaining. Yeah, their dynamic in the later seasons, I just think they're hilarious. Chuck says to Jack, you know, you can tell me that it was Elizabeth, right? Elizabeth, we're bringing her back from way back in the day. The mum that was his mum that then wasn't his mum. That whole shit show of a storyline. Chuck says, you know, you can tell me that it was her. Because it must have been her. Because who else would it have been? And Jack seems a bit hesitant. He's a bit like, yeah, it was her. Like this kind of cover story just falls into his lap. And he says that it was her, but, you know, she didn't want you to know. She's still in hiding, but she agreed to come and save your life, but she doesn't want to be thanked and all this stuff. She didn't want anyone to know because obviously she had said she wasn't his mother, but this reveals that she actually was. And Chuck says, well, this proves that she is my mum. And Jack's like, oh, yeah. And Chuck says, you know, I want to thank her. And Jack says no. He says no. He says she's unreachable, don't bother, you know, she's really just wants to stay in hiding. Let it go. And of course Chuck can't let it go. So he asks his PI to look into Elizabeth again. Jack then calls someone on the phone and he says, you know, Chuck knows that it's not my blood and you need to come and sort this out yourself. So he's talking to whoever it is that donated blood. So it's all a bit suspect, right? Back to Serena. She receives the Gossip Girl laptop and she's going through it. And Nate sees over her shoulder that she's on Gossip Girl. And he says, oh, is Gossip Girl back? Because since Georgina stopped posting, obviously there's been no blasts. And Serena says, oh, no, I'm just, you know, looking, whatever. And Serena says, yeah, there's a blast about a party that Ivy is throwing in Cece's honour. Nate's kind of confused. He says, oh, I haven't had a blast yet on my phone. And Serena's like, oh, I'm sure I'll come in soon. So then she writes the blast herself and makes her first post as Gossip Girl. Lily is determined to find something illegal that Ivy did. Yeah, so no one will work with Ivy. She wants to get, you know, the apartment painted, or she wants new furniture or a dress or anything like that. But she's like blacklisted, right? Because of the Vanderwoodsons. They got serious influence on the Upper East Side, and no one will touch Ivy with a 10-foot pole. So she asks William to help her, and William says, make the, you know, party, the benefit for Cece's Cancer Foundation, yada yada. How can they not come to a party in Cece's honour? That would look bad on them. And William says, look, I'll help, but only if you pay me. And she says, okay, fine, but you're not getting a check until Serena and Lily show up at the party. If they don't show up, you don't get your check. Lola overhears this and is kind of like, what's the deal here? And she tells Nate, she's like, I heard a really weird conversation between William and Ivy. Nate says, that's illegal. Nate comes in clutch with the info sometimes. You know, sometimes he's got that himbo energy and then he'll just come out with these bits of these nuggets of information. And it's like, where did you even learn this? But he says that is illegal because a beneficiary, Ivy, cannot reward an executor. That was the word I was looking for earlier, executor. The executor of... So William is the executor of Cece's will, and if it looks like Ivy is bribing him, then that's illegal because he is supposed to remain impartial. He's just supposed to do the will, but if someone kind of pays him or bribes him, then that would throw the whole will into question. And he says, you should really tell Serena about this. Meanwhile, Lily and Rufus are living at the Humphrey Loft, and Lily's getting sick of it, which... this is the thing. I feel like across the seasons, and I'm going to do videos on each of the characters and how they progress throughout the seasons and everything that happens to them and yada yada yada. All that fun stuff. So those videos are coming. So I'm going to talk about this more in depth in Lily's specific video about her, but she has such good character development from season 1 to where we are now in season 5 before this Ivy stuff, okay? And it just makes me sad because she's such a good character and her character development is really good. She goes from being selfish and so concerned about how people see her and not the best mother, you know, and all this stuff, to a caring mum. And her and Rufus are so sweet and I love them so much. But this whole Ivy storyline, it sets her back to season 1 and she suddenly, you know, doesn't want to live at the loft anymore and she's being snooty and she's being judgy about stuff and that she wasn't before. They got married at the loft. Like, it just, for me, kind of comes out of nowhere that she suddenly doesn't like these things anymore and is so determined to have all this money, even though she has tons of money anyway. And she wants to leave the loft, but obviously Rufus doesn't. He loves the loft. And the loft is banging. The loft is nice. Okay, the loft is nice. I'd happily live in the loft. Which sounds so funny, because, I don't know, is this just a British thing? Because I think Americans like call it the attic. Do we call it the attic as well? I don't know. For as long as I have lived on this green earth, I have called the attic in our house the loft. I think most people do in the UK call it the loft, right? That's just me. You know, like where you keep all your shit in the loft upstairs above the house. So when I'm like, oh yeah, I'd love to live in the loft, I just picture me like in our loft upstairs, like in the dark with all the cobwebs and our old Christmas decoration. And he says, you know, I got a hotel room. So Lily's like, oh great. And he says, no, I got it for Dan so that he can spend time with Blair. And Lily's annoyed that he didn't get a hotel room for them instead so that they could, like, I don't know, live a little bit more luxury. It's all just quite ridiculous, really. Then, okay, then it turns out, I think when Cece died, R.I.P., her soul of being the biggest meddler, like of meddling, of menacing, of scheming, of everything, you know, of being shady boots, it needed somewhere to go when she passed. It needed somewhere to go. And you know where it's gone? Into Lily. That's where it's gone. Straight into Lily. And because it turns out this whole thing between Ivy and William is a plan. It's a plot. She has asked William to do this whole plan, and then she is going to expose that Ivy paid him. That will throw the will into question. She will then get the money. And all William needs to do is get Ivy to sign this check. And once she signs it, that's concrete evidence. It's addressed to him. That is the evidence that Lily needs. And this is all happening behind Rufus's back. She's not telling anyone about this scheme. So, Nate, I love Nate, but it's so funny because Nate's whole thing, you know, is he's never sent a tip into Gossip Girl. He's the golden boy, the moral compass, all this stuff. But he is such a gossip. He's such a gossip, almost as much as Rufus. These two, right? They're like the gossips, like they're like the dark horse gossips, you know, the gossips that you don't expect, the underdog gossips. Because Nate is always letting stuff slip. He's either letting it slip on accident, like he never does anything maliciously. He always does it with the intent of helping someone or because he thinks it's the right thing to do. But oftentimes it just creates this whole mess. That he's not really involved in anyway. That's always how it happens. Like, he will set off a tornado of events with other people that don't affect him at all, but he's the one that's just let the info slip. He thinks the right thing to do is to tell Serena what Lola saw, which I get it, because Serena's one of his oldest friends. Their exes, you know, whatever, they work together, they're still close friends. He feels that loyalty towards her. But at the same time, Lola is your girlfriend. She told you this in confidence, and I don't know. But he does. He tells Serena, and Serena doesn't believe him. Because of course she doesn't. Serena, I love Serena, okay? Sunshine Barbie Serena. I think, again, I'll talk about this more in my Serena in-depth video, just about her. Serena from season 1, she holds the most special place in my heart. I would put her in probably my top 10 or even top 5. Maybe just top 10, I'm not sure. TV characters of all time. I love her with all my heart. She's so bubbly. She is the epitome of Sunshine Barbie. She's so cute. She's so funny. And I love her. And I think sometimes I get my rose-tinted glasses on when I talk about Serena, because I still love that Serena. But I cannot defend her when it comes to how she defends William. Because Serena is at her absolute worst when she's defending William. Or, to be honest, when she's defending any man. Like, if she loves a guy, if she's into a guy, or he is her family, or to be fair, her family in general, when she goes to bat for somebody that does not deserve it, that is when she is at her worst. And it is particularly with William, because he is the fucking worst. He's awful. But she will defend him to the death. To the death. Serena is at her worst when she's defending this crusty ass man. He is awful, but she will be like, no, my father would never. You've set me off on one. He literally pretended your mother had cancer in order to break up her marriage to Rufus. And you didn't believe everyone then. Right. Which, okay. She just wanted her family, she wanted her dad. Benefit of the doubt on that one. But to be duped by this man again, really? Really? This man should be in prison. Anyway, she doesn't believe Nate. So Nate takes her off of the Ivy article expose because he says she's just too close to it, right? So then Serena schedules a Gossip Girl blast to go out at 8 p.m, which, like, scheduling posts, iconic. The blast says that Ivy is bribing the executor of the will. I'm going to expose her ass for doing something illegal, right? I think her whole thing is to make Ivy look bad, obviously not realising, like, she doesn't know that this is a setup. She thinks that Ivy is genuinely doing this, and by her exposing that, that will then show that she's doing something illegal, yada yada yada. So let's go back to Blair and Dan. They have been trying to have sex for a whole month. But things kind of keep getting in the way. I feel like they were so cute and funny as friends. And even Dan crushing on her was sweet, you know, when he kind of loved her from afar. That was all sweet. And I was into that. The things that he did for her out of love, it was all very cute. But, like, now that they're together, it feels awkward. Like, it doesn't feel like it's supposed to be a thing. So, Dan and Blair have sex. And it's beyond awkward. Like, it is awful. It is bad. And they both try to pretend like it wasn't awkward and it was good and it was fine. But it wasn't. It was bad. So Dan talks to Nate and Blair talks to Dorota about, like, why was it bad? Like, you know, we're both into each other, so what was the deal? And they both basically say, just be honest. Like, just be honest with each other and say that it wasn't that great, and then, you know, you can kind of work through it. There's no point in pretending for your whole relationship that is good when it's not. So when both of them are on their way to Ivy's charity benefit party thing, they both get really drunk. And they admit to each other that the sex was boring. Like, it was just dull. And Dan kind of, like, makes a bit of a jab of, like, oh, like, maybe, like, I think he says, like, maybe it was you because I know it's not me, or, like, something like that. And so Blair's determined to show him that she's good at sex. So they stop the lift in the Vanderwoodson building and they have sex there. So now they've gotten out of their rut and they're, like, all over each other and they're fine now. So back to the con. William comes to Ivy's party to get the check, but she's way too excited about, you know, the guests that have come. She's like, this is so exciting. Look at all these people that are here. So she hasn't given him the check yet, right? So Lily then explains the whole plan to Serena about how she needs to give him the check and then they'll have evidence and all this stuff. So Serena's like, oh, shit. She's set this blast to go off at 8 p.m. and when Ivy sees it, it'll tip her off and she'll know the plan and she won't give William the check. Also, we then find out, so it's a little bit confusing, but obviously when we saw the scene, William went to Ivy to say, if you pay me, I'll help you, right? Then we see kind of Lily being in on it. But in this scene where she's telling Serena, it's kind of shown that William, like, did this on his own accord. It's kind of confusing. So William tells Lily that when he went to see Ivy, she offered him a check. Like, she offered it to him. And then he obviously wasn't going to accept it, and then thought of the plan, right? But that is not true. Because we saw in the clip, he offered Ivy the opportunity, right? He was the one that came up with this. But Lily thinks that Ivy intentionally was going to pay him when she wasn't. So it's all just William pulling the strings, as always. So then Serena tries to get to her laptop and shut it off, but she gets distracted by this old guy who won't stop talking to her. I don't know, maybe he's like a celebrity or something, but he's real weird. He's like, oh, he did like £1 million or some shit. Yeah, I don't think he's meant to come off creepy or weird, but he does. Anyway, she can't get to it in time, and the blast goes out. And Ivy's obviously fuming, and she says to Lily, she's like, William came to me, which we know is true. But Lily doesn't believe her, and is like, William would never do this. Everyone defends this man when he is so evil and proves himself to be evil time and time again. It looks like I'm telling a scary story in this lighting, but we'll go with it. So then Serena goes to Lola and asks her, look, please say that you saw Ivy offering my dad money, you know, and she basically like guilts her and is like, you know, we're the only family that you have now. Like, it's just ridiculous. So Ivy's, you know, kind of like scolding everyone involved and is like, how could you do this to me? And Lola comes forward and says, this is what I heard. I don't know, but this is what I heard. And Ivy asks her, why are you taking their side? She says they couldn't even honor Cece for 1 hour without making it all about them and the money. And she warns Lola, she's like, you know, they're just using you. They don't care about you. And then this whole thing about, well, we do actually care about her because she's actually our family. It's just, I can't be doing with this whole storyline. So Lily tells her she's going to talk to her lawyers and that Ivy's assets will be frozen until then. Until they've sorted this whole thing out. So once the court has decided where the money's going to go, the assets will be unfrozen and whoever is given them will be given them. And I don't know. I'd be so interested to speak to someone that actually was a writer for this storyline, because I wonder what their kind of intention was here, because with the way that it's framed, you know, like the music they play and I don't know, just the whole energy of the scene makes it feel like a Vanderwoodson win. Like, you know, like the Vanderwoodsons are winning and we're supposed to be happy for them, but that is not how I feel. And I'm interested to know what other people think as well. Like, when this whole scene happened where they were going to freeze Ivy's assets and, you know, they'd almost, like, caught her, were you, like, happy for them? Because that's not the vibe that I feel.
Throw you out just like they did me.
No, they won't. They're my family.
It seems like we're supposed to be, you know, yay, they're winning, girl bosses, taking down Ivy, and happy for them. But I don't see it that way. I feel bad for Ivy, and I feel like Lily's being a total cow about this whole thing. And I get the premise of this is your mother's money, but Lily's got so much money, and Ivy was the one that was there, and she left it to her, and I get that that's annoying, but that's the reality of the situation. Trying to take her down and steal all this money from her, for what? Like, in reality, for what? Because she gave zero shits about her mother. Truly. Like, truly gave zero shits about her. And yeah, they might have had, you know, some nice times or whatever. And also, Ivy doesn't even get all the money. She gets like a majority share, I'm pretty sure, but she doesn't get everything. So I assume Lily's still going to get money. I don't know. The whole thing for me just comes off in poor taste. And I would be interested to know, when the writers wrote this, did they write it with that mindset of the Vanderwoodsons getting one over on Ivy and, you know, payback and revenge and all that stuff? Or is it supposed to be a kind of anti-hero, shout out Taylor Swift, kind of thing where you know, Ivy's kind of done a bad thing, but you're also kind of supposed to feel bad for her and root against who is usually our protagonist of the show? Because I feel like that is a more interesting angle, but I wonder if that was their intention or if it is supposed to be a kind of positive for the Vanderwoodsons. Downstairs, Lola and William are talking, and William says, I'm sure that Carol is just protecting you by not telling you who your father is. And Lola says that she wonders if her father wants to know her, if he would like the chance to know who she is, but because Carol hasn't told him that she exists, he doesn't get the chance, basically. And William says, I'm sure he does want to know you, and I just don't buy a thing that comes out of this man's mouth. Like, I genuinely don't. So, back to Nate. Because I feel like we haven't spoken about Nate for ages, aside from, like, in this Lola storyline. He's been a bit on the sidelines, which I'll talk about it more in my Nate video, but this kind of happens a lot to him. I feel like Nate, bless his soul, love him to death, is kind of like, and again, love her, but the Emily Fields of, like, Gossip Girl, right? Emily Fields and Pretty Little Liars, Nate from Gossip Girl, they both kind of get to this point where they're main characters, and because they've been main characters from the beginning, but they kind of drift into the back. Like, you don't really care so much about what they're getting up to, their storylines. They kind of get a bit repetitive, or, like, I've seen quite a few people say, like, Emily maybe should have died. I don't know if I would go that far. Or, something big should have happened to her and that she's a good character, but they didn't really use her to her full potential. And I feel that same way about Mr. Archibald. I feel like Nate was a really good character. I love him. Seasons 1, 2, I think 3 is maybe where I start to kind of falter with him a little bit. And then they just kind of almost phase him out without phasing him out. And I don't know. But anyway, so Nate's back in the picture for a minute. But again, it's just about Serena. Like, he's not got really a proper storyline so much aside from The Spectator. He just kind of gets involved in other people's, like, major storylines. But anyway, so he fires Serena from The Spectator because he says, you knew that I had this big investor. If we remember back to when I mentioned that, like, it's probably 30 minutes ago now. He had that big investor lined up that liked her column. That investor wanted the exclusive story about Ivy. And because Serena went and posted it on Gossip Girl before The Spectator could post it, the investor pulled out and doesn't want to invest anymore because he feels like he can't trust Nate. So it's fucked. So he fires Serena. Then he apologizes to Lola for telling Serena when he promised her that he wouldn't, and Lola forgives him. Then Nate gets a call from... Where is she? Diana. There she is. I put her so far away from him. Nate gets a call from Diana saying that she wants to invest in The Spectator. Meanwhile, Serena gets a message on the Gossip Girl laptop from Gossip Girl herself. Not Georgina, the true Gossip Girl, saying that she wants her site back. So the next day, or a few days later, or whenever it is, Dorota brings Blair her divorce papers from Louis, ready to sign them. And Blair's super excited. She said that she's happy. She can now date Dan in the public eye. She doesn't have to worry about anything. But then Dan wants to spend the day with her. I don't know, she's kind of like dismissing him, like not really paying any attention to him. And he notices, he kind of manages to find out through Dorota that she hasn't actually signed the divorce papers yet. She was given them, but she hasn't signed them yet. Meanwhile, Serena is looking through all the Gossip Girl tips that she's been getting, because now that Gossip Girl's back online, people are sending messages in again, and she's realizing how many of them are about her and how kind of harsh a lot of them are about other people and herself. And she says to Blair, what could get us off of Gossip Girl's radar? What could stop people from sending in tips about us? And Blair says they need another her. They need another Serena Vanderwoodson to kind of take over, pass the torch on, and then she'll be the focus of Gossip Girl, and it'll kind of kickstart a new generation, and maybe they'll just kind of flutter away into the background.
And a tattoo of a kangaroo.
So Lola's got this old friend, Aiden, I assume from Florida or wherever, and Nate is jealous of him. Nate is kind of jealous when he bumps into them on the street. But Nate also isn't telling Lola about Diana. she knows that there's a new investor called Diana, but he's not kind of disclosing his history with her. So Lola's like, well, I guess if I want to find out anything about anyone, I can look them up on Gossip Girl, because she's kind of getting to grips with that whole thing. Diana's back. Oh, wait, where is she? Where's Diana? Diana, here we go. So Diana's back, okay? Diana's back, and she's ready to rule the roost. And I'm here for it. You know, when I first watched this show, I think I've already mentioned this in this video, but I was a Diana hater. And she is a little bit of a cow sometimes, but she is so calculated that, like, I kind of have to respect it. Like, everything that she does is so well thought out that I gotta give her props, you know? So Lola goes to Serena and asks for her help, basically being like, you know, what do you think about Nate lying to me? I know that he dated Diana in the past, I saw on Gossip Girl, but he didn't tell me. And Serena basically uses this whole situation for her own good, okay? So she decides that Lola is the perfect new Serena. She's the perfect new it girl to take, you know, Gossip Girl's eye off of Serena. She is obviously in charge of Gossip Girl at the minute, so she can use Gossip Girl, make blasts about Lola, and get her to the top. And then Gossip Girl eventually won't have to post about Serena anymore, and she'll be able to move on with her life, okay? So she takes her shopping. She gets her to try on this like lingerie that Serena's supposed to be modelling later on. She pulls the fire alarm and Lola has to run out and Lola has to go out there. She gets her picture taken with firefighters. Serena puts it on Gossip Girl. She's trying to generate that buzz around Lola. And Serena says, you know, maybe you should meet Nate halfway rather than refusing to be in his world, which she obviously takes as like nice, cousinly, actually sisterly. Do we know about that yet? I think we do. Half-sisterly advice, but obviously for Serena this is perfect because if she's willing to dip her toe into the Upper East Side world, she can bring her into being the new it girl. So Serena says, oh, you should come with me to the fashion show that I'm doing, because Serena's modelling a new lingerie thing called the Serena, like it's named after her. And she's like, oh, Lola, you should come, you should walk in, you know, I can find you something else to wear and you can walk in the line, like it'll be so much fun. And Lola's kind of like, that's not very me. But then when she finds out that Nate and Diana are going together, she's like, right, I'm in, I'll do it. But even this is orchestrated because she sees about Nate and Diana going on Gossip Girl. So Serena posted this knowing that it would like trick her into going, right? So that's what we're kind of led to believe. So Rufus is trying to deal with this whole Ivy thing as amicably as possible. He doesn't want anyone to really get her here. So he goes to Ivy and he's like, look, would you be willing to move out of the apartment if we unfreeze your assets? Okay, so you would have access to your money, you could find somewhere to live, but Lily would be able to live in her apartment again. And Ivy's a bit hesitant, but she ends up agreeing. She's like, okay, you've got yourself a deal. So she packs up, she leaves the keys, and she moves out. Rufus then gets a call to say that Lily never unfroze Ivy's assets. She just tricked her into moving out so that she could move back in while Ivy's assets are still frozen. So now Ivy doesn't have anywhere to live, she doesn't have any money, nothing like that. And when Rufus confronts Lily about this, she admits it with her whole chest. She's like, yeah, like, I conned this woman 100% and I don't care. And, you know, he's angry that not only did she trick Ivy, she also lied to him. She said to him, yeah, if she moves out, I'll unfreeze the assets, and she didn't. So she stands by what she did, but Rufus doesn't, and Lily moves back into the apartment, but Rufus is like, I'm not going to move in yet, I need time to kind of process this. I will never forgive Gossip Girl, okay? And I'll probably make a whole video on this, but I will never forgive Gossip Girl for the way that they treated Lily and Rufus, because they are one of the best couples on this entire show. Also, if you haven't seen, I said in part 1 that I was thinking of doing a Jenny Humphrey Deserves Better video. I made that video. It's on my channel now, so you can go and watch it. So, Andrew, who doesn't have a picture, bless him, tells Chuck that he's found Elizabeth, you know, does he want to see her? And Chuck's kind of hesitant about it because obviously it didn't go well last time that Elizabeth showed up. So Andrew says to him, you know, you should just talk to a friend about it. Do you have anyone in your life, you know, that you can talk to who knew Elizabeth when she was here and can kind of give you a bit of advice, a bit of insight. And, you know, Chuck says, well, the only person would be Blair Waldorf. And Andrew asks Chuck, he's like, why did you pay her dowry if she's not even in your life anymore? And Chuck is like, she is never supposed to know that I paid her dowry. I don't ever want her to know about it. You know, that stays between us. So Chuck has paid Blair's dowry. That's why she is allowed to just go free and the Grimaldis aren't bothering her anymore. It's not because anyone came to any kind of deal or loophole or anything like that. Chuck went to them and he paid it. And obviously that's kind of put him not in any kind of financial trouble, but it took a lot of his money to do that, which then ties in. So now we're going over to Dan and Nate. And Nate's kind of talking about how, you know, Diana and all this stuff. And Dan is confused. He's like, oh, why was Diana your only choice to invest in The Spectator? Like, did you really need money that bad? And Nate says, Chuck wanted to invest in The Spectator, but he couldn't.
Just chit-chatting with his bro instead of working. And you wonder why the paper isn't doing so well.
So Dan's like, how can Chuck Bass not have the money? Chuck's a full-on 21-year-old billionaire. How does he not have the money to invest in The Spectator? And Nate explains that a lot of his money is tied up at the minute, or it's liquidated, something along those lines. And Dan's kind of, he's like, give me more. You know, he's like, spill the tea, Nathaniel. And you know what Nathaniel's like? We love Nathaniel, but he is the official himbo. To me, he's like, he's just the epitome of a himbo, and we love him for it, but he always spills the beans. This man is secretly one of the biggest gossips on this show, but you don't realise it because he doesn't even realise it. You know, he just spills the tea, but it just slips out. Like, he's not even trying to shit stir. But he says that Chuck paid Blair's dowry, and that's why he doesn't have the money to invest in The Spectator. So now, when the only people that were supposed to know is Chuck, Andrew, and Nate, Dan also knows. And Nate says, I don't understand why no one's allowed to know about it, because it was a really nice thing that he did for Blair. And it just shows how, not tuned into this stuff Nate is. Because bless him, he just thinks, oh, that was such a nice thing. But Chuck knows the kind of rift that it would cause, because he's supposed to be letting Blair live her life. She's dating Dan now, and he knows how it'll look. But he just wanted her to be, have her freedom. Also, there's a picture of Serena, Nate, Chuck, and Blair on Nate's desk. That is so cute. And this is exactly what happens, okay? The shitstorm is exactly the shitstorm that Chuck didn't want to happen is exactly what unfolds. So Dan thinks that Blair doesn't want to sign the divorce papers because she knows that Chuck paid her dowry. And that's what's putting her off from finally signing the papers and going through with it, because it's made her question everything, right? Which absolutely is not true. Blair has no idea. She has no idea. Blair is telling Dorota that the reason she isn't signing the papers yet is because she feels like she's closing a door on something she's not sure she's ready to let go of yet. And then Chuck comes in. He asks her for advice about Elizabeth, but Blair's really cold to him. She's really mean to him, and she accuses him of just using Elizabeth to get back into Blair's life, and it's all just a way to kind of worm his way back in. Through having this emotional conversation with her, when really he just wanted some advice from the only person that really knew what went down with Elizabeth. And so he lies and he says, yeah, you're right, it was all a ploy, whatever. He was like, I'll fall on the sword, whatever. And as the series goes on, he has a habit of doing this where he makes himself look like the bad guy in order for Blair's feelings to be spared, or for her to be right, or to feel like she's right and be able to, keep going with her life. So he then goes to Serena and confides in her and says, tells her the whole story. And she says that he should reach out to Elizabeth because even though reconnecting with family can be scary, it's always worth the risk. And I think it's tricky when you talk to Serena about these situations because she's always going to pull her advice from her relationship with William, and I think that really clouds her judgment in certain situations. And I think whenever she gives someone advice about parenting, it's never for them, it's always based on what she would do and what she feels. Lola confronts Nate about him going with Diana, and he says no, the blast isn't true, but he still doesn't ask her to be his date to the party because he says, you hate parties like this, you've told me you hate Upper East Side parties, it's just a business event, just trust me. So it's framed that obviously Nate is innocent and he's fighting Diana, trying to get the spectator back, and Lola doesn't believe him, and she brings this Aiden guy to the party to kind of rub salt in the wound. So then Dan, oh my god, Dan is so annoying sometimes. I try my hardest to like him because I love Penn, and Dan has some moments where I really do like him, especially season 1 Dan. I do really like him in season 1, but throughout the seasons, like, he just gets so irritating. So he calls Blair and says, if the reason that you're not signing the divorce papers is because Chuck paid your dowry, then just tell me, like, you can just tell me, it's fine. And she says, I had no idea that he did that. I have to go find him. And then Dan's pissed that she's going to find him. His insecurity in this relationship with Blair is just absolutely off the wall. It feels like, I don't know, he had a little bit of insecurity in season 1 with his relationship with Serena, but I don't know if her lying and everything that happens at the end of season 1 just kind of scarred him forever, because the way that he acts with Blair feels so weird. Picture this situation. Blair's just found out that Chuck paid all this money because she thought that Georgina had sorted it out and fixed it. But no, Chuck paid all this money so that she could have her freedom, and she had no idea, and she wants to talk to him about it, and Dan's annoyed. Like, what did you expect? That you would just tell her that Chuck paid her dowry and she would go, oh, that's nice, what time do you want to meet up for dinner? No. It reeks of insecurity. This is not a dick measuring competition right now. Chuck has done this, obviously, for Blair, but that doesn't mean you have to get all... The reason you're dating her right now, the reason that Dan is able to date Blair right now is because Chuck paid her dowry. That is it. That is actually it. And the fact that Dan kissed her and then Georgina was going to put on Gossip Girl and all this stuff, Dan was the one that was putting her family in jeopardy and potentially making them pay the dowry by confessing his feelings to Blair and wanting to date her when he knew that she wasn't allowed to date anybody. So, at this party, Diana reads Lola to absolute filth, and I loved it. She brings the drama, and low-key, Nate's kind of boring. I love him, but he's kind of boring, and he needs it. And so is Lola. Lola is also dull. I'm sorry to the actress that plays her, but she is also dull. So go for them, Diana. Go after both of them. So Nate taunts Diana and is saying, oh, you came back to the Spectator for me, you're in love with me. And to prove that she's not, she goes and she kisses Lola's friend Aiden and starts, getting on with him. And it turns out this whole thing was a setup. So Serena wasn't in on it, but Lola and Nate had this plan the whole time where they were going to set up Diana and, film her with Aiden. And because Aiden is underaged, that would get her in trouble and they would win, right? So this is a whole thing with them two. But Diana is always one step ahead. So anyway, they film Diana and Serena catches them and she's pissed that they used her. Even though Serena was doing the exact same thing. She was using Lola for her whole Gossip Girl thing, even though they don't know that. But that was her whole motivation for spending the day with Lola. But then she gets annoyed that Lola used her for her plan against Diana. Does that not cancel each other out? So then Nate goes to Diana with the footage and threatens to release it. And she Uno reverse cards him so hard. She says, if you release that footage, you will be releasing child pornography and you will be right there in jail with me. It's kind of a slay. Low-key, it's kind of a slay. And Aiden's fine, like, he was all part of this plan, like, he was all part of this plan, which, like, is weird to me. I don't know, like, obviously, Aiden does not look 16, Nate says he's 16, and I get what they were trying to do, and obviously he was Lola's friend, but, like, how old is Lola then? Is she 18? Why is she friends with a 16-year-old boy? How old is Nate? Like, how old is everybody? Because Nate's, like, 20, 21, so why is he dating, so he's dating an 18-year-old who's also best friends with a 16-year-old, and then these two adults, okay, obviously he's an adult, he's 21, she's basically an adult because she's 18, well, she's an adult here in the UK, but in America, I think 18 is still an adult, but 21 is just when you can drink. I don't really know. Anyway, so this 18 and 21-year-old conspired this plan to get her 16-year-old friend to kiss this, like, 30, 40-year-old woman. Is that not just icky? They kind of play it as, like, this power move that they've gotten one over on her, and then she says, oh, well, no, you didn't. And honestly, it's kind of a slay, because this whole plan was so fucking weird. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Once again, Blair is not my favourite person. She's probably my favourite character. I do really love her, but she does have moments where I'm like, this is just not on, okay? This is just not on. And so she confronts Chuck and accuses him of paying the dowry to buy her back. She says, you know, you thought you could sell me for a hotel and now you just want to buy me back. And Chuck says that was not it. You were never, ever supposed to know that I paid it. That the only people that knew were Nate and Andrew, and he just wanted her to be free. And whoever she chose to love with that freedom was absolutely up to her.
I just wanted you to be free. How you choose to love with that freedom is up to you.
And it's just so sad. It's just so sad. And he knew this is exactly why he didn't say. Yeah, so then Dan comes in and he apologises to Blair and says, oh, I thought that you knew, which is just, it's such bullshit. Because Nate says, I don't know why Chuck doesn't want anybody to know. Like, anyway. And Blair admits that the reason she didn't sign the divorce papers wasn't because of Chuck or Louis or anything. It was because all her life she'd wanted to be a princess, and she was finally a princess, but she didn't get to enjoy any of it, and she's mourning that loss. So Dan takes her to the Met steps and in this cute pink dress and puts a tiara on her and says, you know, now you get to feel like a princess. And all these schoolgirls run up to her and they're like, oh my god, you're, you know, Princess Blair, and takes pictures with her, and it's a really cute moment. And then Blair texts Chuck and she thanks him for setting her free. So Lola apologises to Serena, but she's still all pissy about her using her, so she's not having a bar of it. She doesn't want to be an it girl, that's just not her thing. But then the fashion show people come to Serena and they're like, oh, we're renaming the Serena to the Lola because everyone's talking about Lola right now, so you can't model it. And Serena's like, she's so taken aback, I think, because she's never in her life been told, like, oh, you're not the main star here, we're choosing someone else over you. So then the next day, Lola goes to see Serena, and Serena's like, you know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pushed you to be an it girl when you didn't want to be. Like, low-key happy that Lola doesn't want to, because now she can be the it girl again. She's kind of realised, I think, that not being the it girl wasn't actually what she wanted. But Lola is like, oh, actually, the Gossip Girl buzz got me a meeting with an agent, and it's actually doing me pretty well. But I don't really want to be, I don't want to be like a beautiful, unattainable it girl. I want to be more of an everyday girl. So then, now Serena is annoyed that all the tips that are coming into the Gossip Girl inbox are all about Lola. And so she decides to sabotage Lola and write a blast saying that the whole fireman thing was staged, it was fake to get attention, and that Serena is the only it girl. So really, we see this quite a few times with Serena. I did a whole deep dive on Serena if you want to go and watch it. I'm very proud of it. But I talked in that video about how Serena kind of acts as though she doesn't want this life. She doesn't want to be the it girl. She doesn't want to be all over Gossip Girl. Doesn't want to be the center of attention. When in reality, it's the exact opposite of that, because that's where she thrives. And I think when she tries to get rid of that, like in season 2 where she tries to take down Gossip Girl, or here where she tries to make Lola the new it girl, she'll always revert back to, no, I'm the it girl. Like, I feel threatened now and I want to stay as the it girl. So Diana apologizes to Nate and says like, look, I just want to work together. I don't want this whole feuding thing. And she also admits that she wasn't the one that posted that Gossip Girl sources website. She agrees to just support the Spectator and to work from downstairs and let Nate do his thing. And she admits that while yes, she does still have feelings for Nate, she won't come between him and Lola. Lola calls Nate to speak to him, but his assistant says, oh, he's busy talking to Diana. And then the paparazzi start trying to take pictures of Lola and she poses for the photos. So you can kind of see that Lola's starting to get more wrapped up in the Upper East Side world. So then Andrew tells Chuck that Elizabeth isn't his mother, okay, because Elizabeth wasn't the one that donated the blood that saved Chuck's life during the car crash. So Chuck wants to know who it was that donated the blood, because he's like, well, my dad's dead and Elizabeth's apparently not my mum, so who donated this blood? So then Nate tells Diana that Chuck is looking for this missing relative, and Diana calls Jack and says, we have to stop him from looking. We have to stop it right now. So it's like, what on earth is going on here? So then Diana gets a message from the real Gossip Girl, okay, the OG Gossip Girl, and they say to her, look, I want my website back from Serena. You're going to get it for me, or I will spill the secret that made you fear me in the first place. So it's like, there's serious tea to be spilled here. There are serious secrets to come out. Lola's got an audition coming up and Nate's really excited for her, but you can kind of see that she's getting sucked into this whole being an it girl thing. So Serena asks Lola if it bothers her that Gossip Girl won't post about her anymore, because Serena is not posting about Lola. She doesn't want her to get all the buzz. And Lola says she doesn't care because Gossip Girl is some irrelevant person sitting in their room all alone on their laptop all day. So then Serena's obviously insulted by this because she's Gossip Girl, and she uses Gossip Girl to try and ruin Lola's life, low-key. She sabotages her audition, posts that Lola's a diva, so it makes people not want to work with her. So Lola goes to Serena and is like, oh my god, Gossip Girl did all this stuff to me, and Serena is like, well, I guess Gossip Girl isn't as irrelevant as you thought, is she? And it's all very suspicious. Like, she makes it so bait. And Lola starts to get suspicious of Serena kind of bigging up Gossip Girl. She's a bit confused. Lola goes to Nate and tells him about her Serena being Gossip Girl theory. He thinks it's ridiculous, obviously, as he would. So she blows off her lunch with Nate to go to her, like, save her audition and also prove that Serena is Gossip Girl. She says, I'm going to bring you some evidence and you're going to believe me because I am right. Diana goes to Serena and says, I know you're Gossip Girl, but don't worry, I want to help you keep the Gossip Girl website for good. And Nate and Serena make up because they were having like a little bit of beef, because obviously he ended up firing her from the Spectator. And when they do make up, he tells her about Lola's theory that she's Gossip Girl. And she is obviously like, me? Gossip Girl? Never. That could never be me. I would never do that. Then Serena hears Diana on the phone to somebody. And Diana says, as long as Serena is Gossip Girl, then no one will ever know what I did for Chuck at the hospital. So they're hinting that Diana did something, that she maybe donated the blood or brought whoever donated the blood to the hospital, and she knows the truth. So back to Rufu, little Rufu. So Rufu tells Dan that he and Lily never really built a life together, that Rufus just kind of slotted into her life. And honestly, this man is speaking facts right now. He is speaking cold, hard facts, because that is so what happened. He moved into the loft where Lily lived. He stepped into her world. They never did anything that he liked to do, you know. And even though I really love them together, that is evident throughout the series. So Lily comes to apologize with a salad. What kind of peace offering is that? She tells him that she misses him and that they can sell the apartment if they want to and buy a place that is theirs together. Which was really cute, aside from the salad, because but the rest of it was really cute. I've never once seen Rufus eat a salad. But anyway, And they kind of make up until Lily receives a call verifying Rufus's credit card details for a hotel room that he has paid for Ivy.
The Upper East Side holds all the comforts I desire, but there is no you.
Lily confronts him about this, and Rufus says that he felt responsible because he was the one that asked her to move out on Lily's behalf. He convinced her, she moved out, and then she was basically just living on the street because she didn't have any money. So he felt bad, and you know, she doesn't have any family, she doesn't have any friends, she doesn't have anything. So he thought the least that he could do was just give her somewhere to stay, and that it was, you know, he felt it was the right thing to do. And Lily is fuming. She's absolutely fuming. She says, "You bought her a hotel room with my money."
Okay, so it's been a long old time since I filmed this from the clip that you just saw.
Lily is pissed off at Rufus for helping out Ivy, and she's basically like, "You used my money to help this girl out." And Rufus is like, "Actually, no, I used my own personal credit card, but it's good to know where you stand in that it's not our money, it's your money." So she's really put her foot in it there. Then later, when Rufus is at a cafe, his debit card, I think it is, gets declined. So we know that Lily is cutting him off. Blair and Dan have decided they're ready to, you know, debut as a couple. But Blair wants it to be at this theatre. And at first, Dan's like, okay. But then Rufus kind of gets in his head about, oh, you'll never be in their world. Because obviously he's having all this shit with Lily. So he's kind of taken it out on Dan. And then Dan's like, oh, like, why don't you just come to Brooklyn? And he tries to, like, get a photo of them together so, like, they can debut that way. Like, and Blair's just not having it. She says that she's been in this possessive relationship with Louis. She was stuck in there. And she doesn't want to do that with Dan as well. So they come to a compromise and decide they're going to host some, like, saloon thing or something. It's some event. I don't care. It's dull. Like, the content, like, it's just, the chemistry just is not here. I'm sorry. I know there's dare shippers out there. I love them as friends. I thought their chemistry as friends was absolutely off the charts, but as soon as it became a relationship, I just was not invested in it. I don't care for their scenes. They have some sweet moments, but most of the time I just find them kind of irritating as a couple. So there's that. They have their whole event and whatever, but the juice that goes down at the event has nothing to do with them. But basically Lola, where is she? Lola overhears that they're going to throw this event and post it on Gossip Girl so that, you know, other people will show up to it, right? Because Blair and Dan are trying to keep it low-key. Serena goes to the hospital and she shows them a picture of Diana, and they're like, oh yeah, that lady was here when the blood was donated, but she left very, very quickly. So Serena's like, oh my god, Diana must be related to Chuck. She's the one that donated the blood, right? So she finds out from Diana's assistant that Diana is going to be at Blair and Dan's little get-together later. So Serena shows up. Dan and Blair are both pissed off that Serena's there because apparently that she's not like the caliber of guest they're trying to invite. I can't be arsed with either of them at this point, especially Dan. Then Lola shows up because obviously she knew about it. And then Serena, Dan and Blair are all pissed that she's here. So it's just a whole party crashing situation. And while Lola's there, she's really trying to, like, bait Serena out. She's like, you know, she just, like, wants her to talk about Gossip Girl. She's like, oh my god, don't you think that, like, Gossip Girl is so, like, this or something? I can't remember what she said. And Serena's like, you know, I don't really care about Gossip Girl. And she's not falling for it. Lola also invited Nate and Chuck for some reason. So they're then... So then Dan and Blair are also pissed that Chuck and Nate are there. They're just... this is just throwing a whole spanner in their works. So Lola is desperately trying to prove to Nate that Serena is Gossip Girl, but Nate is just not having it. So then she steals Serena's phone and starts live streaming on the Gossip Girl website the conversation that Serena is having with Diana, in which Diana admits that she is Chuck's mother. Yeah. Yep. Take that in for a second. So Diana, who has been sleeping with Nate and, you know, all this shit, is actually Chuck's mum. And this obviously goes out on Gossip Girl and everyone is watching and everyone is like, no fucking way.
I'm Chuck's mother. Chuck, I can explain.
I can't do this right now, or ever. I can't.
And obviously Chuck is fuming because he's like, you've been in New York this whole time, sleeping with my best friend, like hosting these parties, running the Spectator, all while knowing you were my mother, and like walking around in her underwear in Chuck's apartment, like, because obviously she was with Nate for ages. So he's like, what the fuck, mum? So Diana explains to Chuck that she and Bart had an affair behind Elizabeth's back, right? And the affair only ended when Diana got pregnant. And Chuck says, well, you must have wanted me if you kept the baby. And Diana was like, I wasn't fit to be a mum. I was young at the time. And because Elizabeth couldn't have babies, I gave you to Bart and Elizabeth to raise as their own. And then when she heard that Elizabeth had died, which obviously we know she didn't, then she came back to New York, and Bart thought it would just be way too confusing for Chuck, so they didn't end up telling him. So then when she came to New York again, it was to kind of watch over him from afar, and he's like, Nate's bed is not that far. Why was that your in? It's just like weird. And she's like, well, I didn't know that Nate was your friend when all that started, and yada, yada, yada. So she says to Chuck, look, you know the information now. Whatever you want to do with it is up to you. If you want to have a relationship, if you don't, whatever. But then when she gets into the car, she gets a text from Gossip Girl saying that wasn't the secret I'm talking about. So this big secret is still not out yet. We've still got something to discover that Diana is hiding. Lola then tells Serena that she's sorry she hurt Chuck, but she's not sorry that she hurt Serena. And Serena basically begs her not to expose her as Gossip Girl. Nate comes over, and he's obviously pissed that she did this to Chuck, and he ends things with Lola saying that he doesn't think he can forgive her for this, and Lola actually ends up keeping Serena's secret and doesn't tell her that she's Gossip Girl, doesn't tell him that she's Gossip Girl. And Serena thanks her for this, and she says, you know, being Gossip Girl is the only thing in my life that I can kind of hold on to at the minute, and while I was hurt by her in the past, adversity can be a good thing. And that's kind of how she justifies it to herself, like being Gossip Girl. So Lola then decides she's just going to go back to Juilliard, she's going to forget about the Upper East Side, and that, you know, she says to Serena, you're the only it girl that matters anyway, and you make sure of that because you're Gossip Girl, so you can keep your popularity going. Because you tore me down when I was becoming the new it girl to put yourself back up as the it girl, right? And she rings Carol and she says, you know, you were right about the Upper East Side being toxic and that she's leaving, even though Carol is one of the most toxic people on the Upper East Side. Also, during this part, they were playing one of my favourite songs by Foxes. If you don't know Foxes, go and listen to her right now. She is so underrated. She's been one of my favourite artists for like 10 years now, and she's so good. Go and watch her. Go and listen to her stuff. So good. Anyway, so Blair and Dan, Blair's like, I don't want to live in your world, and Dan's like, I don't want to live in your world, but like, you know, we're gonna have to compromise, so they make up and blah 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 and whatever. It's just boring and it feels so forced. I don't care for it. So back to the whole court case with Cece's will. They actually end up invalidating Cece's will because some nurse came forward and said that Ivy manipulated Cece, even though that wasn't true. And Ivy asks Lily, she's like, how much did you pay that nurse to lie for you? And then Serena gets all pissy with her, and I don't understand if they're trying to make us root for the Vanderwoodsons here, because they're so unlikable. I just don't understand. Like, please let me know in the comments if when you watch this, if you felt bad for Ivy, or if you were like, yeah, Serena and Lily, like, show her what's for. Because to me, it just feels unfair. Like, Cece left Ivy this money. She left it to Ivy Dickens. Had she left it to Lola and had still been tricked, then fine. But she knew who she was, and Ivy was looking after her. And if she wanted to leave her money to her, then she wanted to leave her money to her. The fact that, like, Lily comes in and is all mightier than now, and then, like, you know, Lily comes in and just storms all over it and takes her to court and all this stuff to steal the money back from her. I was just like, this just is so ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? And, so yeah, let me know your opinion on that in the comments, because I find Serena and Lily so unlikable in this situation. And I'm not, like, Ivy's biggest fan, but even I was like, this is pretty brutal. So Lily then tells Serena that Cece's estate will be split 50-50 between her and Carol. And it's like, Carol literally conned your whole family. Like, she was the one that conned your whole family, not Ivy. But you've taken all the money away from Ivy to give half of it to Carol, who's in prison. And Serena says to Lily, look, I think you should focus on, you know, fixing things with Rufus. That should be your main priority. And, you know, she says, he'll come around, he always does. But Lily's just so much more focused on the press and the family's reputation and the money. And it just feels like such like her character development is just going backwards. It's just makes me so angry because she was such a good character and I adored her and Rufus. And then right towards the end of the show, they just say, oh, this character that you really liked that was really good. Yeah, no, she's just back to how she was in season 1. Not even, because she was likable in season 1. It's just, yeah, I just don't get it. So Nate tells Diana that he still has feelings for her so that he can kind of get her to go to dinner with him and like try and find out more information. And Andrew tells Nate that Diana is getting all of her money from Jack. Yep, Jack Bass. So Nate is like, look, find out absolutely everything that you can about her. We're going to get to the bottom of this. So now we have one of the dumbest episodes. I think it's Despicable Me. I think that's what this episode's called. And I just have to watch it through my fingers. It's so embarrassing. So the New Yorker posts like an approval list thing of like, you know, like highbrow and lowbrow or something like that. And Dan is basically high on the list because of Inside, you know, he's a best-selling author and all this stuff. While Blair is in the lowbrow, like she's in the thing for being married for less time than a Kardashian. And Blair can't have this. She's like, I used to be royalty, like all this stuff, you know, I'm Blair Waldorf. I can't be in the shadow of Dan Humphrey, even though they're a couple, like, and they're supposed to be, you know, happy for each other. So then Dan gets asked to speak at this writers event or something, and he gets to make a speech and he invites Blair and she agrees, but you can tell that she's a bit bitter about it. So then when they go to this event, it's so horrifically embarrassing because she shows up in this like ball gown dress when everyone's just dressed like casually. He starts giving his speech and she comes up and interrupts him and like donates a load of money or something, and it just makes this whole speech and everyone is dead silent and it's just so incredibly awkward. I hated it.
A toast to Dane and to me. Anonymously.
Dan basically confronts her about it afterwards and she says that she doesn't want to live in someone else's shadow, and he asks why she's so bothered what people think. And then he goes on this whole thing basically reminding her of who she is and why he loves her. It's literally the same as when he gave his speech to Serena in season 1 about why he loved her, but it's not as cute. Like, it doesn't hit the same. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. Serena... Let's go back over to Serena. So she calls William and is like, oh, do you want to come for dinner? And he says, oh, you know, I would, but I'm not in New York. I can't get to the city in such short notice. But that shady fucker is already there. Yes, he is. He's already in New York and he's having breakfast with Lola. And Serena sees this and she's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, just honestly. And so William tells Lola that he is her father, and if she wants to tell everyone she can, but if she's not ready yet, that's also fine. So Serena waits outside for him to confront him, and he's basically like, look, I'm just trying to be there for Lola. You know, she's going through a hard time, and also Lily and Rufus are having problems, so I didn't want to insert myself. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. But Serena buys it because of course she does. And she begs him, she's like, please just come to this thing. And he's like, you know what, fine. And she says that she'll invite Lola as well, and, you know, they'll have their big family dinner. So then Lola goes to Nate and she tells him that she met her dad this morning. And he's kind of like, look, we can speak later because I have I'm got my detective hat on. Like, I've got this theory about Jack. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, we'll chat later. So then later on, Nate sees Serena and he just mentions, oh yeah, Lola had breakfast with her dad this morning. Bless his heart. Like, Nate is always accidentally spilling the beans and he never means to. So Serena then goes to Lily and is like, babes, Dad was cheating on you. So he had an affair with Carol while they were still together, and thus Lola is her sister, not her cousin. And Lily doesn't really seem that fazed by this. And Serena's like, we should probably do something about this. And Lily says, no, we'll wait till the family dinner until the reporter has left. You know, and I got my squeaky clean image. And then I will speak to William and Carol alone after that. Rufus is like, I don't know whether to go to this dinner or not. And Dan says, look, Lily's invited you to it. Extend the olive branch. Just go to the dinner. So then Rufu, my heart just breaks for him because I adore this man. He gets all dressed up, like ready for dinner. He's like, I'm gonna go, and he gets all dressed up. And then when he rings Lily to tell her that he's coming, she lies and she says, oh no, it's cancelled, like don't worry about it. Oh, Rufu, my heart breaks for you, it truly does. They deserved to be happy. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. So Lily then goes to see Ivy about some kind of partnership. Then we cut to the dinner, and Serena's all a bit unsure about this, and they're sat there and the reporter's there, and the reporter's kind of like, where's Rufus? Because obviously the press is suspicious their marriage is on the rocks, and she lies and says, oh, he's just sick, and it's all a bit like, come on now, Lily. And while I'm not Lily's biggest fan at this moment, this bit is actually pretty good. So they're all sat around the dinner table, and they're kind of, like being a bit passive aggressive. And Carol says, oh yeah, we used to share things all the time when we were kids or something like that. And Lily says like, yeah, like how you like shared my husband and slept with him and had a kid with him behind my back. And everyone's just like, excuse me?
Yeah, like when you used to steal my leg warmers when we were teenagers.
Yes, just like that. Or when you stole my husband and decided to have a baby with him behind my back.
And she says all of this in front of this reporter, and then she brings the police out and gets Carol arrested for fraud. And Carol's like, well, you've got no one to back up your story because Ivy wouldn't say anything because then she's going to go down with me. And then Lily brings Ivy out, and Ivy's like, well, actually, because I gave my story, I'm going to get off scot-free. So good. So good. So Lola is obviously mad at Lily for getting her mum arrested. But Lily, she's not fussed. She's like, it's justice, babes. Sorry. And then William also tries to comfort Lola, which pisses Serena off because she's like, I've been your daughter my whole life and you've actually known about me for my whole life and you've never paid as much attention to me as you have with Lola in the past day.
You left me when I was 4 years old, and when I tracked you down, you wouldn't even see me.
Rufus then confronts Lily and is like, I know you had this dinner. I saw on the news about Carol. What the fuck? And he says, did you pay off that nurse to lie about Ivy as well? And Lily she does not deny it. She does not deny paying off this nurse. And he's like, what? So she asks him if he wants a divorce. And she's like, where will you find another Upper East Side woman to look after you the way that I look after you? And he says, look, I thought that we had grown together, but if this is the person you want to be and this is how you want to be, then I think we should take some time apart. And it's just so bizarre. Like, it's just such a 180 on Lily's character because, Rufus had a life before her. Like, he was a rock star and all this, and she knew that. That was when she fell in love with him. And then obviously, yeah, he had a bit of growing to do in the Upper East Side world, but he did, and they were so good for so long that just coming out of nowhere and being like, oh, well, who's going to look after you like I do, is just such a weird take from her. Like, it's just such a weird approach to this whole thing, and I just think it's so dumb. Like, she genuinely loved Rufus. He was the love of her life, and she was the love of his life, and then they're finally together, and now over money or like reputation or whatever, she's willing to just throw it away and act like she never even cared about him, like he was just some accessory. So Nate actually calls Elizabeth the OG mother of Chuck Bass and is like, look, if you have any proof that you are Chuck's mom, please she's like, please come forward, I need to sort this shit out. And Andrew, the Chuck's PI, tells Nate there's no record of a Diana Payne up until like 3 years ago. So Nate's like, well, if we don't know her real name, how are we going to find out what the hell is going on here? So then Nate sneaks into her room to like go through her stuff. And then Diana comes in and finds him and he makes up this excuse that like, oh, he just wanted her back. So then they end up having sex, which was like, Nate, my guy, like the things they put Nate through in this show. But he does manage to steal her planner. So Chuck says to Nate, I think I'm ready to start maybe building some kind of relationship with Diana. And Nate is like, hold your horses, sir. Stop right there. Because man's got a theory, which is so wild. Like, the himbo's got a theory, and we love it. When Nate gets his detective hat on, I mean, he gets a little misguided, but he gets there in the end. It's great. So he says to Chuck, look, I had this picture of Elizabeth with you as a baby that she emailed to me. You know, Diana didn't exist. I don't know what this whole thing is about, but it all seems a bit sketch. And she's getting her money from Jack and all this stuff. So then they think maybe Elizabeth donated the blood, and that Jack is trying to cover it up, and so is Diana, and it's like, why would they do that? But then, in the picture, there's an arm, right? There's an arm coming around onto the belly, and Chuck's like, that's Jack. That is not Bart, that is Jack, because it's got his tattoo. So then Chuck is like, wait a second, is Jack my dad? Because if we cast our minds back to season 3, I think it was, when we first met Elizabeth, she was in love with Jack. So it's like, did her and Jack have an affair, and she just never told Bart that Chuck wasn't his, but Chuck is actually Jack's, and then Jack was the one that donated the blood? That's why you're trying to cover it up with this whole Diana thing. It's a whole thing. So William goes to Carol and says, if you sign your half of the estate over to me, I will make sure to look after Lola. And so Carol does. Then Lily writes Ivy a check for $1 million and is like, this is what I'm telling you, these people have so much money. We just writes her a check for $1 million like it's nothing. And is like, here you go, you can leave us alone now. And Ivy says, for the millionth time, it was never about money. I just wanted a family. And she's like, I will rip up this check right now if I can have a place in your heart and in your family still. And Lily says no. So Ivy leaves, but she still rips up the check anyway. Lola then goes into Serena's room and is like, will you help me get Carol out of jail to get back at Lily? And Serena's like, no, don't think I'm going to do that. And then Lola steals the card that Georgina sent Serena, if you remember back, that has the Gossip Girl login on it. So she takes that to kind of prove that Serena is Gossip Girl, right? So now she has this bit of evidence. So then Jack and Diana are on the phone and Jack's panicking. He's like, everyone's going to find out. And Diana's like, don't worry, no one's going to find out anything. Everyone thinks I'm Chuck's mum. They're way off the scent. So it's all bullshit. That's why I haven't put a related line between them, because it's all crap. And it's still, like, Elizabeth is still his mum, we think. Diana then calls Nate and is like, did you steal my planner? And he's like, nope, not me. You stay safe, though. And then in the background, Chuck is trying to decode the planner because she doesn't write in it normally. It's got like she's got a weird method of writing in it so that someone else couldn't understand it. So Lola takes her little note with the Gossip Girl login on it and shows it to Nate and is like, do you believe me now that Serena's Gossip Girl? And Nate's like, well, kind of. He's like, I agree that she's acting as Gossip Girl, but I don't think she's the real original Gossip Girl. And Lola's like, look, we need to take her down. And Nate's like, whoa. He's like, I got so much on my plate right now. Like, I'm trying to solve this whole thing with Chuck and Jack and Diana. Like, let's pump the brakes on this. Nate's like, look, I'll ask the original Gossip Girl for help and we'll see where we get with that. So Lola goes to Serena and lies and says that Diana is working with the real Gossip Girl and that she has Diana's planner, and if Serena can help her decode it, then she will help Serena keep Gossip Girl and take down Diana, which obviously is utter bullshit. She wants to take Serena down, but yeah. And you're like, oh, maybe Serena's buying this. No, of course she's fucking not. And she literally turns around, rings Diana, and is like, yeah, they have your planner. She just told me. Like, Lola, what are you doing? You can't outdo the doer. You can't outshine the shiner, baby, okay? You can't pull a fast one on Big Daddy, okay? You just can't. So Diana then tells Serena, look, if you get my planner back for me, I will give you Gossip Girl's real number, and then you can be Gossip Girl forever. And Serena's like, I'll take that deal. Back to Dan for a minute, I guess. He's got kind of like writer's block, and Alessandra, his agent, is like, you've been invited to this writer's retreat in Rome for the whole summer, but Dan's kind of nervous about taking it because he doesn't know how it'll affect his relationship with Blair. And Alessandra's like, don't be dumb. This is an opportunity that people would literally kill for. But he's like, oh, I don't know. So he's unsure. So Chuck comes to Blair for help because Blair's a little resident genius. And I feel like it's not appreciated enough in this show how smart she is. But in this episode, we get a good glimpse. And because she's trying to be, you know, find herself again and be OG Blair, she's like, you know what, yeah, I'll scheme, it's cool, I'll do it. She's actually a genius and manages to decode it. That she's so smart, and they never showcase how smart she is, but she manages to decode Diana's diary, so then they can actually start to figure out the appointments that are in it and where she's going and who she's meeting and everything like that. So Nate, Serena, Lola, Blair, Chuck are all at, Nate, did I say Nate? Nate's also there. Are all at the Empire trying to figure out this planner. And now that she's decoded it, she's like, well, I know the code, but how am I supposed to figure out what these things are when I don't know her schedule? So she's like, cracking this. The final part of it lies on the flimsiest of threads, Nate's long-term memory. She fully calls this man out, because if he can remember the things, there's like an appointment that's in there every week. And if Nate can remember the things that she was doing, they can start to piece together where she's going, right?
Unfortunately, the entire clue trail hangs by the flimsiest of threads. Nate's long-term memory.
Dan calls Blair about this writer's opportunity, and she says, obviously, go for it. It's an amazing opportunity. I wouldn't stand in the way of that. But then when he hears that she's scheming with Chuck, he starts to get all jealous and second guess himself, thinking that if he leaves for the summer, she'll go back to Chuck. So Nate's trying to remember what this specific thing is that Diana did on a Sunday a few weeks ago or whatever. And while they're thinking about it, Serena's like, I'm going to go. And then they realise that the planner is missing and Serena's stolen it. And they run after her and catch her, literally red-handed. She didn't play it very well. I feel like I literally just said you can't outdo the doer, but it was outdone by Blair, which is like, of course. And Lola's annoying, so I don't even care. But she, you know, feels like, oh my gosh, I caught her and all this stuff. And Serena lies and is like, look, the only reason I was taking the planner is because Diana told me if I gave the planner to her, she would give me Gossip Girl's real number, which is technically true. But she says she's going to obviously use it to take Gossip Girl down rather than keep being Gossip Girl. And Chuck's like, look, Diana's a liar. She's not my mum, but she knows who my real father is. And then Serena's like, well, okay, fine. I'll swap alliances. I'm on your team again. So then Dan tells Rufus that he thinks Blair sounded way too excited about him going to Rome for the summer so that she could then spend the summer with Chuck. And it's ridiculous. I've never seen somebody want to be the victim so badly in my entire life. Like, the insecurity here, it reeks. It reeks.
You didn't hear her. Or Chuck. It was like she wanted me to leave so she could just spend all summer with him.
So they managed to work out that Diana has a massage that she's going to, so they intercept it and send Dorota in as the masseuse instead to try and get information out of her while they're all listening on the phone. And when she says where she's going, it gives Blair the information she needs to crack the code and then figure out where she's going that night. And so Chuck buys Blair, Nate, Lola, I think, all of them tickets to go to whatever this thing is, and they're going to show up and they're going to have a snoop around, see what she's up to. Nate also tells the real Gossip Girl to meet them there as well. So Serena's like, look, can I just have the planner now that you've done this? And they're like, yeah, we've got a copy, you can take it. So she gives it back to Diana, who then gives her the phone number for Gossip Girl. But Lola's there and swipes the number and is like, look, we'll like GPS track Gossip Girl and we'll go and find her. And Serena's like, okay. So then she drags Serena along to this event that everyone else is going to. It's kind of like a ruse, right? Her and Nate are planning it. So Dan then sees Chuck and Blair get into a cab together because they're going to this event, and so he follows them there. So when they get there, it's an event for the Gentleman's Club that Bart was a part of, if you remember back in like season 2, I think, maybe, when Chuck had found out about that Gentleman's Club and there was that girl that was there and all that stuff. It's them people again. So when Serena and Lola arrive, Nate says, okay, Serena, you go and find Gossip Girl. Me and Lola will go and find Diana. So Blair and Chuck are trying to snoop around this place, pretending that they're like customers and they're gonna join in on this whole thing. And Serena rings Gossip Girl and she hears the phone ringing so she starts following it. Meanwhile, so Dan is there and he's talking to Rufus on the phone, and Rufus is like, look, this was a bad idea. Blair will know that you don't trust her if you confront her and you followed her. It's too much. So come home and just give it a rest. Then Diana sees everyone on the security cameras, because of course she does. She sees Chuck and Blair, she sees Nate and Lola, so she rings the police. And just as Serena is about to open the door to see who Gossip Girl is, everyone has to be evacuated and she doesn't get to see. So while everyone's running around and being evacuated, Blair opens the door into this room and she is shook to her core by what she sees in there. We don't see what she sees, but she is clearly like distraught by it. And Chuck confronts Jack, but Jack denies everything. He's like, no, I'm not your dad. Like, no, just shut up. Like, this theory, you just, it's too much. So then Blair tells Jack, she's like, you need to show Chuck what you're hiding in there. And Jack's like, absolutely not. So when Blair comes out and she sees Chuck, she's like, look, Chuck, wait, until everyone's left and then go back in that house. I promise you, you're going to want to see what's in there. Nate and Lola then go and confront Diana and they're like, we're going to tell everyone what you've done. And she's like, no, you're not, because I have security footage of you two in a gentleman's club. So I will send that to the New York Times. And it's like, she schools them every bloody time she schools them. And I actually love it because it's just so good. All of her plans are so well thought out that I can't help but admire it. Do you know what I mean? Also, I think they say her real name's India, but I guess that also could be a fake name. So I'm just going to keep calling her Diana. Dan then calls the organizer of the trip and is like, look, I'm not going to come because I don't think my relationship will survive if I do this retreat. Ridiculous behaviour. So Serena then realises that she's locked out of Gossip Girl on her phone and that Nate and Lola had double-crossed her, invited Gossip Girl to the Gentleman's Club and gave them the laptop back to the original Gossip Girl. So now she's locked out of Gossip Girl. And I know that people don't like Serena, but I adore her, okay? I have a soft spot for her in my heart, and I don't like her so much in the later seasons, but sometimes she just gets me. I do love her. So Blair goes to see Dan after this whole adventure and he lies and says that the retreat picked somebody else over him, and she starts telling him about the whole evening. She's like, oh my God, we ended up at this gentleman's club, it was crazy. And she's being completely honest because she trusts him, and he just looks like a dumbass because he didn't trust her. And so then he says to her, you know that I love you, right? Or something like that. And basically says it for the first time. And Blair says, oh, I do now. But she doesn't say it back. She does not say that she loves him.
I love you. You know that, right?
I do now.
So, Chuck goes back into the house. Okay? Chuck goes back into the house. And he goes up to this room. He opens the door. And what does he find in there? Bart fucking Bass. It's crazy. It was crazy shit. I can't even tell you. The way, there's just some moments in TV that you wish you could watch for the first time again. The way that my jaw dropped when Bart Bass was still alive, it is some of the best shit I've ever seen on TV. Okay, I don't even care. Top 5 moments of TV shows that I've watched. I was shocked to my core. It was so good. It was just, it was so good. And then when I rewatched Gossip Girl with my boyfriend to show him Gossip Girl for the first time, I was literally sat there like, oh my God, he's going to see Bart Bass. This is it. This is the moment that you see Bart Bass. So good. Incredible TV. Absolutely incredible TV. Bart Bass is still alive 3 seasons later, I think it is, or maybe like 4 seasons later. Back from the dead. So Bart tells Chuck that he faked his death because a competitor was threatening the life of Chuck and Lily. Keep this little story, this little thing in the back of your mind, okay? Because it's a little bit suspect. So that's his reasoning for doing it. And he says that he was the one that donated the blood, but he got Jack and Diana to cover it up for him so that he could still stay dead. So Chuck obviously has loads of questions and is like, well, now you can chat to me about it and we can talk about it. And Bart's like, no. He's like, I'm leaving. This guy's going to kill me if I don't leave. So, yada, yada. And Chuck's like, you're going to leave me alone again? Are you serious with this shit? And Bart's like, yep. And kicks him out. So then Chuck goes back to Andrew, the PI, and he's like, look, I need to find out who was blackmailing Bart before his death. He doesn't say that he's still alive, but he says, I need to find out who it was. So Alessandra, Dan's agent, tells Blair the truth about the writing program. And Blair is like, look, you should just go, Dan. Like, what is this whole thing? Like, come on now. And then he calls the writer's retreat and basically finds out that he can bring Blair with him. And Serena and Blair are chatting and Serena says that she was Gossip Girl and Blair's like, oh my God, why didn't you tell me? Like, we could have been Gossip Girl together. And honestly, I think that would have been so good. That would have been so good. And Serena's like, oh, you know, what, this thing with Rome. And Blair basically says that she's not sure about Rome because she kind of wanted to do her own thing this summer and instead she would be following Dan to this retreat. So she's kind of a bit hesitant about it. But they've got an interview later that day for the person to kind of scope them out and see if they're a good fit for the rights program. Meanwhile, though, Chuck basically comes to Blair and obviously is not okay with this whole thing that has happened. So she's trying to help him out at the same time and kind of like keep both happy. Nate wants Diana out of The Spectator, so he says, I'm going to post this story about you. She says, well, you're going to be embarrassed if you do. And he's like, you know what, it's fine. As long as I get to take you down, I don't care. So Serena goes to check on Chuck because she's been sent by Blair. And when she gets there, Chuck and Diana are talking. Chuck wants Diana to tell him who is blackmailing Bart, right? So Diana says, I will tell you on these conditions. Firstly, no one can ever find out that I was the one that told you. Secondly, you got to get me out of New York. So Chuck's like, fine. He buys her a magazine or like a newspaper or something in London that she can go and work at. And he's like, go, give me the tea, and then you can leave. And when Nate finds out about this, he's pissed. He's like, what the fuck? Like, you're just going to give her this other life? And Chuck's like, oi, don't complain. Okay, don't complain. I've sorted this out. And it might not be the justice that you wanted, but there's still justice in getting what you want. You see what I mean? It might not have been in the way that you wanted it, but technically you still got what you wanted, which was Diana out. So stop complaining. And also, Chuck's got a whole bigger plan going on because no one else knows yet that Bart is still alive. So he can't be telling them why he's doing the things that he's doing. So they should just trust him. But of course, they don't. So Nate tells Lola about it, and Lola's also pissed because for some reason she's got it in for Diana, and says, look, well, you know, they said you can't post it, as in Nate, but I could post a story about Diana. Literally such dumbasses. What are you doing? They're literally going to ruin Chuck's plan, like, for what? For supposed justice? Like, no one ever trusts anyone's plan in this show. It happens all the time. I can't even count how many times it's happened with, like, Vanessa and, like, or whoever that just ruins a perfectly good plan because they just didn't wait to see it out. Diana then tells Chuck that it's Mason Evans. That's the guy that was after Bart before he died. And she's like, look, you can have some of my girls from the gentleman's club to, like, catch him and get blackmail on him and, you know, you can sort it out. It's whatever. So Chuck's like, fabulous. But then she gets a call from the New York Times, I think it is, asking if this anonymous tip about her is true. The whole gentleman's club thing. So then she snatches the address back from Chuck and she's like, well, the deal's off now because you've already told someone. So Nate and Lola admit it was them, but they were just trying to do the right thing. And Chuck's like, no, you didn't do the right thing because you didn't listen to me. And what actually happened was you've now ruined everything. My dad's alive. He says all of this, like he confesses to Serena, Nate and Lola. My dad's literally alive. Bart Bass is alive. And this was my way to save him. But no, you've ruined it.
Yeah, we're sorry we messed up your deal, but this was beyond business. It was personal.
So then Blair's like, hold up, okay. The plan can still work. We just need to send our own girls in to meet Mason and get the blackmail on him that way. Like, we still know where he's going to be. So Blair is like, you're going to make this up to Chuck. She gets Lola and she gets Ivy and is like, you're going to be our decoy girls for this blackmail, okay? So because Blair is doing this whole scheme, she sends Serena in her place to be Blair, right, for Dan's interview. And he is obviously not impressed by this. But she pretends to be Blair for this interview and they accept them and everything on the retreat, so it's fine. But Dan's obviously like, well, clearly she doesn't care about this. She didn't even show up. Serena's like, look, yes, she is with Chuck, but you just need to trust her. Like, it's not what you think it is. And he's like, no, I don't trust her. Like, I don't know what she's up to. So then Serena just comes clean and is like, Bart's alive. Okay, Bart's alive. It's a whole scheme with that, so just chill. So Ivy and Lola are in position, ready to go, but then Andrew, the PI, comes in and is like, oh, you know, Chuck said you're in danger, we need to regroup, like, it's not gonna work. So then Blair is like to Chuck, why did you do that? And he's like, I didn't. So then Bart, Blair and Chuck go in and they confront Andrew, and he admits that he was the one that was trying to kill Bart, and that Mason had threatened him and his family. So when the car went, Andrew managed to jump out thinking that it had just killed Bart. So then Andrew, like the police overhear all of this and Andrew gets taken away and we think everyone's in the clear. And Chuck hugs Bart, and it's like, bless him, he just wants to be loved so badly. Like, he just was that parental figure in his life. Meanwhile, Nate tells the lady from the Times that, like, Diana's gone, you know, and the tip isn't really worth anything anymore. But he doesn't tell Lola that he's actually let Diana leave. Blair confides in Serena and says that the reason that she doesn't want to tell Dan that she, you know, if she loves him, is because the next person she wants to say it to, she wants it to be the last. And they're having this really sweet, like, heart-to-heart.
I just hope they're not disappointed with the real Blair Waldorf when they meet her.
Oh, they never could be.
You really are my best friend.
I love you, B.
I love you too.
And then Blair tells Dan that she will go to Rome with him. Gossip Girl then sends a blast out saying that she's been way too easy on S and B these past few months, because obviously Serena was Gossip Girl, so she wasn't posting anything hateful about the two of them. So she's like, well, I'm going to start posting pages from Blair's diary that Serena had loaded onto the laptop, right? So I guess she just wanted it as, like, collateral. She just wanted it as, like, I can always post these if Blair, like, screws me over, which is like, why would you do that? But anyway, so she put them onto the laptop. When the laptop got taken back by Gossip Girl, she now had all these diary pages. So she's like, I'm going to start posting them. So the truth about Bart being alive is now out, okay? Everybody knows about it. And a lawyer comes and tells Rufus, he's like, look, because Bart's still alive, his marriage to Lily is technically still valid. So one of these marriages, either hers and Bart or yours and Lily's, needs to be annulled. And so Rufus goes to Bart and is like, look, just sign the annulment papers and all this stuff. And he's like, well, if it'll make Lily happy, then I'll sign them by the end of the day. But then he goes to Lily, Bart this is, and says, oh, you know, I owe you everything for adopting Chuck and everything that you did. Like, I would really like a second chance. So it's like, is she going to pick Bart? Is she going to pick Rufus? So Gossip Girl is posting all of these diary pages. And one of the big ones is that Blair said, you know, this thing that I'm doing with Dan is fun and all, but what if I never love anyone the way that I love Chuck? And it's not loved, it's love, like, still. And so Blair is like, oh my god, these diary pages are ruining my life, and asks Penelope to get Serena's biggest secret so that she can expose it and get back at her for all this. Dan then tells Blair that he doesn't want her to come to Italy unless she knows how she really feels about him, and is kind of giving her that ultimatum of, you either love me or you don't, and you want to come with me or you don't. Side note to this though, the party that they're going to this evening, because they've always got a party that they're going to, is the Shepherd's divorce party. Isn't that so iconic? Like, such an iconic callback. Not that a divorce is iconic, but you know what I'm saying. Like, I just think that is so funny, because obviously the Shepherd wedding was where Nate and Serena slept together, like, before she left for boarding school. Like, it was such an iconic party. So for them to have this throwback to them then having a divorce party in the exact same hotel, the exact same place, I just thought that was genius. So Nate asked Lola to move in with him, but she kind of is hesitant about that. She then goes to visit Carol in jail and tell her that she's been offered a role on Wicked, so she might, you know, do that and start touring on Broadway. And then William actually manages to get Lily to give Lola Carol's half of the inheritance. So now Lola is loaded. And so Nate is, like, excited. He's like, oh my gosh, this means you can stay in New York now and we can live together. But she's still kind of like... So to try and get back at Serena, Blair sends in a fake diary page, because how's Gossip Girl supposed to know the difference, that says that Serena never actually read The Beautiful and the Damned, even though she did, which gets Serena's summer job taken away from her, and also her invite to the premiere of the film. So she's pissed, and she's like, why would you do that? And Blair's like, well, it's kind of karma because you did it to me. And then Serena has a go at her again for stealing Dan from her. And Blair's like, oh my god, you act like you're in high school. Like, what are you, like, stealing Dan from you? You know, it's all ridiculous. And Serena's like, look, you can't blame me for everything bad that happens in your life. And Blair's like, well, I can because you are. And Serena's like, well, you're in love with Chuck and you won't even admit it. And Blair tells Serena to move out and literally kicks her out and is like, we're done. Our friendship is done. So Bart tells Chuck to win Blair back with, like, a big romantic gesture and all this stuff. And I think gives him the ring, the Harry Winston ring that he had originally sold back to Harry Winston. Bart buys it and gives it to him. And it's like, you know, you should go on. And then Lily receives the signed annulment papers from Bart, because obviously Rufus had asked him to, but she hadn't made her decision yet. Chuck and Blair are talking, and Chuck's like, look, the mean things that you wrote about me in your diary, I don't care. It's water off my back. Like, he's like, those things were from so long ago, and we've grown since then and everything. It's really, there's no bad blood. And she's like, okay, cool. And then he's like, what, is there anything else that you want to tell me? And she says no. So then Dan texts her and is like, look, if you care about me, then you'll come to the Shepherd's divorce party, you'll meet me here, and you'll choose me, basically. Oh, I forgot to mention, when Bart gives Chuck the ring, one of Blair's minions takes a picture of it and sends it into Gossip Girl. So then Dan sees this and he's like, oh my god, Chuck is going to propose to her. What the fuck? And Serena then gets Penelope and is like, keep Blair away from this party, okay? So yeah, Serena tells Penelope to keep Blair away from the party. So away from Dan, away from being able to, make up with him, I guess, because they're in like their bitter rivalry stage. We're back in that phase. Rufus comes into the room while Lily and Bart are talking, and she rips up the annulment papers that Bart signed and is like, I'm going to decide who I stay married to. So Eleanor tells Blair that she's actually going to be stepping down as the CEO, I think it is, of Waldorf Designs, and she wants Blair to take over for her, which is just so cool, and I love that plotline so much. So then Blair says, I know what I want, I know who I want to be with, and I'm going to go and tell him. And then we cut to the Bass Industries, some press conference or something that Bart is doing, because obviously he's alive now. And just as Blair comes in, Bart announces that he will be the only Bass at Bass Industries, and he is removing Chuck from the company, which is so fucked because Chuck was literally the one that brought Bart back and saved his ass, but whatever. So back to the Shepherd party. Serena is talking to Dan and they start taking shots, and Serena's kind of trying to convince him basically that Blair's never changed and she's always loved Chuck and she will always love Chuck. Whereas Serena always loved Dan.
She knew that I loved you.
She says that Blair only got in between them because she knew that Serena loved Dan, and they end up kissing. Serena loves to kiss Blair's boyfriends at this bar, and they end up having sex on the bar, literally exactly like how her and Nate did back in season 1. So Chuck then confronts Bart and is like, what are you doing? And Bart's like, the engagement ring that I gave you was a test. And by taking the engagement ring, you showed that you don't have what it takes and you're always going to put your emotions first and Blair first over Bass Industries. That's why I'm taking it back.
Bass Industries needs to be run by a man, not a boy.
So after they have sex, Dan sees Serena's phone and realizes that she was filming this and sees the text from Penelope saying to keep Blair away, and he's like, oh my god, you tricked me into thinking that Blair was with Chuck so that I would cheat on her and I would sleep with you, which, I'm sorry, but come on. Obviously Serena is in the wrong and she shouldn't have done what she did, but also it takes two to tango, and if you really wanted to trust Blair, you didn't even wait for her to tell you that she had chosen Chuck. You literally went and slept with Serena. So the sympathy for Dan here for me is basically non-existent. They're both in the wrong here. I don't feel yeah. But then Serena shows Dan a picture from Gossip Girl, which is oh no, from Penelope, I think. I think it's Penelope sends Serena a picture of Blair and Chuck together or something like that, or that Blair had gone to the press conference, and she says to Dan, she's like, look, see, well, she did choose Chuck. She really did choose him. But then Dan's like, that doesn't matter. I don't even know who you are anymore. Why would you do this? So Blair meets Chuck on the roof and says, I want to be with you. You're the person I want to be with. And Chuck's like, bruh. He's like, I put you first every time and you always bet against me every single time. And thought that I wasn't good enough, wasn't a good person, everything. You always chose someone else over me. The only reason that she has this big future now with Waldorf Designs is because he gave up his by obviously paying her dowry and all that stuff, And he says, I don't want to be Mr. Blair Waldorf, which is basically the exact same conversation they had back at the Saints and Sinners party where she said that she needs to be Blair Waldorf before she can be Chuck Bass's girlfriend. So we're kind of getting that same story, but flipped now. So Lola is leaving town. She's going to do the Wicked tour. Lola asks Nate to come with him on this Wicked tour, but he says he's worked too hard on The Spectator to leave it now, so they end things. He then receives a USB stick from Diana with a video, security footage from the Gentleman's Club, which shows Gossip Girl just from behind going in and taking the laptop. So she's like, maybe from this you can start to figure out who this is. Lola then says to Nate that she's going to donate all of Carol's half of the inheritance, but she doesn't. She gives all of the money to Ivy, with the only stipulation being that she needs to take Lily down as justice for Carol. So then Rufus and Lily get an annulment. She says, I can only keep one marriage and this isn't one anymore. And like, Bart is so evil. Like, how could she choose Rufus over him? It just made absolutely no sense. Okay, I'll never forgive them. I'll never forgive them for it. Serena goes to the Humphrey loft and she apologizes to Dan and is like, look, you know, for you to sleep with me, you must have had feelings for me too. And I only did what I did because I still love you. And now that you and Blair aren't together, there's nothing in the way of us being together. And he's like, I don't feel anything for you. I don't want to see you ever again. Especially now that our parents are divorced, I don't have to see you ever again. We're done. So instead of Blair, Dan takes Georgina on his trip to Rome with him and says that he's going to write the scathing, scandalous version of Inside that he should have written before with all the real names and like exposing everybody. And obviously Georgina lives for that shit, so she's like, yes, let's do it. Serena is then leaving the Upper East Side. She's leaving New York on the train, mirroring how she arrived in New York in the pilot, and this guy comes and sits next to her and is like, I think it's like, is it Gabe from Cobra Starship? If it's not, then it looks like him. But anyway, he comes and sits next to her and he says that he's one of Damien's guys. And she's like, I don't care who you are. And she takes the cocaine that he gives her and he starts like kissing her neck and everything. And it's just so sad because after 5 seasons, she's back to where she started when she went to boarding school, basically. Like it looks like she's becoming like old Serena again. Blair then leaves for Paris for the summer and she doesn't say goodbye to Serena. They don't speak before she leaves. And she tells Eleanor that she knows what she wants and that she's going to go and get it. So then we cut to Monaco, I think? No, surely it can't be Monaco because like Louis was the Prince of Monaco. That would be weird for them to go there. Maybe like Milan? I can't remember. Basically, Chuck is in a casino somewhere abroad and he's there with Jack and they're plotting together to be able to take Bart down and regain some of Chuck's funds and kind of, because like, you know, Jack's a seedy guy, so he knows how to play these things. So yeah, they're doing that together. He's rigging it so they can win and whatever. Blair then comes up and thanks Jack for telling her where Chuck was. So Jack leaves and she sits down and she's like, look, you fought for me all year. I've come to fight for you. Like you say, I always bet against you, but this time I'm all in. She's basically saying, I want to be with you and I'm not gonna stop until we can be together. And that is how we finish season 5.
You fought for me all year. I've come to fight for you.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're at the end of season 5. I feel like season 5 has literally been the longest one to film because it's been over so many months. So the fact that we're finally onto the final season now, that is crazy. That is crazy. I'm going to sit down, I'm going to have some food, and then I will be right back with you for season 6. The final season. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. If my makeup now looks like shit, it's because I just cried my eyes out at the Riverdale series finale. I truly adore Riverdale. Like, actually, so genuinely. I can't believe, like, I'm never going to watch a new episode of it again. I literally started watching it when I was, like, 16? I think? 16 or 17? And I'm 23. Oh, I love that show so much. If you stopped watching it, you're actually missing out because it's so good. I'm going to start making videos around Riverdale. Anyway, back to Gossip Girl. So season 6 is actually a little bit different. This is a shorter season, which I think is at the detriment of it. I think had it been a proper 24 episode season, I think I would like it quite a bit more. A lot of the storylines feel a bit rushed and pushed. And yeah, it's definitely not my favorite of the seasons. And yeah, so it only has 10 episodes. But despite that, I've written a load of notes, so don't worry. This is not going to be a quick section. But due to it being a shorter season, it only aired, like, it aired in one long go, if that makes sense. So it aired from October 8th, 2012 to December 17th, 2012. And that makes last year the 10-year anniversary of the end of Gossip Girl, which is crazy. That is so crazy to me. The first time I watched Gossip Girl was like a year? No, I think it might have been about 2 years after it had just finished. So, like, the fact that it's now been 10 years since it finished and, like, 16 years since it started? I think, like, 15 or 16 years since it started is absolutely mental. So, let's get into season 6 and say goodbye to these lovely, lovely characters. Now, obviously, at the end of season 5, we have Serena on a train to God knows where. We have Chuck and Blair rekindling their romance. We have Dan writing a book about the Upper East Side with Georgina. And Nate... I already know what Nate's doing. The Spectator stuff. Lily and Rufus have gotten divorced and she's staying with Bart. So, we get a tiny glimpse into right where season 5 left off. So we see Chuck and Blair having sex and we see Serena with like a bloody nose on the train. So we can kind of assume she either had an overdose or at least she has been taking the drugs that she was given. Nate prints out a picture or like a screenshot of the video of Gossip Girl that Diana gave him. So we know he's kind of on the hunt to find out who Gossip Girl is. And we see Dan and Georgina in Italy. So that's kind of like the beginning of the summer. Then we cut to present day, because every time that Gossip Girl has a break, it's usually as the summer is starting. They kind of do it like in the first season, we have the school year, summer starts, that's when season 1 ends, then we come back, summer's almost over, school's about to start again, and they kind of keep that theme going even once they're not at school anymore. So we've kind of skipped-ish the summer, and we're coming back, I think, a month, 2 months after where we left in the season 5 finale. So Lily and Bart are actually thriving. They're together again and all this stuff, and Lily seems happy, I guess, but Serena isn't answering her calls, right? She's not answering her texts or anything, but she's kind of not fussed. Once again, we see that thing of, oh, it's just Serena, you know, whatever. And even Bart, okay, even heartless Bart is like, this is literally your daughter. Like, do you give zero fucks about her? Like, why do you not care where she is or why she's not answering your texts? Nate is on his little Gossip Girl hunt, and a girl called Sage comes to him and says that she wants to write a paper on the Spectator for a class that she's doing at Columbia. And he says, yeah, sure. And, you know, if you do a good job, maybe I'll give you a job here once you've graduated. Which I think is fucking rich, considering Nate has never even graduated Columbia. Or if he did, he still, like, should be in his final year or whatever. But whatever. Anyway. So let's put the picture of Sage up. Right, so there we have Sage in the middle there. Lily then calls Nate to see if he's heard from Serena all summer. And he says, no, I haven't. But, you know, we always find her and she's always fine. And I was like, I get that you're trying to reassure her, but that literally never happens. Not one time has that ever happened. Every time that she disappears, something bad has happened to her. Okay? When they couldn't get a hold of her last time, she'd been drugged by Juliet and left in a motel. When they couldn't find her the time before that was when she went out on that, like, bender because of that whole Georgina stuff and was out with those guys, and then, you know, she killed somebody. Then the last time she disappeared before that, it was because she thought she'd killed somebody, so she went to boarding school. Anytime that Serena disappears, it's bad news. So I don't know what Nate's on about. So then word kind of gets around. Nate calls Blair, but Blair doesn't really care. But the guy from Waldorf Designs that she's with is like, look, I'll just book you a flight back. So then Blair calls Dan to tell him, but then Georgina answers the phone. So then they find out as well. And then they tell Chuck, who is in Dubai, I think, or something, or like trying to figure out this kind of deal that Bart was doing before he died. So everyone's kind of doing their own thing, but they decided to kind of come together, realizing that nobody has heard from Serena for months, not a single person, and not even Gossip Girl. Gossip Girl was like, Serena van der Woodsen is dead to me. Like, they don't post about Serena anymore. So everyone's kind of like, okay, maybe we should be a little bit concerned now. Maybe just a little. So they all go to meet at the van der Woodsen apartment, and we see that Chuck and Blair aren't together, so it's kind of confusing. We're like, what's going on here? And we find out that they have decided not to be together, but to not be with other people, if that makes sense. Like, they're waiting for each other. They both have these goals they want to achieve, Blair with Waldorf Designs and Chuck with taking down Bart. So once they have both completed their goals and their things that they need to do for themselves, then they can be a couple. And Blair wears the engagement ring around her neck on a like cute little necklace. So that's kind of where they're at. Blair is worried that because she was so awful to Serena and like everyone just abandoned her, that she might have done something really awful. And it's like, yeah, did you not think of that? Like, did none of you speak to each other about how you weren't speaking to her? Like, come on now. So then Nate messages Gossip Girl to say, look, if I give you this video that I have of you, will you give me the address to where Serena is? And this was huge for Nate because showing the video of Gossip Girl on The Spectator was going to be their big relaunch and their big story. But he says finding Serena is more important than that, and he offers it up in return for the address of where she is. So everyone piles in and everyone goes to try and find her. Lily goes to the Humphrey loft and is a real bitch to Rufus. And it's like, why? Actually, why? Why are you being so nasty for? Because clearly things worked out well for you, haven't they? And she thinks that maybe Serena's there or something, like maybe she's hiding out there, but the sweater that she sees actually turns out to be Ivy's. So she's kind of like, Ivy's here now? And Ivy's like, yeah, you know, Rufus basically saved me after you kicked me out on the street, so I live here now. Once Lily leaves, Ivy and Rufus are talking about a way to start a new art gallery, because obviously if you remember back in season 1, Rufus had an art gallery that he then gave up once he he sold it and everything once Dan was going to uni and he moved in with Lily. So they're talking about ways that they could kind of start a new one. And when Rufus leaves, Ivy talks to Lola on the phone, congratulates her on her new TV show, and says that Rufus is easy on the eyes, but even easier to manipulate. So she is with Rufus as part of this scheme to get back at Lily. And Lily has this whole rant, like, you know, she's kind of confiding in Rufus, which, like, why? You literally broke this man's heart and now you want to come to him for, like, help and advice. And then, you know, when she sees Ivy and everything, she's like, oh, you're throwing your little tramp in my face, like, all this stuff. And it's just like, you're the one that ended this marriage. Like, do you not remember? And Ivy tells Rufus that when, you know, everything was happening with the van der Woodsen, she realised that Lily wasn't the one she wanted to get close to. It was actually Rufus. And she kisses him and the two start dating. But obviously we know it's not genuine on her part. So now we have a pink line between Ivy and Rufus. So then when the Scooby Gang show up to try and find Serena, she's living in this beautiful house and she's living with a guy called Steven, and she's going by the name Sabrina. And she is like glowing, she's in this gorgeous yellow dress, there's a wedding happening, it's all very like, she's rebranded, she has a whole new life. They think she's the one getting married at this wedding, so they all decide they have to stop her and cause this huge scene, but really it's not her getting married, it's like their friends or something. And she's like, look, I had this new life here with Steven, and she tells him the truth about who she really is and everything, because obviously she had to, they all showed up. And she's like, I want this life with Steven, I don't want any of you, go home. And Dan kind of confronts her about... Dan is such an asshole, by the way, in this first, like, half of this season. Actually, most of this season. He confronts both Blair and Serena separately. First, he talks to Blair, and he says to her, you know, I can't believe, you know, I could deal with losing you to Chuck, but I can't believe I just lost you to the idea of Chuck. Like, you guys are never going to be together, and it's, like, really horrible to her. Then he goes, and it's horrible to Serena. And he's, like, saying all this stuff about how she's living this fake life, and obviously she's lying to him, and she says that she's growing up in Wisconsin, and he's like, do you even know where that is? Like, all this it's just real cruel. Like, he's taken a real turn in this season.
Shallow and sad as a character in my book, so... Okay, I deserve that one.
And I don't know why they all thought she was getting married anyway. Like, she's literally in a yellow dress. She's in a yellow dress. Steven's not even wearing a tie. And, like, they're speaking to each other. Why would the bride be speaking to the groom before the wedding's even happened? It just makes absolutely no sense. Why did they jump to this conclusion? And Serena's like, look, Blair kicked me out. Dan said he never wanted to see me again. I didn't hear from Chuck or Nate all summer. I had to be resuscitated on the train because she did have an overdose or, you know, whatever had happened there. So reinventing herself seemed pretty self-explanatory. Her mother also doesn't care where she is. So what is the point? Do you know what I mean? I kind of don't blame her. Also, there's a lady called Amira that Chuck has brought back from Dubai with, like, the new Bart from around that time, and to kind of, like, mess with him. And Bart offers Amira $10 million to keep quiet about what she knows, but she doesn't actually know anything. She's confused. Like, she goes to Chuck with the money and she's like, I don't know what Bart did on this trip, but, like, I want to find out, because if it's enough to pay me $10 million, it's got to be big. So Bart's like, he's in big trouble, right? But back to Serena. So Blair says that almost losing Serena made her realize how much she missed her and regretted what she said. And Serena's like, well, I appreciate that, and I know that saying sorry is a lot for you, but I don't want to be stuck with you, because that's what Blair says. She says, oh, we were stuck with each other, you know, best friends forever. And she's like, I don't want to be stuck. I want to live my new life with Steven.
Poor Bee. Looks like she just got dumped by the love of her life. And we're not talking about Chuck or Dan.
And it's honestly, I'm going to do a whole video about this. I feel like I say that every time, but I'm going to do a whole video about this. About how Serena and Blair are actually the true soulmates of Gossip Girl. And the Gossip Girl voiceover over this scene just sums it up perfectly. It says, Blair lost the love of her life, and we're not talking about Dan or Chuck. And I think that's so true from the beginning. That, like, Blair has always cared about Serena more than she cared about anyone else in her life. So I think it's such a shame that they took their friendship in this direction for the last season. I feel like their frenemies dynamic just gets a bit taxing sometimes, and I just enjoy them as friends. When they get back to Manhattan, Sage asks Nate out for drinks, and he says yes, and is like, I've got bad news about the story we're working on, because obviously he gave up the evidence. Dan and Georgina, she basically walks him back to the loft, and he's like, you're not getting a good night kiss, so I don't know why you've done that. And she says that she is determined to find the sex tape that is on Serena's phone, because that is the perfect kind of catalyst for their tell-all story. And he's like, fine, whatever. He goes into the Humphrey loft, and he sees, honestly, one of the most horrific things I've ever seen on television. It is Rufus and Ivy. They're tangled in this, like, naked mess. Like, there's legs, there's limbs everywhere. It's honestly horrific. If I could unsee it, I absolutely would. So Dan obviously just kind of backs away slowly and exits. Then Steven and Serena... I haven't put Steven's picture up yet. Let me put Steven's picture up. So we have Steven up here, and Steven and Serena come back to Manhattan because he has a place there, and she decides, you know what, New York is where I'm supposed to be, and I'm going to be here with you. Now, we see Nate and Sage in bed together, so those two are hooking up. We've got Steven and Serena waking up together. Dan is now sleeping at Georgina's place because he doesn't want to sleep at the Humphrey loft. And Blair is really excited because she's about to have Waldorf Designs featured in a magazine called Women's Wear Daily. Okay, so we have a pink line between Steven and Serena, and we also have a pink line between Sage and Nate. This bit is very crowded. So initially, Amira's plan is to stay and help Chuck, but then once they start rooting around again, Bart threatens her again. And it turns out that she had actually slept, well, he had paid for her to sleep with him. And Lily overhears this and she confronts Chuck about, saying that Chuck's trying to extort Bart for money using this Amira lady. And Chuck's like, no, that's not what this is at all, Lily. You're literally married to a crim. Like, no, just get off my back. And Amira says that she has to go back to Dubai. But Chuck's like, look, before you go back to Dubai, please just write down absolutely everything that you remember from that weekend. And she leaves him a picture. It's like a security cam picture of Bart, another man in a suit, and Amira all going into a hotel. So Stephen is a very influential man, okay? He runs a vitamin company. He's very, very wealthy. And he manages to get Serena on some Central Park conservancy board thing. And so they're throwing a gala and she is now hosting it because she's on the board. She invites him to go, but he says that he can't, he has other plans, and she doesn't think anything of it. Then Nate thanks her for letting the Spectator sponsor the event, and she's like, no problem, just don't invite Blair, that's my only stipulation. And Nate's like, you guys have been fighting forever now, can't you just, make up already? And she's like, it's not about that, I'm just growing up and we're just growing apart. To be honest with you, the plot lines are pretty dull. I don't really care for them. I think that's the issue with season 6 is there are so many storylines and things in these episodes that just feel like filler ones. And if you got a 24 episode season, there's no problem with that. You can have filler episodes. It makes sense. But when you've only got 10 episodes to close out an iconic show like this, having these filler storylines in there, which ultimately you're going to need nowhere, it just is boring. But basically, Blair wants Waldorf designs in Women's Wear Daily, like we just talked about, but then she finds out that Nelly Yuki is now the editor, or at least one of the writers for Women's Wear Daily, and obviously Nelly Yuki has beef with Blair because she literally tortured her in school. She then also finds out that Poppy Lifton has now wormed her way back into the Upper East Side, and she is also releasing a fashion line, and she thinks that Poppy has stolen her designs because they have the same fabric, but in reality, they just liked the same fabric. And Blair goes to all these lengths to try and scheme to get Nelly to give her a good review, to sabotage Poppy's designs, and it all just backfires because she's in an industry now where it's not high school and scheming doesn't work, and she needs to actually put in the effort. Now, while Nate and Serena are out and chatting, like I just mentioned, they see Stephen meeting up with Sage, and they're kind of like, what the hell is going on here? Like, he said he was busy, but now he's doing this. So they both think they're being cheated on. Just wait until you find out what is actually happening here. It's so ridiculous. Nate's like, I've done this before. I'm just going to cut her off. I'm not even going to answer any of her calls. Like, sir, come on. But it turns out that they're actually father and daughter, that Sage isn't a student at Columbia, she's actually a student at Constance High School. And Stephen just didn't want Serena to know about Sage until he felt like he was ready to introduce her to her. So Sage doesn't like Serena. She's like, I don't want a young stepmom and everything, but she agrees to tolerate Serena if Stephen lets her continue dating Nate. And he's like, fine, but Sage is still plotting to get rid of Serena. She's just trying to play them both. Nate, I just feel like you can't have it both ways. Do you know what I mean? And I think this is the thing with Gossip Girl, right? They wanted so much to happen. I think Gossip Girl would have actually benefited from a time jump, right? Because we move so fast in this show. And I don't know if that's how this works when you got loads and loads of money. Maybe it is. But we go from them being high school, and then we have them graduating in high school in season 2. By the end of seasons 3 and 4, we've got some people doing college, but then that kind of falls off. Blair becomes a princess. She gets married. Dan releases a book. Nate's owning the Spectator. Chuck owns a hotel. All this stuff happens that is so adult. And in season 6, these people are still only 22, 23, if that. They were 16, 17 when the show first started in season 1, right? So they're now 23 at most, I think. So if you want to play it that they're old enough to do all these crazy things, then you also can't at that same time be like, oh yeah, but Nate's still young enough to date someone in high school. Like, he's not old, but he also is the CEO or whatever it is of a company, of a newspaper. He should not be dating a 17-year-old girl. Like, why would they do this to him? Why would they do this to my boy? They just shade him. Every chance that they get, the writers, he is a victim. He is a victim of the writers. Anyway, Dan has decided to release his book. It's not really a book, it's more just like chapters on specific people, right? So he's decided to release them chapter by chapter, and he's offering them to magazines like Vanity Fair and stuff like that. But they're all saying, look, you need to either cut things out or you need to not use the real names because we don't want to get sued and all this stuff. And Dan's like, well, that's not the point of this. And he goes to Nate. Well, Nate actually wants the stories. Like, he's like, I need this because I've lost my Gossip Girl story, so this would be a real big pull for The Spectator.
Why is the handsome bacon one calling me?
If you're referring to Nate, he has a surprisingly high IQ, but he...
So yeah, and Nate's like, you know, you could lose quite a lot of people in your life by releasing these, like when he reads them, and he's like, yeah, it is what it is. I have to speak my truth. So Nate's like, okay, I will publish it. Basically, the whole plot of like the next episode or even the next couple is that Sage hates Serena. That is literally it. That is the plot. She walks her to school, but then Sage runs off and she has to chase her around New York. And also, Sage is literally sleeping with Nate, even though she's 17. So then Serena's like okay with that, even though she's trying to also be a stepmom and be a good role model and all this stuff and whatever. And then Sage tells Steven that she loves Serena because Serena got her a place in Blair's new fashion show, which then forces Serena to grovel to Blair and is like, please give Sage a place in this fashion show. And Blair's like, look, fine, she can have a place, she can model, as long as you and Steven come and sit in the front row and clap and smile and praise my designs. And they're like, fine, we'll have a truce for one night. So Blair is debuting this new line and it needs to go really well. And she's so stressed about this in the fashion show that she actually gets really sick and she ends up passing out. And she's like dehydrated, she hasn't slept. So then Chuck comes in and he does everything for her, does the fashion show exactly how she wants it, so that then she can just go to it and enjoy it. But then Sage sabotages Blair's fashion show in order to get back at Serena by basically going out there in her underwear, and Steven is obviously mortified. And then Serena's mad at Blair, even though Blair's like, I was doing you a favour. Sage has ruined my fashion show and now you're mad at me? Like, it was just ridiculous. And Nate comes to see Sage and he's like all flirty, like saying that her robe's going to end up on the floor and stuff. And I'm like, I think when I looked on the wiki, he was like supposed to be 21 at the time and she was 17, but that's still like 4 years different and like also like still creepy. And I know that Nate's a cutie and we all love Nate, and she lied about her age when she first met him, so they've kind of set it up that like he has no intentions and we know that Nate's a good guy, like, so it's fine, but also it's actually really not fine. And basically this ruins the rest of Blair's fashion show. No one puts in any orders for her new line, which obviously then makes her look really bad to Eleanor, and she's really panicking about that and what she's going to do to save Waldorf Designs. And I just think Dorota is so cute as always, just like supporting her, and so is Chuck, which was really nice like to see. I feel like we've got Serena being really mean and spiteful, which again, I talked about this in my Serena deep dive if you want to go and watch that, but I think she just had such a character assassination in the last few seasons. Dan's first chapter gets released on The Spectator, and it's about... Who do we think it's about? I'll give you one second to guess. It's about Rufu. It's about poor little Rufu. What did Rufu actually do? What did this man do to deserve a whole ass chapter before any of these people? And basically, Nate ends up getting a text, or like a blast goes out on Gossip Girl that Rufus is planning on suing this like Spectator for libel. So Nate's like, dude, what the hell? Like, you were supposed to tell Rufus before the chapter came out. And Dan's like, well, yeah, but like, he can't sue me for libel if it's the truth. And and Nate's like, bro, like, Jesus Christ, okay. And he basically calls him like a trophy husband, and, you know, says all this really, like, demeaning stuff about him. And Rufus is basically just really hurt by the whole thing and is like, I don't even know who my son is anymore. Then, because this article with Rufus gets so much traction, Vanity Fair come back to Dan and they're like, we want it. We want the chapters, we'll pay more. And so he gives them to Vanity Fair, and Nate is pissed. And Nate doesn't even hear it from Dan, he hears it from one of his advertisers. And Dan's like, you know what, something better came along, and I chose them. And Nate's like, what the fuck? Nellie then comes to flirt with Dan, and they hinted at her having a crush on him in, like, season 2, I think it was. But yeah, she comes to flirt with Dan, and he then is kind of talking to her, but then he ends up ditching her for, like, a girl that he thinks is prettier and going for drinks with her. And I think they're just showing that, like, how different Dan is, because he would never have done something like that in the early seasons. Like, he was always very kind to everyone, and now he's kind of, like, got this money and he's releasing these scathing articles, and his character just feels different. So Chuck figures out that the man in this photo is Bart's ex-bodyguard. So he goes to him and basically bribes him with his own gym and all this stuff, and is like, I'll buy you all of this, tell me what you know. And he finds out that Bart was in Dubai to meet Lady Alexander, and he says to Blair, he's like, we have to figure out who this is, because now we're getting a step closer. And Blair's like, oh, I just want to be together now and all this stuff, like, can't we just have one night, one exception? And Chuck's like, no, it'll just feel so much better when we can be together and we can be together properly. So instead of having sex, they just cuddle and go to sleep. So cute. So Dan's next chapter is about Nate. All my boys are getting it today. Nate. It's about precious Nate. Okay, I'm going to read you a direct quote. Nate Archibald has the opposite of the Medea's touch. Instead of everything he touches turning to gold, he turns all the gold he's been given to dust. And Nate's angry about it, but he admits to Sage that he would be angry about it if it also wasn't kind of true. After reading this article about Nate, Stephen is like, I don't know if I want my daughter dating this guy, which is fair. But Serena and Sage, they, like, beg him to change his mind about Nate. And Stephen's like, okay, I'll give him a chance. But also, when were you going to tell me that you had sex with my daughter's boyfriend? So awkward. So then Stephen is like, I think we should do a list of everyone that we've slept together before the Serena chapter comes out, so I'm not blindsided by anything. So Ivy is still obviously trying to sabotage Lily, and in a box of Rufus's things, she finds a letter that is dated May 17th, 2008, and I think that was the night before Lily and Bart's wedding or something, when Rufus and Lily had slept together, and she basically in it is like, oh my gosh, that was the best night of my life, like, that was all the passion that I needed. I thought we only had it when we were young, but it turns out we still have it now, and yeah. But when Gossip Girl posts this article, she doesn't care. Like, Lily and Bart aren't fussed, and they think that it was probably Chuck that did it. My man catching strays from everywhere. So Chuck and Blair go on this hunt to find Lady Alexander, and they find out that it's actually a painting. So they go to the guy that drew it, and they're like, can we get something similar to that? And he's like, I don't know why you'd want something similar to that, because it's a horse. And they're like, oh, okay. And it turns out that Lady Alexander is a horse, and they go to this place, I can't even remember, basically to visit Lady Alexander and the girl that used to own her. Blair's doing some research, and she finds out that Bart bought the horse 4 years ago for just under $1 million. And they're like, why would he want an old horse? Why would he pay so much for an old horse that can't race or anything anymore? And then when they dig deeper, they find out he bought a dozen thoroughbreds in under a month, all from the same man in Dubai called Sheikh Hassan, I think it is how it's said. And Chuck's like, I've never seen this man's name in any of the Bass Industries, like, books. I've never seen him anywhere. So how was Bart, like, dealing with this man? But there's no record of it anywhere. So yeah, like I said, they go to this big horse show, and they manage to find the daughter of the Sheikh, but he has died. So they're like, oh, sorry about that, but can we ask you about this horse? And she says, yes, this Lady Alexander was my horse. She calls Bart Uncle Bart. She's like, yeah, we were super close. And then he bought my horse when she was getting older to send her off to, like, a horse sanctuary kind of thing. And they basically say to her, there is no horse sanctuary. Bart is not doing that. He has either sent these horses to be killed or like they just like died somewhere else. Like he did not send them to any kind of sanctuary. This is probably all to cover up some kind of like money trading, but they can't figure out what it's about. At first, she's very reluctant to believe them. And so she says, I don't want any part of this. Serena goes to Dan to basically ask if the sex tape part of their little feud is going to be mentioned in the article, because obviously she doesn't want Stephen to see that. And he says, no, but I didn't leave it out for you. I left it out for my own sake because that was like the most humiliating thing that's ever happened to me. And while they're having this conversation, Georgina steals Serena's phone and manages to get the sex tape off of the phone. You know, and Dan's being very cocky about it, quite rude. And Serena basically says that she doesn't know how she could have at one point loved someone that could say such awful things about their friends and family. And Dan's kind of like, okay. And this is also the scene that I think it went like a bit viral on TikTok because Serena is wearing like sweatpants because they didn't crop the scene properly, so you can see that she's literally wearing sweatpants while she's in her like coral dress. Nate is struggling to get advertisers for The Spectator because obviously he's not getting these really big stories anymore. Bart offers to help him. He says, if you write some fluff pieces about me and Lily to kind of counteract the negative attention she's getting from being on Gossip Girl, then I'll pay you. But Nate's like, absolutely not. Chuck's my best friend. I'm not doing that. And Bart's like, well, I guess if you have the same inventive way of working numbers or something like your dad, then you'll be fine. Because if you remember back, Howard was arrested for like fraud and like whatever with his business. You know what I mean? Dodgy dealings, basically. Now, Nate goes to Ivy, assuming that she was the one that posted these things about Lily, and she says yes. You know, it's not fair that Rufus's reputation is being absolutely torn to shreds in the media right now while Lily gets off scot-free. And Nate agrees. And he says, well, Lily's friends don't read Gossip Girl, but they will read The Spectator. So if you've got any more little tidbits that you were going to send to Gossip Girl, send them to me and I'll publish them. So then Ivy is like, well, I do. And she sends in a tip because she finds the list. If you remember back in like season 2, I think it might have been, season 2, when Lily and Rufus are together, they both write down everyone that they have slept with and they give the letters to each other. And for some reason that was still in the box of things. So Ivy sends it to The Spectator. Somebody else at The Spectator, not Nate, because he is busy meeting up with Stephen, Sage, and Serena, posts it without his approval. And the list goes out everywhere. And the big pull of the article is that Lily Vanderwoodson slept with Stephen Spence before he started dating Serena. This is just so incestuous. Like, not only has Serena slept with her boyfriend's daughter's boyfriend, but now her mother has also slept with her boyfriend. That's so sick. That is so sick and twisted. Now, Stephen says that he doesn't remember this and it's not true, but Lily says, yes, it is true. It was like when they were both drunk, like years and years back. But they end up getting past it and they move past it and they end up being fine. And Nate apologizes to Sage and Sage is like, it's fine, don't worry about it. And Nate decides that he doesn't want to become like Gossip Girl and he doesn't want The Spectator to profit over hurting people that he cares about, or just, I mean, anyone in general, to be fair. After Blair talks to Iman, who is the daughter of the Sheik, she kind of appeals to her and is like, look, Chuck's the good guy here. I promise you, Bart was not taking care of those horses. So she then looks into it herself and realizes that it was all a cover and there was like nothing happened to her horses. She has no idea where they went after Bart bought them and all this stuff. So she, goes to Chuck and she's like, I don't know what the horse buying was a cover for, but it's got to be for something dodgy. And this is where it gets juicy. So Chuck says, look, could it have been, a way to give her father a lot of money for something else, like a hotel or some kind of property? Because obviously that's what Bass Industries is. And Iman says, no, my father's in the oil business, but Bart can't be involved because even though their family lives in Dubai, they are Sudanese nationals. And I'm reading this word for word because otherwise I'm going to forget it. And the US has an embargo against trading oil with Sudan. So if that's what Bart was buying from Iman's father, he would be breaking federal law. The tea, like literally crazy. We've gone from like in the first season, oh, who's the baby daddy scandal, to breaking federal law. So Chuck calls Blair and is like, Bart didn't fake his death because Mason or whatever his name was threatening him and Lily. He faked his death because he didn't want to go to federal prison for oil trading. Crazy. But he says to Blair, we can't turn him in yet because we need solid evidence that we can then take to the FBI. Now, Nate, he's sticking his foot in it. So he goes back to the bank and he says he wants to extend the loan for the Spectator, and he brings them new figures that show that the Spectator has improved and is more profitable. Now, the banker then rings Bart and is like, are you sure that you want to co-sign on this loan? Because it's very obvious that Nate has doctored these numbers. And of course, Bart is like, that's exactly what I wanted. And he co-signs the loan. So now Nate, without knowing it, owes Bart money. Like, that's where he's getting his money from to fund the Spectator. Bart tells Lily that she needs to stay away from Chuck, that he's just going to try and get in between them. And he's obviously got a plot to take him down. So she needs to stay away from him. He says, you know, if you care about us, then you'll stay away from my son. And Lily's like, well, you can't ask me to do that because he's my son as well. Like, I have been the parental figure in his life for the past 5 years. Serena then on her phone deletes the video of her and Dan, but obviously we know it's too late because Georgina already has a copy of it. Dan then goes to see Blair and tells her that he misses having her as a friend, and you know, he was really there for her throughout the whole Louis thing, so he needs somewhere to stay. Can he please, like, crash in her spare room? And she agrees to let him. So now it's time for the debutante ball / like cotillion again. These are always my favourite episodes. They're so good. We obviously had Blair and Serena, Chuck and Nate and everyone have their cotillion. Then we had Jenny's, and now we have Sage's, because if you remember, she goes to Constance. So Blair is designing a dress for the debutante ball. She just needs to find somebody to wear it. And Dan's kind of like poking fun at it, saying, oh, this dress is so old-fashioned. It needs something else. And Blair's like, well, I kind of want to get rid of this like hypersexual label that Nellie put on Waldorf Designs because of what Sage did, so I'm trying to be a bit more conservative. Dan's like, well, there's traditional and then there's missionary, which doesn't work for the dress or you, if I remember correctly. He literally just drops that in front of everybody. Like, sir. Calm down. Calm down.
There's traditional and there's missionary, which does not work for the dress or you, as I recall.
And he says, look, the scandal of Inside Out, which is the chapters, is what got it picked up by Vanity Fair. So maybe you need to play into this and take risks and then you'll get buyers. So like I said, Sage is debuting at the debutante ball and Serena is like, oh my God, this is so exciting. But obviously Sage is like, do not come near me. I don't want your help with any of this. And she doesn't actually get an invite, but then Sage is like, but then Stephen is like, oh, I'm sorry, I meant to invite you. I just forgot. Like, obviously you're more than welcome to come. And then Sage is like, well, now I'm not going to be the only teenager on my dad's arm tonight. Great. Now, Georgina says to Dan, I need your Blair chapter. She's like, I don't care if you're trying to make Blair fall in love with you again. That's why you're not posting this chapter, because you know once you post this chapter, you've got no chance with her. So you're just trying to bide your time. And so she's like, I want that chapter by the end of the day. Dan then goes in, I think, to try and talk to Blair or something, but he runs into Dorota, and Dorota's like, oh my God, she's left her like special necklace behind. And Dan's like, what are you talking about? And he sees that it is the engagement ring. And Dorota explains once Mr. Chuck has defeated his bad dad, then they'll get engaged, they'll get married, and so on. So then Dan rings the publisher, well, he rings Vanity Fair, and he says, I'm not publishing the Blair article, I've got a different article for you, and it's the Chuck article. So Chuck needs Lily's help to try and get into Bart's private bank accounts rather than like the Bass Industries public ones, because obviously they're not going to have the evidence that he's looking for. But she declines. She says that she's not allowed to speak to him until this whole rift with Bart is over. Like, she doesn't want any of that. And Chuck's like, for God's sake, woman. So then Ivy comes to him and is like, look, I can help you. Here's what we'll do. we will make it look like you went to go and see Lily, but that she's hiding it from Bart to kind of create a rift between them. And then, you know, maybe we'll be able to get a bit more out of them, like kind of make them feel a bit rocky. So she does. Ivy goes in to the Vanderwoodsons' apartment because she still has a key card, and Chuck's banned from the building, but she's not. So she goes in, she drinks some scotch, and she makes it look like Chuck has been there, basically. And it does trick Bart, but then Lily obviously denies it, and then it all kind of blows up because Lily thinks that Chuck is out to get Bart once again, and it's just all the whole thing. It's basically this for like 5 episodes. So Serena confides in Nate that Steven's being a bit weird with her, and she doesn't really know why. He's being a bit awkward. Then when she goes to look for something in his bag, she finds an engagement ring, and she's like, oh my God, he's going to propose. That's why he's being all awkward and weird. Sage then also finds the ring, and she's not impressed. Blair wants Sage to wear her dress, but Sage is like, no, I don't want to. But then they basically hatch a plan, right? So Blair's like, look, I will try and sabotage Serena and Steven's engagement for you if you wear the dress for me. And she's like, okay. So Blair goes and kind of talks to Lily and kind of convinces her that Serena getting married isn't a good idea, so that when Steven comes to ask for permission, she won't give it. Then they also get Steven to take a ring in to get resized at Harry Winston. But then it turns out to just be a ring of Sage's that she gave him to take in, but they take a picture of it, put it on Gossip Girl, make it look like he's returning the ring. So all this stuff is obviously freaking Serena out, and Sage is like, perfect, this is working exactly how I need it to. Now, Dan chose to post the Chuck chapter, not because it was bad, but because it actually painted Chuck in a really good light as this kind of like superhero that's kind of fighting his big villain, his dad, and it doesn't have any mention of Blair. And Blair's like, that's impossible, you can't have a Chuck Bass chapter without Blair Waldorf. And Dan's like, well, I mean, you guys aren't together, you know, you're doing your own separate things, and he's all using it for mind games, okay? Now, Dan offers to be Blair's companion to the debutante ball because Chuck is busy, he can't go, and she says, fine, you know, we can just go as friends. When they get there together, Georgina pulls Dan aside and is like, I know what you're doing, you're trying to win her back, I'm sick of it, just give me the Blair chapter, or I'm gonna show Blair the sex tape of you and Serena. So he's like, okay. Sage overhears this, and then she bumps into Georgina and steals her phone so that she now has the tape. Chuck then does show up because he's there to actually confront Lily and speak to her, and Blair's obviously very excited to see him, much to Dan's disappointment, and he keeps making jabs about how, you know, this battle with his father is never ending and all this stuff. And Blair wishes him good luck, and he goes to speak to Lily, but she is not receptive of it at all, and basically cuts ties with him for trying to create a rift between her and Bart. Serena then goes to confront Lily about not giving her permission to Steven, and Lily's like, well, yeah, you know, I spoke to Blair, and I said maybe you weren't sure sure if you wanted to get married, and Serena's like, Blair and I aren't friends anymore. Like, why would you listen to anything she says? So then she goes to confront Blair, and Blair's like, look, don't worry, Steven still wants to propose to you. I've just delayed it by 1 day. You're going to be fine. So then Serena's like, oh, okay. And they actually make up and have a really cute moment, and Blair says that she wants to be a bridesmaid, and it's really sweet. And Serena says, you know, when she got engaged when she saw the ring, the first person that she wanted to talk to about was Blair, but she couldn't because they were fighting, so she's glad that they kind of made up. They have a hug and everything. But it is incredibly short-lived, unfortunately.
You know, when I saw that ring, you were the only person I wanted to talk to about it.
Lily doesn't believe Chuck when he says that Bart's a criminal, and Chuck says, well, is this worth losing your son over? Meaning him. Like, he actually calls himself her son, and she says, well, I don't want to lose anyone, but you've given me no choice. And she fully just abandons him for Bart. Like, it is so sad. And Blair also warns Serena that she thinks Sage has something much more diabolical planned, and that she should probably go and see Steven and tell him that she wants to marry him and just try and see if she can stop whatever plan Sage is hatching. So Serena goes to Steven and she says, look, I don't care if Lily didn't give her permission, I still want to marry you. And he says, yes, I still want to marry you too. So she's very excited. Sage then, you know, comes down in Blair's dress, which I love Blair, but this dress is incredibly ugly. And she has Nate Archibald as her escort. Nate has now escorted 3 girls to their debutante ball. Blair, Jenny, and now Sage as well. Like, bless him, this is his 3rd one, okay? And he's just always doing it out of the kindness of his heart, but he always gets caught up in some shitstorm without even meaning to. So as they're walking down, the sex tape of Serena and Dan starts playing on the big screen in front of everybody. Blair obviously slaps Dan and is like, I can't believe that you would do this to me, like, you know, cheat on me. And Stephen is also really upset with Serena for sleeping with her best friend's boyfriend in order to get revenge. And not to mention the fact that also he's her ex. So it was just a whole mess, and Stephen ends things with her. And Blair's like, this is such a double standard. Like, the whole time that you were refusing to speak to me because I had chosen Chuck, you had slept with Serena. Like, you just have no leg to stand on. And Dan's like, well, it was only once and I was tricked into it. And Blair's like, that is just bullshit. Like, that is not good enough. Like, I don't even think he apologizes either. He just goes right on the offensive with it. Right on the defensive with it. Whichever one. One of those two. And she says that she thought Chuck sleeping with Jenny was the worst thing that anyone could ever do to her. But this is actually worse because Dan pretended to be better than all of them. And she says at least, you know, she ended up with the right person. And he's like, you ended up with no one because Chuck will never be finished fighting his dad, and that ring will never be on your finger. And it is so incredibly cruel and harsh from Dan, and it just felt so unnecessary. And she says that she would rather be with no one than with him.
That ring around your neck is never going to be on your finger.
I would rather be with no one than with you.
Georgina then goes and asks Sage for her phone back, and this is when Nate realises that it was her that cast that video, and he's really upset because he's like, why would you want to purposefully humiliate Serena like that? So Ivy buys a painting from Rufus anonymously, but then when Rufus wants to send a thank you note because it gives him the money he needs to open his art gallery, he then realises that it's Ivy, and when he confronts her about this, she lies and she says, okay, I did get the money from Lola, but I just didn't want to tell you about it because I thought it would come in between us and I wanted us to just, you know, and all that. It's all bullshit. But he buys it and he's like, okay, that's fine. You know, you've got money now. We'll just, whatever. We'll just get on with it. Serena then tries to go and apologise to Blair for what she did, but Blair is absolutely having none of it. And she's like, you know, yes, I tried to delay your proposal, but I stopped when I thought you were actually going to get hurt, but you didn't stop. You just went ahead and did it. And she thought that just no matter how much they might hate each other at some points, they would always be best friends. But now she sees that that isn't true. So yeah, like I said, Stephen breaks up with Serena, saying that, you know, he's a father and she's just too young to get married and he doesn't want to marry someone that's always got a sex tape or a scheme or a secret agenda up their sleeve. Dan then comes over to ask if she's okay and she says that she's not. So then he offers to go and get burgers, and they go and get burgers and pie and like milkshakes and stuff. And look, I've said it once, I've said it a million times. I love Serena. Season 1 Serena, my little sunshine Barbie. I love that bitch, okay? She is one of my ride or dies. And I feel like sometimes in this show, even when she gets as bad as she gets in the later seasons, you still get that glimpse of how she was in season 1. And I just adore her, and I excuse her bad behaviour. I'm sorry. I do. I still love her. I do. Bart then admits to Lily that he did trade oil in Sudan, and she says, oh, but did anyone get hurt? He kind of hesitates, but he says no. So then she's like, okay, well, that's fine. I'm fine with you breaking federal law as long as no one got hurt. Honestly, woman, pull yourself together. And then Chuck mentions to Ivy, she's like, there was an envelope that he was clutching onto pretty tightly. And they're like, we need to find out what was in this envelope. Dorota tells Blair that while they do have buyers for the dress that Sage wore, there's still a lot of controversy surrounding the brand, so Eleanor is kind of coming back to basically scold Blair for it. So Dan ends up posting his Blair chapter, and it's all about how she strives to be Queen Bee again, that she still acts like she's in high school, that she manipulates and she schemes and to get her way, and that she banished Jenny and takes down any other woman that kind of threatens to get in her way. And it's this whole thing. And I feel like while that is partly true, I think it wasn't. his chapter would have made perfect sense if you'd gone back to Blair in, like season 1 to maybe even season 3, a little bit. But I just feel like she's had so much character development before then that I feel like that wasn't really relevant anymore until they then made her that same character in season 6, as if none of that character development had even happened. So Eleanor comes back and she's like, look, you might have sold some dresses to Bloomingdale's and Barney's and Bergdorf's and whatever, but that doesn't excuse the sex tape and all this other stuff that's gone on around the brand. So she says that she needs to make nice with Nellie and they can start to go more towards Blair's nice side and then her deviant side. And so Blair like sits down with Nellie and stuff and basically says to Nellie, look, you need to tell my mom that we're friends again or I'm going to show the world this picture of you, like from when they did the play back in season 2. And Nellie's like, you're still trying to threaten me. You're still trying to blackmail me to get your way and it's just not going to work. So obviously Eleanor is disappointed in her once again. And Eleanor says that Dan was right in his article. You know, she's trying to run her business like she's still the meanest girl in high school, and that's just not going to work. She says that she has no choice but to demote Blair and to take back the CEO position at Waldorf Designs. Then we basically have this whole art thing, which I don't really care about, but Rufus's art gallery opening is on the same day as one of Lily's art showings or something to raise money for a foundation. So basically, Ivy goes and she buys all of Lily's paintings and puts all of Rufus's paintings in there and basically makes Lily look like a bad person because she's like, I don't want to share this. And the guy that owns it is like, well, surely we'll raise more money, so why wouldn't you want to do this? So then she's like, fine, I guess we will. So they do this foundation gala, whatever it is, together. But Lily, to try and like boast and, you know, one up them, puts up the picture from their apartment, the one of the girl with like the rainbows. And she's like, I'm going to sell this. Now, what Lily doesn't realise is that important envelope with the evidence against Bart is in the back of this painting. And Chuck figures this out. So he is like, right, I need this painting. And he starts bidding on it. Lily starts bidding on it. And so do Ivy and Rufus. And so it's like a whole thing. And Ivy ends up winning the painting because Lily and Chuck are bickering. And then Bart texts Lily and is like, do not sell that painting. And she's like, oh, shit. So she tries to buy it back from Ivy, but obviously Ivy's not having it. Chuck then says, I'll pay double. And she agrees to sell him the painting. But before she delivers the painting to him, she's like, well, clearly there's more to this painting than meets the eye. She finds the envelope in the back and she takes it. Nate and Chuck also talk to Bruce Kaplan, the like Bass business manager. Basically, like, Nate's like, well, how would you hide money if you wanted to? And Bruce is like, well, you just have to put it in creative places. That's how they figure out that it's in the back of the painting, right? So Dan's been staying, because remember, Dan doesn't have anywhere to go. So he's been staying at the Vanderwoodsons with Serena for a little while, and he makes her coffee exactly how she likes it. Non-fat cappuccino, extra foam, no sugar. And she says, you know, we might have burned our bridges with everyone else, but at least we still have each other. Serena then offers to help him find his own apartment now that he's got his first check from Vanity Fair. And he's like, okay. So then when they go down, he's bought a Vespa. And if you remember back from season 1, Serena said that she loves Vespas. Ends up taking her to the bar where they had their second date, I think, or their first date, where they like played pool and everything together. So it's all very cute and nostalgic.
Or maybe you were looking for an excuse for me to put my arms around you.
A girl never reveals her secrets.
Blair then follows Dan to this chocolate shop and confronts him about his article. And, you know, she says Eleanor demoted her because of it. Like, you need to fix it. I'll ruin your life. I'll bring Vanessa back from wherever she is. Like, whatever it takes, you have to right this wrong. And Dan's like, do you actually hear yourself right now? He's like, you're trying to bully me into retracting an article about how you're a bully. And she insists that's not true, but she just needs to prove to Eleanor that she's fit to run the company.
You are not mature, polite, or professional, and even your own mother knows it.
So he fully reads her to filth right there in the middle of the street while he's buying chocolate-covered strawberries.
No, there's nothing. And the back of artwork is really boring.
And Serena and Nate are chatting, and she says that she was reading the story Dan wrote, if you remember way back when in season 1, about the time they first met, and Nate's like, look, don't let Dan reel you in. Like, he's not the same guy that you were in love with before. Like, he's very different now. And she's like, maybe you're right. You know, Dan is kind of like I think she calls him like a selfish egomaniac that'll destroy all his family and friends for fame and money. But Dan overhears the whole thing. And even though I don't like Dan in this season, it's still like oh, that was rough. And he comes in and he says that he knows how much she loves chocolate covered strawberries before putting the box down and walking away. So Blair then invites Nellie to the art gallery because Eleanor's going to be there so that she can write for Women's Wear Daily that she is officially handing in her resignation at Waldorf Designs because she doesn't have talent like Eleanor or Jenny and she isn't fit for this job, so she quits. Lily then ends up confronting Ivy about the painting and is like, why are you doing this? And Ivy's like, to make you feel exactly how you made us feel. To make her feel humiliated and worthless and to let her know that she can't buy them. Like, they have basically essentially her money. Like, they have Cece's money. They have as much money as she has, maybe even more, and that she can't buy them like she does everybody else. And Lily then tries to mock Rufus by saying, oh, you're still like a kept man and all this stuff. But he's like, no, Ivy's right. You brought this upon yourself 100%. I don't feel bad for you. Slay. So Serena tries to explain to Dan how it's kind of taken out of context, and he's like, how can you take egomaniac out of context? And she says that it's just confusing for her because she spent the last few months like hating him and her, and he hated her, and then, you know, he writes all these awful things about her family and friends, but then he's also really sweet and nice to her and still the guy that she loved, and it's confusing. And she's like, you know, I told you I loved you, you rejected me for my best friend. And he's like, well, you rejected me for everyone on the Upper East Side. And they get into this whole tiff, and they get into the lift, and the lift breaks, like how it did in season 1. In season 2. So then they're just like arguing in the lift and whatever, and they agree to just kind of, you know, let it go. And he apologizes for not saying anything when she said that she loved him, and he says that he focused his anger on Blair because that was easier than admitting that he could have gotten what he always wanted and was losing it again. And she's like, what you always wanted? Like, she's like, me? I'm what you always wanted? Like, really? And she says that she was trying to make herself believe that he was terrible in order to protect her heart from being broken again. So then the lift starts working again, and they go back up to the Vanderwoodsons and they have their chocolate-covered strawberries. And Serena says that it feels nice and it feels like when she first came back from boarding school and she wanted to have a whole fresh start again. And he's like, well, you've got a fresh start with me at least. And it's really sweet because it is like season 1. Like, this is when we start to see season 1 Serena again and the cute, bubbly side of her. We don't get it for long, but at least we do get it for the rest of season 6. So then she says, you know, you can stay here if you want to, or if you don't want to, you know, whatever is fine. And then he kisses her and says that that's what he wants, and they end up having sex. Nellie then goes and finds Blair on the Met steps, and she's like, well, I knew that if you were having a rough moment or if you needed to feel powerful, you would come to the Met steps. And she basically is rubbing her victory in her face. She's taunting her, being like, you know, no one cares about you anymore. And Blair's like, well, then why are you still sitting below me on the steps, babes? Like, come on. And this gives her the idea of when she felt her most influential was in high school, and everyone wanted to dress like her, everyone wanted to be like her. So she goes back to Eleanor and she says, I know that you don't like my devious side, but that is my talent, my ability to rule the school with an iron fist and all this stuff. Like, that is where that drive and that passion comes from. And I can put that into my designs. And she decides to create B by Waldorf Designs, or B for Waldorf Designs, I can't remember. And it's basically a line inspired by Blair's Constance uniform that, you know, the teens of today will want to wear, and that they will see all their favourite it girls wearing. Now, Ivy, having that envelope, Lily then confirms when she talks to Bart that it was the details of his oil trade. And Ivy then calls somebody on the phone and is like, look, we have the silver bullet we need to finish this, but I don't know how much longer I can wait. Like, I want to be with you. So we're like, who the hell is this? Bart goes to Chuck's hotel and, like, absolutely wrecks his room looking for this envelope. And Chuck's like, babes, I don't have it. And then Ivy comes in and says, I have it. And they're basically like, name your price. And Chuck's like, I'll double whatever he says. And Ivy's like, I don't want money. You can't buy me. What I want is Lily. And the first one of you to give her up gets it. She wants her to be left with nothing and nobody. And the first one that's willing to do that to her is the one that can have the evidence. Then she gets in the lift, goes down to another suite, and it's William. It's William and her that are trying to take Lily down. And she kisses William and she's dating William. This man is so old. Like, what? this is where I was like, this is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. Come on now, people. And yeah, basically, Ivy is in love with William and they are plotting together to take Lily down. So that's that. Hello, everyone. I think today could be the day. Potentially. We'll see how we get on, but we're getting pretty close to the end now, guys. So I decided to get real comfy. Look at me, I'm so comfy. And yeah, for the final part of this video, potentially, which is so crazy, but here we go. So Dan and Serena are in bed at the Vanderwoodsons in Serena's room, and you know, they're all cute and stuff, they're having their coffee together. And Serena, you know, she says they can't be seen in public together until they're sure that this is really real, because across the 6 seasons we've had quite a few, oh, Dan and Serena are back together, oh no they're not, they're broken up, they're back together, are they together, are they not, what's happening here? So they're like, you know, before we go public, let's make sure we're going to actually give this thing a real go this time. Whereas Dan is saying, look, you know, I am sure about you. If you're sure about me, then I don't see why there's any need for us to hold back, basically. So Serena's like, okay, sure. But she's like, look, before we become public, we need to make amends with the people that we have wronged. So she says she's going to go make amends with Blair, and she sends Dan off to make amends with Nate, because obviously he kind of pissed him off with the whole spectator chapters thing. Nate's having issues of his own because he is on the phone to the banker saying, look, I need more time to pay off this loan. All of my personal assets, okay, all of them have gone into the spectator, and the spectator cannot fail. So the banker's like, look, I'll talk to the lender and I'll see what I can do. And obviously we as the audience know that lender is Bart Bass. So Serena goes to see Blair, who is beyond stressed with, you know, this whole new B for Waldorf Designs line and everything that she's doing. And so she's like, look, I don't have time for this today. I don't accept your apology. And Serena's basically like, look, I love you and I'll sit here for as long as it takes before you accept that we're going to be friends.
I won't accept losing you. So I'm just going to sit here until you realize how sorry I am and how much I love you. Do it yourself.
So Serena's like, look, maybe I can earn back your forgiveness helping you with this line, because Nellie has basically rattled Blair saying that because she's not relevant anymore, no teenagers are going to want to buy her stuff and whatever. So Serena's like, look, Sage is essentially the Blair of Constance now. She's the queen bee and she knows all the other queen bees in all the other high schools. So if we can trick her into making her think that I'm getting back together with Stephen, then Sage will team up with Blair to help her out, right? You see what I'm saying? But it's all a trick. And Blair's like, okay, maybe this could work. So Serena is going to send a tip into Gossip Girl, a picture of her and Stephen, like an old selfie that they took together, and pretend that it's real and that they're getting back together so that Sage will see it. And she secretly texts Dan and is like, when you see Gossip Girl, it's all a lie. Don't worry about it. It's not real. So Dan then goes to see Nate and Chuck, and Nate's kind of not really having it, but he's like, look, you know, I want to make amends, and how can I make this better? And Chuck's like, okay, yeah. It kind of gives him an idea. He's like, okay, you want to make amends? Let me see how I can get something out of this. So Sage comes to Blair and is like, is this true, this picture on Gossip Girl? Because Stephen promised me that he and Serena were over. And Blair's like, well, I think it is. So Sage is like, will you help me try and take down Serena? And Blair is like, sure, but you have to do me a favor. Now, back in Constance, which we never actually see at the time, which I think would have been really cool, but obviously they came up with it in this last season, but we find out that back in Constance, Blair started a sort of secret society, right? And it's made up of the monarchs of the 5 most powerful private schools in Manhattan. So obviously you got Constance and the other 4, I don't think they actually tell us their names, I can't remember. But anyway, of all the queen bees in Manhattan, so she knows that Sage is obviously a part of this little secret society, as she is the queen bee of Constance. So she says, I want a meeting with the monarchs. She's like, I want a meeting with them. That's what you're going to get for me. And they're going to come to my pop-up and all this stuff. And I will help you if you do that for me. So they go to this meeting with all the other girls. And Sage says, look, the rule is that once a year, each of the monarchs, they call themselves, well, Blair calls them the queens, but Sage is like, no, that's so old-fashioned, with the dons now. So each of the dons has one chance a year to ask all the other girls for a favor, right? They each get one favor and the other girls have to abide by it. And her favor for this year is for all of them to go to Blair's pop-up and to, you know, hype it up and talk about it and everything and spend money there so that she can then use Blair to get back at Serena. You see how the plan's unfolding, okay? Lily then goes to Rufus and basically tries to guilt him and is like, look, can you stop? I know that you hate me, but can you stop Ivy from destroying our family? You know, like proper guilt trips him saying, we were once a family too, and all this stuff. And it's like, you threw away your we were a family privileges, okay? You threw that away long ago. And she says that Ivy has these business documents and this evidence that she really needs back. And Rufus is like, tough shit, basically. And is like, if he hadn't done bad things, there wouldn't be evidence to find. So that's your issue. But then when he's walking back, he sees Ivy kissing William before they get into a taxi, right? I don't think he sees that it's William, but he obviously sees that she's cheating on him. And in the car, Ivy says to William that she thinks Chuck's going to be the first to crack and that soon they're going to have everything that they wanted, right? So back with Mr. Nate Archibald, Bart comes into The Spectator and Nate's basically like, get out, I don't want you here. And that's when Bart reveals that he is actually the partner. He is the one that has given the loan and he wants his help to take down Chuck. And Nate is like, there's no way in hell I'm going to take down Chuck. He's my best friend. I'm not going to betray him. You can, you know, the loan, whatever, I'll file for bankruptcy. You can have The Spectator. I don't care. I'm not going to turn on Chuck. And Bart's like, that's real sweet and all, but actually the real issue here is that I know that you mess with the numbers and you've committed fraud. So if you don't help me, it's not just going to be that you lose The Spectator. I'm going to send you to jail. And it's going to be a huge scandal for the Archibalds, even bigger than the captain's scandal back in the day, right? So Nate's like, you kind of got me there, Bart. Okay, let me have a little think about this one. So Chuck goes to Ivy and says, look, this is the plan. I am going to make it look like Lily was an accomplice to Bart's oil crimes. So if you give me the evidence and the film strip and everything, I will then plant it on Lily and call the police, and then both of them will go down. So I get what I want, Bart going to jail, you get what you want, Lily also, you know, getting her comeuppance. And Ivy says she agrees to this plan, but only if it happens in public. So Chuck says, okay, that's fine. Bring the evidence to Blair's event tonight, her like little pop-up thing, and then we will, you know, then it'll all go down. So Ivy says, great, fine, that's the plan. So while this is happening, because as we know, Chuck loves Lily, like he's not going to double cross her. So you're kind of like, what's going on here? What he has done is, in order for Dan to be able to make amends, he's actually sent Dan to the Humphrey loft, right? Because obviously Ivy is living there. He has said, if you want to make amends with me, go to the Humphrey loft, find this envelope. So Dan is looking for the envelope in amongst all the stuff at the Humphrey loft when Rufus comes back in. And Dan tries to kind of cover this up by saying that he came to make amends with Rufus. Rufus says that he accepts Dan's apology and that he is sorry for not believing Dan when he warned him about Ivy because he was right. And obviously Ivy is stepping out. She's got her own thing going on. As they're talking about this, Ivy comes back in and Dan's like, ugh, I'm going to go. But he sees the envelope in Ivy's bag and he's like, right, okay, so that's where it is. And he makes a mental note. So then Rufus confronts Ivy about this man that she was kissing and she says, look, everything that I told you was true, but I did love this man before. And now that he's come back into my life, I realized that I love him more and I'm going to be with him. And Rufus tells her to pack her bags and get out. Then we cut to Sage, and she's ringing one of the other Dons, and she says, Stephen is way too upset to be back together with Serena. He's blubbering like a baby. He's heartbroken. So he's not lying. He's not dating her in secret. Like, why? So we've obviously been played here. So she says, still come to the pop-up, but now we're going to sabotage the pop-up instead of bigging it up like we were going to. Dan then goes back to Chuck and says, she's got the envelope, I saw it, but I couldn't get it because, you know, there was all kind of weird stuff going down. And Chuck says, that's fine, Ivy's going to bring it to the event later. Lily isn't going to be there, but the police are. So he's still going to get Bart arrested, they're still going to have the evidence, but he's not going to hurt Lily because, of course, he'd never hurt Lily. But then Nate, not wanting to go to jail, has snitched on this plan to Bart. And Bart calls Ivy to warn her that Chuck's going to double cross her. And she's like, I don't believe you. You're just trying to get me to give them to you instead. And he says, oh, I've got somebody that you're going to believe. Passes the phone to Nate. And he says, yeah, it's true. This is the plan. So now Ivy has been tipped off to what's going to happen. So now we're at Blair's pop-up, which is one of my favourite sets of this whole show. It's so cute and all the outfits are inspired by her Constance uniform and I just love it. I love all the little nods to the first season. It's so cute. So yeah, like I said, Sage and the other girls show up and they say, look, we're here to give your clothes bad reviews, to tell the reporters that we hate it and sabotage your whole thing. So Blair's freaking out and she's trying to keep, Nellie's there to obviously report on it for Women's Wear Daily. So she's trying to keep Nellie away from the girls. And she bumps into Serena and she's like, how could you sabotage me? And Serena's like, look, come on, let's not do this. I didn't sabotage you. And Blair tells her to fix it. And she's like, look, I'll try and fix things with Sage, but you don't need a scheme. The clothes speak for themselves. Look around. Everyone loves them. So just enjoy it. You don't need to scheme. Just have faith in your talent.
You really mean that? Yes. Pete, your clothes are beautiful and original like you.
And at this point, they look over and they see Sage and she's telling the other girls, what are you doing? Stop buying stuff. Like, we're here to wreck it. And they're like, you know what? Good fashion triumphs any society favour. We love it. And they're basically, everyone's fighting over the clothes, trying to buy all of them. And then Nellie goes and she asks them for quotes. And obviously they say raving things about Blair's clothes. Also, Serena's dress is so gorgeous in this scene. I absolutely adore it. And Blair apologises to Serena for accusing her of sabotaging her. And Serena's like, no, I'm the one that needs to apologise. I acted so badly and I just could never get over the fact that you were with Dan when I loved him. And I'm sorry that I treated you so badly. And Blair kind of sympathises with her and she's like, look, if you dated Chuck, I would have scratched your eyes out. So I get it. And they admit that they both missed each other and now they're friends again, which we always love to see. But meanwhile, at this pop-up, obviously Chuck's waiting there and no one's showing up. So the FBI are getting a little bit titchy. The FBI are getting a little bit annoyed. They're like, you promised us evidence. No one's here. Ivy hasn't showed up. And obviously the reason she's not showing up is because Bart told her what was going to happen, okay? So now Chuck looks like he's just leading the FBI on a wild goose chase. Ivy goes and she tells William, look, the whole thing with Rufus is kind of over now because he saw us, but he didn't see that it was you. So I've kind of like broken up with him and stuff and, you know, yeah. But I've still got this whole thing with Bart going, so I think we're still going to get our Lily humiliation that we're looking for. Bart shows up and he says, here are the divorce papers. I'm divorcing Lily. You can do whatever you want with it, post it publicly, and that's your humiliation. And Ivy says that's not good enough. Lily's gotten divorced so many times, she wants pure and utter humiliation. And she tells Bart to strip. Good Lord above. No one wants that. And she says, we're not actually going to have sex, but I'm going to take pictures that make it look like we had sex so that I can obviously send them into wherever she's going to send them to and show Lily that she's stolen not one, but 2 husbands from her. That's the plan, okay? And then also William as well, I guess. So it's just a whole thing. So Nate's drinking alone at the bar at the Empire and Chuck comes over and is like, can I join you? This whole thing's been a bust. And Nate obviously feels really guilty and admits that Bart coerced him and Chuck's like, what did my father make you do? And obviously Nate tells him exactly what happened. When Chuck hears this, he goes running to Ivy's and obviously bursts in and Ivy and Bart are in there and he's like, what the hell is going on here? And he's like, look, whatever you want, I'll double it, like, just come on. And Ivy's like, no, you know, Bart, one fair and square. So she's going to give him the envelope. And when she gives him the envelope is empty. So the evidence is not in there anymore. Cut to the Vanderwoodson apartment. Rufus brings Lily the microfilm and is like, you know, I still want to see the best in you. I know there's good in you deep down. So he gives her the evidence and he says that he wants there to be peace between them. And it's really sad because she really just kind of doesn't care. She says like, oh, you know, you always see the best in people. It's your virtue and your downfall or something. And it's just so sad that this is their last scene together, I think, pretty much, when they should have been endgame. It's just ruined for nothing. So then as Rufus is leaving, Dan walks in. I think he's there to see Serena or something. And Rufus is like, oh, I was just giving something to Lily. And so Dan sees this and he's like, oh shit, it's the microfilm. So he texts Chuck and he's like, Lily has it. So Chuck's like, fine, I'm done with this. And he leaves Ivy and Bart in this whole mess to go and find Lily. And Ivy's like, I swear I had it. I'm just going to ring someone that might have taken it or might have it, meaning William. So Bart's kind of stood there waiting around, getting impatient, waiting for the microfilm. So Chuck goes to Lily and basically begs her not to burn the film because she's right there next to the fireplace. And Lily insists that Bart has changed. And Chuck's like, no, he hasn't. He hasn't changed. He's half naked in a hotel room with Ivy right now. And she's like, oh, that lies beneath even you, thinking that he's trying to drive this wedge. And she says that she won't let anyone threaten her family, not even Chuck. And she burns the microfilm. She burns the evidence. God damn you, Lily. I swear to God. So Ivy then calls William and is like, look, it's over. Lily called Bart to say she destroyed the film. So he's left. And he's like, oh, well, we should, regroup and try and, figure out another plan. And she's like, well, I mean, we didn't get Lily, but we still have each other. And she hugs him, and you can tell that he's kind of like, he's obviously got something else going on that he's planned because he's a sneaky little bitch, you know what I'm saying? Whereas she thinks that he really loves her. So Bart then calls Nate to say that he owes him for obviously the whole plan. And Nate's like, look, send me to jail, have me arrested, I don't care anymore, like I don't want to do this. And Bart's like, see, I could do that, but you're actually more useful to me outside of jail than in jail, so I think I'm going to keep you around for a little bit longer. So Blair goes to Chuck to be like, oh my God, the pop-up did so well, it was amazing, and she's now kind of succeeded her side of their deal that they had going before they could be together. And he says that he failed and Lily's burned the evidence and that she supposedly loved him, chose to be his mother, and now she's abandoned him, which is it's so sad. And he says that even though Blair fulfilled her part, because he has failed, they still can't be together. So Serena goes back to Dan and she's all excited, saying that she made her amends with Blair, and he tells her that he also made amends with Chuck, Nate, and Rufus, so they're, on this good page now. And she just asks him, before they go public and before they start telling people, are you sure that I'm the one you want to be with? And he says, yes, whether I've admitted it to myself or not all these years, you've always been the one that I want to be with. So she's really excited. She then goes to get champagne to celebrate. And while she's gone, Georgina calls Dan asking, where the hell have you been? And he says that he's writing the Serena chapter. Daniel, you just continue to disappoint me. So now we're on to the last Thanksgiving episode of Gossip Girl. These are usually my favourite ones. I have a whole video actually ranking all of them, and I think I ranked this one last. Maybe. I think I might have ranked this one last, or like second to last. It's not one of my favourites, but, I still love the Thanksgiving vibe, so it's fine. So Serena says that she wants to host Thanksgiving this year and she wants to invite everyone and kind of make it like a Friendsgiving and kind of there. Now that they've made amends, they can host it together, her and Dan as a couple. And he's a bit reluctant, but he ultimately agrees. Chuck is all depressed about not being able to defeat Bart, so he's just in bed and refusing to come. And Lily and Bart are going away for Thanksgiving, so Serena's like, it's great, Bart won't be here, so Blair, can you try and convince Chuck to come? And also, hopefully, since Bart and Lily aren't going to be there, they can invite Rufus for Dan and everything like that, which is so cute. Serena always thinks of Rufus. I love them too. So Nate is kind of desperately trying to find a way out of this whole Bart mess, and he's trying to get Chuck, out of bed, and Chuck's like, look, Bart is a mastermind, okay? I couldn't defeat him. There's no way you're going to be able to.
Lord Bass is a grand master of manipulation. He has ruined me. You'll be child's play.
So rather than helping Nate, Chuck has kind of admitted defeat and he's kind of mocking Nate's dumb decisions and is like, I don't really want any part of this. So Nate's like, great, that's very helpful, thank you. Now, Blair has been telling Dorota how she doesn't want Serena and Dan to be together, but she doesn't want a medal and everything. So she's just going to go to Paris. We have this running gag throughout the past 4, I think it is, Thanksgiving episodes, because I don't think it happens in the first one. Blair is always trying to go and spend Thanksgiving in Paris, but she never ends up getting there because of all the drama, and they really play into that in this one. And she decides she's going to delay her trip to Paris to go to Dan and Serena's Thanksgiving so that she can kind of meddle with them. I just think it's dumb. I feel like we're back where we were in season 1, where she doesn't think Dan's good enough for Serena, even though she literally dated him herself. Whatever. So Blair's way of trying to sabotage this is by inviting Sage and Steven to the dinner. So she says, oh, bump into Serena. She can't help but invite strays to Thanksgiving dinner. So bump into her at the supermarket and try and get yourself an invitation, because then if Steven gets back with Serena, then Dan will be out of the picture, and that's what Blair wants. And Sage is like, well, I don't want Serena and Steven back together. And she's like, but if you come to this Thanksgiving, maybe you can make amends with Nate and get back together with Nate. And she's like, you know what? I think that's a fair trade. So she agrees. So Dan meets Georgina in the park and she's like, what the hell's going on with the Serena chapter? She wanted this scathing one, but now that Dan's moved back in with her and fallen back in love with her, he's probably going to write some lovey-dovey chapter. And he says, look, you don't get to see the chapter. I've already sent it to Vanity Fair. It's been approved. You can read it tonight, basically, is the gist. So the plan goes ahead and Sage and Steven bump into Serena at the supermarket. And naturally, she feels guilty and bad for them because they're not having a proper Thanksgiving dinner. So she invites them to theirs, which I get. She was just trying to be nice, but also it was just so dumb. Why would you do that? Like, obviously, Dan isn't going to want Steven at Thanksgiving. Why would you think that was a good idea? Back at the Empire, Nate runs into Chuck's room and is like, Bruce Kaplan is dead. And that is the Bass business manager that he and Chuck had a meeting with just a little bit before this, right? What happened was he fell off of one of the Bass Industries yachts. And Nate thinks that Bart thought Bruce was the one that tipped them off about the microfilm, and so he had him killed. And Chuck's like, okay, are you going to be able to prove it? There's not going to be any evidence. Leave me alone, basically. So Nate's like, right, I've got to connect the dots here. I've got to do something about this. So Blair goes to try and convince Chuck to come to this Thanksgiving, but the doorman says that Chuck has banned her from coming into the building. So she's like, for God's sake. So Nate comes out and they sit together. I love Nate and Blair as well. I think they're so funny together. Their little comedic moments are really good. And I kind of wish we had seen more of that duo. But anyway, he's telling her, you know, Bruce is dead and everything. And so she's like, well, we have to do something about this. And Nate's like, I know, but he will not get out of bed. And she's like, right, let me handle this.
What the hell took you so long?
And good morning to you too, Blair. Chuck didn't even care when I told him that Bruce Kaplan mysteriously drowned.
His dentist?
Oh, that's Brad Kaplan. Bruce is the best business manager who...
And during this conversation, they realised not only did Bruce die in a mysterious way, but the sheik, the other man, the oil trading guy, he also died in an accident. So they're like, maybe these are connected. The two people that knew about Bart's oil trading are now dead. That seems a little bit suspicious. So they decide if they can connect these two deaths, they can either, you know, take it to the police and it'll be enough evidence, or it will at the very least get Lily to believe them about Bart. Dan then goes to Rufus to invite him to the Thanksgiving, but instead of that, he gets a lecture from Rufus about being with Serena, and he says, you know, no matter how much we love Lily or Serena, they're always going to choose guys like Bart Bass. And Dan says, maybe the trick is to become more like Bart Bass. And Rufus says, no, he's cold and calculating and manipulative. We don't want to be like him. And Dan says, well, who's the one that's currently spending Thanksgiving with Lily, you or Bart Bass? And so Rufus is a little bit like, didn't have to read me like that, Dan. Thanks. And Dan then rings Daphne, the lady of Vanity Fair, to talk to him about his article. So we're like, is he kind of changing his mind? Did he give her the nice one? Is he going to now give her the scathing one? What's going on here? So Georgina then ambushes this poor woman, Daphne, outside of her house and says, give me the Serena chapter. And she's like, which one? And Georgina's like, there's more than one. And Daphne says, yeah, he'd sent me one this morning that was all ready to go, but then he just rang me and sent me something else to approve, so I don't really know what's going on. And Georgina's like, interesting. Okay. So back to Blair. She basically tricks her way past the doorman up to see Chuck, and she's dressed in an incredibly problematic costume. I mean, just a cultural appropriation nightmare that was rather unnecessary, but we'll just leave that where it is. And she says to Chuck, she's like, look, Bart and Lily aren't going to be there. It's just going to be us friends. Please just come. And he's like, fine, if they're not going to be there, I'll come. But they are going to be there because a tropical storm cancelled their flight. So now everybody's there, which obviously is a huge shit show. So back at the Thanksgiving from hell, Dan sees Stephen and is like, what the fuck? And he's obviously not happy that he's there because why would he be? It was a ridiculous idea. She should have just said no. And then obviously Bart and Lily are there and Chuck shows up and he's like, what the hell are they doing here? Like, what is going on? And Daphne rings Dan or texts him, I can't remember, and basically says, both your chapters are approved, aka the nice chapter and the scathing chapter. Just let us know by the end of the day which is the one that you want to publish about Serena. So Dan confronts Serena about this and is like, why would you do this? If this was the other way around, I would have asked you first. And Serena's like, oh, I just didn't think it would be that big of a deal because obviously we're fine now. And he's like, of course it's a big deal that you're inviting a man that you're ready to be engaged to 5 minutes ago to Thanksgiving dinner. And so she's like, why are you being so insecure about this? Like, I'm fine that your ex-girlfriend Blair is here. And Dan's like, that is not the same thing. You invited Blair. I didn't invite Blair. And she's your friend. So obviously this is different to you inviting a total stranger that does not need to be here. And I don't often say that I'm team Dan on stuff, rarely, but I actually am. I feel like this was unfair. Then, to make matters even worse, Stephen is rude as hell to Dan, and I don't know why, because he wasn't that rude before. Like, when Serena was actually dating Stephen, I didn't care for him, I found him boring and whatever. He's kind of like Jordan from Pretty Little Liars, Hannah's fiance, like, it's that energy, do you know what I mean? Like, I just a little stop along the way. So I just didn't really care for him. But he wasn't, like, rude or anything. But now he's being rude. Look, it's just such a weird 180 on his character. And he's basically a real dick to Dan. And he's like, oh, Serena's going to come back to me anyway, so you're wasting your time. And Dan is like, what the hell is going on at this place? I just wanted a nice Thanksgiving. I didn't even want any of this. I just wanted to sit and have dinner with Serena. And now I'm in this.
I have a feeling it'll be your last.
What?
She ran to you because she's terrified to be alone.
You don't know anything about Serena. Or I'm sorry, do you still think her name is Sabrina?
Happy Thanksgiving.
So Chuck's about to leave and Blair's like, look, we just need enough evidence to link these two deaths, okay? And then we'll be on the straight and narrow. And he says, okay, well, we'll need to get onto the Bass servers. And Blair's like, babes, I'm already there. She's already blackmailed Jack to get the passwords, and Nate is upstairs trying to log into the computer as they speak. And Chuck is like, you're so good, Blair. You're amazing. And she's like, of course she is. She's fucking Blair Waldorf. Georgina then shows up. And I wish that she had been in more Thanksgiving episodes. This is the only one that she's in. And it's such a shame because this energy, this is what we need in a chaotic Thanksgiving episode. So she shows up and she's like, I know there's 2 chapters, Dan, post the scathing one. And she's like, do you want to win or do you want to win Serena? And he says there is no winning without Serena. But then he sees her talking to Stephen and you can tell that the cogs are going. And he's like, do I need to delve into my evil Bart Bass side by posting the scathing chapter in order to earn Serena's respect? Or do I post the nice one and maybe she'll never respect me? You know what I'm saying? This is what's going on in his head, right? While they're sat down for dinner, Blair casually mentions Bruce's death and Lily had no idea about it. And Blair's like, that's funny, isn't it? Like, no one jumped in to save Bruce, and also Bart didn't mention it even though he's the business manager. Food for thought. And Lily's kind of like, actually that is a little bit weird. And then Stephen goes over to Serena, and Serena's just such a cutie. Once she gets back with Dan in these final few episodes is when I get my season 1 Serena back, okay? And the reasons that I love Serena, they come back to me. And she's being a cutie, and Stephen's like, I'm just worried about you. Like, I feel like you getting back together with Dan is a bad idea, no? like, Dan can't look after you the way that I can.
I'm more concerned about you.
Why? I eat everything.
And he's like, look, I'm still in love with you, and I think we should give this another chance. And she says, I'm in love with Dan, so I'm gonna pass. And he says, nah, you're not in love with Dan. Dan's just your rebound from me. And Serena's like, actually, Stephen, you were my rebound from him, so sit down. She says that Dan's her first love and he always will be, and then Stephen gets all bitter and is like, I was right to dump you after Cotillion, like, and all this stuff. And it's like, bro, you're the one that came here. What? So Chuck and Nate upstairs manage to find the right password, and while Chuck's going through all their files, Nate and Sage, they make up and whatever, and there's this weird moment where they're like kissing and Chuck is like watching, and then she's like, oh, it's fine, I don't care if you watch, and he's like, oh, she's a keeper. Let's not forget she's only 17. Okay? Why did she have to be 17? Or why did she even have to date Nate? Like, I like Sage's character, and I feel like you could have had her either be older and be with Nate, or be how she is at Constance and just not be with Nate, and none of this would be weird. So then Chuck comes back down and he casually mentions, he's like, it's kind of interesting that Bruce Kaplan died on a Bass Industries yacht, and the Sheik also died in a Bass Industries car. And Lily's like, is this true, Bart? And he's like, well, it's just a coincidence, obviously. And Chuck's like, yeah, pretty interesting coincidence that both of the men that could have sent you to federal prison just happened to turn up dead. And you can see that Lily's kind of like, okay, maybe I fucked up a little bit here. Maybe I should have actually listened to you. That's on me. So Blair goes and she admits to Serena that she disapproves of her relationship with Dan, saying that he throws all his friends under the bus and she doesn't want to watch that happen to Serena. And Serena says, look, I know you're trying to be protective, but I love Dan and I trust him. And Blair's kind of like, okay, just wait for it, basically. So Lily confronts Bart about this, and Bart basically gets really angry with her and grabs her and is like, this is all Chuck, it's all lies. And you can tell that she just kind of says, okay, to get him to calm down, but she has now realised the situation that she's in. While they're sat at dinner, Georgina announces that Dan's chapter is out, and we find out that he posted the scathing chapter about her, and it's called Serena van der Woodsen, Golden Girl Falls from Grace, a faux love story. And obviously everyone is reading it, and Serena leaves the table to go and read it herself, and she's really heartbroken by it. She reads, I think it's the first line out loud, and it says, Serena is nothing, she's a golden shell, give her love and she'll do anything you want. And she says to Dan, I would have understood if you had written this about me last year, or, when this summer, when all this stuff happened, but why would you write it now when we're together and we've worked through all this stuff? And he kind of says, well, why not now? It's just as true now as it was then. And she asks if everything that has happened since Cotillion, since they started going out again, is a lie. And he does admit that some of it was fabricated, like he got Vanya to stop the lift. That wasn't genuine. He purposefully took her to the bar where they first met and hired the Vesper and all this stuff to kind of feed into her falling in love with him again, which was so sad because I just thought those moments were so sweet, and to know that they weren't real is like, I can't even imagine. That must, for her, that must be such a kick in the teeth. And he said, yes, I was trying to win you back for the story, but then we were actually spending time together and I realized that I do still love you and everything that I've told you since then is the truth. And she says, well, if you loved me, you wouldn't be able to write these things about me. And she says, I let you into my life and my world only for you to humiliate me. And he's like, there it is again. Your world. It's always been your world and you've never let me forget it. And she's like, are you serious? We're doing this again? Like right back to season 1 with the your world, my world shit. And, he says, you've never seen me as an equal, and that what he did to her with the chapter was no worse than what all of them do to each other in and out all day, every day since they were in high school. And she says, yeah, I get that, but you were supposed to be different, which is exactly, what Blair says to him and stuff. And he says, yes, I was different when I first came into this world, but it got me nowhere. And so obviously what he's trying to do here is the Bart Bass effect. He's like, well, Bart ended up with Lily and she respects him because of the things that he does, even if they're not the good way or like the things, obviously that Rufus would do. And So he's thinking that by doing this, Serena will now respect him for what he did, but it's obviously just backfired and it's just ended up hurting her. So Serena goes back out and she tells Blair that she was right, and, you know, and they kind of sit down together and everything, and when Dan comes back out, they're all sat there staring at him, and Nate punches him and says that it's from all of us. So when Lily comes back down, Chuck offers her some water and she says she forgot how sweet he was and, you know, that she's sorry for not believing him. But she keeps up this facade when Bart comes back down of like, oh, you know, I thought we could have a truce, but obviously we can't. And she ends up leaving with Bart, or I think she ends up just walking off somewhere, I can't remember. So then, as Dan is leaving, obviously now having been punched in the face by Nate, Bart comes over and he praises his chapters and he says, you know, I loved you, how ruthless you were, and, you know, how you told the truth. It restored his faith in their generation, right? And that if he ever needs a job or, you know, wants to write something, to give Bart a call. So now we're seeing it worked. Bart now sees him as like him, but was it really worth it? Because it meant he lost Serena. So then he's kind of like, did I make the right choice? And Georgina gets in the lift with him and he says, do you think they hate me? And Georgina says, they fear you, so welcome to the Upper East Side. So Lily then tells Bart that she's going to Miraval or something. She's going to like a spa for the week. And then Bart rings Nate, and Nate's too busy hooking up with Sage and doesn't answer the call. But then when he does, Bart says, you either meet me in the morning or I'm going to call the police and you're going to go to jail. So Nate's like, ugh, okay. And he ends up telling Sage what he did and how guilty he feels. And Sage says that she still supports him through all of that. So Dan then goes back to the Humphrey loft and Rufus is like, I'm guessing they kicked you out after, you know, what you did. And he says, yeah. And he says, I mean, I wrote the truth. And Rufus says, you know, it is your version of the truth. Everyone has a version of the truth and a way of delivering it, but the way that you did it, that would have been my first choice. And Dan is like, well, maybe that's why Lily doesn't respect you. And I'm like, you're actually so mean. Rufus just constantly gets shouted on this show, and he actually doesn't deserve it. He's like one of the only decent people on this show. So anyway, Rufus is then like, I think you're kind of turning into Bart Bass. And Dan is like, look, they might have hated me today, but I was one of them and they weren't looking down on me. And Rufus is kind of like, congratulations, I guess. And Dan's like, look, I have a whole plan. I've had a whole plan this entire time and it's working. And Rufus is like, sure. So while Lily's in the car going to her little spa trip, she calls Chuck to tell him that she does believe him and she's leaving because she's scared to be around Bart and she's worried that Bart is going to come after Chuck. And Chuck is like, I just don't know how to defeat him now that there's no evidence. And she says, well, I read all of the evidence before I burnt it, so I'm going to tell you everything that I know and everything that I can remember to try and help you take him down. So Chuck tells Blair about this and is like, look, I have what I need to take him down, asks her to go to war with him so that they can take Bart down and then they can finally be together. He says, though, that Lily's information is kind of useless without the PIN numbers that he needs. And Blair thinks, I think we might have enough to coerce a kind of sort of confession out of him, potentially, and give that to the FBI. And she says, tonight he's being honoured at this gala for Man of the Year, which is utterly ridiculous. So that's the perfect time. We're going to rattle him and we're going to get the information that we need. Oh, also Dan is saying that he's going to find his own apartment. He's found the building that he wants, but he needs a good reference to get into it. And he's sick of living with Georgina. So that's also happening. So Serena called her old boss, if you remember back from season 4 or 5, whenever she was in LA. And calls him and is like, look, do you have any summers? Do you have any jobs going? Because I'm going to be in LA tomorrow. And Chuck and Blair come in at this point and she lies and says that her room is a mess because she's just purging her closet, not because she's actually packing to move. And they recruit her to help take Bart down and they tell her they also need Ivy. So she lies to Ivy saying she wants to make amends in order to get her to come to this meeting with them. And Ivy also tells William that she's like, oh, you know, me and Serena are going to smooth things over. Things are going to be all good. They're going to be great. So Nate meets Bart and gives him Chuck's calendar for the day and says that he's also noticed that Chuck called Ivy Dickens a few times. Nate then goes to the other guys and is like, it's fabulous. I think it's working. And that basically what they're trying to do is trick Bart into believing that Ivy made copies of the microfilm when she didn't. And so they're trying to pull one over on him. They meet up with Ivy, and they tell her, look, you're going to make amends with us, and this is how you're going to do it. You are going to record Bart, get him to slip up talking about the oil tradings, make him think you've got copies. He's going to like confess a little bit. We're going to get it on record, and it's going to be great. It's going to be good. As they're kind of talking about this plan and it's about to go ahead, the police come in and they arrest Nate for fraud. And Chuck is like, well, this is obviously Bart has done this to try and force me into making a deal with him so that he will then let Nate out of jail. And Chuck says, you know, he's got his lawyers working on it, trying to get Nate out of jail. But in the meantime, they're going to have to go to Bart and see what he proposes in order to let Nate out. Dan then goes to Bart and is like, look, I need you to write me a good reference so that I can get this apartment, and your name carries a lot of weight in real estate. And Bart's like, okay, I'll write you the reference that you want if you write me a really glowing, nice article about me and the event Man of the Year tonight. And Dan says, deal, we'll do it. Serena and Chuck walk in on this meeting, and Dan says, oh, I've been trying to reach you since Thanksgiving. And she's like, yeah, well, I've been ignoring you for a reason. You've clearly chosen the dark side if you're having a meeting with Bart Bass. So Chuck goes to meet with Bart and asks him what his demands are. And he says, I want you to go and live in Moscow, Russia. That's the only way that I'm going to let Nate out of jail. Chuck says, okay, how long do I have to live in exile for? And Bart says, forever. You are never allowed to return to New York. And so Chuck is like, well, fuck that. I'll find another way to get Nate out of jail. And Bart is like, there is no other way. I am the person that, you know, gave the loan. I'm the only person that can get him out of jail. I'm also friends with the police commissioner. There is no way Nate is getting out of jail without my say-so. So now Chuck is like, live in exile forever in Russia and save Nate, or stay in New York, but Nate goes to jail. So Sage and the captain go and visit Nate in jail, and they're like, you know, the captain's like, you know, there must just be an understanding, like, it'll be fine, we'll get this sorted out. And Nate admits that it's true and he is guilty, and the captain's like, well, I'll pay the loan, I'll just pay it. And Nate's like, I mean, you can try, but Bart's in charge and he's not going to budge even for the money. Blair then gets a text from the atelier at Waldorf Designs to say that these new samples they've got are a mess and she needs to come right away. So she gets in her town car and then it gets hijacked by Bart. So then we see Chuck running to the atelier and Bart's waiting outside and he's like, where's Blair? And Bart says, look, Blair's inside and she's fine, but she's only fine because I said she's allowed to be fine. Do you know what I'm saying? He says, she's fine because I decided that she could be fine. And maybe next time I'll make a different decision. So Bart's basically saying, I can kill Blair. I can get anyone that you love at any time that I want. So I think you should consider moving to Russia. So he gets in the car and leaves with Bart, and then Blair follows them. So then we cut to Bart, and he is reading Serena's nice chapter, right? The nice chapter that Dan wrote about Serena. And it is really sweet. I'm going to put it up here so you guys can pause to read it. But there's stuff like, she is full of hope and delights in the hopefulness of others. That is what makes her golden. And it's just so cute. I really wish they would publish Inside, or they would publish the chapters, because someone must have written at least some of them for them to be written up on screen and stuff. And I would just love it if they would actually show us exactly what he wrote. And Bart says, I prefer the nasty version that you wrote. And Dan admits that, you know, he was trying to get her to fall in love with him so that he could write the article and expose her. But while he was doing that, he actually really did fall in love with her again. And then he realised that Serena was never going to take him seriously unless he could show her that he wasn't afraid of her and that he didn't think that she was better than him. And by posting this article, that is what he has proved, or at least what he was trying to prove. And Bart's like, that was a good plan. And Dan says, well, she's not talking to me now. And Bart says, well, look at your dad who's in Brooklyn alone while I'm the one that's married to Lily. Serena respects you even if she doesn't realise it, and she will come around. And Dan says, well, that was kind of the idea, but it's taking a bit longer than I thought it would. And Bart lets it slip that Serena is going to be moving to Los Angeles. Back to Chuck and Blair. So Blair meets Chuck as he's about to get on the plane, and he says he has to leave because he couldn't live with himself if anything happened to Blair. And Blair says, you know, I'll come with you and we can live in Russia together. And he says, no, the deal is that I have to live there alone. He says, look, I know that Bart is evil, but he wouldn't have his own son killed, and to just trust him on this. So she asks him to kiss her before he leaves, and they do, and then he gets on the plane, and it's so good, and I cry every time. Moving on.
Do one thing before you go. Kiss me, Chuck Bass.
Obviously, we love Blair and she's a bad bitch. So she's not about to let this slide. So she rounds up, in her words, this is a direct quote, the most conniving group of scammers and schemers that she knows. And Serena is her best friend. So she's recruited Serena, Ivy, Georgina, and Sage to help her take down Bart Bass. She says that she wants them to get him talking, record them on their phones, that they're going to, you know, plant little seeds of things to try and rattle him and get him to incriminate himself. She wants Ivy's impersonation prowess, Georgina's master manipulations, Sage's wanton disregard for authority, and Serena's brilliance at playing it dumb. She says that Bart Bass might have fooled the FBI, but he's never had to come up against Blair Waldorf and her bitches. And it's such a slay. These girls, I love my girlies. The only person that should have been involved is Jenny. I wish they'd brought Jenny back for just these last few episodes because she would have killed this scheme. She would have done so good.
Bart Bass may be able to fool the FBI, but he has never had to face off against Blair Waldorf and her bitches.
So, we cut to the gala and everyone's kind of doing their job. Serena goes up to him and kind of pretends that she's praising him and says, oh, look at the slideshow. And on the slideshow is that picture from the security camera of Bart in Dubai. And he's like, oh, that shouldn't be up there, you know. And she's like, oh, that's funny. Then Georgina intercepts him as he's trying to take the photo down and is like, oh, did you see the programs yet? And in there, there's all of the horses that he bought and Lady Alexander. And he's like, oh, did you show this to anybody yet? And she's like, yep, I showed it to everybody here. So now he's panicking about that. It's starting to ramp up a little bit. He then receives a call where the caller ID says Bruce Kaplan. And he's like, how is a dead man calling me? I actually did... I did this same thing to my best friend Miranda when she was watching Gossip Girl for the first time because we were like both shocked over Bart's death. And obviously he had died. So then I rang her. I changed my number in her phone to Bart Bass and I rang her and it was pure gold. So he is getting these calls from Bruce Kaplan and it turns out that Sage stole Bruce's phone and she's the one that's calling him. So Blair's like, look, just keep calling him until he cracks. Ivy then goes up to him and is like, oh, we're serving Sudanese vodka today, and hands him these little coasters which actually have the logo of the International Bank of Sudan on them. It's the same logo as the envelope that had the microfilm in it. And he's like, Lily destroyed what's in there. And Ivy's like, well, did I make copies? You don't know which one of these little envelopes has the copies of the microfilm in it. So then he's freaking out about that. And the plan is going so well. Dan then shows up and goes to Serena and says, you know, don't run away, don't move to LA. And I've always been on your side. And she says, well, like, you know, excuse me if I don't wait around to be disappointed by you again. Blair then brings Iman over, if you remember the daughter of the Sheik, and she says, look, I know that you murdered my horse. Did you murder my father as well? And Bart is just like, what the fuck is going on? And he pulls Blair aside and says that he knows what she's doing, but it's not going to work. Then they see on the news that a Bart Bass airplane has gone down overseas, and he kind of says mockingly, he's like, oh, I hope that's not the one Chuck was on. So now Blair thinks the Chuck has died in this plane crash. So then Serena comes in and sees the same thing. You know, it says there haven't been any survivors yet. And Blair obviously is devastated. Bart then goes on stage and is about to accept his Man of the Year award. And Dan is actually up there, and he's the one introducing the award. And he says, "I would like to introduce an icon of New York real estate and a pillar of our community. He is the center of the Bass family and is a personal inspiration to me. Please welcome Charles Bass." Yes! Charles Bass. And Chuck comes on stage, and obviously it's revealed that he isn't dead. Again, this gets me every time. It is so, so good. And we obviously realise that Dan was actually working as part of Chuck's scheme and not Bart's. So, brownie points for Dan. It is honestly, The Revengers, that's what this episode is called, is season 6, episode 9, I think, is one of my favourite episodes of TV. It's so, so good. The tension, the emotion, the drama, like, it's so well thought out, and the shocks in it and the surprise. It's so good. It is so good. And Chuck gets on stage and says how he thinks it's hilarious that his father is being honoured as a humanitarian when he clearly doesn't even value human life because he just put his own son on a plane to die. And then security escort Bart off of stage, and, you know, Bart then gets up there and apologises for Chuck's outburst, saying it's due to substance abuse, and everyone claps, and it's a bit like, why are you all clap? Whatever. Blair then goes to Dan and thanks him for doing the right thing, and he says that he hopes that his speech would stop Serena from moving to LA, which obviously Blair didn't know anything about, and Blair's like, I retract, my thankfulness. If Serena moves away, I will never forgive you, Humphrey. And she goes off to try and find Serena. So Nate has been let out of prison, I guess, on bail, and he and the captain go to Bart and ask, look, what can we do to get your name off the loan? We'll pay it, whatever it costs. But Bart says that watching Nate squirm is priceless and he's not going to drop the case. Blair then goes and finds Serena and basically begs her to stay and not move to LA, and that even though things are bad, they'll always blow over, and that is what Serena taught Blair when she wanted to flee to Paris after her Who's the Daddy scandal. And she says, there's no Sarah Beth in LA, there's no serendipity, there's no me in LA, and basically begs her to stay. And Serena says that she's sorry she didn't tell her, but she's just terrible at goodbyes, and that it's just something she needs to do, that New York just isn't for her anymore, and she doesn't want to live in her own shadow anymore. So Bart's security guards then take Chuck up to the roof where Bart meets him, and Chuck's trying to record him on his phone, getting him to admit what he did, and Bart figures it out and throws Chuck's phone off of the roof, and he says, I warned you, accidents can happen. Then we see that Blair has been asking around, Nate, where Chuck is, and I think it's Georgina says they saw him going up to the roof, or at least upstairs. Nate and his dad have a bit of a heart-to-heart. To be honest, amongst all the other drama, it's a bit dull. You know how I feel about the Archbolds. Sage then tells Nate, I think we can save the spectator with the story that you wanted originally. Go with the exposing a Gossip Girl story. We'll look over your evidence and your clues again, and we'll figure this out, and this will be the big spectator story that we need. So as Serena is leaving to get into her cab to go to her flight, Dan comes into the building and he says he got an apartment in the building and that he realised where he wants to be, and it's where she is. And she's like, sorry, I don't live here anymore. And that she is still going to leave and she's still going to go to LA. And he says, you run away before, but you always come back to New York. It's your home. And she says, I did used to come back until I saw what it does to people. It turned you into Bart Bass, and I'm sick of it. And Dan says that even though he's hurt her, he still loves her. And she says that she won't fall for him ever again.
Never stopped loving you.
Oh, excuse me if I don't fall for that, or you ever again.
And he begs her to come upstairs so that he can show her the other chapter that he wrote for her, but she refuses. So he slips the chapter into her carry-on bag so that hopefully she will see it when she gets on the plane. So Chuck and Bart are arguing on the roof about how Chuck's a failure and yada, 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 the same old, same old. Chuck then punches Bart, and as Bart lunges towards Chuck, he goes over the railing and is now hanging on the side of the building. This is when Blair comes up onto the roof, she sees the whole thing, and Bart begs Chuck to save him. He says, I'd never really hurt you, and Chuck says, everything that you say is a lie. Chuck and Blair then watch as Bart loses his grip and he falls to his death. And the text says, to be continued. And that is the penultimate episode of Gossip Girl, The Revengers, which now brings us on to the series finale. Yes, New York, I Love You XOXO, season 6, episode 10, the final ever episode of Gossip Girl, which aired on December 17th, 2012. So it just had its 10-year anniversary last year, which was around the time that I posted my Gossip Girl part 2. So let's get into it. Here we are, the series finale, the final ever episode of this era of Gossip Girl. So we pick up exactly where we left off. We're on the roof with Blair and Chuck. Bart has slipped, fallen to his death. They then run off the roof and try and flee from the scene. There is obviously police, there is everyone kind of surrounding, as they've covered Bart over with, sheet and everything, and then trying to get out. And they need to get out completely undetected, obviously, because if they see that Chuck was still there, he could be incriminated in Bart's death. So they ring Georgina. Georgina then gets Arthur, Chuck's driver, to drive around and pick them up. They get in the boot, and because they're checking in the cars and looking in the windows, they don't see Chuck and Blair, so they let Arthur leave and they are able to flee the scene. Dan rings Daphne, the lady from Vanity Fair, and says that his final chapter is ready, but he just needs to speak to someone before it can be published. And then we cut to Serena, who is reading Dan's nice chapter about her on the plane. And she asks the pilot to hold the plane so that she can read it before they fly off. So then we kind of see everyone finding out the news. Ivy sees Bart's body, and so obviously she knows that it's him. She then texts Nate and Sage to turn on the news. They see on the news that it's him. Lily gets a call to say that Bart's dead. And they say on the news that Chuck Bass isn't necessarily a suspect, but he is a person of interest. The police then come to question Nate, and they ask about Chuck. And he hasn't seen Chuck all night, doesn't know anything about it. And the officer then tries to ask Sage questions, and he says she's a minor, you can't ask her any questions. And did you not hear yourself, Nate? Did you not actually just hear yourself say, she's a minor? Those words literally just came out of your mouth, and yet you're still dating her. They also go to Eleanor and Cyrus and Dorota and try and interrogate them, but they say, this is ridiculous, and they won't speak to anyone until they've got a lawyer. So Blair and Chuck are hiding out in this hotel room when Jack knocks on the door and comes in, and he's like, I have terrible news. Bart is dead. And honestly, Jack is a slime ball. He's an absolute slime ball of the highest regard, but that man is hilarious. That I can't deny. That man, he brings the comedy to this show.
I have terrible news. Bart's dead.
And he asks, did you guys kill him? And they're like, no, we didn't kill him. But we also didn't save him. So, bit of a grey area there. Jack asks if there are any security cameras, and Chuck says, no, Bart turned them off. And Jack's like, yeah, that's probably because he was going to kill you up there. Just, So you kind of did yourself a favour. And so there's no security footage. And the only people that saw them and witnessed Bart's death was Chuck and Blair. And that is it. So Jack's like, look, if you two get married, then Blair won't be able to testify against you. She's the only witness, therefore you could walk away scot-free. Blair says, yep, we've both achieved our goals, now we can finally be together. But Chuck's not sure. He says, you deserve this big wedding. This isn't how we were supposed to get married. But she says, she had a big wedding. She just wants to be with him. That's all she wants. So then he proposes.
Will you marry me?
Yes, I will.
Chuck and Blair hold hands. Chuck and Blair go to the movies. You said you never wanted us to be boring. Well, we definitely aren't that now. I just love when they do the throwbacks to earlier seasons and quotes and things that they've said before. And he just says that life with her could never be boring. And he takes the ring and he proposes to her. And she says that she'll marry him. And I love them together. I love them. I don't even care. Okay? I don't even care. This is such a good scene. Serena has gotten off of her plane, and she goes and shows up and sees Dan in his apartment and asks him which one is true, the one that I just read or the angry one that you wrote about me. And she asks him to explain everything from the beginning. So he does. And he goes right back to the moment he first saw her. And it's so sweet because we actually get to see it. They do a flashback and everyone's kind of dressed how they were in season 1. Dan has his shaved head. We get to see Nate and Chuck and Blair and they're all at this party. And I just love it. It gives you such a taste of nostalgia. And whenever I get to that point and I see that flashback, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to be rewatching from the beginning then, because now you're giving me a taste of season 1. So as soon as I'm finished with this, I've got to go back to season 1. And he says that he realises that he got invited to this party accidentally, but that he didn't care once he saw Serena, and they talked and they had this cute little interaction. And Serena says that she wishes that she remembers it, but she doesn't because she had too much champagne that night, and they kind of have a little bit of laugh and they hold hands. William then shows up at Lily's and says that he's sorry for Bart's death and thought she would need support without Rufus or Cece around. So man's trying to worm his way back in. Of course he is. We all knew he had an ulterior motive. Nate then gets a call to say now that Bart's dead, Nate's name is the only one left on the loan. So if he can pay off the loan and everything that he owes, he can have the Spectator and it will be all his. So Sage says, look, if we can post this Gossip Girl one, that will give us the money that we need and the advertisers to be able to pay it off, and you will own the Spectator fully. So they're like, right, that's what we're going to do. And Nate says that he knows Chuck isn't calling because it's not safe to, but he just wishes he knew if he was all right or not. So Blair, Chuck, and Jack are at the courthouse getting the marriage license, and Jack says he's backdated it so that it doesn't look suspicious that they got married on the day of Bart's death. And Chuck says, this isn't right, this isn't the wedding that you deserve. And Blair says, I just want to marry you, I don't mind. And he says, no, you should be surrounded by the people that love you. So they decide they've got their license, but they're not going to get married at the courthouse. And Jack then recruits Georgina. Their chemistry is actually unmatched. Their chemistry is so good.
Blair says when it comes to a scheme, your skills are second to none.
She doesn't exaggerate.
And what are you waiting on, Spar?
Then William and Lily are walking out together, and Ivy's like, what the fuck? And William pretends he doesn't know anything. He pretends he hasn't seen her since Cece's wake. Ivy insists that you love me, we've been working together for months, and she has text to prove it, but Lily doesn't believe it and says, oh, you can just make fake text, like, I'm not going to believe that. And William gets away with everything. He literally gets away with everything and makes Ivy look like she's crazy and gets to be with Lily. It's honestly insane. This is easily the worst part of the finale, 100%. And Ivy asks William, she's like, why are you doing this? And William says, look, I've got everything I wanted, to be with Lily, the love of my life, the father of my children, and no one's ever going to believe you. And I'm just like, how did this happen? How did Lily go from being one of the best characters in this show, one of my favourite characters in this show, part of probably the best relationship in this show, like the chemistry was unmatched, to then she ends up with William and doesn't even know that he manipulated his way back into her life for the second time. Then Jack and Georgina come in to get Lily so that she can be there for the wedding. So back to Dan and Serena. Dan asks Serena if she ever wanted something so badly, but she knew that she couldn't get it. And when she doesn't reply, he's like, oh, of course not. Like this poor Dan, rich Serena dynamic will just never die. They just will not let it die. So he says that at that party, when she walked away from him, he realised that he could never pull her out of her world into his, but maybe he could get into hers. Then he recalls a school trip where Serena got all wet in her white dress. We've heard about this before. It's the first ever Gossip Girl blast. And he overheard two girls talking, and one said how Serena would be a laughingstock and, everyone would be talking about her. And the other girl said, well, that's kind of the point, isn't it? You're no one until you're talked about. And that was the start of Gossip Girl. And that's how Gossip Girl was born. So she says, you have had the ability to reveal her identity this entire time. And Dan says, yes. Georgina then shows up and tells them that they both need to come with her. So Sage and Nate, they have this whole detective setup going on, trying to figure out who Gossip Girl is. And they decide that she must be their age or younger to even want to bother with them. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would she have cared about their year group if she wasn't part of it or younger than them? And so Sage is like, well, how could she have followed you all to different... You went to Columbia, everyone kind of split up, so... how would she have followed you all? And Nate's like, well, at that point, her network was so big, she didn't need it. All the tips were coming in from everywhere. So that's kind of a bit of a dead end. So Sage says, what about Eric or Jenny? And Nate's like, Eric, maybe, But Jenny, Gossip Girl was way too brutal on Jenny. I don't think it would be her. But Sage says that little Jay was her absolute idol in 7th grade. And obviously Gossip Girl boosted her popularity. So even though she was a bit brutal, they can't really rule her out completely because it did kind of benefit her in a way. And I love that Jenny was her idol. I just think that's chef's kiss. And so Sage asked, look, was there anyone that Gossip Girl really went easy on? And Nate says no, but she did shut down after Chuck and Blair's accident, and she also did lead Dan and Blair to Juliet after Serena was drugged, which was the right thing to do. So there's been 2 times where Gossip Girl has kind of let her guard down a little bit. And they then get a Gossip Girl blast saying that Chuck Bass is back in Manhattan and that everyone should do a stakeout at the big house to see if he's going to turn himself in. And then at this point, Jack comes in to get Nate and Sage for their little mission as well. Then we have the mini Gossip Girls. If you remember, we haven't spoken about them for a little while. Mini Serena and Mini Blair. They see Serena, Dan, Georgina, and Nate all going up the Met steps into the museum, and they decide that something must be going on. So they go in and they follow them. Inside, we have the whole gang reunited, which we love to see, and they explain what's going on and that they're going to get married, and everyone's obviously really excited for them. And Cyrus says, look, everyone has jobs to do, everyone go and do your things, and then we're all going to meet at the Bethesda fountain for the wedding. When I go to New York, I need to visit this fountain. It's so iconic. It's where Serena and Blair have their truce in the 3rd episode, I think it is, and then obviously cut to now. Chuck and Blair are getting married there. It's just, so good. So the mini Gossip Girls overhear this, and they send a blast to Gossip Girl that Chuck and Blair are getting married, and this is like the biggest Gossip Girl story ever. Blair looks absolutely gorgeous in her wedding dress. It's just, the perfect look. And she asks Serena if Dan is her date, even after the hate piece that he published. And Serena says, look, he has his reasons. I'm still kind of trying to figure it out. And Blair is trying to convince Serena why Dan will never be one of them, that Serena will never end up with a powerless striver. And Serena says, look, I think you should give him a second chance. And Dan overhears the whole thing. So after Dan overhears this, he then goes to Nate and gives him the final chapter. And he says that it's about Gossip Girl, that it's his to post on The Spectator and that he can have it. He's not going to give it to Vanity Fair. So Nate then goes and gives it to Sage. He says, go straight to my office, straight to my desk, do not speak to anybody, and post this article. Nate then overhears the mini Gossip Girls saying that Gossip Girl hasn't posted their blast about Chuck and Blair's wedding, so they're just going to tell the police themselves that Chuck is here. So then we see everybody running down the steps to make it to the wedding, and it's so good, and they're all stood there, and Cyrus is officiating. And, then they start to hear the sirens blaring, so they're like, okay, we've got to hurry this up.
3 words, 8 letters. Slayer, you take Chuck to be your lawfully wedded husband?
1 word, 3 letters, yes.
And they kiss, and they're married, and Serena's taking, a picture of them, and everyone's there, and it's really, really sweet. I absolutely love it. It's one of my favourite scenes. And then they do that. They manage to do it just in time before the police come, and they take Dan and Blair away. Here we go. So this is the moment that everybody finds out the identity of Gossip Girl, and we get so many good cameos and throwbacks in this scene. I absolutely love it. We get to see Lola, Vanessa, Juliet, Agnes, and Kristen Bell, who voices Gossip Girl, all talking about, oh my god, really? It's this person? And we see them finding out who it is, which I just adore that they included that. I thought it was such a good bit to include. It's only quick, but it just means so much when you've watched the whole season, when you've watched the whole series, to then see these characters. All the old Gossip Girl clips, it just makes my heart warm. When you hear Dan's voice and he's explaining it and how it happened and how it started, and you see the old clips, and I just love it. So his article says about how the Upper East Side is so elite that you can't even buy your way into it. You have to be born into it. And he says, maybe if I wasn't born into this world, I could write my way into it. And he said that he had overheard enough constant gossip and chatter throughout the years that he could mimic the way that they speak. And he just needed his muse. And once he saw Serena in the white dress, that was his moment. And that was when he created Gossip Girl. Yep, Dan Humphrey is Gossip Girl. And he says that within weeks, he had all these emails coming in and tips and stories that he could post. And so he started posting them anonymously, and then he started getting more and more. And then when Serena came back to school, when she got off the train at Grand Central, that is when Dan wrote his first story about himself, Lonely Boy. He says that even if he was a joke, people were still talking about him, and it was still linking him in the world with the Blairs, the Serenas, the Chucks, the Nates. Nate, everyone's kind of like obviously in shock. They're all sat around talking about it, and Nate says how he should have known it was him in that video that Diana had sent him, because he was the only person out of their group that wasn't there that night. Serena says that she's the one that feels stupid because at graduation, when she asked Gossip Girl to show up to the bar, Dan was the person that showed up. Rufus then comes in and he's big pissed at Dan, and he's like, how could you do this to all of your friends, especially your sister? You kind of ruined her life. And Dan says, Jenny knew about Gossip Girl. She knew that Dan was Gossip Girl, and he would only post tips about her that she said that he could post. And Rufus is like, how could you post that she lost her virginity? And Dan says she sent that tip in herself. She wanted to get out of New York, and she knew that if this tip came out, that Blair would force her out of New York. And Rufus admits that leaving New York was actually the best thing that could have happened to Jenny, so he forgives Dan, and Dan says, look, I screwed up, but I've always tried to do the right thing, just like you taught me to. And I'm glad that we do get to see Dan and Rufus make up, because the Humphrey bond is so special, and I think that's part of the things that make season 1 so great. And the fact that we kind of lost that along the way does make me a bit sad, so I'm glad we get to see it rekindled a little bit in this last episode. And Serena defends him, saying that he was as hard on himself as he was on everyone else, and he wouldn't have had anything to post about if everyone else didn't send tips in. And Nate's kind of like, I never sent a tip in, so don't include me in that. And Chuck and Blair then come back in from the police, explaining that because they refused to talk and they have no proof that Chuck was on the roof, and obviously now Blair can't testify against him, they're going to rule Bart's death as an accident. Blair says that she always thought that Gossip Girl was Dorota, and Serena says that she thought it was Eric, and then she thought it was Rufus, and Jack says that he thought that it was Jenny, and Rufus says that he thought that it was Nate. Blair says, why aren't we all mad at Dan? Like, he ruined our lives. And Chuck says, well, is your life really ruined, Blair? And everyone kind of admits that they're okay with Dan being Gossip. It's literally so quick. Like, I kind of wish they'd revealed it the episode before and we would have seen more of the fallout, because they're just kind of like, oh, Dan's Gossip Girl. Okay, that's fine. And don't really say anything about it. And Serena says what Dan did with Gossip Girl was write a love letter to all of them. He made her realise that she doesn't want to run away, that they're all her family, and that New York is where she belongs, and that Dan belongs there too. So Blair says this means that they can all grow up, and Dan says, yep, Gossip Girl's dead, which is so funny because he literally could not say this line. There's so many bloopers of him trying to say this line. He was like, it was so cringy, I just could not say it with a straight face.
Gossip Girl's dead.
And then we get a 5-year time jump. So we're now 5 years in the future. Dan and Chuck are married? That would be quite the plot twist. Obviously, Chuck and Blair are married. Nate gets off of a private plane labelled The Spectator, so we know that The Spectator is doing really well. And a reporter also asks him if he's going to be running for mayor, and that if he did, he would be the youngest mayor ever. And he doesn't say if he's running or not, but he says, New York is the greatest city in the world, who wouldn't want to be mayor? So we're kind of getting a nod there that he might be going into politics. And then we go to the Waldorfs, where we see Henry, who is Chuck and Blair's little boy, and he is so freaking cute. And he's dressed just like Chuck, and Dorota is helping him tidy his toys away. And he runs over to Chuck, and Chuck picks him up and gives him a hug, and it's really, really cute. When I saw this for the first time, I was just like, yes, this is how it's supposed to be. We then see Eleanor and Cyrus are there, and they're looking after Henry as well, which is really cute. Blair then walks in, and she's in an absolutely gorgeous dress, and we find out that she has, organised this. She's decorated everything, so we know there's some kind of event going on. And she's on the phone talking about samples for Waldorf Designs. We then see Lily and Eric come down the stairs together. And then we see Jenny. Jenny comes back for one final appearance, and she has a bag that says J for Waldorf Designs. So we know that she is fashion designing, and she's doing it with Blair for Waldorf Designs, which I thought was a really cute touch. And she heads upstairs with that bag. Lily and Rufus greet each other, but then they sit separately. Rufus sits with a brunette lady, and when I made a video about this before, someone actually told me in the comments, I'll have to go and find it, but someone actually told me who she was. I think she's from the first season or something. Someone actually made a callback and did tell me who she was, but I can't remember it now, but I'll put it in here. And Lily goes and sits down with William. Why? Actually, why? I'm not even going to go into it. Just know that I'm not happy about it. And then we see a copy on the table of this. Honestly, this finale was really good. And I don't have a lot of shows that I can say that about, where I genuinely enjoyed watching the finale. Pretty Little Lies, I'm looking at you. But I just watched the Riverdale finale that just came out. Don't even get me started. I cried like a baby. And I actually thought that was pretty well done. And finales are always going to be hard because you're not always going to please everybody. And there are a few that I watch and I'm like, you know what, I feel satisfied in that ending. And I think Gossip Girl is one of those. Like anything, there are always going to be things that I personally would change to get it to fit exactly how I would have wanted it. But the little nods that they did, like the J. Humphrey designs and all that stuff, I just adored how they did it and bringing everybody back. So for that, I do definitely, I do give them a little nod for that because they did really well. And another cute little thing is we get to see a copy of The Spectator, and it's advertising a movie starring Olivia Burke, who you remember Dan dated. That was Hilary Duff's character in season 3. And Lola Rhodes, so Charlotte, Lola. It's starring both of them, which I thought was a cute little nod. And it's based on the best-selling autobiography of Ivy Dickens. And it's also directed by her. So I thought that was kind of fun that we got to see like a little tie-up of these 3 characters, just like a little nod in the finale. And then we see that Eric and Jenny are sat together, which is really cute. Jack and Georgina are a couple, which is just beyond iconic. I mean, the two, probably aside from Bart, the 2 biggest villains in this show, that is everything. Then we see Dan walk in his suit, and Serena comes down at the stairs in her gold wedding dress, which is obviously inspired by her cotillion dress. I did a whole Serena deep dive and a whole style deep dive where I talked a lot about her wedding dress, but I thought it just perfectly encapsulated her as a character. I absolutely adored it. And everyone's there. And they get married, and that's kind of where these characters leave us. And they zoom out of the window, and you overhear Kristen Bella's Gossip Girl saying, "You may be rid of Dan Humphrey, but you'll never be rid of me. There will always be someone on the outside waiting to get in." And we see a fresh class of Constance girls and St. Jude's boys, kind of dressed similarly to the gang that we know and love from season 1. We see someone in a scarf and kind of dressed like Dan and Blair and everything like that. And we kind of are left with the feeling that maybe it's not over and a new Gossip Girl will take over this new group of classmates. And also the song playing in the background is from Taylor Momsen's band, The Pretty Reckless, which I just thought was the perfect cherry on top to end the show. I just absolutely loved that. And yeah, we get our final XOXO Gossip Girl of the series. And that is it. That is the final ever episode of Gossip Girl, episode 121, season 6, episode 10, New York, I Love You, XOXO. So, these are kind of like my sort of final thoughts, I suppose. I feel like Gossip Girl is, in a way, a time capsule of that late 2000s, early 2010s. It, you know, in the same way that I think Sex and the City was that for the 90s. Sure, we have other shows that kind of naturally capture the fashion. I mean, good Lord, Pretty Little Liars definitely captured some of the horrific trends of the 2010s. But Gossip Girl does that and so much more. Like I said in part 1 in my introduction, they wanted it to be a magazine, and it felt like you would watch it and you would know who the hottest designers were and where to go and what to do to be one of these socialite kids. And I think it is definitely like that, you know. It just has so much more than just like capturing the costume design of that time. It's got pop culture references, relevant cameos to the time, the most popular but also up and coming music artists that we love now, or that, you know, had barely just started when the show was running, getting to hear their songs on this show, having people put their songs in their playlist because they saw them and heard them on Gossip Girl, all while having fashion at the forefront and the hottest designers. And they were begging to have this show put Serena and Blair in their clothes because of the cultural impact and how much of a big deal this show was at the time. For me, Gossip Girl was a huge pillar of my girlhood, my teenhood, and I think I learned so much from it then, and I still do now coming into my adulthood. I think I got lessons from it then, I get lessons from it now. You know, when I continue to rewatch it, I feel differently about different things that I see, and I take different things from different storylines that I didn't even notice when I was watching it the first time around. And as I change, like I said, so do my opinions on things, and it kind of reflects my self-growth back onto myself. So I thought it would be kind of cute to give you a little lesson of what I learnt from each character while I was watching the show growing up and still now. So we're going to start with our it girl, our Sunshine Barbie, and Serena taught me to get back up when you get knocked down, to never let a mistake or a misjudgment define you, and that people can change if you give them the opportunity to. I think forgiveness is one of the best gifts we are able to give to other people, and I think Serena really kind of encapsulates that. Moving down to Blair, our queen bee, Miss Blair Cornelia Waldorf. I feel like so much. She is just a cultural icon in every sense of the word. Obviously Serena is as well, but I think Blair has just had such a huge impact throughout the show, and still now every day I see TikToks about how to be Blair Waldorf, how to embody Blair Waldorf. And I think she really taught me to not let anyone else stand in the way of who you want to be and the things that you want out of life. And she's also always there for the people that love her and will always do absolutely anything in her power to help her if they need her, and will always fight for them. And I think that's just such a good quality to carry within yourself. Little Nate Archibald, I know I've called him the inventor of the himbo, and he is, bless him, but I feel like there is still a lot to learn from him. He is just genuinely a kind soul, and I feel like he definitely shows that you don't have to follow the necessary path or the path that you feel like has been set for you, that you can follow your own path and not worry about what other people think, and that your passions and the dreams and the things that you believe in are always worth the risk, and they're always worth following. Chuck Bass, Charles Bartholomew Bass. There are a lot of lessons that you should not take from Chuck Bass, but one that I did take from him is that it's okay to ask for help and to let people in and to let them love you, and that your emotions and the things that you're going through are never going to be a burden on the people that love you, and it's not weak to have people in your life that you can lean on and that you can depend on. Daniel Humphrey, I give him a lot of stick, but I still have a lot of love for Dan. I have a lot of love for everybody in this cast, and I think the biggest thing that Dan taught me is not to judge a book by its cover, that you can miss out on amazing people and amazing opportunities when you are too quick to jump to conclusions or to judge somebody. I think definitely try not to make snap judgments and to make the effort to learn about people and to find out who they really are. Jenny, love of my life. You know that I love Jenny. I adore her, and these past few seasons I have missed talking about her so very much. And for me, I think Jenny, probably the most out of everybody, was someone that I know she's done a lot of dodgy stuff, but was someone that I really resonated with as a teenager and really found to be inspiring, because I think she taught me that it's okay to be different and to step outside the box and showcase what makes me unique. She was definitely one of the ones I've related to more at the time when I was watching it, in terms of how I wanted to dress and the music that I was into and everything like that. And she also showed me that you're never too young to make things happen and to take control of your life. And again, just follow those dreams and those passions and those talents that you know that you have and are worth putting time into. And lastly, Vanessa. I couldn't not include her. I know you all hate her, and I have my times when I hate her as well. But I think, if anything, Vanessa taught me that you don't need money to live a fulfilled life. I think it definitely helps, don't get me wrong. But I think the things you're passionate about and surrounding yourself with good people are the things that really bring you joy in life. And I couldn't really think of much else because she has a bit of a rocky path in this show, but that I will give her, definitely. Okay, that's it. Why do I feel like I'm about to cry? I can't believe I'm finally at the end of this project. It's meant so much to me. I can't even tell you the love that I received on that initial video when I posted part 1, you know, and the way that my subscribers and the views and everything has increased since then, and there's so, you know, many more of you now, and I adore reading your comments, and I feel like there's a cute little kind of community we've got going here, and it all kind of stemmed from that first video, which is still the highest viewed video on my channel, and I am just so grateful. And it's just crazy to me that it's all based around something that I love, you know. Gossip Girl, I've watched for 10 years. I adore it. Same with Pretty Little Lies and things like that. And I just love that there's a community where I can do the things that I'm passionate about, and you guys also love them and want to hear about them, and we can talk about them. And yeah, it just means so much to me. And I'm actually, even though I have stood here in this exact spot for over a year now, I first started making notes for this video back in 2020 during lockdown, when me and my best friend Miranda were rewatching Gossip Girl, and I started making the notes. I wasn't sure it was going to go. And then I got inspired by Mike's Pretty Little Lies video, and I thought that is so amazing, like the fact that people are that interested in something like that, because I loved Pretty Little Lies and I wasn't sure if there was kind of the audience out there for it, and I saw that and I thought, I wonder if people would want to watch Gossip Girl, and you guys did. And then I had to write the script, and this, you know, it was the script and everything, and the hours and hours of filming. I've stood here when I've been sick. I, you know, stood in this place for hours and hours. I can't even tell you how many hours and hours of footage, you know, that you guys have seen. Obviously, there is 3 times that amount in terms of raw footage, and editing has taken so many hours, but I am so incredibly proud of this project. And if you guys would like and comment and share, and just the fact, I know some of you guys have rewatched it, and someone said that they downloaded it to watch on the plane and all that stuff, I just think is so crazy to me, and I'm so insanely appreciative of that. And like I said, I have been working on this project for, I mean, yeah, over 3 years now, technically, in terms of like researching it, and then it became the scripting of it, which took hours to condense, and it ended up being 142 pages long and is 91,636 words. And then, you know, the hours of footage and everything. So to anyone that has made it to the end of this video and watched all 3 videos, I'm insanely grateful. And I'm not going to get emotional about it. But yes, thank you so much for doing that. Like I said, please share it with anyone who loves Gossip Girl or likes these kinds of videos. I have so many more videos coming that I'm so excited about. I wish I could show you guys my like huge list of videos to do with Pretty Little Liars, Desperate Housewives, Riverdale, Gossip Girl, Shameless, Friends, 90210. There's so many shows that I love and that I want to share my love of them with you, and ideas I have, and I'm really excited. So please subscribe if you guys want to see that. So yeah, that is it. That is the end of my Ultimate Gossip Girl series. I am also thinking of combining, even though it's going to take probably a week to render all of these videos into one gigantic long video and posting that. I don't know whether to do that as like a members only thing or if you guys would even be interested in that. So please do let me know in the comments. As always, let me know who you love, who you don't love, what are your thoughts on the end of the show, and what videos you guys want to see next. And yeah. Oh my gosh, I almost like don't want to stop filming, because the second that I stop filming, that's the end of this project and I will never stand in front of this wall again. I think I'm going to try and like preserve it in some way, like take it down or maybe put it on like a couch, because it literally just is like, it's literally just on the wall. So I think I'm going to have to try and find some way to put it on like a canvas or some poster board or something and keep it, because I'm very proud of it. And yeah, like I said, love you guys very much. Thank you for watching and supporting my channel. And yeah, until next time, you know you love me. XOXO, Gossip Girl.
You may be rid of Dan Humphrey, but you'll never be rid of me. Who am I now? That's one secret I'll never tell. XOXO, Gossip Girl.